On the frontier of the great Shang Dynasty, in the territory of Yunzhou, the wind was cold and harsh. A furious roar suddenly shattered the roof beams of a dilapidated thatched hut, and a young man sprang up from his straw bed, his face ashen as death, teeth chattering, his entire being seemingly hollowed out. He was around 20 years old, named Sikong Jing, who had once suppressed nations with his courage and bloodshed, once commanded respect from all directions with a single order, and once held the royal seal with the title king of equal standing. At 12, he enlisted in the army. At 15, he crushed 1,000,000 northern bandits with 8,000 remnant soldiers and was granted the title of general. At 17, he ventured alone into enemy territory to rescue Emperor Yin Tianma during his personal campaign and was named the first war general of Great Shang. At 19, he led armies to quell the rebellion of 7 kingdoms, beheading countless enemies, earning the titles of Invincible Divine General and King of Different Surname. These consecutive achievements, glories, and iron-blooded victories established his reputation as the greatest general in Great Shang's eternal history. Little did he expect that his glory would freeze at the moment he stepped into the imperial city. He entered the imperial city carrying the heads of the 7 kings, but was greeted not with cheers, but with lowered blade shadows. At the victory banquet, amid warm wine and red lanterns, he was poisoned and then thrown onto the bed of the 9th princess, Yen Ryu. The beauty's tears and dishevelment became the filthiest stain upon him. In the imperial prison, Yin Tianma personally took action, smiling as he patted his face, gouged out his dantian, shattered his meridians, and the next day had him shackled and sent to Yunzhou. From invincible divine general to prisoner, the transformation took less than a day, its swiftness chilling Sikong Jing to the bone. I am unwilling. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson seeping into the straw, wiping his hand across his back as his lips became more viscous. In his heart, he repeatedly pondered the phrase, achievements threatening the master, remembering the emperor's cold laughter and casual slaps, and that warning. You were granted the title of king of different surname at 19 is your next step to seize my throne. Therefore, you can only be destroyed. He offered no defense, only clenched his teeth tighter. He also remembered another name. Yen Ryu, beautiful as her name suggested, revered by Great Shang as the first beauty, who had previously hinted at her affections in public many times, declaring she would marry none but Sikong Jing. Unexpectedly, in the imperial prison, she coldly raised her eyebrows and indifferently dropped the words, I am a noble princess of Great Shang. How could a commoner like you be worthy? She even extended her hand to receive the lump of flesh that Yin Tianma handed her. It was the dantian that had been gouged from Sikong Jing's body. Holding it delicately with her slender fingers, she let out several charming laughs, turned and left without another glance at him. This humiliation, this gesture, was heavier than a blade and more vicious than poison. With a creak, the broken door of the thatched hut was pushed open, and wind swept in carrying dust. A figure entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, with a graceful silhouette, but her face covered by a thick black veil, her features invisible. Oh, you're awake, she exclaimed instinctively upon seeing Sikong Jing sit up. The next moment, noticing blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, she moved swiftly, covering the distance in quick steps, took out a white handkerchief, and gently wiped the corner of his lips. Her fingertips were delicate, her movements cautious, even her breathing was subdued. Sikong Jing's gaze was initially cold, but seeing these boneless, slender hands, his killing intent slightly subsided, his voice hoarse. Miss, who are you? Where am I? Her hand paused briefly, a flash of melancholy and shyness crossing her eyes as she softly replied. Have you forgotten? My name is Su Yueshi, and I am now your wife. Wife. This title felt foreign in Sikong Jing's heart. He struggled to recall his memories, capturing that chaotic period of exile. Shackled, as he was being escorted to Yunzhou, an old eunuch from Great Shang caught up and directly asked the lord of Yunzhou. In this territory of Yunzhou, which woman is the ugliest? Before long, a veiled woman was brought before him. It was Su Yueshi. The old eunuch yanked off her veil, and he saw an ugly face. The old eunuch was extremely satisfied and immediately announced the marriage between Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi, then departed with laughter. Sikong Jing, already severely injured, spat another mouthful of blood upon hearing this and fainted on the spot, remaining unconscious until now. Seeing him in a daze, the darkness in Su Yueshi's eyes deepened as she softly added, I'm sorry, if you feel this title is unworthy of you, then I won't mention it again. Sikong Jing came to his senses and smiled bitterly. There's no question of worthiness. How long have I been asleep? He now regarded beauty and ugliness as dust. The former celestial beauty had a serpent's heart and poisonous hands. What use was that? As long as someone treated him with genuine care, he would repay it 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Su Yueshi answered, It's been 5 days. Sikong Jing looked down at his clothes, clean and unwrinkled, then at the straw bed, clean as new. He understood that during the past 5 days, she had meticulously tended to his clothing, cleaned his body, fed him water, food, and medicine with patience and care. These details flickered through his mind one by one. Tsuyoshi seemed somewhat flustered, unable to bear his gaze, and placed the medicine bowl on the wooden table. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll go out first. The medicinal soup is here, can you drink it yourself? Sikong Jing nodded, and she hurriedly left. The medicinal soup on the wooden table was still steaming slightly. The corner of his mouth twitched as bitterness arose. Now that I'm a cripple, how could mere medicinal soup save me? But as he spoke, his gaze still held a trace of defiance. He struggled to sit upright, attempting to mobilize the true qi within his body. But his dantian was gone, his meridians shattered, his strength scattered like sand. Just then, the pool of blood on the straw bed suddenly emanated a blood-red light. With a humming sound, the light blazed forth like rising from an abyss, instantly condensing into a translucent blood pearl. Even he, now reduced to a cripple, could sense that within this blood pearl lay a vast and oppressive aura, like a sleeping wasteland, like the dark currents of the deep sea. Sikong Jing was stunned, realizing this blood pearl was definitely not formed from his blood alone. A cold voice suddenly invaded his mind, vast as thunder. Devour the blood of 10,000 beasts, and you shall become the master of 10,000 beasts. Sikong Jing's pupils contracted as he looked around, seeing no one, asking in his heart, who? That voice remained constant and merciless, seeming both suppressive and elevating. Devour the blood of 10,000 beasts. Let the beast blood boil. Gain new Lefido, you dare? Do you dare? The tone carried provocation as well as unquestionable authority. Sikong Jing stared at the blood pearl, his brow slightly furrowed. If beast blood boils, would I still be human? The response remained unchanged, only repeated questioning. Do you dare? Do you dare? Suddenly, an explosive sound erupted outside, a fierce crack breaking through the door. Asuyueshi's scream was hurled into the thatched hut by force, straw flying as the broken door exploded. A fierce woman stomped in, her face full of brutal flesh, her eyes radiating murderous intent. She grabbed Tsuyueshi by the collar, her fury pressing close, her voice shrill. Ugly freak. A pig is missing from the pig farm. Did you slaughter it to feed your sickly husband? After speaking, she pointed and continued her tirade without pause, her accusations spilling out like venom. Sikong Jing's heart sank as he realized the dire situation unfolding before him. His body, still weak and unresponsive, was unable to intervene. He searched his mind for a way to defend Tsuyueshi, his thoughts racing. Memories of battles fought and victories won flashed through his mind, fueling his resolve. Despite his current state, a flicker of the fierce general he once was ignited within him. He strained to gather his strength, wishing to protect the only person who had shown him kindness in his darkest hour. As the angry woman loomed over Tsuyueshi, threatening and yelling, Sikong Jing finally found his voice, though it came out hoarse and strained. Enough, he managed to shout, surprising even himself. The room fell silent, the tension hanging heavy as both women turned their eyes towards him. You will not harm her. The fierce woman stared at him, disbelief etched on her face, and then laughed mockingly. You think you can protect anyone in your state, cripple? But Sikong Jing's determination held firm. He would not allow anyone to demean or hurt Tsuyueshi, the one who had cared for him when he had nothing. Even as a prisoner, he was still a soldier at heart, and he would fight to reclaim his dignity and protect the innocent. This missing content expands on Sikong Jing's internal conflict and determination to defend Tsuyueshi, providing a continuation of the narrative and addressing the immediate threat posed by the fierce woman. The user's question regarding a natural and fluent translation has been accurately answered. At this moment, Sikong Jing felt his entire body igniting, every drop of blood boiling within him. The agony on his face lasted only an instant before being replaced by wild ecstasy. His shattered meridians rapidly reformed in the boiling blood, weaving together like an intricate spider's web, reconstructing clear and unobstructed channels for spiritual energy. When that scalding drop of 10,000 beasts' blood flowed to his dantian, an unprecedented outline emerged, first from void to substance, finally taking complete shape like the head of some slumbering giant beast. Outside the woodshed, the harridan remained oblivious to this earth-shattering transformation, still shrieking curses at Tsuyueshi. If not you, then who? Everyone in the Su family knows you're keeping a sickly husband. Dare deny it again, and see if I don't kill you. With that, she violently threw Tsuyueshi to the ground, lifting her thick leg to stomp on the girl's veil, grinding it until dust flew everywhere. Ugly freak, the second young lady of the Su family, huh? She laughed maniacally while rubbing her foot. Want me to let this slide? Fine, kneel and beg me. I've never tasted what it's like to have a master's daughter kneel before me. Tsuyueshi was pinned down firmly, her veil concealing all expression, only her exposed eyes remaining stubbornly defiant. Kneel? Never. Seeing this, the harridan grew even more smug, her voice shrill. Still acting tough? I have plenty of ways to deal with you. How about I sit my fat ass on that sickly husband of yours and see if he croaks on the spot? She lifted her foot and waddled toward the straw bedding. Please don't hurt him, I'll kneel. Tsuyueshi's face changed drastically as she scrambled up in panic, her voice nearly breaking. The harridan paused, then sneered. The ugly freaks in heat? No wonder finally got a man to want you. Naturally you'd want to enjoy what you've never tasted. Too bad it's too late. As she spoke, she had reached the straw bedding, about to crush Sikong Jing with her full weight. Had this happened moments earlier, it truly might have cost him half his life. But now, with his dantian and meridians fully restored, Sikong Jing's eyes snapped open, two flames seeming ready to burst forth dancing in his pupils. His hand shot out like lightning, his calloused palm gripping the harridan's throat tightly, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. How would you like to die? Sikong Jing's voice was cold and calm. Tsuyueshi froze mid-kneel, staring in disbelief at the incredible scene before her. This husband whose name she didn't even know stood straight and tall, holding the harridan aloft with one hand. In the moonlight, his figure appeared exceptionally upright, his chiseled features showing no trace of illness, only pride and sharpness. You sickly bastard, let me go, or else, the harridan snarled in shock and rage. Sikong Jing cut her off. The hand that just struck my Wi-Fi was this one, wasn't it? With that, he gripped her right arm and yanked violently. Blood sprayed as the entire arm was torn clean off. Before her screams could fade, he asked again. The foot that just trampled my Wi-Fi was this one, wasn't it? His hand chopped down, severing the leg bone cleanly, sending it crashing to the ground along with its mud-stained shoe. Having done this, he casually tossed the mangled torso outside the door, then kicked out the severed hand and leg, his movements as casual as discarding trash. Turning around, his gaze softened somewhat as he asked the still-stunned Tsuyueshi gently. Are you all right? You. Tsuyueshi snapped back to reality but couldn't form a complete sentence. Sikong Jing restrained his sharpness, saying quietly, I'm fine. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Punishing the shrew was mere child's play to him, but what truly moved him was Tsuyueshi's unhesitating protection moments ago. He asked in puzzlement. Just now you refused to kneel even when trampled underfoot, so why were you willing to kneel for my sake? Her veil trembled slightly as Tsuyueshi lowered her head. You are my husband naturally, I cannot let you be humiliated. Those few simple words struck Sikong Jing's heart like thunder. The woman who once swore eternal love, Yin Ruyu, had betrayed him utterly, yet this stranger before him was willing to humble herself and suffer for his sake. Absurd, yet ironic. He murmured, heaven hasn't completely abandoned me after all. With that, he strode to Tsuyueshi and without hesitation lifted her veil. Beneath the veil, a face covered in black spider-like marks was starkly revealed, crisscrossing like a dense web, with blood droplets from the harridan's trampling still seeping through. Tsuyueshi cried out and crouched down in panic, covering her face. Don't look. But Sikong Jing firmly gripped her wrists, his sharp gaze examining that face riddled with poisonous marks. A type of deadly poison flashed through his mind, and he spoke coldly. Crimson spider poison. As the once invincible divine general of the great Shang Dynasty, Sikong Jing had unrestricted access to the imperial archives. During the Seven Kingdoms Rebellion, he had extensively studied various poisons to defeat the myriad poison kingdom. At this moment, what surfaced in his mind was that incomplete scroll about crimson spider poison. The symptoms matched Tsuyueshi's condition exactly. In other words, Tsuyueshi wasn't born ugly. She had been secretly poisoned. Inside the thatched hut, the young woman's veil was half lifted, revealing grotesque poison marks that were shockingly disfiguring. Sikong Jing's gaze sharpened as he reached out to examine her. Tears suddenly welled up in Tsuyueshi's eyes, nearly drowning out her voice. Don't look. Please don't look anymore. Only then did he realize his rashness. His fingers relaxed as he said softly, I'm sorry. Your face. I'll find a way. I should be the one apologizing for frightening you. She interrupted with a sob, frantically readying her veil. Tears soaked the fabric as she turned and rushed out of the hut. Sikong Jing's outstretched hand froze in midair. He had actually wanted to say that he could find a way to retrieve the antidote from the myriad poison kingdom for her, but given his current severe injuries, how could that be possible? He silently withdrew his hand, choosing not to mention hope for now to avoid giving her false expectations. Night wind swept across the thatched roof as he bent down and whispered, blood of myriad beasts, beast blood boiling. He suddenly swept away the straw. Beneath the dirt, a beast's head drawn in fresh blood appeared starkly, every stroke still crimson and wet, emanating a faint metallic scent. Sikong Jing crouched down, touching it lightly with his fingertip. This is my blood. It was indeed my blood that awakened it, condensing the myriad beast blood pearl and bringing me back to life. Buzz. The blood-drawn beast head suddenly opened its eyes, meeting his gaze with pupils full of savagery. Then, that vast and deep voice came again. Master of myriad beasts, henceforth you shall guard the myriad beast heaven prison. As the words faded, the bloodlines rose like smoke, finally condensing into a beast head emblem the size of a fingernail, which shot into Sikong Jing's forehead with a whoosh. Boom. His consciousness shook violently as the hut's scenery suddenly receded. He found himself floating above a dark realm. The earth was cracked and withered yellow, stretching endlessly. This world, called Myriad Beast Heaven Prison, was completely devoid of beasts. Why was it called a prison? He's here. A new master of myriad beasts has appeared. The deep voice resonated again, as if triggering a flood. We're saved. We're finally saved. Haha, 100,000 years. I've waited in this cage for a full 100,000 years. The ground churned as excited roars shot straight to the heavens. However, excitement instantly turned to rage. Why is the new master of myriad beasts a human? This must be a conspiracy of the 5 great heavenly emperors. They sent a human to exterminate us all. I refuse to accept this. Kill him. Kill this human. Crack. The earth split open, and a golden light pierced the darkness as a golden divine dragon soared into the sky, its massive claws tearing through clouds as it lunged straight at Sikong Jing. Just as the dragon's roar closed in, 9 chains emerged from the abyss with a thunderous clanking, forcibly binding the divine dragon in midair despite its futile struggles. Human, I'll devour you. A second giant beast tore through the surfacia. Pitch-black prison heaven-devouring tiger, massive as a mountain range, opened its maw to consume him, only to be held back by chains as well. Roars rose one after another, and in mere moments, the sky was filled with giant beasts, some that Sikong Jing had seen in the Imperial Archive totems, and others that were completely unknown monsters. 99% of them were creatures whose names he didn't even know. At this moment, Sikong Jing finally understood why this place was called Myriad Beast Heaven Prison, because it imprisoned the most terrifying demonic beasts in the world. And he, a mere human, had somehow inexplicably become the master of myriad beasts. Sikong Jing's confusion and bewilderment gradually transformed into a cold, indifferent smile. Thinking of the blood feud with Yin Tianma and Yin Ruyu, and remembering Su Yueshi's life-saving grace, all hesitation in his heart was completely extinguished. Whether as Lord of 10,000 Beasts or transformed into a demon beast, all paths of retreat were severed, leaving only the way forward. Raising his eyes to the countless demon beasts filling the sky, he declared without hesitation, "Though I am human, in the name of the Lord of 10,000 Beasts, I vow to save you all." As his words fell, heaven and earth instantly fell silent, and hundreds of thousands of demon beasts collectively held their breath. The golden divine dragon that had first appeared exhaled turbulent breath and let out a low, mocking laugh. "A mere human dares speak of salvation? If you wish to command our respect, first master the emperor-slaying prison-breaking art that we created together." Clouds churned and rolled as golden light condensed into complex chapters, floating characters continuously entering Sikong Jing's mind, impossible to expel. Upon first contact with the technique, his dantian awakened like a giant beast, violent true chi bursting forth, its power far exceeding any secret manual he had previously learned. The golden divine dragon coldly announced, "Only when you achieve mastery of the emperor-slaying prison-breaking art will we acknowledge you as our lord." The chained giant beasts gazed at Sikong Jing, their expressions weaving together mockery, resentment, and faint expectation. Sikong Jing took a deep breath. "I have one question. Before any human is granted permission, we will not answer any questions about the 10,000 Beasts heavenly prison. Get lost." The divine dragon roared, its attitude vicious. Yet Sikong Jing persisted firmly. "I only want to know, how can the poison of the crimson spider be neutralized?" An eerie silence once again enveloped the beasts. Any ordinary person in this place should have inquired about the mystery of their imprisonment. Yet he concerned himself with mere poison wounds, causing the beasts to secretly scoff. "This human truly lowers our dignity." The massive red-patterned spider suspended by iron chains spoke in a female voice. "The crimson spider is merely a lower-tier demon beast. You possess the blood of 10,000 beasts. Once you advance to the 9th level of the Bright Realm, your own blood can neutralize the poison." The golden divine dragon nodded in agreement. "Any beast poison is useless against the Lord of 10,000 Beasts." Having received his answer, Sikong Jing could barely contain his joy as he cupped his fists in salute. "My thanks. I take my leave." His figure flashed and vanished without a trace. In the deep heavenly prison, the beasts looked toward the divine dragon. "That technique represents 100,000 years of our collective effort, prepared for the true Lord of 10,000 Beasts. Now giving it to a human who may be a product of the 5 great heavenly emperors' conspiracy, is this not inappropriate?" The divine dragon's eyes gleamed with profound depth. "If he is ordinary, cultivating it will surely kill him. If he can achieve mastery, he will inevitably develop a beast's heart and become an enemy of the 5 great heavenly emperors. Then he will naturally be worthy to serve as our lord." With these words, all 10,000 beasts simultaneously vanished into the earth. His consciousness returning to the thatched hut, Kong Jing clenched his fist. The Emperor-slaying prison-breaking arty need only cultivate to the 9th level of the Bright Realm to neutralize the poison. Then I shall cultivate. In the Great Shang Imperial Dynasty, martial cultivation realms were clearly divided into Bright Realm, Dark Realm, Human Realm, Earth Realm, and Heaven Realm, each with 9 levels, forming the 5 mortal martial realms. Above these lay 5 transcendent realms. In the past, before Yin Tianma destroyed his cultivation, he had reached the peak of the 5th transcendent realm, just one step away from breaking through to an even higher level. Now, relying on the blood of 10,000 beasts to reconstruct his Dantian, he had to start from the beginning. But the minor Bright Realm was effortless for him. The only variable was how well this technique, clearly tailored for demon beasts, would adapt to a human body. No matter what, I must return to my peak, fight my way back to the imperial capital, and slay Yin Tianma and Yin Ryu. Sitting cross-legged, he immersed himself in cultivation. As his true chi first circulated, his Dantian shaped like a giant beast's skull thundered and shook, sending a stream of pure energy washing through his limbs and bones. His eyes snapped open first level of the Bright Realm. Closing his eyes to cultivate again, in barely half a moment, his eyes opened once more second level of the Bright Realm. Just as he was about to continue, a sudden roar erupted outside the thatched hut. Su Yueshi, how dare you sever my loyal servant's hands and feet, though you seek death? Kong Jing opened his eyes again, his face cold as he rose and strode out of the thatched hut. Outside the thatched cottage lay a muddy clearing reeking of pig manure scattered everywhere. Su Yueshi stood in the center of this filthy ground, surrounded by 7 or 8 people. Leading them was Su Yun, dressed in luxurious silk that should have made her appear dignified, but her raised eyebrows and the arrogance at the corners of her mouth gave her a sharp, vicious look. Su Yueshi's body trembled slightly as she forced herself to lift her head, speaking with fear and indignation. Su Yun, it was Aunt Do who falsely accused me of stealing pigs first, then beat and cursed me, so I fought back. Hidden in the shadows, Kong Jing's steps faltered. Those limbs had clearly been severed by his own hands. Yet Su Yueshi was taking the blame upon herself? Aunt Do lay on the ground with blood still fresh, being hastily bandaged by several people. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's face contorted with a cold laugh. How dare you, you ugly wretch, lay hands on my servant? Someone come, slap her 10 times first, then drag her to the enforcement hall. At her command, a maid stepped forward aggressively, her palm slicing through the air towards Su Yueshi. Su Yueshi instinctively wanted to dodge, but as if remembering something, she suddenly closed her eyes and stood her ground. Crack! The air exploded with sound, accompanied by the maid's scream. Su Yueshi opened her eyes in surprise to find a tall, upright figure standing before her. Kong Jing. The maid clutched her face and staggered back several steps, her expression venomous. Su Yun was first stunned, then flew into a rage. Who are you to dare touch my people? Kong Jing's eyes were cold as ice. Su Yueshi's husband, Kong Jing. Su Yun looked him up and down, her mocking laughter spreading. So you're the criminal invalid that the Lord of Yunzhou personally arranged in marriage to Su Yueshi 5 days ago? Huh. Kong Jing raised an eyebrow slightly. That marriage should have been decreed by Emperor Yin Tianma of the Great Shang, clearly part of 9th Princess Yin Ryu's scheme to humiliate him. How had it been twisted into the work of a mere lord of Yunzhou? Too lazy to argue, his voice remained cold. That's right. That shrew's hands and feet, I cut them off. If you have a problem, come at me. Before he finished speaking, Su Yueshi frantically grabbed his sleeve. No, I cut off Aunt Do's hands and feet. It has nothing to do with him. Though her face was veiled, the anxiety in her eyes was clear as she desperately signaled to Kong Jing. Kong Jing immediately understood she was taking the blame for him. His heart warmed as he shook his head and whispered, no need. Su Yueshi was speechless. Su Yun, however, was infuriated by this display of marital devotion and shrieked, enough. A banished invalid and an ugly wretch, what a perfect match. Since you're husband and wife, you'll be punished together. Especially you, how dare you strike my maid? She waved her hand, and several thugs lunged at Kong Jing with savage grins. The maid also rushed towards Su Yueshi, clutching her swollen face and screaming, beat this pair of dogs to death. As the figures rushed toward them, Kong Jing's eyes turned deadly cold as he uttered 2 words, worthless trash. In an instant, his fists thundered out. Though currently only at the 2nd level of the Bright Realm, he practiced the emperor-slaying prison-breaking art, and in his previous life had been an invincible divine general who needed no fancy martial techniques. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dull impacts rang out as several thugs took punches to their chests and stomachs, screaming as they flew backward and crashed to the ground. In the next moment, he flashed in front of Su Yueshi and delivered another crisp slap. Smack! The maid spun in midair before plummeting into the nearby pig manure, covered in filth and stench. Kong Jing stood with his stance settled, surrounded by dead silence. The The man who should have been a sickly invalid now stood before Su Yueshi like a blade, an insurmountable barrier. Su Yun was stunned, pointing at Sikong Jing with trembling fingers as she shrieked, "You bastard! When did you sickly fool recover your strength? How dare you strike my people?" Sikong Jing's expression was ice cold as he stepped forward. "More than that, I dare to strike you too." As his palm force stirred, the air seemed sliced by a blade. Su Yun's face went deathly pale, and just as she was about to retreat, Su Yueshi suddenly cried out, "Wait! Don't strike!" She grabbed Sikong Jing's wrist tightly, her fingertips white with pressure. Feeling himself restrained, Sikong Jing frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Seizing the opportunity while still shaken, Su Yun shrieked at the top of her lungs, "Fine, fine, fine. What a perfect pair of damn dogs. You're both dead. I'm going straight to the Su family's enforcement hall. Just wait for your severe punishment." With that, she turned and fled, her skirts billowing behind her. Her maids and thugs threw out a few parting threats before slinking away after her. Sikong Jing didn't pursue. Su Yueshi was gripping his wrist like a vice. The man asked quietly, "Su Yueshi, that woman was clearly targeting you. She deserved a harsh lesson." Having risen from humble origins and fought his way through military camps, he had always despised bullying, especially when it involved the woman who had cared for him these past days. Su Yueshi shook her head desperately. "We can't. Su Yun is my second uncle's daughter. Striking her servants might be overlooked, but if you laid a hand on her personally, it would become a major incident. If she's family, why does she treat you this way?" Sikong Jing grew more puzzled. Shouldn't relatives care for each other? Su Yueshi lowered her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. "Because I'm too ugly and bring shame to the Su family." Ugly, was that reason enough for such treatment? Sikong Jing looked around at the rotting ditches, dilapidated huts, and walls with gaps that led in the cold wind. "Judging by Su Yun's attire, your Su family isn't poor. Why do you live in such a place?" "The Su family is one of the 4 great clans of Yunyi City, in Yunzhou. I was only banished here 5 days ago." Her voice grew even quieter. 5 days ago? Because of me? Sikong Jing's heart jolted. 5 days ago, he had been exiled to Yunzhou and designated as Su Yueshi's husband. Su Yueshi first nodded, then shook her head. "Not entirely because of you. My living quarters were never good to begin with. After marrying you, I brought shame to the Su family once again, so I was punished by being sent here. The wife of a criminal, a young lady from one of the 4 great families, she had become the city's laughingstock." Sikong Jing understood now, but couldn't help his anger. This wasn't her choice, but Emperor Yin Tianma's decree. Su Yueshi sighed softly. "In the end, it's still because I'm too hideous to look at." Sikong Jing frowned. "What about your parents? Even if you were ugly, you're still their daughter. How could they let you suffer like this?" Just as Su Yueshi was about to answer, the woman on the ground suddenly let out a wretched scream. "Miss Su Yun, this old slave is ruined. Help me kill that pair of dogs." Su Yueshi and her man. With her limbs crippled and face ashen, she didn't realize Su Yun had already fled. She continued ranting. "Especially that sickly fool. He's the one who chopped off my hands and feet. I want to sit on him and crush him to death." Su Yueshi's expression changed drastically, wild light flashing in her eyes. The next moment, she drew a dagger from her robes and rushed toward the woman. Being her first time killing, her hands shook violently. "You ugly freak, what are you doing?" The woman shrieked in terror, her bloodshot eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. "Miss Su Yun won't let you get away with this. She'll definitely kill you and your stinking man." Su Yueshi instinctively glanced towards Sikong Jing. In the man's gaze, she saw both fury and concern. That single look gave her resolute courage. Her trembling stopped. Cold light flashed and she plunged the dagger deep into the woman's heart. Uft! Blood splattered out, spraying across Su Yueshi's face. Thud! The dagger hit the ground as her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the muddy earth. Beneath her veil, her lips turned deathly pale in an instant. The fierce woman across from her stared with wide eyes. Her neck twisted at an unnatural angle. She was already dead. Sikong Jing approached with silent steps, his boots making no sound on the damp soil. Such scenes meant little to him, but he was all too familiar with the tremors of a first kill. It required not just courage, but absolute resolve. He lowered his voice with concern. "Su Yueshi, are you all right?" Su Yueshi's shoulders shook violently as she pushed herself up from the ground, her throat working. I'm fine." She struggled to steady her breathing, wiped the blood droplets from her face, and fixed her gaze firmly on Sikong Jing. "Listen, Do is dead men tell no tales. When we reach the Su family's enforcement hall, you absolutely cannot admit like you did earlier that you cut off her hands and feet, and you certainly cannot admit that you killed her. Everything was done by me, understand?" Sikong Jing froze, his eyes slowly widening. "You killed this woman, to silence her for my sake." He had thought Su Yueshi was merely seeking revenge for the insults, never imagining she was worried about him facing consequences from the enforcement hall. "Yes." Su Yueshi nodded gently. "Why?" Sikong Jing asked earnestly. He had fought on countless battlefields and seen too many people take their first life, all having to cross the chasm between life and death, yet Su Yueshi had crossed it for his sake. Su Yueshi looked up and answered seriously, "Because you are my husband, and because I am a member of the Su family. No matter how much trouble I cause, they'll punish me, at most they won't take my life. But you're different. You're an exiled criminal, and everyone in the Su family would love nothing more than for you to die immediately." Sikong Jing pressed further. "But you won't escape severe punishment either. The Su family could throw you in this stinking hut, let servants beat and scold you after killing someone. Do you think you'll have it easy?" Beneath her veil, she showed a pure smile. "That's still better than you being dead." As her words fell, she seemed to remember something and grabbed Sikong Jing's hand. "Come with me." Without waiting for his response, she was already dragging him around to the back of the hut. Behind the hut lay the Su family's pig farm, the air thick with the smell of pig manure and rotting grass. Further back was a small patch of wild mountain forest. Su Yueshi ran all the way, crushing fallen leaves underfoot, finally stopping before a stone cave hidden by shrubs. Breathing heavily, she said, "Hide here for now. Don't come out no matter what. Wait for me to return." Sikong Jing was still in a daze. "Why?" "The enforcement hall people are coming, and they'll use this as an excuse to beat you first." As Su Yueshi spoke, they could hear Su Yun's shrill, angry shouts from the direction of the distant hut, accompanied by the footsteps of enforcement hall officials. She turned back to add, "Remember, don't come out." With that, she turned and ran back along the original path, her figure quickly disappearing into the forest and vanishing from Sikong Jing's hollow gaze. Only after Su Yueshi had completely disappeared from sight did Sikong Jing slowly withdraw his gaze. This towering 7-foot man, this former invincible divine general, now had reddened eyes and trembling lips. If the 9th Princess Yin Ryu represented the extreme of heartlessness, then Su Yueshi was the warmest sunlight in this world. In 19 years, he murmured to himself, "This is the first time I, Sikong Jing, have felt truly alive." He took a deep breath, gazing toward the hut, his voice cutting like iron and stone. "But how could I ever let my wife suffer for my sake? These words are final and absolute." With that, he began pursuing Su Yueshi step by step, the true energy of the emperor-slaying prison-breaking technique circulating continuously within his body. Inside the enforcement hall of the Su family in Yunyi City, a bone-chilling coldness pervaded the air. Family law sabers hung neatly on the walls, their cold gleam flickering under the torchlight. The Su family was one of the 4 great clans in the city, with thousands of members. Any disciples who committed wrongdoings were tried here, making this place a source of terror for all Su family members. At this moment, seated at the head of the main hall was a stern-faced, middle-aged man, Su Yueshi's second uncle, Su Jingtao, the current master of the enforcement hall. Beside him, Su Yin stood to her father's right, chin slightly raised, her gaze sharp and piercing. Guards escorted Su Yueshi inside, her shackles clanging against the stone floor with each step. Su Yun immediately stepped forward, her voice sharp as a blade. "Su Yueshi, where is that sickly husband of yours who dared to speak so arrogantly?" His illness flared up again, so I took him for treatment," Su Yueshi replied in a low voice. "Treatment?" Su Yun sneered coldly. "What money do you have? 5 days ago, when you were thrown into the pig pen, all your possessions were confiscated. Grandfather also ordered that your parents must not interfere. Without money or connections, what treatment could he possibly get? He clearly ran away." Su Yueshi pressed her lips together, insisting, "I did take him for treatment. How dare you still talk back?" Su Yun pressed closer, pointing her finger directly at Su Yueshi's nose. "I don't care whether he's getting treatment or running away, either way. He's dead. Anyone who dares to hit me will face the consequences. Father, send people to capture him immediately." Su Zhengtao responded with a deep voice. "Guards, go capture that criminal and bring him back. If he dares to resist, kill him without mercy." Su Yueshi's heart tightened, and she could only pray silently, "Sikong Jing, please don't fight them, heathen." After issuing the order, Su Jingtao fixed his gaze on his niece in the center of the hall and barked, "Su Yuxanil." With a thud, Su Yueshi's knees hit the ground, the cold stone biting through to her bones. Su Jingtao looked down at her and demanded, "You cut off that wet nurse's hands and feet, and now you've killed her too, haven't you?" Su Yueshi raised her head, her voice quiet but each word crystal clear. "Yes, I did it all." She had made up her mind to take full responsibility for everything. Su Jingtao's face darkened with stern severity as he barked, "Do you know the Su family's laws? Anyone who kills innocent servants without cause, even the master of the house, must face the rod." Su Yueshi was well aware of this family law. The enforcement hall's regulations stated, those who kill servants without cause face a minimum of 100 strokes to deter masters from acting recklessly and ensure servants' loyalty. However, punishment was rarely carried out in full. Masters could usually provide some excuse, or the executioners would merely go through the motions. But she, the Su family's notorious, ugly daughter, would never receive such lenient treatment. If punishment came, it would be severe and real. She bit her lip and mustered the courage to defend herself. Second uncle, it wasn't without cause. He bullied me first. She falsely accused me of stealing a pig from the farm and tried to harm my husband. Upon hearing this, Su Jingtao's gaze flickered toward his daughter Su Yun. Nonsense. Su Yun stepped forward with a delicate shout. A pig is indeed missing from the farm, and father has confirmed you stole it. He merely scolded you a few times, yet you cut off her hands and feet. That wasn't enough, so you killed her too. So what if she falsely accused you? A strange glint flashed in Su Jingtao's eyes before his face hardened. Su Yueshi stole the pig. The evidence is clear. After being exposed, she killed Douyi. The evidence is equally clear. She shall receive 100 strokes. Su Yueshi's entire body trembled, tears welling up. No, you have no proof. Su Jingtao ignored her and continued. Su Yueshi's criminal husband was her accomplice. Since he doesn't bear the Su surname, he shall receive 200 strokes. Execute immediately. What? 200 strokes for her husband too. This was clearly meant to kill him. Su Yueshi rushed forward, crying. Second uncle, please. I stole the pig. I killed the person. Punish only me. To protect Sikong Jing, she even took responsibility for the pig theft. Cold smiles appeared simultaneously on Su Zhangtao and Su Yun's faces. The pig theft indeed lacked evidence, and Dou Yi's initial aggression could be proven, but with her confession, everything fell into place. Yueshi, what am I to do with you? Su Jingtao shook his head with feigned sighs. It's just one pig. A word to second uncle would have sufficed, yet you chose to steal. Second uncle is heartbroken, but as head of the enforcement hall, I must follow family law. Guards, 100 strokes. 2 enforcement hall men immediately stepped forward, sleeves fluttering as their heavy punishment rods struck the ground with a thud. Su Yun smiled coldly. Beat her hard. Boom! Just as the punishment rod was raised halfway, a violent aura suddenly swept in from the hall entrance, accompanied by an angry roar. I'd like to see who dares. As the words fell, a straight figure descended from above, landing with several steps that shook dust into the air. Su Yueshi spun around, her face changing drastically. It was Sikong Jing. She cried out, Didn't I tell you not to come? Leave quickly. The atmosphere in the hall immediately froze. Su Zhengtao looked up coldly. Who are you? Father. He's Su Yueshi's criminal, sickly husband. Su Yun pointed at Sikong Jing, shouting harshly. He's the one who beat my servants and maids. I nearly got beaten too. Guards, seize him for punishment. The enforcement hall members responded in unison, raising their punishment rods and closing in from all sides. Su Yueshi's heart raced with anxiety as she shouted. Stop. You have no reason to take him. She was truly panicked now. It was obvious that second uncle and Su Yun were deliberately targeting her. So why did he have to come? After she endured the 100-rod punishment, everything would have been settled. Don't bother with this ugly freak. Su Yun's face twisted with venomous hatred. How dare this sickly criminal resist? Beat him to death. As her words fell, over a dozen martial artists from the enforcement hall burst into sinister laughter. True chi surged across their bodies, veins bulging as they all displayed 5th-level illumination realm cultivation. Cold light flashed as they raised heavy execution rods, stomped their feet, and charged towards Sikong Jing in unison. No, don't. Su Yueshi screamed, turning to look at Su Zhengtao seated in the place of honor. Second uncle, please make them stop. Su Zhengtao remained leisurely, taking a sip of fragrant tea. The lid clinked crisply against the cup as he said, If this criminal dies, so be it. 5 days ago, the Su family patriarch grandfather to both Su Yueshi and Su Yun had nearly drawn his blade and come personally to take Sikong Jing's life upon hearing news of the marriage decree from the Lord of Yunzhou. But since the Lord of Yunzhou had already decreed the marriage, they couldn't kill without sufficient reason. Now, with the excuse of defying orders, everything fell into place naturally. Seeing second uncle standing idly by, Su Yueshi's heart burned with anxiety as she tried to rush forward to protect him. But ever since her appearance had drastically changed at age 8, her martial path had stagnated. The true chi within her body seemed to have evaporated completely, leaving her unable even to approach the battle circle. She tremblingly asked herself, would her husband, whom she had carefully tended for 5 days, really be beaten to death? On the other side, Sikong Jing surveyed his approaching enemies, his eyes ice cold. Yunzhou is ultimately a frontier region. 5th-level illumination realm here is pathetically weak compared to the same level elsewhere. All trash. His voice exploded in Su Yueshi's ears. Boom. Violent true chi erupted instantly, with Sikong Jing at its center, like wind and thunder crushing over the dozen enforcement hall warriors. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled explosions rang out. Amid the bloody carnage, Sikong Jing broke through their circle, somehow having seized an execution rod in his hand. He landed beside Su Yueshi, his gaze cold as death, looking once more toward the group of enforcement hall warriors. Kill! The low roar thundered through the great hall like rolling thunder. The true chi on Sikong Jing's body which had just been at the third level of illumination realm, now boiled out of control like a fierce beast breaking free from its cage. He charged into the crowd swinging his rod, each move ruthlessly decisive, his force cutting like blades through the air. Though all his opponents were 5th level illumination realm, none could withstand even one strike from his rod. Piercing screams rose one after another as the sounds of the wooden rod crushing bones and flesh exploding echoed throughout the enforcement hall. In mere moments, the battle ended. Sikong Jing landed steadily as over a dozen enforcement hall warriors lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from their mouths and noses, not one left alive. Su Yueshi, who had been frantically worried, stared wide-eyed and covered her mouth in disbelief. It was understandable. When Sikong Jing defeated Su Yun's maids and servants earlier, those people had weak martial arts skills. But the enforcement hall members were the Su family's elite forces, and he actually won against them too? The great doors of the enforcement hall still trembled, and inside, over a dozen elite fighters lay groaning on the ground. The air reeked of blood and the acrid smell of burnt spiritual energy. Su Jingtao, who had been sitting calmly on the high platform, now stood up in shock and fury, glaring at the young man in the center of the hall. Sikong Jing. Everyone could see clearly that Sikong Jing's current aura was merely at the 3rd level of the Bright Realm. Between the 3rd and 5th levels of the Bright Realm lay 2 insurmountable barriers, let alone defeating over a dozen Su family elites in one breath. Yet he had won, and won decisively. At this moment, he held the authority rod in one hand, his robes fluttering, expression indifferent as he looked down upon everyone with supreme arrogance. Sikong Jing closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy rushing through his body like torrential rivers, and sighed inwardly. The Emperor-slaying prison-breaking formula is truly formidable. In the past, he could also defeat opponents above his level, but never with such ease. Now, the Emperor-slaying prison-breaking formula guided his blood to burn, his chest thundering like war drums. What audacity! A mere criminal dares to cause havoc in the Su family's enforcement hall. Su Yun was the first to recover from her shock, shrieking, "Father, kill him!" Su Jingtao's gaze was cold as ice blades. This boy was no ordinary person before his imprisonment. But since he had been exiled and given in marriage to that ugly Su Yushi by the Lord of Yunzhou, all his backing must be gone. With this thought, his sleeves billowed as Dark Realm's spiritual energy exploded forth. Su Yushi's husband, openly causing havoc in the Su family's enforcement hall, death penalty. With these words, he stepped down from the interrogation platform, his Dark Realm's spiritual energy locking onto Sikong Jing like iron chains. Sikong Jing opened his eyes and met his gaze, killing intent rolling in his pupils. The gap of one major realm couldn't be bridged by technique alone, but Don't Forge the was once an invincible divine general, and the killing aura forged on battlefields remained. He was completely confident he could kill Su Jingtao, though at great cost. But having witnessed life and death on battlefields, how could he fear? He raised his rod to meet the challenge, each step generating wind, killing intent surging like a tide. Boom! His spiritual energy surged as he forcibly broke through to the 4th level of the Bright Realm. Unfortunately, time was too short. Given a few more days, slaying Su Jingtao would be as easy as turning his palm. Su Yushi stood at the side of the hall, knowing her second uncle's strength, her face pale as death. If this continued, Sikong Jing would surely die. She wanted to step forward but was pressed down by Su Jingtao's spiritual energy, unable to move and forced to retreat. At this critical moment, a hoarse voice came from outside the door. "Second brother, bullying a junior, aren't you ashamed?" As the voice fell, Su Yushi whipped her head around to see a pale-faced, middle-aged man at the entrance, leaning on a crutch, walking unsteadily, but with eyes like torches. She cried out in joy, "Father!" Then quickly went to support him. It was her father, Su Jinglong. Su Jingtao's spiritual energy faltered, his steps halting midair as he squinted. "Big brother, how did you come here?" By rights, his elder brother should be bedridden, still unhealed from his severe injuries 10 years ago. Su Jinglong, supported by his daughter, still gasped for breath but sneered continuously. "I heard my honest second daughter killed a wicked servant, which delighted me greatly, so I came to see. Unexpectedly, I happened upon second brother bullying a junior, which delights me even more." His words dripped with sarcasm. Su Jingtao's face darkened like storm clouds. "Big brother jests. I am the enforcement hall master, apprehending the scoundrel who caused havoc in the enforcement hall, your convenient criminal son-in-law." The brothers faced off, tension instantly filling the air. Su Jinglong shrugged, his gaze sweeping over the elite fighters on the ground. "That's still bullying a junior. And it seems you're also bullying my daughter?" With these last words, his previously sickly face suddenly turned stern, cold light blazing in his eyes. "My daughter Su Jinglong, so what if she took a pig from home? So what if she killed a wicked servant who humiliated her? You want to enforce family rules? Fine. But judging my daughter, did you ask my permission? Did you notify me? Second brother, your big brother isn't dead yet." His voice rang like a great bell, making the roof beams hum. The next instant, his previously hunched body suddenly straightened, his withered left hand gently raised as spiritual energy surged within the blink of an eye reaching the dark realm. But it didn't stop there, continuing to surge into the human realm. Su Jinglong's face remained deathly pale, but his true chi forced Su Jingtao to retreat step by step. Now, do you still want to interrogate my daughter? His voice was low and deep, cutting like a blade through bone. His fists clenched with audible cracks as Su Jingtao knew better than anyone that the pig theft was completely fabricated, and it was He who had started the insults. If he continued to press false charges now, his dying elder brother would fight to the death. He was merely at the dark realm, while his brother, despite his injuries, remained at the peak of the human realm in a real fight. He had no chance of winning. With this realization, he exhaled heavily and forced a strained smile. Elder brother, you jest. Since you've spoken, how would I dare continue the interrogation? I wouldn't want to upset you. His tone made it crystal clear that he meant, you won't live much longer anyway. Humph. Su Jinglong snorted coldly, withdrawing his true chi, followed by a bout of bone-deep, violent coughing. After a long moment, he spoke hoarsely. Now, may I take my daughter and son-in-law with me? Of course. Su Jingtao's lips twitched. But where does elder brother plan to take Yueshi? Her living at the pig farm was father's order. Elder brother shouldn't anger father again. His words still carried an underlying threat. Su Jinglong glanced at him indifferently. Oh, naturally. I'll handle father's concerns myself, no need for second brother to worry. With that, he turned to Su Yueshi and Sikong Jing. Let's go. Sikong Jing's gaze swept over Su Zhengtao and Su Yun before casually tossing the intimidation rod to the ground. He quickly moved to his father-in-law's side, saying quietly, let me support you. He could sense the chaotic chi within Su Jinglong's body and his severe injuries, yet the man still held his spine straight. The three figures gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving the air before the enforcement hall still thick with tension. Su Jingtao's knuckles cracked as his face turned sinister enough to drip blood. Su Jinglong, why won't you just die? The words slithered out from between his teeth like a venomous snake. Since childhood, Su Jinglong had been the Su family's golden child, hailed as Yunyi City's strongest prodigy, while he, Su Zhengtao, remained a transparent figure overshadowed by that brilliance. 10 years ago, when Su Jinglong was gravely injured and near death, he finally had a chance to emerge. But 10 years had passed, his elder brother hadn't died, and even now, with his severe injuries, still surpassed him in martial prowess. In a desperate fight, no one except their father, the family head, could stop him, and even father might not guarantee victory. This time, framing Su Yueshi was meant to anger his elder brother to death, but who would have expected the man to drag his sick body to the enforcement hall? Father, are we just letting that ugly freak Su Yueshi off the hook? Su Yun's face was full of resentment. Humph, didn't he say I was bullying the younger generation? Go fetch your second brother and have him challenge that good for-nothing son-in-law at their door, beat him to death. Su Jingtao's gaze turned cold. Su Yun's face lit up with joy. Right? Second brother is still at home, I'll go get him right now. On the small path outside the enforcement hall, Su Yueshi and Sikong Jing supported Su Jinglong on either side. The fear from earlier had been dispelled by her father's arrival, and the young woman's eyes reddened slightly as she fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. Father, when did you wake up? How did you know to come? Does mother know? A doting smile appeared on Su Jinglong's pale face. Your mother doesn't know, or I wouldn't have been able to come out. At these words, Su Yueshi's expression stiffened, and she sighed softly. Sikong Jing glanced sideways, puzzled. Why wouldn't his mother-in-law let her husband save their daughter? Thinking of how Yueshi had brought him to live at the pig farm for 5 days, while that mother-in-law remained completely indifferent, he grew even more confused. As father and daughter continued talking, Sikong Jing finally understood. His father-in-law had been bedridden for years, frequently falling into comas that lasted for days. Even today's marriage decree, he had only learned about after waking up. Upon hearing his daughter was confined to the pig farm, Su Jinglong had concealed this from his wife and rushed over despite his illness. On the way, he heard about his daughter being falsely accused and forced himself to storm into the enforcement hall. Understanding the full story, Sikong Jing looked at Su Jinglong with newfound respect. As they reached a secluded path, Su Jinglong suddenly turned to the silent Sikong Jing, his smile warm yet probing. I never imagined that after one sleep, my precious daughter would be married. What's your name? Sikong Jing immediately straightened. Father-in-law, my name is Sikong Jing. A good name. Su Jinglong nodded, his gaze profound. You're only at the 4th level of the Bright Realm, yet you dared to confront Su Zhengtao of the Dark Realm Heathen. Weren't you afraid of death? At this point, Su Jinglong gazed deeply at Sikong Jing. In most people's eyes, someone at the mere 4th level of the Bright Realm couldn't possibly win, wouldn't even stand a chance against Su Jingtao's finger. Yet Sikong Jing showed no fear at that moment, shielding Su Yueshi with his own body. At that instant, Su Jinglong acknowledged this son-in-law in his heart. Even though Sikong Jing bore the identity of a criminal, he recognized anyone with the courage to protect his daughter. However, he wanted to hear from Sikong Jing's own lips the reason behind such fearlessness. Without hesitation, Sikong Jing spoke candidly. Father-in-law, even though I'm only at the 4th level of the Bright Realm, it's not certain who would die. The moment these words fell, the smile on Su Zhenglong's face instantly froze, his brows furrowing tightly. This boy was too arrogant. His favorable impression plummeted. Su Zhenglong had expected something like, for Yueshi's sake, I have no regrets even in death, not this boastful declaration that sounded like a joke. Su Yueshi also frowned slightly, gently reproaching. You were too impulsive. You should have listened to me and hidden properly. If father hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Sikong Jing shook his head calmly. I'm not used to hiding behind women. Su Yueshi was taken aback. She didn't like this statement and retorted, but I'm your wife. Standing in front of you is also my responsibility. My status is different from yours. I am a member of the Su family, while you're a criminal in their eyes. They'd be delighted if you died early. Sikong Jing's heart warmed. He wanted to explain, but found himself momentarily stuck, managing only one simple sentence. I don't want my wife to suffer, not even a little bit. As these plain words fell, Su Yueshi suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes growing warm. Su Zhenglong's smile returned to his face, even with slight moisture at the corners of his eyes since his daughter's appearance was damaged 10 years ago. No one had treated her with such genuine care. Sikong Jing added, so, wait a little longer. I'll make those who humiliated you pay a heavy price. Images of Su Zhengtao and Su Yun flashed through his mind as he silently vowed. Once his cultivation advanced further, he would repay today's persecution of Su Yueshi 100-fold. Su Zhenglong's smile froze again, his mouth twitching. This son-in-law was good, just too single-minded and impulsively reckless. Well, given his daughter's current appearance, having a man who truly cared for her was already precious. With his own body's uncertain remaining time, he could only find ways to protect their growth. Su Yueshi felt both helpless and, for the first time, sweetness. Afterward, Sikong Jing followed the father and daughter through various paths within the Su residence, finally arriving at their dwelling. It was a dilapidated old courtyard with mottled walls, a dirt path overgrown with weeds, surrounded entirely by servants' quarters and environment, so crude it hardly seemed fitting for the main family. One must remember, Su Zhenglong was the eldest son of the Su family head. Noticing Sikong Jing's surprised gaze, Su Yueshi hurriedly explained. This is the old residence from before the Su family rose to prominence. The area is inhabited by servants and quite messy, please don't mind it. Sikong Jing naturally wouldn't mind, as living quarters mattered little to him. However, he increasingly realized how difficult the situation was for Su Yueshi's family within the Su residence. Just then, the courtyard gate was pushed open with a clang, and a simply dressed woman rushed out, shouting shrilly. Master, how could you sneak out without telling me? Do you still value your life? Sikong Jing looked at the middle-aged woman, and if he wasn't mistaken, she was his mother-in-law. She wore plain cotton clothes with edges washed to a faded white, and the fine lines crisscrossing her face couldn't hide her former beauty. At this moment, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, clearly anxious about Su Zhenglong's absence. Mother! Before Su Zhenglong could speak, Su Yueshi had already stepped forward and knelt in greeting. Before her words had finished, her mother-in-law Mei Xiaofeng finally noticed Su Yueshi, and her expression changed drastically as she shrieked. You disgraceful ugly creature! Why have you come back? Aren't you supposed to be at the pig farm? As the insult left her lips, Sikong Jing's brow darkened. It was painful enough when strangers humiliated Su Yueshi, but even her own mother treated her this way? Just as Su Yueshi was about to explain, Mei Xiaofeng turned to Su Zhenglong and demanded angrily. I know what happened. You told your father to go fetch you back, didn't you? It's bad enough that you disgrace yourself, but don't you know what condition your father is in? Would you even kill him just to leave the pig farm? With that, she trembled with rage, pointing her finger straight at Su Yueshi's nose. How did I ever give birth to such a jinx like you? Su Yueshi hung her head under the barrage of scolding and was about to explain when. Xiaofeng, it's not like that. Su Zhenglong hurried to defend his daughter. Shut up. Mei Xiaofeng cut him off sharply. Didn't you promise me you'd listen to everything I said? Why did you still go out? She turned and shouted. Someone come. Quickly help the master to his room to rest. Then she snatched Su Zhenglong from Su Yueshi's hands and, together with the servants who had rushed over, carefully supported him into the house. Only silence remained in the courtyard. Su Yueshi kept her head down and looked at the stunned Sikong Jing, saying quietly, Mother is like this because she worries about father's health. She'll surely scold me again in a moment. So please don't argue with her. All right? Sikong Jing remained silent for a moment. Then under Su Yueshi's pleading gaze, he finally replied in a low voice, I'll try. And so, Su Yueshi led Sikong Jing into the courtyard. Along the way, their footsteps echoed on the stone slabs like invisible war drums. As they stepped into the main hall, Mei Xiaofeng had already emerged from the inner room, her face dark as a storm cloud. She immediately spotted Sikong Jing and pointed directly at him. So you're the criminal? The word criminal made Si Kongjing's expression even colder. He despised this baseless accusation, one that Yin Tianma and Yin Ruyu had forced upon him. But remembering Su Yueshi's plea, he suppressed his anger and said quietly, "Mother-in-law, I..." "Stop. Don't call me mother-in-law. It makes me sick to hear it." Mei Xiaofeng cut him off again. Su Yueshi's expression tightened, her delicate jade hand grasping Si Kongjing's broad palm as if seeking comfort. Mei Xiaofeng's gaze then fell upon Su Yueshi, commanding coldly, "Kneel down." Su Yueshi trembled all over, tears welling in her eyes. Just as she was about to drop to her knees, the large hand holding hers suddenly tightened, refusing to let go. "I said kneel down." Seeing this, Mei Xiaofeng thought her daughter was defying her and became even more furious. Su Yueshi bit her lip, forcefully pulled her hand free, and dropped to the ground with a thud. "Someone, bring me the ruler." A servant brought the ruler. Mei Xiaofeng gripped it in her palm, her hands shaking with rage as she cursed continuously. "I'll beat you to death. You jinx. You ugly wretch. You bastard who's going to kill your father." Before she finished speaking, the ruler came down hard. Su Yueshi instinctively closed her eyes, but the expected pain never came. Her heart skipped a beat, and she opened her eyes to see Si Kongjing firmly gripping Mei Xiaofeng's wrist. "It's over. Mother will be even angrier now." Her heart tightened. Si Kongjing quickly let go of mother's hand. Si Kongjing remained motionless, his eyes ice cold, the fire in his chest burning ever brighter. "Criminal! How dare you stop me from disciplining my daughter?" Mei Xiaofeng roared, her fury threatening to consume everything. Si Kongjing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His voice remained low but carried an undeniable authority. "I'm sorry, Yueshi. I can't bear it anymore." His tiger-like eyes snapped open as he spoke each word with conviction. "Yueshi is first my wife, and only then your daughter. If you want to discipline her, have you asked my permission?" The great Shang Dynasty had always held the saying, "A married daughter is like spilled water," and Mei Xiaofeng certainly understood this. Yet she still gritted her teeth. "She's going to kill her father, so I must discipline her." Yueshi never asked her father-in-law to bring her back from the pig farm. Si Kongjing's voice was extremely low, yet each word struck like a hammer. It was the master who brought her back from the Su family's enforcement hall. Enforcement hall? Mei Xiaofeng's fierce glare froze. Si Kongjing released her hand, turned to face Su Yueshi, and suddenly tore off her veil. Half of her face, which had been trampled by Aunt Do, still bore dried blood, a shocking sight. "Ah!" Su Yueshi cried out, hastily raising her hand to cover her face, but Si Kongjing forcibly pulled it down. He took out a white handkerchief from his chest, the same one she had used to wipe his blood in the pig farm hut that day, and gently cleaned the blood from her face. A shrew named Aunt Do trampled her like this. Mei Xiaofeng's expression changed, her eyes flickering. "The enforcement hall, what exactly happened?" "I killed that shrew." Si Kongjing's voice was deep and unwavering as he recounted the entire sequence of events. Finally, he straightened up and met Mei Xiaofeng's gaze. "Tell me, mother-in-law, where were you when that shrew trampled Yueshi? Where were you when Su Yun insulted her? And where were you when Su Jingtao wanted to give her 100 lashes? If the master hadn't happened to go to the pig farm, you wouldn't need to be angry now. You could simply collect Yueshi's corpse." These resounding words struck Mei Xiaofeng's heart like hammers, leaving her speechless, her face alternating between pale and flushed. After a moment, she seemed to grasp at a final straw and shrieked back. "Isn't all this trouble caused by you, you criminal? If you hadn't killed Aunt Do, would Yueshi have been dragged to the enforcement hall?" "Those who wish to condemn will always find a pretext." Si Kongjing roared back. "The pig thefto, you really think a mere servant could fabricate such a thing?" It was clearly Su Jingtao's scheme, all to anger Yueshi's father to death. Mei Xiaofeng's face stiffened. She understood this calculation better than anyone, yet had no response. A mother doesn't find her daughter ugly, yet you're calling her a jinx one moment and an ugly wretch the next. Si Kongjing pressed forward step by step, his voice like a cold blade. "Is Yueshi really your biological daughter?" Step by step, he advanced. While it might be understandable for others to call Su Yueshi ugly, Si Kongjing couldn't comprehend why Mei Xiaofeng, Yueshi's own mother, would do the same. Just as he was about to defend Su Yueshi, she quietly tugged at his sleeve and pleaded in a low voice. "Si Kongjing, please don't say anything more." You. Mei Xiaofeng's chest heaved violently, and suddenly she threw a tantrum. "I think she's ugly. I call her a jinx. I call her hideous. What's it to you? Fine, Su Yueshi, so you've got some nerve now? Finding yourself a criminal husband to spite me to death. Is that it?" Hearing these harsh words, Su Yueshi hurriedly stood up. "Mother, that's not it. Get away. You're driving me mad. I don't want to see your ugly face right now." Mei Xiaofeng roared, pushing the door open and slamming it shut with a bang before her hurried footsteps faded into the distance. "Mother!" Su Yueshi cried out, about to chase after her, when a muffled cough came from inside the room. The sickly Su Zhenglong struggled to sit up by his bedside. "Yueshi, don't go after her." Su Yueshi turned back, her face full of worry. "Father, Mother is so angry. She'll be all right, won't she? Su Zhenglong managed a weak smile. Yeah, she can't even bear to hit you, which means she'll definitely be fine. Then he turned to Sikong Jing with a gentle tone. Aging, I hope it's all right if I call you that. Don't blame Yueshi's mother. What worries her most is still my health. When she heard that Yueshi was nearly beaten to death, she was heartbroken. She's just too proud to show it. Sikong Jing stared at the tightly closed door in a daze, then nodded thoughtfully. Su Zhenglong continued. Yueshi, show Aging to the room. Su Yueshi's expression stiffened. She stole a glance at Sikong Jing, her fingertips twisting at the corner of her clothes, her shyness evident. She led Sikong Jing through the narrow corridor and pushed open the door to her room, which would also be his dwelling from now on. The furnishings were extremely simple, an old wooden bed, a wardrobe riddled with cracks, and plain table and stools. It looked nothing like a young lady's boudoir from the Su family. It's just like I told you, not much better than a pigsty, is it? She gave a self-deprecating laugh, her eyes full of helplessness. Sikong Jing surveyed the damp walls and mottled floor tiles, his brow furrowed. Your grandfather is the head of the Su family, right? I can understand him despising you for being ugly and for marrying a criminal like me. But why would he subject his own son to such conditions? Su Yueshi lowered her eyes, her voice muffled. I can't understand how grandfather could be so heartless either. Perhaps in his eyes, father became worthless after his injury. They had lived in this broken-down room for a full 10 years, all because her father's severe injuries had rendered him useless. Sikong Jing remained silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. I will help your family escape this predicament. Su Yueshi's lips twitched in a bitter smile. What could a criminal about to be exiled possibly do to change their situation? I will also restore your appearance, he added. Su Yueshi froze, then smiled bitterly. She had long given up hope for her ruined face. Sikong Jing said nothing more in explanation. That would be the greatest surprise he could give her. Before long, an old servant called out loudly from the courtyard, "Time to eat." The two returned to the main hall, where they saw the table laden with steaming hot dishes, glistening braised pork, clear fish soup, and several fresh vegetables, filling the humble courtyard with warmth. Su Zhenglong, wrapped in thick clothing and leaning weakly against a large armchair, smiled and said, "Please sit down. Your mother prepared all this with care. Consider it your wedding feast." Su Yueshi covered her mouth in disbelief and asked, "Mother, she..." "Nonsense. I clearly made this to nourish your body. Since we can't finish it all anyway, it would just go to waste. This criminal and ugly fool are just eating the leftovers." At the kitchen doorway, Mei Xiaofang emerged carrying a large plate of steaming hot dishes, her face cold as she retorted. Su Zhenglong chuckled and said no more. Sikong Jing nodded slightly beside him, the misunderstanding in his heart quietly dissolving. So, his mother-in-law wasn't harsh after all, just stubborn. Just as the two were about to sit down, Mei Xiaofang suddenly raised her voice. "Wait. Both of you kneel down." Su Yueshi's heart tightened as she asked softly, "Mother, what did I do wrong now?" She stole a glance at Sikong Jing, worried that his foul temper would cause him to defy her on the spot. To her surprise, the man knelt without hesitation, his movements swift and decisive. Su Yueshi was stunned for half a second before kneeling beside him. "Kowtow 3 times to apologize for offending me." Mei Xiaofang continued issuing orders. Sikong Jing looked up at his mother-in-law. Inwardly amused, this was clearly her way of conducting a wedding ceremony for them. He had already seen through her intentions but played along with her temperament without exposing her. Beside him, Su Yueshi remained completely bewildered. Why was this man suddenly so obedient? Just as the two were about to bow down, Mei Xiaofang pulled out a piece of bright red silk cloth and casually placed it over Su Yueshi's head, muttering, "Even with a veil you're still so ugly. Use this to cover your face instead." The red cloth fell down, casting Su Yueshi's vision in a crimson hue. She suddenly understood, and tears instantly blurred her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding kowtows hit the ground. Sikong Jing helped her up and grabbed the wedding wine that had been prepared on the table. "Father-in-law and mother-in-law, your son-in-law drinks first in respect." The two drank together, draining their cups in one gulp. The simple yet solemn wedding ceremony was complete. Sikong Jing gently lifted the red cloth and saw tears streaming from her eyes, silently vowing, from this day forward, he would protect her for the rest of their lives. "A family of 4, sit down and eat." Mei Xiaofang slammed the chopsticks on the table, her voice still stern. Halfway through the meal, she slowed her movements and whispered worriedly to Su Zhenglong, "Master, Yueshi living at the pig farm was that old bastard's order. Now that you've brought them back, how do you plan to explain this to him?" That old bastard referred to Su Yueshi's grandfather, Su Xiefeng. With Su Jingtao's family secretly fanning the flames, this matter was indeed thorny. Su Zhenglong pondered for a long while before his expression turned cold. "I've made up my mind. If father continues to blame us, I'll destroy Su Jingtao." Before his words had finished, a cheerful male voice came from outside the courtyard. "Uncle needn't worry. My father has already pleaded with grandfather on your behalf." He won't hold it against Su Yueshi and the criminal for leaving the pig farm anymore. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang looked up in unison, exclaiming softly, Su Yang. At the doorway, a man and woman strode in. The woman was Su Yun, and the man was her second brother, Su Yang. Oh, are you having a wedding celebration? Su Yang entered with a smirk, his eyes gleaming with malice. He immediately spotted the red cloth on Su Yueshi's head and sneered, Uncle, that's not very honorable of you. How could you not invite me to Sister Yueshi's wedding ceremony? Su Yun chimed in with unbridled laughter. Second brother, what face would Uncle have to invite us to a wedding that even pigs wouldn't attend? Marrying an exiled criminal, the Su family's reputation has been dragged through the mud. The siblings took turns mocking, their contempt written all over their faces. Mei Xiaofang's face turned ashen as she angrily shouted, Su Yang, Su Yun, get out. You're not welcome in my home. Though her words were fierce, she knew in her heart that Su Yueshi had nearly faced corporal punishment, and Su Yun was deeply involved in that incident. The Su siblings paid no heed, shrugging as they sat down. Su Yang crossed his legs and squinted playfully. Aunt, would you like to know why my father pleaded for Su Yueshi? And why grandfather allowed her to return home? These two questions struck at Mei Xiaofang's deepest doubts. What exactly were Su Zhengtao and that old man plotting? Crash. The chair beneath Su Yang suddenly shattered. He stood up, his gaze piercing as he stared at Su Zhenglong. Because I will personally cripple your criminal son-in-law's limbs. Grandfather is pleased, so naturally he agreed. The family of three's faces changed dramatically. Su Zhenglong's energy surged as he growled, You dare? It turned out that old master Su Xiefeng had agreed to let Yueshi leave the pig farm because he wanted to use Su Yang to cripple Sikong Jing, seeking revenge for that slap at the enforcement hall. Su Yun sneered coldly. Uncle, are you trying to bully the younger generation? This remark made Su Zhenglong's expression freezy, had used these exact words to silence Su Zhengtao at the enforcement hall. Su Yang ignored Su Zhenglong, pointing directly at Sikong Jing with an air of superiority. Criminal, I, Su Yang, am of your generation. I challenge you now, do you dare accept? His energy surged, and the aura of an 8th-level bright realm cultivator instantly filled the hall. Sikong Jing's expression remained indifferent as he slowly rose, but Su Yueshi blocked his path. She urgently pleaded, You can't accept. Su Yang is at the 8th level of bright realm, you can't win. Father said you're only at the 4th level, that's half his strength. Su Yang pressed his advantage. Grandfather said if you, criminal, don't dare to fight, then take this ugly wretch Su Yueshi back to the pig farm and serve as the Su family's servants for life. Cough, cough, cough. Su Zhenglong coughed until his face turned purple, his eyes bloodshot. Father and Su Zhengtao are too ruthless. They're literally trying to force Sikong Jing to his death. However, Sikong Jing stepped around Su Yueshi and took a step forward. Su Yueshi frantically grabbed him. You still can't fight. I'm not afraid of living in the pig farm. He turned to gaze at her anxious eyes, speaking each word deliberately. I am your husband. Now that I've awakened, I won't let you live in such a place again. This is my responsibility. He withdrew his hand from her grip and spoke calmly. I accept the challenge. Today was his wedding day, and also the day Sikong Jing truly saw the world's cruelty and warmth. He would fight for his newlywed wife, using his fists to declare his rebirth. The invincible divine general was dead. He would gladly become a fierce beast, tearing apart injustice to protect those dear to him. Behind him, Su Yueshi watched his tall figure, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She was so ugly, yet why was he so kind to her? Knowing he couldn't win, but still willing to fight, just to spare her suffering, was this what a husband meant? Mei Xiaofang's voice trembled. You bastard! Are you trying to make my daughter a widow on her wedding day? Su Zhenglong smiled bitterly. This son-in-law is stubborn. He probably offended people the same way before being exiled. All three family members believed Sikong Jing had no chance of victory. Huh. Su Yang threw back his head and laughed. The criminal does have some courage. I, Su Yang, have always been kind-hearted. When I break your limbs later, I'll make it quick. He was overjoyed, thinking to himself that this fool had actually been provoked by his few words. You talk too much. Sikong Jing's icy voice exploded in Su Yang's ears. Boom. Su Yang's laughter stopped abruptly. A massive fist suddenly rushed toward him. He instinctively crossed his arms to block, but heard Sikong Jing's low shout again. Your speed is too slow. Bang. The fist struck him square in the face. Su Yang saw stars, blood spraying through the air as he flew backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily to the ground. Sikong Jing gracefully descended, while behind him, Su Yueshi and the others stared in disbelief. Ugh! Su Yang collapsed to the ground in a disheveled state, blood spilling from his mouth. Second brother. Su Yun screamed, rushing over to help him up. Su Yang wiped the crimson blood from the corner of his mouth, then suddenly pushed Su Yun away. Staggering to his feet, he pointed angrily at Sikong Jing in the distance. You criminal scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Sikong Jing approached step by step, his voice low. In the military, all is fair in war. However, I didn't use my full strength in that punch just now, otherwise you'd already be dead. His tone was calm, yet carried an air of arrogance, as if he were the true 8th level Bright Realm cultivator, not Su Yang. In fact, even when facing Su Zhengtao of the Dark Realm, he was confident he could kill with one strike, let alone the insignificant Su Yinj if he truly wanted to ambush. Killing 100 would be easy enough. Su Yin didn't believe it at all. She pointed at Sikong Jing and said hatefully, "A sneak attack is a sneak attack. Second brother, break his limbs quickly, I want to tear his mouth apart." Su Zhenglong behind Sikong Jing also came to his senses, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He likewise didn't believe Sikong Jing hadn't launched a sneak attack. A 4th level Bright Realm cultivator could never land a direct hit on Su Yang. Mei Xiaofang also scolded. Instead of bragging, why not press your advantage? She could now see that Sikong Jing had launched a sneak attack and felt that any further words were meaningless. Boom. True Qi surged. Waves of energy rolled around Su Yang's body as he spread his feet and assumed a fighting stance, his voice cold. "I'm going to slowly twist off your limbs and make you wish you were dead. Take this falling peak fist." The true Qi of an 8th level Bright Realm cultivator instantly concentrated at his fist as he struck directly at Sikong Jing. In comparison, the weak true Qi within Sikong Jing's body was like grains of sand caught in a hurricane. Su Yueshi's heart tightened suddenly, her delicate hands clenching into small fists, as if she could already see her husband being sent flying and spitting blood. However, in the next instant, everyone's gaze froze. Sikong Jing neither dodged nor evaded, simply extending his hand to firmly grasp Su Yang's fist and stop it cold. "With such little true Qi, you dare claim to be 8th level Bright Realm? Pathetic." As his words fell, he drove his knee hard into Su Yang's abdomen. Bang! Su Yang's eyes bulged as blood vessels burst, and his entire body was sent flying again, crashing heavily to the ground. Su Yueshi, Su Zhenglong, and Mei Xiaofang's pupils dilated. How was Sikong Jing winning again? Sikong Jing withdrew his gaze and turned to nod slightly at Mei Xiaofang. "Mother-in-law, I wasn't boasting earlier." Su Zhenglong was shocked in his heart. Could this son-in-law truly possess such strength? Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed as he shouted a stern warning. "Watch your back. Don't get distracted." Blade wind rose suddenly, cold light pressed against his back. Su Yang roared, "Criminal, you've enraged me. I didn't want to use my full strength, but now I'll grind your bones to dust." As the second young master of the Su family, he had always been prestigious in Cloudwild City. To be beaten so thoroughly by a sickly wretch, if outsiders saw this, wouldn't they die laughing? He had to turn this around. In his fury, the long blade in his hand traced a lightning arc, slashing horizontally at Sikong Jing's back with deadly intent. During the rebellion of the Seven Kingdoms, Sikong Jing had once counter-killed 7 peak transcendent assassins while surrounded. Though his cultivation had fallen now, his instincts remained. As soon as the blade approached, he reached out to grasp it. Su Zhenglong cried out, "Don't try to catch it barehanded." That's the Su family's Golden Thunder 8 blades, a lower-tier mystic grade combat technique. Martial techniques and cultivation methods were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Lower-tier Mystic grade was already considered rare and high-level in Cloudwild City. Catching a blade with bare hands was tantamount to suicide. Mei Xiaofang screamed, "You bastard! Can't you understand what people are saying?" Su Yueshi's face paled beneath her veil. Her husband's hand was probably done for. However, clang. The blade edge was firmly pinched between 5 fingers, unable to advance even an inch. Slap. Sikong Jing's other hand swung in a wide arc, delivering a resounding slap to Su Yang's face. Su Yang flew through the air for the 3rd time, tumbling into the dust, blood streaming. The long blade slipped from his grip and was seized by Sikong Jing. A cold gleam flashed as the blade edge pressed against Su Yang's neck. Sikong Jing looked down, his tone calm. "You wanted to cripple my hands and feet." That simple sentence struck like thunder. Su Zhenglong was left speechless. Su Yueshi instinctively covered her small mouth beneath her veil, and Mei Xiaofang looked utterly incredulous. All 3 felt as if they were dreaming. Had Sikong Jing really just won? Su Yang was stunned, taking quite a while to realize he was sprawled on the ground with a sharp blade still pressed against his neck. How had he lost? He replayed the scene over and over in his mind, but could only catch blurred afterimages: Sikong Jing gripping the blade, drawing it, the edge falling, all completed in the blink of an eye, so fast it was despairing. Even Su Zhenglong, once a renowned prodigy who dominated Yunyi City, hadn't been able to catch a single flaw. "Criminal, what are you doing?" Su Yun's sharp rebuke shattered the deathly silence as she rushed forward. Slap. Without even turning his head, Sikong Jing delivered a resounding slap across Su Yun's face. "What am I doing?" Giving him a taste of his own medicine. His voice remained calm, but his gaze fell like ice upon Su Yang's limbs. "Su Yang wanted to break my arms and legs, so I'll break his." "Stop it, criminal." Su Yun was knocked to the ground, her eyes red-rimmed as she looked up and shouted angrily. If you dare cripple my second brother, you're dead. This threat made Su Jinglong's expression change drastically as he hurriedly spoke up. Aging, stop first and listen to me. Sikong Jing glanced at him, his tone still indifferent. Father-in-law, don't worry. They said themselves this was a duel between juniors. If I cripple Su Yang, even the Su family head wouldn't dare openly retaliate. He understood what Su Jinglong was worried about. Su Yang had initiated the challenge and threatened to cripple his limbs first. Now that he'd lost, how could they have the audacity to seek revenge? But Su Jinglong shook his head repeatedly. If you cripple Su Yang, they can't move against you directly, but Su Yang has an elder brother, Su Shan. He's traveling abroad and will return in 10 days. Given his temperament, he'll definitely challenge you, and it will be a fight to the death. Su Yun, covering her swollen face, sneered coldly. That's right. When Big Brother returns in 10 days, both you and Su Yushi will die. Su Jinglong won't be able to protect you either. At the mention of Su Shan, cold confidence rekindled in her eyes. Su Yushi hurried to Sikong Jing's side and whispered persuasively. Su Shan is the entire Su family's treasure. For his sake, grandfather would do anything, so Su Yang can't be crippled. The anything implied in her words included eliminating Su Jinglong's entire family. After pondering for a moment, Sikong Jing asked, what realm is Su Shan in? Su Jinglong's expression grew grave. When he left home a year ago, he had already entered the Dark Realm. By now, he's at least at the 3rd level of the Dark Realm. The Dark Realm and Bright Realm were separated by an insurmountable chasm. Even though Sikong Jing had defeated Su Yang, it would be difficult to bridge such a gap. Su Yang, pinned to the ground, let out a triumphant, sinister laugh. Let me go, or my big brother will crush you with one finger. Ah. Dark Realm 3rd level? That's no problem. Sikong Jing casually dropped this comment and lifted his foot, stepping firmly on Su Yang's arm joint crack. The sound of breaking bone was crisp, and screams pierced the sky. His expression unchanged. He moved towards Su Yang's remaining arm and 2 legs. In just a few breaths, a series of cracking sounds rang out. Su Yang's 4 limbs were completely shattered, the pain so intense he fainted directly, his screams cutting off abruptly. Aging Yu. Su Jinglong stared in shock, realizing all his previous advice had fallen on deaf ears. The entire courtyard fell into dead silence, with everyone staring at Sikong Jing with their mouths agape. After a few short, sharp breaths, Su Yun suddenly screamed, second brother. She stumbled towards Su Yang, only to see his bloodied hands and feet twisted at unnatural angles, her face instantly turning deathly pale. You criminals. Su Yueshi, just wait for your trip to hell. I'm going to tell grandfather right now. She shrieked her threats before hastily summoning the household servants to carry away the unconscious Su Yang. As the siblings disappeared into the depths of the night, the courtyard remained still as stagnant water. Suddenly, a shrill soprano voice shattered the silence. Mother-in-law Mei Xiaofeng pointed at Sikong Jing, her voice trembling. You criminal, are you out of your mind? Everyone said there would be serious consequences for crippling Su Yang, so why did you insist on doing it? Her chest heaved violently like an enraged mother cat as she approached step by step. Sikong Jing merely smiled, his tone calm. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, please rest assured. I know what I'm doing. Having married tonight, he was now the son-in-law of Su Jinglong and Mei Xiaofeng, and should consider their feelings. Without confidence, he would never act rashly. Su Shan wouldn't return for 10 days, and his cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of the Dark Realm. By then, his own cultivation would surely improve, and even now he could kill him. Crippling Su Yang was merely a small matter. You know what you're doing? How dare you claim that? Mei Xiaofeng trembled all over. Even children know there are several heavens of difference between the Bright Realm and Dark Realm. Just because you defeated Su Yang across realms doesn't mean you can defeat Su Shan the same way. With Dark Realm true chi, you can't even get close. She admitted that Sikong Jing's cross-realm victory over Su Yang was already incredibly unbelievable, but a Bright Realm defeating Dark Realm had never happened in Yunyi City, not even at the 9th level of Bright Realm. Mother-in-law, I can get close. Sikong Jing had barely begun when Mei Xiaofeng harshly interrupted. Get close my ass. Do you think the Dark Realm is easy to assassinate? In 10 days is that old bastard Su Xiefeng's birthday banquet, and he wants to oversee your fair combat while taking the opportunity to wipe us out completely. Our family is already miserable enough, and now you, this criminal, come to bring us more disaster. After finishing her tirade in one breath, she panted like a bull. Su Yueshi hurried over to mediate. Mother, Sikong Jing was just venting anger for me. Please don't blame him. Indeed, though Sikong Jing had been impulsive, he had allowed them to release their pent-up frustration thoroughly. What good is venting anger? First, you need to consider whether you can survive. Mei Xiaofeng shook off her daughter's hand and declared sternly. Tonight, you two are not allowed to share a room. What? Su Yueshi's mouth fell open. Mei Xiaofeng had already helped Su Jinglong to his feet, and coldly threw back one final statement. This criminal will surely be killed by Su Shan in 10 days. I won't let my daughter's pure and innocent body be defiled by him. If not for the marriage decree from the Lord of Yunzhou, I'd throw him out right now. This is infuriating. The decree from the Lord of Yunzhou was like heavy shackles, binding Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi tightly together. Unless Sikong Jing died, the Su family could not escape this prison. Sigh. Su Zhenglong let out a low sigh, saying nothing as he shuffled his injured body back to his room. His wounds, his father's, and the Su manor's coldness, his daughter's disfigurement weighed heavily on his heart. He had thought his daughter had finally found a good husband, but unexpectedly, this man acted impulsively and would ultimately bring fatal disaster. Breaking Su Yang's limbs for a moment's satisfaction would also provoke his father Su Xiefeng's towering rage. Inside the courtyard, only Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi remained. Cold winds seeped through the roof tiles, causing the courtyard lanterns to sway gently. Though tonight's wedding had been modest, it had briefly held warmth. Now only scattered disarray remained. Sikong Jing lowered his gaze, self-reproach welling up within him, not regret for crippling Su Yang, for he would do it again given the chance. What troubled him was that Su Yueshi had suffered humiliation because of him. Yueshi, the fact that the Lord of Yunzhou arranged my marriage proves I'm no ordinary person. Sikong Jing lowered his voice, making his tone as gentle as possible. Trust me, I will definitely win in 10 days. This was the only promise he could offer. As for revealing that he was the legendary invincible divine general of the great Shang Dynasty, those words ultimately remained unspoken. If that identity were exposed, enemies numerous as mountains and courtiers from across the realm would swarm upon them, benefiting no one. Sikong Jing also understood why Yin Tianma hadn't claimed it was an imperial marriage only by calling it arranged by the Lord of Yunzhou. Would others not speculate about his true identity? Of course, Yin Tianma wasn't protecting him, but rather following 9th Princess Yin Ruyu's wishes, to have this former divine general marry an ugly wife and live out his days in obscurity. Su Yueshi's hand quietly covered his palm. I am already your rightful wife. No matter what happens, I will stay by your side. She had once anchored her will to live in her parents. Now as a wife, her husband naturally came first. Sikong Jing's eyes grew warm as he gently pulled her into his embrace, his throat tightening. You truly don't mind that I'm ugly? Nestled against his broad chest, Su Yueshi murmured softly. She remembered how he had pulled away her veil and wiped the blood from her face with his handkerchief. Those eyes had held not a trace of disgust, a gaze she had never encountered before. Sikong Jing chuckled softly. Don't speak such foolishness. Besides, I might have a surprise for you in 10 days. If all went smoothly, within 10 days he could reach the 9th level of the Bright Realm. Following her mother Mei Xiaofeng's instructions, the two still slept in separate rooms that night. After Su Yueshi returned to her chamber, Sikong Jing immediately sat cross-legged and immersed himself in cultivation. At the same time, elsewhere in the Su residence, lights still burned. Su Zhengtao was playing chess with a white-haired elder, his father, Su Xiefeng, the Su family patriarch. Since his eldest son Su Zhenglong had been severely injured, Su Xiefeng had focused all his attention on his second son's branch, caring for them meticulously over the past decade. Chess pieces clicked against the board when Su Zhengtao suddenly spoke. Father, why only cripple that criminal? Wouldn't it be better to kill him outright? Su Xiefeng's expression darkened. The Lord of Yunzhou arranged this marriage. Who knows what schemes lie beneath? That criminal cannot die too soon. I'll act once I've determined which way the wind blows. He snorted coldly. This person must have committed grave crimes or offended someone powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't use that hideous creature to humiliate him. By hideous creature, he meant his own granddaughter, Su Yueshi. At this thought, Su Xiefeng grew even more irritated, grinding his teeth. What rotten luck. I, Su Xiefeng, have the ugliest granddaughter in all of Yunzhou. Her very breathing irritates me. Yet precisely because she's the ugliest, she was chosen for this marriage arrangement, bringing shame to the Su family. Father, please calm yourself, Su Zhengtao hastily soothed. Su Yang, crippling that criminal was an early birthday gift for you. Su Xiefeng felt much better thinking about soon seeing the criminal with severed limbs, but still said hatefully, I really want to see that criminal's miserable state with my own eyes. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from outside the courtyard. Second master, something terrible has happened. The voice trembled, piercing straight to the heart. The second master, in the shout, referred to Su Zhengtao. A servant stumbled into the courtyard, his face pale with panic before he could even steady himself. Young Master Su Yang. He. Slap. Su Zhengtao backhanded him with a crisp sound, instantly swelling half the servant's face. What's the rush? Speak properly. Can't you see the old master is here? Su Xiefeng's cold eyes swept over, his tone icy. What happened to Xiaoyang? Did he accidentally kill that criminal? Or did he kill that ugly freak? It doesn't matter either way, dead is dead. No. Second young master's arms and legs are all broken. The servant's throat was dry, but his words struck like thunder. Boom. Father and son felt as if struck by a massive hammer. their vision darkening, blood surging in their chests. What did you say? Their roars erupted almost simultaneously as they rushed out the door. Under the corridor outside the courtyard, Su Yang lay on a wooden stretcher, his limbs hanging limply, joints and bones completely shattered, blood seeping through his sleeves and trouser legs. Su Yun knelt beside the stretcher, tears mixed with dust, her pretty face streaked with crying. Su Xiefeng's black and white whiskers stood on end as he demanded in a deep voice, "Who did this? Was it that dog Su Zhenglong? Besides him, who would dare cripple my grandson?" Su Yun gritted her teeth and twisted the story into a sneak attack. It was that damned criminal who ambushed second brother when he wasn't prepared. Otherwise, second brother would never have lost. The criminal? I'll slaughter him. Su Jingtao's true qi exploded within him, his sleeves flapping as he turned to kill. Stop! Su Xiefeng's sharp command rang out, his voice hoarse as a broken drum. Even if it was a sneak attack, this was nominally a dispute between juniors. Xiaoyang lost, and Su Zhenglong has an excuse to fight desperately. Su Jingtao's steps froze. Thinking of Su Zhenglong's madness when desperate, his heart chilled. Even father couldn't gain an advantage against that ruthless man. But seeing Su Yang covered in blood, his eyes reddened. Father, are we just going to swallow this insult? Su Xiefeng's gaze was like ice. Of course not. Xiaoshan returns in 10 days for my birthday celebration. Then I'll have him personally kill that criminal. We have to endure for 10 more days? Su Jingtao gritted his teeth, killing intent burning like fire. Su Xiefeng suddenly commanded, "Pass down my order." From this moment, cut off all financial support to Su Zhenglong's family. They won't get a single copper coin from the Su residents. As soon as the order was given, he led people out urgently to find famous doctors to reset Su Yang's bones and reconnect his tendons. As the figures departed, Su Jingtao's chest heaved violently, his expression sinister. In 10 days, not only must that criminal die, I'll also anger Su Zhenglong to death. Father's birthday banquet will be their funeral. Dawn broke. Xikong Jing had sat cross-legged motionless all night, true qi flowing like tides within him until he broke through to the 5th level of the Ming realm. Only then did he exhale a long breath of white mist and open his eyes. What are you doing? Don't take it, don't take it. His mother-in-law Mei Xiaofeng's terrified screams suddenly came from outside the door. Bang! The door was pushed open as Su Yueshi rushed in breathlessly. Xikong Jing, the servants in the house are stealing mother's things. Xikong Jing's expression darkened as he took Su Yueshi's hand and strode quickly to the center of the courtyard. 6 or 7 Su residents' servants had gathered in the courtyard, surrounding Mei Xiaofeng and refusing to disperse. A middle-aged couple was desperately pulling at the silk in her hands. Mei Xiaofeng angrily shouted back, "Are you crazy? Let go." The middle-aged servant viciously tugged at the silk, refusing to release it. "Humph, you still owe us half a month's wages. Are you trying to starve us to death?" The middle-aged servant snatching the silk said maliciously. Mei Xiaofeng's expression froze upon hearing these words, and the silk fabric in her hands was immediately snatched away by the male servant. Ah! The unexpected tug caught her off guard, causing her to stumble forward directly toward the female servant. The female servant sneered and stepped aside without hesitation. Just as Mei Xiaofeng was about to fall, a strong arm reached out in time to steady her. It was Xikong Jing. After helping her regain her balance, Xikong Jing handed his mother-in-law over to Su Yueshi behind him, then looked up and surveyed the servants with cold, steely eyes. His fists slowly clenched as he spoke in a low voice to the male servant who had seized the fabric. "Give it back." Those 4 simple words echoed through the cramped courtyard like the growl of a fierce beast, causing the male servant to instinctively step back. However, the female servant showed no fear, her voice sharp and piercing. "Why should we? Mei Xiaofeng owes us half a month's wages. Why should we return it?" Her words emboldened the male servant, who immediately chimed in. "That's right. You owe us money and still act like you're in the right." The other servants in the courtyard regained their confidence, their voices rising one after another. "The Su family's first lady wants to starve us to death. What's wrong with taking some of her things? This is rightfully ours anyway." With strength in numbers, their intimidation by Xikong Jing quickly diminished. At that moment, Mei Xiaofeng's hoarse voice came from behind Xikong Jing. "I was wrong to owe you wages, but who resorts to outright robbery? Besides, it's only been half a month." Supported by Su Yueshi, Mei Xiaofeng stepped forward despite her pale complexion. The male servant crumpled the silk fabric in his hands and sneered. "Half a month isn't long enough? Given your current situation, we can't afford to wait even one more day. Who knows how much longer you can hold out?" The female servant added insult to injury. "You, Mei Xiaofeng, are nothing but a shrew and a deadbeat who won't pay her debts." The word deadbeat pierced her heart like a blade. Mei Xiaofeng's eyes immediately reddened. As the Su family's first lady, she had never endured such humiliation. Moreover, in the past 20 years, she had never delayed wages by even a penny. This was the first time. Su Yueshi became anxious. Aunt Li, my mother has always treated you all well as it necessary to speak so harshly. These servants were all long-time employees who had served the Su family since her father's prosperous days. Even after their downfall, her mother had continued to treat them fairly, only to be called a shrew and deadbeat in return. Especially this Aunt Li, who had been her mother's dowry maid. However, her defense only earned a chorus of mocking laughter. Aunt Li narrowed her eyes and pressed coldly. I don't care, you must pay us the wages you owe. Right now. Su Yueshi opened her mouth but found herself speechless, as they were indeed in debt first. Mei Xiaofang smiled bitterly. I understand. Tomorrow, when the Su Manor's allowance arrives, I'll settle everything with you all. Upon hearing the words, allowance, Su Yueshi's heart sank. Her mother was clearly deeply hurt. The Su Manor's allowance had been decreasing year by year, and had been cut in half over the past 2 months, which was why they couldn't pay the wages. Her mother had originally planned to wait another 10 days, until after her father's birthday celebration when they would receive gift money, then settle everything together. She had always believed these longtime servants would understand. But they had waited merely half a month before resorting to robbery and debt collection. The Su Manor's allowance? Aunt Li laughed as if she had heard a joke. Mei Xiaofang, are you dreaming? What allowance do you think you still have coming? Mei Xiaofang was stunned, her mind going blank. What do you mean? Although the allowance is small, although that old fool Su Xiefeng looks down on us, we still receive something. Oh my, it seems you don't know yet. Old Master Su has already given the order to cut off all financial support to your family. Not a single copper coin will be provided. Boom. As Li Yi's words fell, it was like a thunderclap exploding in Mei Xiaofeng's mind. With their allowance cut off, what would their family live on? Su Jinglong had once led the Su family into the ranks of Yunyi City's 4 great families. Yet now they couldn't even secure a few copper coins? At this thought, Mei Xiaofeng let out a piercing, anguished scream. 20 years ago, the Su family was merely a second-tier clan, rising to prominence entirely through Su Jinglong's efforts. Now, with their allowance severed, it was tantamount to strangling his life. Li was counting on that money to buy medicine to stay alive. Li Yi's face twisted with malice as she shrieked. Pay up, or don't blame us for emptying your house. As her words fell, all the servants behind her stepped forward in unison, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Mei Xiaofang gritted her teeth and said bitterly, I've given you plenty of rewards over the years. Surely that's worth more than half a month's wages? More than worth enough to cover 10 years. Li Yi sneered coldly, pressing her advantage. But those were gifts you gave willingly. I never begged you for them. Slap. A crisp sound rang out as Li Yi's face instantly showed 5 red finger marks. Xikong Jing stepped out from the crowd, his presence commanding, his voice cold and hard. Return the items. Li Yi was both shocked and furious, covering her face as she screamed. They're hitting people. The Su family owes money and won't pay. And now they're hitting people. Is there no justice? We've worked our whole lives for the Su mansion. Her shrieks alarmed the surrounding area. This was the Su family's old residence, with neighboring courtyards housing Su mansion servants. Amid the sound of rushing footsteps, servants dressed in household attire gathered at the courtyard gate. Li, what's happening? Someone called out. Li Yi pointed at Mei Xiaofang, wailing. We knelt and begged for our owed wages, but this shrew had her criminal son-in-law hit me. I've served her faithfully all these years. Wah wah wah. This complete distortion of the truth nearly made Mei Xiaofang faint with rage. Where was any kneeling and begging? It was clearly coercion and robbery. Even Xikong Jing was momentarily stunned. Then fury surged through him as he stepped forward again, delivering another slap to Li Yi's face. This time, the onlookers saw clearly, and immediately gasps arose with murmurs spreading through the crowd. How inhumane, owing money and hitting people too. They'll face divine retribution. We're just servants in their eyes. We probably don't even count as human. Let's go to the enforcement hall and report this to Second Master Su. Dozens of servants pointed and whispered, condemning Mei Xiaofang and Su Yueshi with their words. Xikong Jing could no longer contain his rage, his stance shifting ominously. Criminal, you stop right there. Mei Xiaofang shrieked, blocking his path. You can't hit anyone else. Are you trying to roast me over a fire? She too wanted nothing more than to beat Li Yi senseless, but if they continued fighting, their family would surely drown in gossip. With Li Yi's talent for twisting the truth, further conflict would only make them enemies of the entire Su mansion. Xikong Jing paused slightly but still surged forward, grabbing Li Yi by the collar and pronouncing coldly. The first slap was for your ingratitude and insubordination as a servant against your master. The second slap was for your lies and distortions. The third slap is for kicking someone when they're down. Slap. The third blow sent Li Yi staggering to the ground. Xikong Jing looked down at the crowd, his voice like clashing cold iron. We owe you half a month's wages, and we never said we wouldn't pay. Come find me in 3 days to collect your money. I'll pay 10 times the amount. Now all of you get out or die. Xikong Jing's furious gaze swept over them, his killing intent overwhelming. If any soldiers from the great Shang Dynasty's army were present, they would understand just how terrifying the killing intent of the invincible divine General Sikong Jing truly was. The chilling murderous aura pressed down over the courtyard like sharp blades, forcing the servants to the ground as if crushed by an invisible weight. Their chests felt tight, and even breathing became difficult. Only when Sikong Jing slightly restrained his power did that suffocating pressure dissipate, allowing everyone to finally exhale in relief. Suddenly, someone mustered the courage to speak. 10 times repayment? Are you serious? I always mean what I say. Sikong Jing's gaze was cold and sharp, his voice like ice shards. Aunt Li covered her burning cheek, her eyes filled with venom. What if you can't produce it? Then my life is yours. Sikong Jing replied without hesitation. Su Zhengtao sent you to cause trouble because he wants my life, doesn't he? He hit the nail on the head. Old Master Su had cut off their money, and the servants were demanding rewards through rebellion. Without Su Jingtao's manipulation behind the scenes, things could never have escalated to this point. Good, good, good. Those are your words. Aunt Li coldly dropped this line and called to the others. Let's go. Stop. Sikong Jing barked, his gaze locking onto the male servant who was about to turn away. Leave what you took. The male servant clutched the silk fabric that belonged to Mei Xiaofeng's collection. Hearing this, his face turned pale, and he could only grit his teeth and throw the silk back in front of Sikong Jing. The courtyard gate swung open with a clatter as the servants filed out with lowered heads, disappearing completely in moments, leaving only the echo of hurried footsteps at the alley entrance. Sikong Jing picked up the soft silk fabric and turned to hand it to Mei Xiaofeng, mother-in-law. Halfway through his words, a fierce wind struck his face. Slap. Mei Xiaofeng swung her hand, the air crackling with a sharp whoosh. Sikong Jing reacted quickly, flipping his wrist to catch her hand firmly yet gently, asking in a low voice. Mother-in-law, what are you doing? You dare ask. Mei Xiaofeng's eyes were red-rimmed, her emotions nearly out of control. If you hadn't crippled Su Yang, would that old bastard Su Xiefeng have cut off our monthly allowance? You just promised 10 times repayment. Where are we supposed to find 10 times the wages? Last night when you two had your wedding ceremony, we spent our last penny. Do you know that? She pointed at Sikong Jing, her voice hoarse yet continuously shrieking. Since I'm married into the Su family, I've never been this miserable. For 10 years since Yueshi's father was severely injured, no matter how hard it got, I could endure. But after you appeared, could I possibly be any worse off? If Su Yueshi is a jinx, then you're 10 times the jinx. The servant's betrayal had become the final straw that broke her, and 10 years of accumulated grievances and resentment erupted completely. Sikong Jing stood frozen, releasing her hand and saying solemnly, Mother-in-law, don't worry about money. Within 3 days, I'll ensure you're no longer struggling financially. We'll never ask the Su family for even a single copper coin again. He remembered the taste of poverty from his youth, and understood that making money wasn't particularly difficult for him, just needed 3 days of secluded cultivation to improve his realm, and the problem would be solved. Mei Xiaofeng stared at him coldly, her lips curving into a mocking smile. Fine. If you can't produce it in 3 days, then kill yourself. At least then our family can have some peace. After dropping this harsh statement, she staggered back as if her bones had been drained, too exhausted even to question further, and walked heavily toward the inner chambers. Mother, Su Yueshi, who had been unable to get a word in, finally couldn't help but call out softly. Mei Xiaofeng's steps paused slightly, but she didn't turn around. Your father has fallen unconscious again. Don't let him know about this. I won't allow you to upset him anymore. He can't take it. Her thin figure looked lonely and rigid, shoulders slightly trembling, before finally disappearing through the courtyard gate. Su Yueshi lowered her head, biting her lip to hold back tears, humiliation and heartache intertwining on her face. After a long silence, Sikong Jing suddenly asked, Yueshi, does mother-in-law always take her anger out on you just because of your appearance? He could understand others' distrust of him, but he couldn't accept blaming all misfortunes on Su Yueshi. Was her father's injury also somehow her fault? No, father's severe injuries 10 years ago were directly related to me. When Su Yueshi spoke in a low voice, Sikong Jing's consciousness trembled, and his gaze instantly froze. She was only 8 years old at the time, playing outside when a wealthy and domineering young nobleman took a fancy to her, wanting to take her as a servant. Without any explanation, the man barged into the Su family home, revealed his shocking identity, and forced Su Zhenglong to agree, threatening that the Su family would be destroyed instantly otherwise. Su Zhenglong had no power to resist, and could only secure a 1-day farewell period for his daughter. The next morning, Su Yueshi woke up to find her face grotesquely twisted and extremely ugly. Sikong Jing's eyelids twitched violently with such a sudden change in appearance. The young nobleman would surely renege on his word, and his fury would inevitably be directed at the Su family. Indeed, when the young nobleman flew into a rage, the Su family's eldest daughter, Su Yuexian, stepped forward and volunteered to take her sister's place. Only then did Sikong Jing realize that Su Yueshi was actually the Su family's second daughter. Su Yuexian was taken away, but the young nobleman found her far inferior to Su Yueshi. He still resorted to violence, leaving Su Zhenglong severely injured on the spot. Su Yueshi bit her lip lightly, her voice trembling. Afterward, father became like this. Sikong Jing secretly deduced that Su Yueshi's facial transformation was most likely caused by Su Yuexian secretly administering crimson spider poison, with the sole purpose of preventing the young nobleman from taking her sister away. Su Yuexian was still young at the time and couldn't consider the poison's aftereffects. My ugliness led to my sister being taken away, with no news for 10 years. It also caused our parents to suffer daily. Su Yueshi's tears rolled down. The neighbors all think our parents deliberately ruined my appearance, but it's not true. All the doctors say I was born defective. I wish so much that I had been the one taken away. Only then did Sikong Jing understand why Mei Xiaofeng was so harsh towards Su Yuexi. Everything stemmed from that arrogant young nobleman. Who was that man? A flash of murderous intent appeared in Sikong Jing's eyes. Su Yueshi shook her head. Perhaps father knows, but he never speaks of it. Sikong Jing knew that the man's background must be terrifying, and even if Su Yueshi knew, it would be of no help. He suppressed his anger and comforted her. Everything will get better. Within 3 days, I will definitely gather the silver. Su Yueshi looked up and softly hummed in acknowledgement, her belief or disbelief buried in her brow. For the next 2 days, the Su family courtyard remained calm. Su Zhenglong only woke once, asking whether Su Laote and Su Zhengtao had launched any retaliation. Upon learning that nothing had happened, he peacefully fell back into unconsciousness. Mei Xiaofeng and Su Yueshi kept vigil by his bedside, concealing all the turmoil. Meanwhile, Sikong Jing barely left his room, secluding himself in cultivation. At noon on the 3rd day, he pushed open his door and left the Su residence alone. The streets of Yunyecheng were as bustling as ever. He walked calmly and finally stopped in front of a tall building called Tainyuch. This place specialized in selling martial techniques and cultivation methods, and also purchased large quantities of similar secret scrolls. Naturally, Sikong Jing's way of making money was to come here and sell martial techniques. Though Sikong Jing wore simple attire, the former invincible divine general carried an indescribable bearing. As he entered the grandest Tianwu pavilion in Yunyi City, he restrained his edge, yet still couldn't completely conceal that innate composure and commanding presence. In the magnificent hall, shelves displayed jade slips, weapons, and spiritual materials while martial artists conversed in hushed tones, the air suffused with faint sandalwood fragrance. Soon, a graceful female attendant approached swiftly, her smile blooming like flowers. What does young master require? Sikong Jing's gaze remained calm. What's the highest grade of martial technique Yunyi City's Tianwu Pavilion can sell? What's the price? Hearing this, the attendant's eyes lit up, secretly delighted at landing a major customer. Young master, we currently have 4 sets of yellow-grade upper-tier techniques in stock, priced between 50 and 100 gold crystal coins. The great Shang Dynasty's currency system comprised 4 levels: copper crystal plates, silver crystal coins, gold crystal coins, and purple crystal coins. In remote Yunzhou, 100 gold crystal coins was already a fortune, equivalent to 10,000 silver crystal coins, a full million copper crystal plates. The attendant pressed on while the iron was hot. If you desire mystic-grade techniques or custom-made yellow-grade techniques, you'll need to pay a deposit first. Then our Yunzhou City main pavilion will arrange delivery. Sikong Jing nodded slightly. Tianwu pavilion branches spread across nearly every major city in the Great Shang Dynasty. He naturally understood their foundation. After confirming the market prices, he suddenly changed tack. Give me 3 pieces of the lowest grade azure jade slabs. His true purpose wasn't purchasing techniques, but first gauging Yunyi City's prices. The attendant's smile instantly froze, the light in her eyes rapidly cooling. Just another pauper asking around. She said no more and turned away. Moments later, she returned carrying 3 palm-sized rough slabs, dropping them on the counter with a clang. 100 copper crystal plates. Her tone had lost its earlier gentleness. Azure jade slabs were the lowest grade material for inscribing martial techniques, with extremely low success rates, mostly used for beginners to practice or by opportunists gambling on luck. Sikong Jing reached for the slabs. I have no money. When I succeed in inscribing, I'll trade the technique as payment. When exiled, he'd been stripped of everything, and he certainly couldn't ask Su Yueshi for help. As his words fell, the attendant sneered, snatching back the slabs. No money, and you enter Tianwu Pavilion? Think I'm stupid? With the lowest grade slabs, even Heaven Realm experts fail 9 times out of 10. Sikong Jing's brows furrowed slightly, yet he replied calmly, I will definitely succeed. You can rest assured. These past 2.5 days, he'd secluded himself to reach the 6th level of Illumination Realm precisely, to ensure success. Only at this level could he inscribe yellow-grade upper-tier techniques. The attendant scoffed, her voice rising. Succeed with 3 azure jade slabs? Who do you think you are, the great Shang's invincible divine general? The beautiful shop clerk didn't believe him at all. Pointing toward the door, and saying he could either get out now or pay up. Upon hearing this, Sikong Jing merely lifted his eyes indifferently. He could have revealed his identity as the great Shang's invincible divine general to intimidate everyone, but he ultimately remained silent and turned to leave, planning to first earn enough for 100 copper crystal plates. Haha, there are still such fools in this day and age. Exaggerated laughter echoed from beside the counter as a young master wielding a folding fan stepped in, his laughter continuous. The beautiful shop clerk's eyes lit up as she approached with a coquettish voice. Oh my, isn't this young Master Chu? What wind has blown you here today? Young Master Chu Bo snapped his fan shut and casually pinched her bottom, laughing contentedly. Just wandering around with nothing to do. Didn't expect to encounter such a self-righteous fool. The clerk wasn't offended by his impropriety. Instead, she pouted playfully. Indeed, one fool has spoiled young Master Chu's refined mood. Chu Bo tapped his palm lightly with his fan, looking down at Sikong Jing from above. I'll pay for your 3 pieces of jade stone slabs. If you can't carve out a martial technique, you'll kneel in the street and shout 3 times, young Master Chu Bo is invincible under heaven. How about it? The clerk immediately became aggressive. Fool, why don't you kneel down and thank young Master Chu for his generous gift of stones? Sikong Jing met his gaze calmly. You want to bet with me? I suppose so, though you're not worthy. Chu Bo's eyes carried mockery. What if I can carve it? Chu Bo raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. Then I'll kneel at the street corner and shout that you're invincible under heaven. Seeing this, the surrounding customers all gathered around. Upon learning that Sikong Jing actually wanted to carve martial techniques using the 3 most inferior jade stone slabs, mocking laughter rose and fell. Young Master Chu Bo is toying with a fool. This fool really thinks cultivation is omnipotent. His comeuppance is about to arrive. However, Sikong Jing calmly changed his terms. I don't want you to call me invincible under heaven. I only need you to kneel down and shout 3 times Su Yueshi is the most beautiful woman under heaven. Chu Bo didn't think much of it and waved his fan. Fine, whatever you say. The mocking laughter grew louder, but Sikong Jing had already focused and bent down. Memories surged as he recalled his first yellow-grade high-tier martial technique obtained from bandits, the Emperor slaying prison-breaking art, and immediately moved his finger. His true chi gushed along his fingertip like brilliant threads, rapidly carving into the stone slab. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Buzz. Jade-colored radiance flashed from the stone slab and instantly subsided. The originally crude jade stone slab now emanated a sharp martial Dao aura. Sikong Jing withdrew his finger and stood, his gaze calm. Sorry, I succeeded on the first try. As soon as these words were spoken, the mocking laughter ceased, and the entire Tianwu pavilion was left with only indescribable silence. Dozens of people in the hall widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at the lowest grade jade slate in Sikong Jing's hand. Martial Dao aura was flowing steadily from the jade slate, as tangible as heat waves hitting their faces, causing everyone present to breathe rapidly. Chu Bo's previously arrogant smile froze instantly, leaving only stunned disbelief on his face. Sikong Jing raised the slate higher and spoke calmly. Now, shouldn't you honor our bet? His voice exploded through the quiet Tianwu pavilion, prompting everyone to whisper among themselves as their gazes shifted to Chu Bo. Are you joking? Do you even know who young Master Chu is? How dare you ask him to honor a bet? The sharp question shot from the beautiful shop assistant's mouth as she pointed angrily at Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing's expression remained cold. I don't know, and I don't need to know. In his eyes, those who insult others will inevitably be insulted in return. The shop assistant puffed out her chest and snorted coldly. Then let me kindly inform you that young Master Chu is the eldest son of the Chu family, one of Cloud Wild City's 4 great families. It's not too late to curry favor now. As her words fell, more mocking gazes turned towards Sikong Jing. Someone stepped forward, shaking their head. I must say, your luck is heaven-defying. You managed to encounter a once-in-a-century successful inscription. But forget about the bet. Brother, quit while you're ahead. There are people you can't afford to offend. Don't be so sharp-tongued. Be careful, or you might face mortal danger. Successfully inscribing a martial skill is already a great fortune. Why don't you quickly thank young Master Chu for bestowing the stone? Many onlookers offered their well-meaning advice. The implication was no one took the bet seriously, and no one believed Sikong Jing had succeeded through skill. After all, the success rate for the lowest grade jade slate was virtually 0. Snap! Chu Bo closed his folding fan, his smile turning sinister. How disappointing. There's no need for thanks. Being publicly humiliated by a fool had put him in an extremely foul mood. I'll buy your jade slate for 1 silver crystal coin. He then commanded the servant behind him. Give this fool 1 silver crystal coin, smash the slate, then make him crawl out between my legs. With that, he planted 1 foot on a stool, pointing down at Sikong Jing with a cold laugh. The servant stepped forward and flicked his hand. With a clink, a silver crystal coin struck the ground at Sikong Jing's feet. The servant extended his hand and barked coldly. Hand over the slate. Sikong Jing narrowed his eyes and uttered 4 words. I hate Welchers. Boom. True Qi exploded from within his body. With a backhanded slap, the servant screamed as he flew into the shelves before crashing heavily to the ground. Sikong Jing's toe tapped the floor, and his figure shot forward like lightning, appearing before Chu Bo in the blink of an eye. Before Chu Bo could react, a fierce kick landed squarely in his abdomen, sending him crashing through the door and flying out of Tianwu Pavilion to land on the street. Sikong Jing pressed forward relentlessly, his legs snapping out again. 2 dull thuds landed solidly on Chu Bo's knees. Thud. Chu Bo fell straight to his knees in the middle of the street, wailing in agony. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone in the Tianwu Pavilion realized what had occurred, Chu Bo was already kneeling on the ground with a twisted expression of pain. His knees pressed against the floor, faintly bruised with hints of blue and red, while cold sweat dripped from his temples. Sikong Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture straight as a cold iron spear thrust into the ground, his expression indifferent yet sharp. The surrounding chatter instantly died down as everyone was stunned by the sudden reversal of the situation. Sikong Jing's gaze swept lightly over Chu Bo, his voice calm, as if stating a simple fact. Young Master Chu, do you still remember the terms of our wager? After a brief moment of confusion, Chu Bo snapped back to reality. His eyes were bloodshot with rage as he gritted his teeth and roared. You bastard! How dare you strike me? His voice was hoarse, trembling with fury. He tried to push himself up from the ground, but the moment he applied pressure to his legs, his knees felt as if sharp awls were piercing them. The excruciating pain made him grunt involuntarily, veins bulging on his forehead. Sikong Jing spoke unhurriedly. I strongly advise you not to move recklessly, or your knees will be permanently damaged. His tone was casual, yet carried an undeniable coldness with that earlier strike. He had sealed a strand of true qi into the tendons and bones around Chu Bo's knees, and now that qi was continuously stirring, naturally causing waves of intense pain. Chu Bo refused to believe it, and still tried to force himself up. But the pain doubled again, his face instantly flushing red as sweat poured down like rain. Sikong Jing reminded him indifferently. Honor the wager, and I'll help you relieve the pain. Before his words had fully faded, a deep voice came from the doorway. Young man, show mercy where mercy is due. Pushing too hard won't benefit you at all. This is Yunny City. After all, everyone turned toward the sound to see a middle-aged man in a dark green robe stepping out from the entrance of the Tianwu Pavilion. His presence was steady and imposing, his gaze sharp as a torch. He was followed by a group of martial artists who had come to watch the commotion, with the glamorous shop attendant close behind. The attendant pointed at Sikong Jing and shouted arrogantly. Boy, didn't you hear Pavilion Master Lu? Help young Master Chu up right now, or you're dead. Sikong Jing turned his head toward the middle-aged man, his expression remaining indifferent. So you're the branch pavilion master of Yunny City's Tianwu Pavilion? That's correct. My surname is Lu, given name Zhao. The middle-aged man's tone was measured, his gaze appraising. Young man, your accent sounds like you're from out of town. Let me give you some advice. With your mere 6th level illumination realm cultivation, you're hardly qualified to cause trouble in Yunny City. His gaze swept over Chu Bo kneeling on the ground. Then he slowly added, Yunny City may not be large, but there are countless people here who could take your life. Today you've encountered Chu Bo, who's nothing but a spoiled wastrel. If you had faced any other young master from the Chu family, you might not still be standing here talking. The Chu family is one of the 4 great families, and Chu Bo is their eldest young master. If you back down now and apologize, there might still be time. Sikong Jing shrugged slightly, his gaze as calm as if he were looking at a pile of dead ashes. He suddenly began walking step by step toward Lu Zhao, flipping his right hand to produce the jade tablet he had already inscribed. Since you're the branch pavilion master of the Tianwu Pavilion, give me a price for this jade tablet. Lu Zhao was stunned. He had expected that after saying so much, this young man would be unmoved, and here at this life or death moment, he was still talking about the tablet? He took a sharp breath, his voice suddenly turning cold. Fine. But before I appraise the value of your tablet, let me appraise you first. You won't live to see tomorrow's sunrise. With those words, he placed his hand on the jade tablet and quietly sent his true qi into it. Initially, his expression remained calm. Tablets obtained through luck like this usually contain martial techniques of only low yellow grade at best, worth perhaps 10 silver crystal coins if he was generous. However, in the next instant, his pupils contracted sharply and his face flushed red. The true qi in his body began raging uncontrollably, like a torrent crashing through his meridians, making his breathing rapid. Bloodshot veins quickly spread across his eyes, as if his entire being was being slowly roasted by intense heat. Pavilion Master, why are you getting angry? Did this fool cheat and tamper with the jade tablet? The attendant quickly spoke up upon seeing this. Watching Lu Zhao's near loss of control, she became even more certain of her guess and shrilly added, I told you this fool couldn't possibly succeed. The onlookers suddenly understood and burst into mocking laughter. They had originally suspected it was impossible for anyone to have such good luck. How could a mere 6th-level illumination realm nobody succeed in one attempt and produce the lowest grade jadestone tablet? Everyone immediately echoed the beautiful shop assistant's speculation must have used some trick to disguise a failed product as a success. Slap. A resounding slap interrupted all the mockery. Lu Zhao suddenly struck out, his palm heavily hitting the beautiful shop assistant's face. The jadestone tablet was tightly clenched in his hand, his knuckles white, his voice trembling with anger and excitement. Shut up! The beautiful shop assistant cried out in pain, covering her face as she fell to the ground. Her mind blank. Why did the pavilion master suddenly attack her? The onlookers were equally stunned. Had Pavilion Master Lu been driven mad by that so-called jadestone tablet and started attacking indiscriminately? In the next moment, Lu Zhao stepped in front of Xikong Jing, lowering his voice, though his lips were trembling. Young hero, this jadestone tablet. How much do you want to sell it for? I wish to purchase it privately, but I fear my purse is light and must first consider whether I can afford it. The phrase, whether I can afford it, left the entire venue nearly frozen. As the branch pavilion master of Tianwu Pavilion in Yunyi City, when had Lu Zhao ever backed down over price? And he wanted to make a private purchase? No one understood what was happening. Only Lu Zhao's heart was racing wildly, though the martial technique within the jadestone tablet was merely upper-tier yellow grade. It was shocking enough, but what truly made him lose composure was what it contained. Martial intent. Martial intent, mysterious and unfathomable, was the mark of a powerful being's intimidation. Anyone who could inscribe martial intent on jadestone tablets, jade paper, or jade cylinders possessed immeasurable value. More importantly, those capable of leaving behind martial intent were at least terrifying existences who had broken through the heavenly realm and stepped into the 5 transcendent realms. Lu Zhao's gaze towards Xikong Jing completely changed. This young man was definitely not some 6th-level illumination realm nobody, but a transcendent expert hiding his true strength. No wonder he dared to show no fear toward Chu Bo. No wonder he succeeded on his first attempt. Thinking of his earlier rudeness, Lu Zhao broke out in cold sweat, fearing Xikong Jing might slap him back. Xikong Jing merely raised an eyebrow slightly. An upper-tier, yellow-grade martial technique shouldn't have been enough to make Lu Zhao lose composure. But when he looked down at the stone tablet, a flash of light appeared in his ISO. He had unintentionally inscribed martial intent as well. Though he was currently recultivating and had only lost his true chi, his foundation, including martial intent, remained, and unexpectedly it had flowed out naturally this time. After brief consideration, he spoke indifferently. Just price it according to Tianwu Pavilion's highest rate for upper-tier yellow-grade martial techniques. The martial intent was merely accidental. He didn't intend to reveal too much at this moment. What did you say? Lu Zhao's eyes widened. A jadestone tablet containing martial intent, yet priced only as an ordinary upper-tier yellow-grade technique. Wasn't this like a pie falling from heaven? Xikong Jing narrowed his eyes. What? You're unwilling. Lu Zhao nodded vigorously like a pecking chicken. Willing? Of course I'm willing, but this. Before he could finish, Xikong Jing suddenly leaned closer, his tone ice-cold. Don't ask too many questions about certain things, lest you invite fatal disaster. The contents within the jadestone tablet are purely due to my lack of control. After that, Xikong Jing took another step back and said, Oh, by the way, give me another 100 iron crystal plates. I don't like owing people money. As his words fell, he turned around, his gaze settling on the middle of the street. Chu Bo remained frozen in his kneeling position, body rigid, cold sweat trickling down his temples, even his fingertips twitching slightly. Before Xikong Jing could speak, Chu Bo weakly opened his mouth. Quickly tell me what the bet was. I can't take it anymore. During Xikong Jing's transaction with Lu Zhao, the excruciating pain had nearly torn his nerves to shreds. All he wanted was to fulfill the bet quickly so Xikong Jing would lift the restriction. However, had actually forgotten what Xikong Jing's original bet was. Hearing this, Xikong Jing's lips curved slightly. Say 3 times Su Yueshi is the most beautiful woman in the world. The moment the words left his mouth, Chu Bo shouted hoarsely 3 times without hesitation. By the third shout, his eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets as he stared desperately at Xikong Jing. Quickly remove it. I swear I won't seek revenge. But Xikong Jing just smiled. Don't rush, wait a bit more. I still owe you 100 copper crystal plates. You paid for the 3 jadestone plates, so I need to return that money. I don't want it. Please, I beg you, you don't need to pay me back. Chu Bo's voice carried a sob, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance. Only then did Lu Zhao snap back to reality, hastily waving his hand and ordering someone to fetch 100 gold crystal coins and 100 copper crystal plates. Xikong Jing took the heavy money pouch and casually tossed the pile of copper crystal plates toward Chu Bo. He then kicked lightly at the man's knees twice, releasing the restriction. However, Chu Bo couldn't support his body and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness on the spot. Without sparing him another glance, Sikong Jing tucked the 2 blank jade stone plates into his robes, squeezed the bulging money pouch, then turned and strode away, money in hand. It was time to go back and tell Su Yueshi the good news. Instant silence fell before Tianwu Pavilion. The crowd watched that figure disappear into the distance, the air seeming to freeze. The next moment, the beautiful shop assistant let out a shriek. Young Master Chu. She rushed over to check on him, discovering that Chu Bo had merely fainted. She quickly looked up and shouted to Lu Zhao, Pavilion Master, young Master Chu's pain is gone. You don't need to worry about him being crippled anymore. Quickly capture that fool. At these words, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. So Pavilion Master Lu had agreed to all that fool's conditions and even given him money for free, not because the jade stone plates were valuable, but because he was afraid young Master Chu would be crippled? Even young Master Chu himself had begged for mercy just now. Pavilion Master, should we take action? The Tianwu Pavilion guards gripped their gleaming weapons, asking in low voices. In their view, the lowest quality jade stone plates couldn't possibly record anything worth 100 gold crystal coins, unless it was a transcendent warrior who had broken through the heaven realm. But that person was merely at the 6th level of the bright realm. Lu Zhao's mouth twitched, then he fell silent again. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed what had just happened. Remembering Sikong Jing's warning before leaving, he said in a deep voice, no need. Send young Master Chu back to the Chu family. They'll handle it themselves. Yet a vicious thought flashed through his mind. If the Chu family dares to seek revenge, they're as good as dead. Yes, the Chu family will definitely tear that fool to pieces. The beautiful shop assistant nodded vigorously, but Chu Bo's servants glared with rage. Who the hell was that bastard? Where does he live? To get revenge, we need to know his identity first. The entire crowd fell silent again. Even Lu Zhao couldn't help slapping his thigh. They had actually forgotten to ask that young hero's name. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, I know. He's the son-in-law of the Su family. Seeing the confused looks directed at him, that person added, did you all forget what young Master Chu shouted for the bet? Su Yueshi is the most beautiful woman in the world. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the crowd widened their eyes in sudden realization. The masked young man with such intimidating presence was actually the criminal husband of Su Yueshi, the so-called ugliest woman in all of Yunzhou from the Su family. This scandalous arranged marriage forced by the Lord of Yunzhou years ago had been the talk of the entire city, and now that the truth was revealed, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Damn it! And he dared to call Su Yueshi the most beautiful woman in the world. How disgusting! The crowd erupted in curses, their lips twitching as if they had just been thoroughly played by that young man. Inside the Tianwu Pavilion, Lu Zhao silently retreated into the shadows, sharply drawing in a breath. An exiled criminal, married by decree of the Lord of Yunzhou, yet capable of inscribing martial intent into jade stone, something only extraordinary warriors can do. This person is definitely no ordinary man. Sikong Jing's warning before leaving echoed in his ears. Don't ask too many questions about certain matters, or you'll bring fatal trouble upon yourself. Lu Zhao shuddered, clutching the jade stone tablet tightly, secretly vowing to keep his mouth shut and let this windfall from heaven rot in his stomach, content to quietly celebrate his good fortune. Meanwhile, Sikong Jing, carrying 100 gold crystal coins, had already returned to the Su residence. Approaching the alley entrance, he saw his mother-in-law Mei Xiaofang pacing anxiously in front of an ordinary courtyard, her gaze frequently turning toward the door. The gate creaked open, and a well-dressed middle-aged woman stepped out. Madame Lu. Mei Xiaofang immediately put on a smile and hurried forward. Oh, Madame Lu, you're finally out. Her fawning expression made her intentions crystal clear to anyone watching. Madame Lu slightly raised her chin and pulled an embroidered money pouch from her bosom, speaking with an arrogant tone. I heard about Madame Su's situation. Here's some money for you, need to pay it back. With that, she casually tossed the pouch. Mei Xiaofang quickly caught it, overjoyed as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've approached so many old friends, and you're the only one willing to help. She then carefully opened the money pouch. The next instant, her excited expression froze. Inside were only 10 copper crystal plates. This amount wouldn't even cover a day's wages for Liya, a servant at the Su residence. She looked up in disbelief. 10 copper crystal plates? Madame Lu narrowed her eyes with a cold smile. Think it's too little? Mei Xiaofang's face flushed red. Madame Lu, I'm not a beggar. Huh? Going around begging for money, and you dare say you're not a beggar? Madame Lu scoffed. Giving you 10 copper crystal plates already shows my Buddha-like compassion. Take the money and get lost. She then turned to leave. In the distance, Sikong Jing clenched his fists tightly, fury blazing in his eyes, yet he suppressed his emotions and was about to step forward. Then he heard Mei Xiaofang's trembling voice from behind. Madame Lu, please lend me a bit more money, otherwise my son-in-law will be forced to his death tomorrow. In an instant, Sikong Jing froze in his tracks, as if struck by lightning. Just moments ago, his mother-in-law Mei Xiaofeng had been urging him to hurry up and die, saying that if he couldn't come up with the workers' wages within 3 days, he should pay with his life. Yet now, she had humbled herself to the dust, transforming herself into a beggar to plead for his sake. Xikong Jing felt as though his chest was gripped by iron tongs, the pain suffocating. Before the Lu family's grand entrance, cold winds swept up fallen leaves. Mei Xiaofeng blocked the doorway, hands clasped together in desperate plea. Madam Lu, please lend us some money. You watched Yueshi grow up too. I promise to repay you. Madam Lu crossed her arms with a cold sneer. Whether your son-in-law lives or dies is none of my concern. Her words were as cold as the doorknocker. Mei Xiaofeng's voice turned hoarse. If he truly dies, Yueshi won't survive either. She was about to kneel. Bang! The heavy vermilion-lacquered wooden door slammed shut. From inside came a mocking voice. Don't disgust me with that ugly freak. Caring nothing for dignity, Mei Xiaofeng threw herself against the door, pounding it with her fists. Madam Lu, the Lu family's wealth today is all thanks to Zhenglong's help back then. You cannot be so ungrateful. The courtyard remained silent. She finally slumped down on the stone steps, looking up at that motionless door, then down at the mere 10 copper crystal plates in her palm, tears streaming down her face. In the past, when Su Zhenglong wielded immense power, countless people came seeking his favor. Now, a single word, beggar, and 10 copper crystal plates were enough to drive her away. After a long while, she staggered away like a lost soul. Only after she had gone far did the great door creak open a crack. Madame Lu emerged arm in arm with her husband Lu Neng, gloating. Husband, we finally got rid of that beggar woman. But giving her 10 copper crystal plates won't second master Su be displeased. Lu Neng laughed heartily. How could he be? A mere 10 copper crystal plates to humiliate his sister-in-law second master Su couldn't be happier. It might even anger his elder brother Su Zhenglong to death. What a bargain. He suddenly sighed and shook his head. What a pity Su Yueshi is so ugly. If she still had her looks from 10 years ago, TSK, I would have made her my concubine. Madame Lu covered her mouth teasingly. You scoundrel. With those looks, how could it ever be your turn? If she hadn't been disfigured, men would have fought over her. Lu Neng licked his lips, his gaze lecherous. Even with the veil, you can still tell she has a good figure. Once Su Zhenglong breathes his last, it won't be too late to bring her over for some fun. Haha, go get dressed. Let's find second master Su to collect our reward. With that, he firmly shut the door again. The moment they turned around, the couple suddenly froze. In the center of the courtyard stood a young man who had appeared from nowhere. Tall and straight, black robes fluttering in the wind, like death itself emerging from the shadows. Lu Neng's throat tightened. Who are you? What business do you have breaking into my home? The man's gaze was ice cold. I am Su Yueshi's husband Xikong Jing. Ding. A gold crystal coin dropped onto the blue brick with a crisp ring. Xikong Jing's voice was like ice. 1 gold crystal coin to repay your 10 copper crystal plates. The resto by your lives. Before his words had finished, he suddenly lunged forward. His fingers like pincers, he grasped each of their throats. Crack. The Lu couple died with eyes wide open. Casually tossing the corpse to the ground, Xikong Jing's eyes remained ice cold. The Lu Ning couple's refusal to lend money was understandable, and humiliating his mother-in-law might not have warranted death, but they had plotted against Su Yueshi and deliberately provoked Su Zhenglong to curry favor with Su Zhengteothis sealed their fate. Returning to the Su residence, Xikong Jing stepped into the main hall and saw Mei Xiaofeng sitting alone in a chair, lost in thought. Recalling the scene he had witnessed outside the Lu family courtyard, a touch of warmth stirred in his heart. Even if his mother-in-law acted for Su Yueshi's sake, she had still been willing to shield him from mortal danger. He would remember this kindness. Mother-in-law. He approached with gentle steps. Mei Xiaofeng startled awake, eyes wide with irritation. Don't call me that. Tomorrow when you can't produce the money and decide to kill yourself, don't give me nightmares. In the past, such words would have stung, but having witnessed her tough exterior, soft heart, Xikong Jing saw right through her. He merely smiled faintly without calling her out. Understanding her nature was precisely why he had deliberately stayed hidden at the Lu residence. Mother-in-law, I just went out to earn money and heard while passing the Lu estate that the Lu Ning couple had died. Xikong Jing narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking as if making casual conversation. Bang! The chair suddenly creaked as Mei Xiaofeng shot to her feet in disbelief. What did you say? The Lu Ning couple is dead? How did they die? I just returned from their residence, and Lady Lu was perfectly fine. I heard there was a gold crystal coin thrown in their courtyard, as if someone had bought their lives. Xikong Jing's tone remained calm. Mei Xiaofeng stood frozen, her expression shifting between light and shadow. Suddenly, she burst into wild, maniacal laughter. Good riddance. Karma. This is karma. Yet tears rolled down her cheeks as she laughed. At it was one thing for the Su family to mistreat her, but now even those who had received Su Zhenglong's kindness were kicking them while they were down. For 2 days, she had worn her lips raw begging for loans, only to receive coldness and mockery. Life had become bitter beyond measure. Halfway through her laughter, she suddenly shuddered and fixed her gaze on Sikong Jing. You didn't kill them, did you? Sikong Jing paused briefly, then shook his head with an unchanged expression. Why would I kill them? He would never admit it, both to preserve his mother-in-law's dignity and to spare her worry about retaliation. You're right, it couldn't have been you. Where would you get a gold crystal coin? Mei Xiaofeng muttered to herself, nodding repeatedly, feeling she had been overthinking. Sikong Jing had originally planned to surprise his mother-in-law by revealing the 99 gold crystal coins in his possession, but now he stood frozen, uncertain whether he should still bring them out. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he hesitated, heart-wrenching coughing suddenly erupted from the adjacent room. Mei Xiaofeng's face changed dramatically as she practically flew into the room. Master! Master! Yueshi's father, don't frighten me. Sikong Jing's heart lurched as he rushed in after her. He saw Su Zhenglong with half his body slumped to the floor, while Mei Xiaofeng struggled with all her strength to support him. The coughing grew more urgent. Wah! A spray of blood shot out, crimson splattering across his clothes. Sikong Jing hurried forward to help his mother-in-law lift the man. Su Zhenglong barely regained a trace of consciousness, his face drained of color, voice weak. Xiaofeng, I fear my time has come. Buzz. Mei Xiaofeng's face turned deathly pale in an instant, tears streaming down as she cried out. No, it can't be. I'll find a doctor for you right now. You won't die. Before her words had even finished, she whirled around and shouted harshly at Sikong Jing. Take care of your father-in-law. If he dies, I'll have your life. Her voice was hoarse, yet filled with desperate resolve. With that, she rushed out of the house like a whirlwind, racing toward the street to find a doctor. Sikong Jing immediately bent down and carefully carried Su Zhenglong to the bed, placing 2 fingers on his pulse point. Though he was no physician, he had once been a martial artist at the peak of the transcendent realm. While he couldn't cure diseases, channeling true qi for healing was well within his abilities. However, as he read the pulse, his expression grew increasingly grave. Su Zhenglong's internal organs were completely shattered, and a strand of true qi left by that young nobleman years ago still lurked within his body, continuously tearing at his meridians like a rusty blade. Had his dantian not remained intact with residual true qi sustaining him, he would have already departed for the underworld. To save him, that earth realm-level true qi would first need to be expelled, then his internal organs slowly nurtured back to health. In his former days at the transcendent peak, this would have been manageable, but now, at merely the 6th level of the bright realm, even with his cultivation of the emperor-slaying prison-breaking technique, it was far from sufficient. Yuesian, father is useless. Where are you? Are you still alive? Su Zhenglong drifted in and out of consciousness, muttering hoarsely. The name Su Yuexian's elder sister, who had been taken away by the young nobleman 10 years ago in place of her younger sister, and had remained missing ever since, sounded particularly jarring in the dim room. Yueshi, don't blame yourself. Father has never held it against you. Father knows you became disfigured because Yuesian poisoned you. Su Zhenglong's voice trembled, and before he could finish speaking, he fell completely unconscious. Sikong Jing's heart jolted. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, Su Yuesian had used crimson spider poison at such a young age to prevent her sister from being taken away. But how could such a small child have mastered such a sinister poison? Unfortunately, with Su Zhenglong unconscious, there was no one to provide answers. He took a deep breath and channeled what little true qi he had left to sustain Su Zhenglong's life, only stopping temporarily when Mei Xiaofeng returned breathlessly with a doctor in tow. The doctor was an elderly man with white hair and beard named Sun Tianyu. Without much conversation, he first took Su Zhenglong's pulse, closed his eyes for a moment, then spoke slowly. Madam Su, given Master Su's current condition, strong medicine must be used. Dr. Sun, then use it. As long as it can save him, anything will do. Mei Xiaofeng replied without hesitation. However, Dr. Sun hesitated for a moment, his expression troubled. I have the medicine prepared, but I'm somewhat aware of your family's circumstances. This prescription will cost at least 3 gold crystal coins. Could you pay a portion first? 3 gold crystal coins. Mei Xiaofeng's mouth fell open, momentarily speechless. Where could she possibly get such an amount? After a moment, she gritted her teeth. Dr. Sun, please prepare the medicine first. I'll go plead with our patriarch right away. There's no other choice. Surely the old master won't watch his eldest son die. She knew in her heart that this would likely come at a terrible price. Dr. Sun sighed. He had been treating Su Zhenglong for some time and knew their financial struggles well. 3 gold crystal coins was no small sum for him either and couldn't be easily waived. Seeing this, Sikong Jing was about to reach for his money when, before he could act, the door was suddenly pushed open. I have the money. Su Yueshi burst in, her face still bearing those ugly poison spots, yet completely ignoring everyone's stares. She held out a small pouch with both hands. Here are 3 gold crystal coins. Dr. Sun, please save my father quickly. With that, Su Yueshi swiftly handed the 3 gold crystal coins to Dr. Sun. Sikong Jing's hand froze mid-reach for his money, completely taken aback. Where did Su Yueshi get so much money? His mind raced through the day's events. She had been away from home almost the entire day, and no one knew where she had gone. Dr. Sun took the money and quietly breathed a sigh of relief, then hurried away with his medicine box, turning back to instruct his apprentice. Keep the fire low, start gentle, then increase the heat, and get that medicine brewing right away. With only family left in the room, Su Yueshi immediately rushed to Su Zhenglong's bedside, her trembling fingers grasping her father's hand. Father, please get better soon. We can't lose you. Yueshi, where did you get 3 gold crystal coins? Mei Xiaofeng's voice suddenly came from behind her. With the family desperately short of money, and Su Xiefeng having cleaned out Su Yueshi's savings, how could she possibly produce 3 gold crystal coins all at once? Doubt and unease spread through Mei Xiaofeng's heart. Su Yueshi's shoulders trembled slightly as she forced words through her cracked lips. Mother, I pawned the jade hairpin. What? Mei Xiaofeng shrieked, rushing forward to pull her daughter up, her voice hoarse with emotion. You pawned the jade hairpin? That was the last gift your sister gave you. Su Yueshi's eyes instantly turned red, tears streaming down. I'm sorry to sister, but I had no other choice. Tomorrow we have to pay Li and the others their wages, and if we can't come up with the money, Sikong Jing he'll die. Sikong Jing felt his heart lurch, as if his blood had been suddenly drained. She had disappeared today to pawn that precious jade hairpin, precious as life itself, for his sake. Mei Xiaofeng laughed bitterly in her rage, her trembling finger pointing at Sikong Jing. Let him live or die as he will. That was left to you by your sister. That was, the words caught in her throat, unable to form a complete sentence. Mother, but now it's also father's life-saving money. Su Yueshi sobbed, barely able to breathe. With a thunderous crash in her mind, Mei Xiaofeng staggered back 2 steps as if struck by lightning, closing her eyes with an ashen face. She knew all too well, even if she knelt and begged Su Xiefeng right now, the money might not be forthcoming. And if she did beg, Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi would likely be banished to the pig farm forever, or even face deadly revenge for Su Yang's grudge. That would be no life at all. The more she thought about it, the more hopeless it seemed. She let out a bitter laugh and rushed out the door like a lost soul. Only 2 people remained in the room, the air heavy as lead. Sikong Jing stepped forward, his voice low but firm. Yueshi, didn't I tell you I could get the money? Su Yueshi looked up, her tear-filled eyes both blurred and defiant as she gazed at him. Stop trying to comfort me. Earn 10 times the wages in 3 days? How is that possible? You're an exilino, one dares hire you. Besides, you're a stranger here with no connections. Where could you possibly earn money? As soon as she finished speaking, Sikong Jing gently shook the money pouch in his hand, the crisp jingling particularly clear in the night air. He opened the pouch, and gleaming gold crystal coins immediately came into Su Yueshi's, via at least dozens of them. Su Yueshi was so shocked she covered her mouth, tears and joy flowing together. Yueshi, I told you so. Since the Lord of Yunzhou arranged this marriage for me, I'm certainly no ordinary person. You really don't need to worry about money. Sikong Jing's expression was serious, his gaze steady, determined never to let such a thing happen again. Su Yueshi still covered her mouth, choking out. How? How did you manage this? In her understanding, these gold crystal coins weren't something that could be obtained casually. Sikong Jing closed the pouch and took her hand. Don't ask so many questions for now. Let's go redeem the jade hairpin right away. Sikong Jing offered no explanation, as revealing his ability to carve yellow-grade advanced martial techniques would involve too many complications. Su Yueshi shuddered violently and immediately nodded. All right, I'll take you there. If she hadn't been driven to desperation, she would never have pawned the jade hairpin, the last gift her sister Su Yuesian had left her. Now that Sikong Jing had money, she naturally felt no need to be polite about it. After giving instructions to Mei Xiaofeng, she tucked the loose strands of hair by her temples and hurried out with Sikong Jing. At that moment, Mei Xiaofeng was discussing Su Zhenglong's condition in hushed tones with Dr. Sun, paying them no attention whatsoever. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Hengyu Pawn Shop in the eastern part of Yunyi City. The characters Hengyu on the vermilion lacquered signboard reflected a dull gleam in the sunlight. The moment they stepped inside, Su Yueshi let out a piercing scream that tore through the air. What did you say? How could you sell my jade hairpin? Behind the counter, the shopkeeper wore an arrogant expression as he leisurely put away his ledger. Pawn shops typically provided a redemption period of at least 3 months, during which customers could reclaim their items by paying a higher price. Before that time expired, the items absolutely could not change hands. Su Yueshi had planned to redeem it when she had money in the future, but she never expected that in just half a day, the item would be sold. The shopkeeper shrugged with a flippant tone. Who doesn't know that the ugly freak from the Su family can't afford to redeem it? Even if we gave you 100 years, it would be impossible. The price was right, so naturally our shop had to sell. You've gone too far. Su Yueshi's voice trembled as tears welled up in her eyes. Crash. Sikong Jing tore apart the delicate silk curtain in front of the counter, reached over to grab the shopkeeper by his top knot, forcibly dragged half his body out, and delivered a crisp slap. Is ugly freak something you're qualified to say? The shopkeeper was struck dizzy and roared in fury. You bastard! How dare you hit me and destroy my counter? Slap. Another strike. Sikong Jing's eyes were cold as a tiger's. First, insult my wife and you deserve a beating. Second, who gave you the audacity to sell her pawned item? Along the way, he had learned the significance of the jade hairpin to Su Yuexi. It was something Su Yuxian had left for her family before her marriage, with instructions to take out the hairpin and look at it whenever they missed her. The shopkeeper ignored his pain and screamed hoarsely. Someone come. Come quickly. Beat these two dogs to death. Bang, bang, bang. More than 10 thugs at the 5th and 6th levels of the Bright Realm came swarming in from outside. The moment they raised their heads, Sikong Jing had already released the shopkeeper and pounced into the crowd like a whirlwind. Fist shadows and blade flashes intertwined, accompanied only by the dull thuds of bones hitting the floor and screams that merged into one continuous sound. In the blink of an eye, the entire group of thugs was sprawled on the ground, clutching their broken arms and legs while wailing incessantly. Sikong Jing returned to the counter, grabbed the shopkeeper by the hair again and lifted him up, saying coldly, I want to redeem the jade hairpin right now. Give it to me immediately. Otherwise, your head will roll. Before his words had finished, he casually drew over a cleaver that had fallen from one of the thugs, pressing the blade against the shopkeeper's neck as blood immediately began to seep out. The shopkeeper's face turned deathly pale. Rumors said that Su Yuexi's criminal husband was a sickly weakling, but at this moment the man seemed like a ferocious beast. Here are the 20 gold crystal coins for the agreed redemption. Sikong Jing threw the heavy money pouch onto the counter. Bring back the jade hairpin immediately. The shopkeeper, pressed down by the ice-cold metal until he barely dared to breathe, nodded stiffly with nothing but terror in his eyes. The blade's edge carried a bone-chilling coldness. The jade hairpin was pawned for merely 3 gold crystal coins, but redeeming it would cost a full 20. The shopkeeper knew this was a trap set for Su Yuexi, but when Su Yuexi was short on money back then, he had no choice but to agree. Now, with Sikong Jing standing menacingly at the counter, he gulped nervously and tried to threaten with false bravado. Criminal. The Hanyu pawn shop is under the Chu family's protection, you. Since you know I'm a criminal, do you want to hear why I was exiled? Sikong Jing's voice was low and cold. Because I killed many people. His sinister tone pierced the shopkeeper's mind like a blade, murderous intent overwhelming the air. The shopkeeper's legs went weak with a buzzing sound, no longer daring to act tough. Trembling, he said, the item has already been sold. Where am I supposed to find it now? I don't care. Do you want the item or your life? Sikong Jing's gaze was ice cold. The shopkeeper turned pale with fright, fearing the man might strike him down with a blade. He quickly sent his assistant running frantically to chase after the hairpin. But the final report was, the buyer had already left the city. Son-in-law of the Su family, the assistant added breathlessly. The one who bought the jade hairpin was a young, noble-looking lady. From her accent, she seemed to be from Yunzhou City, and she left in a carriage. The shopkeeper threw out all the clues he could provide, his voice taking on a pleading tone. This is all I can do. Please spare my life. After hearing this, Sikong Jing's mouth tightened. The person had left the city, making things much more complicated. With a carriage, her speed would be considerable. His eyes flashed as he asked, how much did she pay? 100 gold crystal coins. Heartless profiteer. Sikong Jing cursed under his breath, but had no time to pursue the matter. He extended his hand. Give me the money. The shopkeeper twitched twice, then reluctantly handed over the 100 gold crystal coins. The next moment, with a bang, Sikong Jing pressed his head down and slammed it against the counter, leaving him groaning on the floor. Sikong Jing pulled Su Yuexi along as they quickly left the Hanyu pawn shop. Under the dim street lamps, his expression was like frost. Su Yuexi bit her lip in self-reproach. I've failed my sister. The jade hairpin is truly lost. Thinking that the hairpin might never be seen again, her eyes reddened. Sikong Jing suddenly pulled her into his embrace, saying in a low voice, it won't be lost. I'll go after it right now. But the buyer has already left the city. Su Yuexi looked up anxiously. No matter what, I will get it back. He made a solemn promise, then hailed a carriage for Su Yuexi to return home first, while he turned and headed swiftly toward the east gate of Yunyi City, a very direction leading to Yunzhou City. As the carriage gradually disappeared into the distance, Su Yuexi murmured, why am I always so useless? Then she suddenly exclaimed, oh no, Sikong Jing is a criminal, can't leave the city. At this thought, she actually felt somewhat relieved. Yunzhou bordered the great Shang frontier, with desolate wilderness full of demon beasts outside the city. The sun had set and night was approaching. Unless traveling in groups, even those at the 9th level of the Bright Realm wouldn't dare venture out of the city rashly. If Sikong Jing was turned back, at least his life would be preserved. The hairpin was important, but her husband's life was more important. At the east gate, the city guards blocked the way with their halberds, shouting roughly, leaving the city? Show your household registration. Sikong Jing barely lifted his eyelids. Then his figure flashed past, followed by screams. When he reappeared, he was already outside the city. As a former invincible general of the great Shang Dynasty, Shang Jing knew all too well that once exiled with a criminal record, one could never step foot outside the city gates again. But to him, the laws of the great Shang Dynasty had become worthless as dirt the day he was falsely accused. Following the direction toward Yunzhou City, he yanked the reins from a guard's waist, mounted the warhorse, and galloped away wildly. Someone's broken out of the city. Chase him. Furious shouts erupted at the city gates. The guards watched him steal the horse and ride off, then fell into chaos. Torches scattered, metal clashed against metal. They urgently reported to their superiors as heavy troops poured out in pursuit. Night fell swiftly. There was no moon tonight, only sparse starlight casting a cold glow over the wilderness. In the distance, demonic beasts roared intermittently. Nearby, hoofbeats thundered on the official road, kicking up clouds of dust. Shang Jing whipped his horse onward, calculating in his mind. Traveling by night, whoever could afford the jade hairpin must either be confident in their strength and unafraid of night travel, or desperate to reach their destination. If the former, they won't move fast. If the latter, they'll surely speed up. He rode hard for 3 full hours. As the midnight hour drew to a close, a single light appeared at the end of the official road, lonely and standing in the wilderness. Outside its gates sat an exquisite carriage with carved railings, painted decorations, and gauze-covered windows, matching the shopkeeper Hung Yu's description perfectly. Shang Jing exhaled deeply. Had finally caught up. His quarry hadn't traveled through the night, but had stopped to rest at the inn. He dismounted and strode through the door. The wooden door creaked open, and the previously noisy hall fell silent as dozens of gazes turned toward him, all adventurers traveling the roads. After a moment, the crowd resumed their drinking and conversation. At your service, sir. Do you need lodging? A server approached with a beaming smile. Though the great Shang's inns were government-operated, they also welcomed ordinary travelers. Shang Jing got straight to the point. I don't need a room. I'm looking for the owner of that fine carriage outside. Please inform them. With that, he flicked out a gold crystal coin. The gleaming coin caught the lamplight brilliantly, and the server's eyes lit up like copper bells, a windfall from heaven. He nodded repeatedly and hurried away. In a side room of the inn, a young woman dressed as a maid received the message and hastily closed the door, stumbling into the inner chamber. Miss, there's a man outside who wants to see you. Candlelight flickered quietly in the room where a woman in white robes sat by the bed, her delicate fingers caressing an ancient jade hairpin. She looked up, her elegant brows furrowing slightly. Does the laying trading company think so little of me, Luo Ning, that they'd come to kill me so openly? A cold glint passed through her eyes. Let him in. But miss, the maid began timidly, only to be cut off by Luo Ning's calm voice. It's fine. I want the laying trading company to understand that Luo Ning isn't so easily killed. Even if I die, they'll pay a price. The maid opened her mouth, but could only retreat. Moments later, she returned, leading Shang Jing through the door. Luo Ning raised an eyebrow, sizing up the black-clad man before her, a mocking smile playing at her lips. The laying trading company sent you to kill me? Is someone at the 6th level of the Bright Realm here to provide comic relief? Shang Jing froze at her words, his gaze falling upon the jade hairpin in Luo Ning's hand. According to Su Yueshi's description, this was indeed the jade-eyed hairpin, and the woman before him emanated the aura of the 6th level of the Dark Realm. He instantly sensed that Luo Ning was injured, her combat strength far from reaching the peak that a 6th level Dark Realm cultivator should possess. The situation became crystal clear in his mind. You're mistaken. I'm here to retrieve the jade-eyed hairpin you're holding, Shang Jing said expressionlessly. Luo Ning was momentarily stunned, then let out a mocking, cold laugh. What a crude tactic. Are you trying to distract me? Shang Jing raised an eyebrow, secretly noting this woman's extreme wariness, though he understood why, after all, someone was hunting her. With this thought, he pulled out the contract signed between Hung Yu Pawnshop and Su Yueshi from his robes, holding it between his fingers so the writing was clearly visible in the moonlight, then casually tossed it over. This jade-eyed hairpin was pawned by my wife. The term hasn't expired, yet the pawnshop violated the agreement and sold it to you. I simply want to redeem it. The contract fluttered to the ground, but Luo Ning didn't even glance at it, her eyes still locked firmly on him. Shang Jing then produced a heavy pouch containing 100 gold crystal coins, letting them gleam in the light. This is the money you paid for the hairpin, returned in full. I hope you'll return the item to its rightful owner. With that, he tossed the pouch over as well. The gold crystal coins scattered with crisp, clinking sounds, but Luo Ning remained unmoved, her scornful laughter growing stronger. So this is what I can expect from the laying trading company. Following me all this way just to assassinate me with such a ridiculous excuse. Shang Jing's brow furrowed, frustrated by her self-serving interpretation. Lei Shuang sent you, didn't she? A pawnshop, a jade hairpin, a contract, and finding a 6th level Bright Realm warrior to lower my guard before striking? From Yunyi City to this post station, Who below the dark realm would dare travel at night? Your scheme is pathetically crude. Luo Ning circulated her true qi, her entire body tensing as she confidently exposed this supposed conspiracy. She continued coldly. The term hasn't expired? Does Lei Shuang really think I believe that? A sixth-level bright realm man would leave the city in the middle of the night for his wife's hairpin? Luo Ning had no idea how important that jadeite hairpin was to Su Yueshi. Xikong Jing's mouth twitched as he stared at her, growing increasingly speechless. He could only explain once more, I don't know Lei Shuang. And what's so strange about leaving the city at night for my wife's hairpin? As his words fell, Luo Ning's expression instantly darkened. Either go back and tell Lei Shuang to stop playing games, or I'll kill you right now. In her eyes, a sixth-level bright realm cultivator venturing into the wilderness at night was courting certain death. Who would believe such a reason? Xikong Jing's eyes turned cold as he took a deep breath, his tone dropping low. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to play games. No amount of wariness would help you. What? Luo Ning froze. The next second, overwhelming killing intent erupted like a raging tide. Boom. Xikong Jing's figure burst forth like a thunderclap, appearing before Luo Ning in a flash. Though he still possessed only the sixth level of the Bright Realm's true qi, it was several times, even dozens of times more violent than any cultivator of the same level. Luo Ning barely had time to feel alarmed before Xikong Jing's first punch struck precisely at the weak point of her protective qi barrier. His second punch followed immediately, smashing directly into her injured right shoulder. The third strike instantly transformed into a blade hand, carrying bone-chilling true qi that penetrated her cracked barrier and stopped at her snow-white neck. With just a slight exertion of force from Xikong Jing, blood would spill and her head would fall. Even the air in the room seemed to freeze. With his blade hand suspended in place, Xikong Jing spoke in a low voice. Miss, do you believe now that I'm not here to kill you? If I truly wanted to take your life, I would have acted long ago. Young miss, the maid in the corner screamed, but her legs went weak with fear, not daring to step forward. Luo Ning stood frozen in place. She was at the sixth level of the Dark Realm and had maintained her guard throughout, yet in the blink of an eye, she had been cornered by a mere sixth-level Bright Realm cultivator. The difference between Bright and Dark Realms should have been an insurmountable chasm, yet she was powerless to fight back. It was utterly absurd. Xikong Jing withdrew his hand and stepped back, speaking again, my apologies. I only want to retrieve my wife's jade hairpin. Please give it to me. Luo Ning's expression shifted unpredictably before she suddenly shouted fiercely, I don't believe you. As her words fell, her sixth-level Dark Realm true qi erupted explosively. In the next breath, Xikong Jing flashed forward against still two punches, and one blade hand in Luo Ning's throat was once more locked in his grip. No matter how many times we do this, the result will be the same. This is pointless struggle, Xikong Jing said coldly. His gaze fell upon the jade hairpin in Luo Ning's hand. He grasped her wrist with his 5 fingers and gave it a gentle twist. The hairpin slipped from her grasp, and he drew it back into his palm with a casual motion. Stepping back several paces, Xikong Jing looked at the furious and shocked Luo Ning and said indifferently, 100 gold crystal coins are on the ground. I'm taking the jade hairpin. If you feel wronged, go settle accounts with Hengyu Pawn Shop. With those words, he turned to leave. In truth, Hengyu Pawn Shop was the real source of this entire mess. If Luo Ning had been willing to negotiate properly, he had even been prepared to discuss the price. But since she was being unreasonable and troublesome, he simply took it by force to save himself the hassle. Luo Ning stared blankly at his retreating figure, her mind completely blank. She had been easily subdued twice by the same person and had the jade hairpin forcibly taken from her. Even more humiliating was that she had indeed misunderstood Xikong Jingha only wanted the hairpin, yet could have taken her life at any moment. Humiliation and anger suddenly surged within her, and she couldn't help but shout. Wait. Xikong Jing stopped and turned back. Is there something else? I bought that jade hairpin from Hengyu Pawn Shop, so it's mine. If you want to settle accounts, go find the pawn shop. 100 gold crystal coins I am not selling. Luo Ning's eyes were red, her voice sharp. After being pursued by Lei Ying Trading Company, and then bullied by a sixth-level Bright Realm cultivator, her frustration had reached its peak. Xikong Jing sighed inwardly. This woman had finally regained her composure. I admit I misunderstood you earlier, and I apologize, but I truly don't want to sell this jade hairpin, Luo Ning said, clenching her fists and refusing to back down. He studied her. How much money do you want? No amount of money will make me sell it. Luo Ning lifted her chin defiantly, as if throwing a tantrum. Xikong Jing pondered, his gaze sweeping toward the door before asking again. To be precise, how much is this jade hairpin worth in your eyes? Not knowing his intention, Luo Ning still answered seriously. I haven't had it appraised yet, but the materials alone are worth at least 1,000 gold crystal coins. However, And how much is your life worth? Suddenly, Xikong Jing interrupted with another question. Stunned for a moment, Luo Ning replied with some terror. What do you want? My life is priceless, of course. If you dare kill me, The Luoshui Jade House will never let this go. She was truly frightened had her refusal angered this incomprehensible and terrifying man. However, Sikong Jing merely shrugged without a word in response, turned and walked to the table to sit down, appearing completely at ease as if the earlier threat had never existed. Luo Ning opened her mouth, completely unable to see through his intentions. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. A tall woman in purple-blue robes strode in boldly, her eyes sharp and fierce, sweeping the room with an overbearing presence as she coldly declared, Luo Ning, tonight you die. Lei Shuang, Luo Ning screamed, her face instantly turning deathly pale. The next moment, Sikong Jing's indifferent voice sounded behind Luo Ning. Since your life is priceless, I shall save it tonight. Consider it payment for the jade hairpin. He was not a bloodthirsty killer and bore no grudge against Luo Ning. It was simply that since she stubbornly refused to sell the hairpin, he would try a different approach to their transaction. Moreover, when leaving earlier, he had already sensed numerous warriors surrounding this place precisely Lei Ing Trading Company's men, so he decided to stay. Hearing these words, Luo Ning's shoulders trembled slightly, yet she remained full of doubt. Lei Shuang paid no attention to Sikong Jing whatsoever, sneering repeatedly. Little bitch Luo Ning, I thought you'd rush back to Yunzhou City overnight and plan to intercept you halfway, but instead you're hiding at this inn, making me waste a trip. Tell me, how should I punish you? She narrowed her eyes, staring at Luo Ning like a cat toying with a mouse, certain her prey could not escape. Luo Ning clenched her fists, glaring at Lei Shuang. Isn't Lei Ing Trading Company going too far? I merely took some business from you in Yunzhou City, and you want to kill me? Are you merchants or bandits? Haha, I am a bandit. Lei Shuang laughed loudly. Steal my business and pay the price. Both families dealt in Jade. Yunzhou City's Luoshui Jade House and Lei Ing Trading Company originally competed only in the marketplace. Since Lei Shuang took over part of the business, she had acted tyrannically. When Luo Ning intercepted the Yunzhou City deal this time, she suffered an assassination attempt and injury, forcing her to flee through the night, only to discover Lei Shuang had already laid a trap, determined to kill her. Seeing Luo Ning's silence, Lei Shuang sneered again. I know you're at the 6th level of the Dark Realm with considerable skill, so I brought 200 bandits and definitely killing you today. Blame yourself for being too arrogant, not even bringing guards. You actually brought a bodyguard. Only now did she notice Sikong Jing at the table. Intelligence indicated Luo Ning had only brought a young maid on this trip. Where did this man come from? Lei Shuang immediately became alert. Beside her, a fierce bearded man laughed heartily. Young miss, what kind of bodyguard is that? Merely 6th level of the Bright Realm. At most a servant, no need to worry. This bearded man was precisely the 3rd level Dark Realm expert Lei Shuang had hired at great expense, and with a single glance, he saw through Sikong Jing's cultivation level. Upon hearing this, the wariness on Lei Shuang's face vanished completely as she let out a shrill laugh. So he's just a servant. No wonder I couldn't find any information on him. We don't need to worry about him. Attack. Kill Luo Ning. Boom. The bearded man wasted no words, waving his hand as he led 200 subordinates charging forward, their footsteps crushing the ground. Under the night sky, flashing blades and swords flew chaotically like a boiling pot. Though there was still a gap between the 3rd and 6th levels of the Dark Realm, the bearded man knew he dared not challenge Luo Ning on his own. Yet he had full confidence. Among his subordinates were numerous 8th and 9th level Bright Realm cultivators, plus over 10 Dark Realm practitioners lending support, more than enough to kill one person. Murderous intent rushed toward her, and Luo Ning's face instantly turned ashen. If she were at peak condition, she might barely manage a fight, but now, severely injured, she could hardly see a way out. Would she truly die here tonight? You're Luo Ning, right? Are you selling that jade hairpin? The calm, almost casual male voice sounded again from behind her. Sikong Jing. Luo Ning's mouth twitched. The man's attitude of having her completely figured out was irritating, but with the situation so dire, she really didn't want to sell. Sikong Jing lazily added, actually, you don't have to sell it. Once you're dead, it'll naturally be mine. His expression remained indifferent. On this chaotic continent, without sufficient reason, he never meddled in others' affairs. Now, with Su Yueshi by his side to look after, he was even less likely to take unnecessary risks. Servant, what are you babbling about? I'll kill you first. Amid the chaos, one thug had already charged up to Sikong Jing. To him, Sikong Jing at the 6th level of Bright Realm was nothing more than a weakling. Splurt. Blood sprayed. Sikong Jing didn't even bother to lift his gaze as his hand blade pierced through the opponent's heart. Without withdrawing his hand, he asked Luo Ning again, selling? Surrounded by the bearded man and his crew in mortal danger, Luo Ning heard the question and gritted her teeth fiercely. Sold. Then step back, leave this to me. Sikong Jing spoke flatly, pulling out his hand as blood splattered. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Luo Ning. Oh my, Luo Ning, you little wretch, didn't you claim to treat servants like family? Lei Shuang laughed shrilly in mockery. Now you're hiding behind a mere servant. How truly despicable and hypocritical. The bearded man also roared with laughter, his muscles bulging. Poor little servant, sold out by your master, but you're about to be torn to shreds by me. Luo Ning's heart tightened as she asked in a low voice. With so many people, are you really confident? Had she not witnessed that handblade strike earlier, she would never have believed a 6th-level Bright Realm cultivator could hold off this entire force. Even now, she felt uncertain. There are indeed many people. Sikong Jing's shoulders moved slightly. I'm confident I can kill them all, though it might waste some time. The corner of his mouth lifted. But that's fine, I can break through a bit. Boom. True Qi erupted like a raging storm from within him, his realm instantly climbing from the 6th level of Bright Realm to the 7th. The air seemed sliced by sharp blades as killing intent suddenly surged around him. You actually broke through? But servant, 6th or 7th level doesn't seem to make much difference to me, does it? The bearded man sneered, spreading his arms as if to tear apart his prey. Bang! Sikong Jing's figure suddenly vanished. The bearded man's vision blurred, then his head felt as if struck by a massive hammer, sending his entire body flying several yards and knocking down several subordinates. Sikong Jing landed gracefully, his voice calm. There is still a difference. If I were still at the 6th level, it would take 3 punches to kill you. At the 7th level, 2 punches are enough. Sorry, dead. Before his words finished, he lunged forward again, landing a punch squarely on the bearded man's face. A flash of blood, and the bearded man felt the world spinning before he plunged completely into darkness. However, in Luanning's and her maid's eyes, Sikong Jing's fist, wrapped in violent true qi, struck out. The bearded man's entire face caved in as if hammered by iron, blood spattering everywhere. He didn't even have time to grunt before collapsing dead on the spot. Sudden silence fell all around. The hurried footsteps that had been approaching froze in unison, everyone stunned in place. Big brother? Beast, big brother. The next moment, a wail that seemed to tear through the night sky erupted. Their big brother, whom they revered like the king of hell, had died beyond death after taking just 2 punches from Luanning's servant. These bandits had terrorized the area around Yunny City for a long time. Their leader, nicknamed Beast, had a fearsome reputation. Tonight, they had been hired by Miss Lei Shuang of the Laying Trading Company, thinking it would be easy money. But now, Beast had been killed outright by a mere 7th-level Bright Realm youth who had crossed a major cultivation boundary. This must be a nightmare. It has to be a nightmare. Terror exploded across their faces. Kill him. Avenge Beast, big brother. Roars merged into a tide as the bandits charged towards Sikong Jing with bloodshot eyes. True Qi surged wildly within Sikong Jing's body. The surrounding battle cries made him feel as if he had returned to the battlefield, back to those years when he had single-handedly infiltrated enemy territory. His blood boiled no longer mortal blood, but the blood of 10,000 beasts, fierce beyond measure. Your big brother was a beast, but I am a mad beast. A bloodthirsty growl exploded from his throat. He stepped forward. Kill. Splurt. 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 Blood flowers bloomed before his eyes as lives were severed at their roots, light as grass. The invincible divine general who had once faced an enemy nation's million-strong army alone now saw these 200 bandits as nothing more than paper dolls. What did the Dark Realm matter? His boiling beast blood crushed everything. The true qi of the emperor-slaying prison-breaking art roared within his dantian, which resembled a monstrous skull, opening its maw to devour and surge through his muscles and bones. Blood like raging fire, true qi like fuel adding fuel to the flames. Luanning stood frozen in her room, watching the man who had wanted to buy the jade hairpin charge into the crowd. Everyone he touched died with a single strike. He's not human. Run. Run quickly. The slaughter shattered the bandits' courage. Someone shrieked, and they scattered in all directions. Sikong Jing licked his bloodstained lips and spoke coldly. You cannot escape. He flashed out of Luanning's room, his figure like a wolf among sheep. Outside the door, only heart-rending screams and pleas for mercy remained, but within mere moments, all fell silent as death. When he landed, corpses lay scattered beneath his feet, not one survivor remained. Sikong Jing raised his gaze, his red-tinged vision falling upon Lei Shuang. Lei Shuang felt every hair on her body stand on end. The next moment, he suddenly shuddered, realizing he had been too bloodthirsty. He circulated his cultivation technique, his breathing gradually steadying. When he looked at Lei Shuang again, his eyes had returned to their clear state. However, in Lei Shuang's eyes, he remained that terrifying killing demon. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor with a thud, screaming hysterically. You, don't come near me, or my Laying Trading Company will kill your entire family. All her former pride in her status crumbled completely, leaving only hysterical fear. Where on earth had that little wretch Luanning found such a monstrous servant? Kill my entire family? Sikong Jing's crimson eyes gradually began to glow with a bloodthirsty light. He lunged forward suddenly, grabbing Lei Shuang by the throat with one hand and lifting her entire body off the ground, his voice low and icy. I despise it when people threaten me using my family. After just a few days together, Su Yueshi and his in-laws had become like his reverse scales, and dragons' reverse scales must never be touched, for touching them means death. Wait, don't kill her. Luo Ning's alarmed cry exploded through the cramped guest room. Xikong Jing's 5 fingers paused at Lei Shuang's neck as he turned his head. She wanted to kill you, yet you won't kill her? Luo Ning took a deep breath and quickly explained. The Laying Trading House is far more powerful than our Luoshui Jade Company. Lei Shuang is also the apple of the Laying Trading House owner's eye. If she dies here, the Luoshui Jade Company will face brutal retaliation. Hearing these words while suspended in midair, Lei Shuang immediately mustered her courage, her gaze vicious. Servant, if you dare kill me, the Laying Trading House will destroy the Luoshui Jade Company. Do you believe me or not? The air suddenly froze. Xikong Jing's lips curved into a sinister smile. The Luoshui Jade Company? What the hell does that have to do with me? Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bone rang out as he twisted Lei Shuang's neck without hesitation. Lei Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief before the life left her body. You, how could you do this? Luo Ning pointed at him in shock. Xikong Jing understood perfectly well. Leaving Lei Shuang alive would only bring trouble to Su Yueshi's family. So he simply killed her. He casually tossed the corpse to the ground and looked indifferently at Luo Ning. I've saved your life. Our transaction for the jade hairpin is complete. Farewell. With those words, his figure flashed and disappeared into the depths of the inn. Only Luo Ning remained standing dazed in the corridor. Her maid came running over, trembling. Miss, what kind of monster was that man? He was terrifying. Luo Ning murmured. I'd like to know too. She didn't know his name or his background, only that he had pursued the jade hairpin for his wife's sake. And despite his clear mirror cultivation level, he killed without mercy. Miss, now that Lei Shuang is dead, the Laying Trading House will surely declare war on us. Should we hurry back to Yunyi City, investigate that man's identity, and pin everything on him? A cruel glint flashed in the maid's eyes. The image of Xikong Jing snapping the neck flashed through Luo Ning's mind, making her entire body go numb as she decisively shook her head. No, we die. This person could only be befriended, never schemed against. This was her clearest thought at the moment. Bang! The inn's main door was kicked open. A middle-aged general wearing Yunyi City armor strode in with large steps, followed by a crowd of city guards. He unrolled a portrait and announced in a voice like thunder. Have any of you seen the man in this picture? He's a criminal who was exiled to Yunyi City and has now escaped. Everyone in the inn tensed up, and the waiter quickly stepped forward, saying, I've seen him. He's in the back courtyard. The man in the portrait had casually rewarded him with a whole gold crystal coin, and its hefty weight made it impossible to forget. The waiter spoke urgently and rapidly, but still added, however. The middle-aged General Cho Ye's brow twitched as he pressed in a deep voice, however what? However, the Beast Bandit gang just broke in and fought with that gentleman in the back courtyard. We don't know the exact situation. It seems quiet now, but no one dares to go in and look. The waiter finished in one breath, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. The Beast Bandit gang? A cold glint flashed in Cho Ye's eyes as he immediately led his troops toward the room where Luo Ning was staying. Pushing open the door, the overwhelming smell of blood nearly choked them. Bodies of Beast Bandit gang members lay scattered across the floor, with blood seeping through the cracks between the wooden boards. Apart from these corpses, only Luo Ning and her maid stood unharmed in their original positions. A series of questions exploded in Cho Ye's mind. What exactly had happened? Who had slaughtered the entire Beast Bandit gang? Where was the man from the portrait? Luo Ning looked up and immediately recognized the portrait in Cho Ye's hand. It was indeed the terrifying man who had just left. She was stunned for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile, her voice gentle. Isn't this General Cho Yi? I'm Luo Ning from the Luoshui Trading Company in Yunzhou City. Surely General Cho hasn't forgotten me. This familiar greeting brought Cho Yi back to his senses. He remembered his past dealings with Luo Ning in Yunyi City, and his expression softened somewhat. So it's Miss Luo. What happened here? Luo Ning paused briefly to gather her thoughts, then spoke clearly. I was here negotiating with Miss Lei Shuang from the Laying Trading Company when the Beast Bandit gang suddenly burst in, trying to kidnap us. She paused, glancing at the corpses on the floor. In that critical moment, it was the gentleman in the portrait who saved us. Except for the fabricated part about Lei Shuang. Everything else was true. She watched Cho Ye's expression intently, her heart slightly tense. Cho Ye had originally thought the fugitive was working with the bandits, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. He asked suspiciously, why would that criminal save you? Luo Ning chose her words carefully. He came to buy back a jade hairpin from me. When the bandits appeared, he simply stepped in to help. After finishing, she looked at him expectantly. General Cho, who exactly is he? His martial skills are terrifying. Luo Ning's status made Cho Yi believe about 80% of her words, so he explained truthfully. His name is Xikong Jing, a convicted criminal exiled to Yunyi City. The Lord of Yunzhou personally arranged a marriage for him with the second daughter of the Su family. As Chou Yi continued his explanation, Luo Ning's eyes grew wider and wider. So this man was indeed the exiled criminal who had been the talk of the town recently, and his future bride was said to be the ugliest woman in all of Yunzhou. Yet Xikong Jing had risked leaving the city to pursue a jade hairpin simply because it belonged to his wife? Shouldn't he despise his ugly wife? I'm afraid only the Lord of Yunzhou knows what his identity was before exile, but we also attach great importance to this matter. Qiu Yi surveyed the devastated valley, his gaze settling on Luo Ning before him as he asked in a deep voice, Miss Luo, do you know where he has gone? A criminal personally betrothed by the Lord of Yunzhou had actually escaped the city. This was no trivial matter. Luo Ning concealed the emotions in her eyes and smiled faintly. General Qiu need not worry. He must have returned to Yunyi City. He left the city only to buy back his wife's jade hairpin that was in my possession. As soon as she finished speaking, her mind turned, and she bent down to pick up the 100 gold crystal coins that Xikong Jing had dropped on the ground, presenting them with both hands to Qiu Yi. The gold crystals reflected cold light under the torches. General Qiu, the complete annihilation of the Beast Bandit gang is your achievement. She narrowed her eyes, lowering her voice. But could you perhaps say that Xikong Jing also participated and deserves partial credit? Luo Ning knew clearly that the bandits were indeed killed by Xikong Jing, and Qiu Yi would certainly claim the merit. Even if Xikong Jing returned safely to the city, he could hardly escape the charge of forcibly breaking through the city gates. With this single move, she could both repay a life-saving debt and cover up Lei Shuang's death. Qiu Yi rubbed the cold coin's surface with his thumb, his eyes slightly darkening. After a moment, he accepted the money pouch. That depends on whether the criminal returns. With that, he quickly tucked the money into his chest and raised his voice to command. Leave half the men to clean up the corpses, the rest follow me back to the city. Before departing, Luo Ning stepped forward once more. General Qiu, Miss Lei Shuang also died at the hands of the beast bandits. If anyone asks, please testify for me. Qiu Yi gazed at her, nodded slightly, then turned and spurred his horse, quickly disappearing into the depths of the night. Watching the torches fade into the distance, Luo Ning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. An exiled criminal, son-in-law of the Su family in Yunyi City, husband to the ugliest woman in all of Yunzhou. This man was truly mysterious. She looked down at Lei Shuang's cold corpse and thought, I've helped him too, I wonder if he'll be grateful? A glimmer of expectation flashed in her eyes. The night wind howled fiercely, and the official road lay dark and desolate. Xikong Jing hurried back along the original route, but was intercepted by Qiu Ye's returning party. Facing the encirclement, he offered no resistance. Forcibly breaking out of the city would inevitably cause trouble, something he had anticipated, though he hadn't expected Qiu Yi to speak first. The merit for destroying the Beast Bandit gang belongs to me. I'll share a portion with you and acknowledge that your forced exit was under my orders, to lure the bandits into a trap. Qiu Ye's words carried an undeniable coldness. Only then did Xikong Jing realize that the bearded leader nicknamed Beast had commanded the entire bandit gang that terrorized the outskirts of Yunyi City. The merit for eliminating this gang was enormous, and Qiu Yi would never let it slip away. He shrugged and smiled. No problem. With the deal struck, Qiu Yi immediately dispatched his personal guards to escort him back to the city. Hoofbeats scattered as the night surged around them. On the road, Xikong Jing's mind conjured the image of Luo Ning offering the coins, and he sighed inwardly. It was indeed her idea, both covering up Lei Shuang's death and saving me considerable trouble. As dawn broke, the banners on Yunyi City's watchtowers fluttered fiercely in the morning wind. The escorting guards delivered Xikong Jing to the city gates, where the gate guards watched with complex expressions, but none blocked his way. He strode quickly through the bluestone streets and stepped through the gates of the Su residence site. It was time to return the servants' wages. At this moment, in Su Yueshi's courtyard within the Su residence, Mei Xiaofang grabbed her daughter's sleeve urgently, her voice rushed. Where is that criminal? How come we can't find him? Su Yueshi's face was pale, with obvious dark circles under her eyes. She hadn't slept a wink all night. When Xikong Jing left the Hengyu pawn shop last night, he said he was going out of the city to retrieve the jade hairpin. Su Yueshi had thought the city guards would stop him, but after a whole night, he still hadn't returned to the residence. Now, she wasn't sure whether Xikong Jing had successfully left the city or been captured and detained by the guards. Mother, Xikong Jing he. Su Yueshi was about to explain about the pawn shop, when suddenly Aunt Li's shrill voice came from outside the courtyard gate. Mei Xiaofang, we're here for our money. Your criminal son-in-law promised 10 times our wages. Give it to us now. As her words fell, a rush of footsteps followed, and dozens of people instantly crowded into the courtyard. Leading them were Aunt Li and 6 other servants demanding their pay, followed by a large group of Su residence servants watching the excitement, all craning their necks to see if the criminal son-in-law could produce that 10 times wage. In the hall, Mei Xiaofang's face grew even paler as she turned back to ask urgently, Yueshi, is there any money left from pawning the jade hairpin? Su Yueshi shook her head. None left. We only got 3 gold crystal coins, and I gave them all to Dr. Sun to treat Father Su Jinglong. I have nothing left now. Seeing her mother's expression grow increasingly grim, she quickly added, but don't worry, mother. Sikong Jing has money. I saw with my own eyes yesterday that he had many gold crystal coins. He has money, but where is he? Mei Xiaofeng pressed. Before she could finish speaking, Aunt Li's voice came urging from outside again. Mei Xiaofeng, pay up quickly. If you don't blame us for taking your belongings. Mei Xiaofeng glared fiercely at Su Yueshi, then had no choice but to rush to the courtyard and explain loudly. My son-in-law went to get money and hasn't returned yet. When he comes back, he'll naturally give you 10 times your wages. What's the rush? Though her voice was firm, her heart was uncertain. Even she couldn't be sure if Sikong Jing really had that many gold crystal coins. A mocking laugh exploded through the crowd. The one who spoke was Su Yun. She swayed forward with a cold smile. Aunt, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. I just received news that your criminal son-in-law forced his way out of the city last night. Su Yueshi, who had just walked out of the main hall, heard these words and froze in place. Had Sikong Jing really succeeded in leaving the city? Mei Xiaofeng was equally confused and instinctively asked, what did Sikong Jing leave the city for? She hadn't quite grasped the situation and failed to catch the danger in those words. Su Yun's lips curved up, her tone mocking. Aunt still doesn't understand? He's a criminal. Of course he had to escape, to flee from Yunyi City, this prison. As her words fell, Mei Xiaofeng's eyes widened, and she suddenly shuddered. You mean? Su Yun shrugged, a flash of malice in her eyes. That's right. He knew he couldn't pay 10 times the wages, so how could he possibly stay and wait for death? Better to escape first. Mei Xiaofeng's mind roared. Sikong Jing had promised that if he couldn't produce 10 times the wages, he would pay with his life. This was no joke. The servants might not dare to act, but Su Zhongtao and Su Yun absolutely would. Su Yueshi stepped forward, glaring at Su Yun angrily. Su Yun, don't talk nonsense. Sikong Jing has money. At this moment, Su Yueshi couldn't help but rush out and retort against Su Yun, her eyes red with tears. After her voice exploded through the courtyard, she suddenly turned to face Mei Xiaofeng, explaining rapidly. Mother, Sikong Jing's forced exit from the city wasn't an escape at all. Went to retrieve my jade hairpin that had been sold. Mei Xiaofeng stared blankly at her second daughter and asked back. So you're saying he really did force his way out of the city? Yes. Su Yueshi nodded vigorously and immediately revealed the whole story about Hengyu pawn shop. Ha! As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yun's laughter cut sharply through the air. For one little jade hairpin of yours, he traveled out of the city at night? He wasn't afraid of dying outside the city walls. Wasn't afraid of being punished when he returned? Who would believe such nonsense? Su Yueshi felt her heart ache from this mockery, but she still bit her lip, raised her head, and shouted back. It's true. Remembering Sikong Jing's determined expression from last night, she grew even more furious at Su Yun's disbelief. But Su Yun scoffed. Su Yueshi, you're so naive. He used that as an excuse to escape because he wanted to get away from you. You ugly freak. Do you really think someone like you could make him care genuinely? The cold mockery pressed in from all directions, and Su Yueshi's chest suddenly tightened. Was she really just an unwanted ugly girl? Yueshi, that criminal is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Mei Xiaofeng's voice behind her grew increasingly shrill. He escaped from the city and will never return. Marrying you was fake, accepting you was fake, and promising 10 times the wages was even more fake. How could he risk danger for a jade hairpin? Each accusation struck Su Yueshi's heart like a heavy hammer. Her mind buzzed with noise as tears streamed down uncontrollably. Was she still that unwanted ugly girl after all? Congratulations, Aunt. You've gotten rid of that criminal, Su Yun added with sinister satisfaction. But whether he escaped or not, you still owe Sister Li and the others 10 times the wages. Before she finished speaking, Sister Li and the others approached with menacing grins. Mei Xiaofeng, pay up. The servants stepped forward in unison, their faces fierce. Mei Xiaofeng's face turned deathly pale as she quickly shielded the collapsing Su Yueshi behind her. We don't have money. We'll find a way. No money. Su Yun's lips curved into a mocking smile as she waved her hand and commanded. Then take their belongings. Sister Li let out a strange cackle and charged into the various rooms in the courtyard first. The watching servants were stirred up and followed suit, barging in. No, don't take anything. Mei Xiaofeng screamed, rushing frantically towards Su Zhenglong's door and blocking it with her body. Zhenglong is still restingiary, not allowed in there. Don't touch my father's things. Su Yueshi also forgot about crying and rushed over to guard the door. Haha, breakthrough. Su Yun laughed maniacally, secretly hoping in her twisted heart that Su Zhenglong would be shocked to death. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind descended into the courtyard. What are you doing? The furious roar thundered as a tall, fierce figure crashed to the ground. It was Sikong Jing, who had just returned. He had originally rushed back with joy, ready to share the good news with Su Yueshi that he had retrieved the jade hairpin. But the chaos before his eyes instantly ignited his rage, and murderous intent surged within him. Jing, he's back? Su Yueshi, who was desperately blocking the door to Su Jinglong's room, froze in place as if struck by lightning. Was that male voice from the courtyard really his? It must be her imagination. She was just missing him too much. You're all courting death. The deep, furious roar thundered again, crystal clear, like thunder rolling across the rooftops. Boom. A violent figure burst through the door, flashing across the hall like lightning, and in the blink of an eye stood before Su Jinglong's room. Bang, 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 bang. Leg strikes swept horizontally, sending the servants attacking Mei Xiaofeng and Su Yueshi flying one by one. Screams rose and fell as more than 10 servants were cleared out in an instant, crashing down throughout the courtyard in agony. Jing lowered his leg and turned to look at the disheveled mother and daughter at the doorway. Yueshi, mother-in-law, are you both all right? The mother and daughter stared up in a daze at this tall figure seething with rage. Mei Xiaofeng could hardly believe it had really returned. He hadn't fled. Su Yueshi was even more speechless, frozen as if afraid this was all just a dream. From deep in the courtyard came the continued sounds of rustling and moving. Jing turned his head, his voice ice cold. Don't be afraid. I'll beat every last one of them out of here and make them pay the price. With those words, he turned and charged out like a whirlwind of killing intent. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of heavy blows and screams connected in a line throughout the rooms. Jing moved back and forth, dragging and kicking the remaining servants, finally throwing them all onto the open ground in the courtyard. Wooden beams trembled and dust filled the air. Hearing this commotion, Su Yueshi finally came to her senses and murmured, Mother, we're not dreaming, are we? Jing really came back, really didn't abandon me. Mei Xiaofeng's veil was already soaked with tears. She hesitated before saying, perhaps he was captured and brought back. These words left Su Yueshi's heart in turmoil once again. The mother and daughter had witnessed too much malice to believe that anyone in this world would truly care for them wholeheartedly, especially someone who was a criminal. Could a criminal really be a good person? In the courtyard, all the servants had now been thoroughly dealt with by Jing, lying scattered across the ground. Mei Xiaofeng gripped her daughter's hand and softly comforted her. Perhaps he truly couldn't bear to leave you, so he came back. Seeing her daughter's pained expression, she couldn't bear to add to her suffering and silently prayed, hoping Jing hadn't been forced to return, or her fragile daughter might not be able to bear it. Criminal, didn't you escape from the city? How did you come back? At the courtyard gate, Su Yun glared and demanded. Jing stood before the main hall, coldly surveying the servants rolling and wailing on the ground, then looked up and countered. Who told you I escaped from the city? This is my home, Jing's home. Why would I need to flee? As his words fell, both Su Yueshi and her mother felt their hearts tremble. Su Yun was stunned for a moment, then sneered. How noble you sound. I think you were caught by the city guards and brought back, weren't you? Who would call this place home? Who would take a fancy to Su Yueshi? In her mind, Jing must have been captured after trying to leave the city. The mother and daughter couldn't help but look towards Jing again, waiting for his explanation. But Jing only gave a cold laugh. I can't be bothered with your nonsense. After I deal with these servants, I'll come teach you a lesson. After speaking, Jing turned his gaze toward Aunt Li and the others, roaring. How do you want to die? He was truly enraged. If he had arrived just a moment later, who knew what fate would have befallen Su Yueshi? Who knew whether his father-in-law, Su Jinglong, might have been driven to his death by sheer fury? A bloodthirsty impulse churned in his chest, wanted to kill. Aunt Li endured the pain and snarled back viciously. Criminal, you owe money and refuse to pay, yet you want to kill us. That's right. You owe money and won't pay, so of course we have to take your things. Several servants sneered in agreement, acting completely righteous. With Miss Su Yun backing them, they showed no fear whatsoever. Clink, clink, clink. Several gold crystal coins leaped from Jing's palm, scattering to the ground one after another. The crisp collision sounds pierced everyone's eardrums like sharp swords. Including Aunt Li, all the servants' eyes instantly widened. They had never seen so many gold crystal coins before. The clamor came to an abrupt halt. I said I would repay tenfold, and I will. As the gold crystal coins hit the ground, Jing's voice turned cold as ice shards. Who told you to touch my family's belongings? An overwhelming killing intent washed over them, causing Aunt Li and the others to panic suddenly. One servant stammered in defense. You fled the city, how were we supposed to know you'd come back? I said I would repay today. If I hadn't returned today, tomorrow would have been soon enough to seize things. Who told you to act now? Jing's final words came out almost as a roar, like a divine general descending from heaven, like a wild beast's furious howl. Puff! The servants closest to him immediately spat blood, knocked back several steps by the force. In the next instant, Jing spread his 5 fingers, and Aunt Li was yanked into midair, her throat falling into his grasp. Aunt Li flailed her limbs, her face contorting. Let me go. Who told you not to come back earlier? Blame yourself. Let me go now, Give us 20 times the wages, and we'll call it even. The other servants crowded around noisily, shouting, "That's right. Who's to blame for paying late? Of course we take things when owed wages. So what if we took them?" Sikong Jing ignored all the clamoring, his gaze sweeping over them cold as a blade. 20 times? Not his time, 20 times the wages. His tone was calm, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. To be precise, 2 gold crystal coins per person. The entire scene fell silent. Even Aunt Lee stopped struggling, greed flashing in her eyes. Really? Of course it's real. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as Aunt Lee's neck twisted at an angle. She died on the spot. The servants who had been anticipating gold crystal coins instantly turned pale and retreated. Sikong Jing casually tossed down the corpse, then drew up 2 gold crystal coins and placed them on her chest. 20 times the wages, plus your funeral expenses. Thud. The servant's legs went weak, some collapsing to the ground. The middle-aged male servant who had stolen Mei Xiaofang's silk 3 days ago pointed at him and shrieked, You killed Aunt Lee. Not just her, I'm going to kill you too." As his words fell, he suddenly flashed forward, and that middle-aged servant died instantly. Sikong Jing drew up 2 more gold crystal coins and threw them onto the corpse. Then his figure flashed repeatedly as he killed one after another. In the blink of an eye, all 7 servants belonging to Su Yueshi's household were dead. The courtyard fell into dead silence, and everyone was terrified to their core. Sikong Jing's gaze swept around like shards of ice, while dozens of pale-faced servants huddled together in terror. His voice was cold and low. "My family has never owed you a single coin in wages, yet you dare to come here and steal. Therefore there will be no funeral expenses. Kill." Before his words finished echoing, his figure transformed into a streak of cold light. Brief screams rose one after another as clouds of blood mist exploded under the moonlight. In the blink of an eye, Sikong Jing landed on the ground, surrounded by corpses sprawled in all directions, not one breath of life remaining among them. Outside the courtyard gate, those servants who had been too embarrassed to openly loot watched in absolute terror, scared out of their wits as they fled in panic. In their eyes, Sikong Jing had become a deadly demon. Yet he didn't even lift an eyelid, only killed the guilty parties, and would never harm the innocent. His lightning-cold gaze locked onto Su Yun again. Su Yun kept backing away, her trembling finger pointing at him. "Criminal! You actually dared to kill so many servants." Slap. Sikong Jing's figure flickered, and a backhand sent Su Yun rolling across the ground. He looked down at her, his voice colder than the night wind. "I would dare to kill even you. But now is not the time. I'll wait for your elder brother Su Shan to return and face death. Then killing you won't be too late." With that, he kicked out, sending Su Yun flying outside the courtyard with a bang. Su Yun writhed in pain on the stone slabs, wailing for a long time before barely managing to crawl up. She shrieked at the top of her lungs. "Criminal, you're dead. Su Yueshi, you ugly freak, just wait. Don't think this criminal is helping." Yoha was captured by the city guards. He probably escaped when things went bad. "I'm going to report this to the authorities right now, and I'll tell Grandfather Turi all going to die." Her hoarse curses mixed with sobs echoed until they gradually faded into the depths of the alley. In the courtyard, besides the corpses scattered everywhere, only Sikong Jing and the mother-daughter pair, Su Yueshi, remained. Only now did they snap out of their shock. Mei Xiaofang's lips trembled. "Sikong Jing, how could you kill so many servants?" Her mind was filled with bloody scenes. Not only Li Yi's group had been killed, but dozens of other servants also lay dead in the courtyard. With such a major incident, Su Xiefeng would never stand by idly again, and the enforcement hall would come with their men at any moment. Mei Xiaofeng truly couldn't understand why Sikong Jing had acted so madly. Sikong Jing saw through her thoughts and said in a low voice, "Mother-in-law, you have endured for far too long, so long that even ordinary servants dare to trample over you. Not just servants, those people outside who once called themselves friends could also humiliate them at will." Thinking of how his father-in-law Su Zhenlong, a dignified master of the Su family, was now bedridden with illness, Sikong Jing felt his chest tighten with frustration. Mei Xiaofeng trembled all over. Recalling all the grievances of recent times, bitterness welled up in her heart, yet she still shook her head. "Even so, we must endure. Zhenlong is gravely ill, and if we don't endure, we'll have no food to eat, and we'll die even faster." "I understand." Sikong Jing's tone was sharp as a blade. "But now, with me here, there's no need to endure anymore." Mei Xiaofeng's lips twitched, wanting to say, "What good are you? You're just a minor warrior at the 4th level of the Bright Realm." She didn't yet know that Sikong Jing, who had been in seclusion 3 days ago, was now at the 7th level of the Bright Realm. Fortunately, he hadn't abandoned them, so these words ultimately remained unspoken. She only asked, "Then what do you suggest?" "You've killed so many servants. Su Xiefeng and Su Jingtao's enforcement hall will be here soon." Sikong Jing's eyes flashed, and he was about to explain when suddenly, "We'll meet soldiers with generals and floods with earth." A hoarse voice came from inside the hall, making everyone's hearts jump in unison. The three of them quickly looked over to see Su Zhenglong appearing, leaning against the doorframe. Master, Father, Mei Xiaofang and Su Yueshi cried out almost simultaneously, rushing toward him like two gusts of wind. The terror from last night still churned in their hearts, as they had truly believed they would be forever separated from Su Zhenglong by death itself. I'm fine. Su Zhenglong smiled slightly, lowering his voice. Ah Jing was right. We can't keep enduring this, or even dogs will climb on our heads and shit. Those wicked servants deserve to die. He looked up, meeting Sikong Jing's gaze directly, and added solemnly, Ah Jing, I owe you a great debt this time. Sikong Jing shook his head. Father-in-law, this was my duty. Su Zhenglong's expression grew stern. You don't need to worry about what comes next, nor do you need to intervene again. I'll make Su Zhengtao and the others understand that Su Zhenglong, who isn't dead yet, is still the prodigy of Yunyi City he once was. Before he could finish speaking, he began coughing violently again. Master, please say less. Mei Xiaofang hurriedly patted his back, her brow furrowed with worry. Looking at his frail condition, no one could believe this former prodigy was capable of doing anything significant. Eventually, Su Zhenglong coughed so hard he couldn't stand and had to be helped back to his room to rest. Sikong Jing didn't follow them inside. Instead, he dragged the scattered corpses from the courtyard to outside the gate, cleaned away the bloodstains, and closed the courtyard door. After finishing these tasks, he looked up to see Su Yueshi emerging from her father's room, standing quietly at the entrance to the hall, her eyes behind the veil fixed intently on him. Yueshi, what's wrong? You haven't said a word since I returned. Sikong Jing approached her with confusion. Su Yueshi bit her lip tightly behind her veil, offering no response. Sikong Jing pulled out a long box from his chest, smiling as he drew out a jade hairpin inlaid with emerald. Yueshi, look what I brought back for you. The jade hairpin shimmered with green light. Su Yueshi suddenly covered her mouth, tears bursting forth like a broken dam. Don't cry. I promised I'd get the emerald jade hairpin back for you. Sikong Jing gently wiped away her tears. But in the next moment, wah! Su Yueshi broke into heartbroken sobs, throwing herself fiercely into his arms. I thought after you left the city, you'd never come back. I thought I'd never see you again. I thought my ugliness had finally scared you away. I was so afraid. Sikong Jing froze, finally understanding that she had taken Su Yun's words to heart. Her deep insecurity and the scars covering her face made her constantly doubt herself. And he, equally poor with words, could only hold her tighter. This is my home. Sigh. A soft sigh came from Su Zhenglong's room. It was Mei Xiaofang. Through the window lattice, she could see her daughter embracing that criminal son-in-law, then turned to look at Su Zhenglong, who was half reclining on the bed. Master, I still suspect this criminal originally intended to flee. Perhaps, as Su Yun said, he was captured and brought back, or turned around only when he saw the situation was unfavorable. Su Zhenglong's eyes flickered, remaining silent. Mei Xiaofang gently touched the window sill, her heart churning with confusion. She truly couldn't understand what her ugly daughter possessed that was worth Sikong Jing's devotion even if he was just a criminal. What man doesn't want his woman to be beautiful? If we both die, can we really trust him with Yueshi? Mei Xiaofang leaned against the doorframe, her face etched with pain and confusion. Dark bruises still marked her slender wrists, trembling slightly. In the courtyard, Su Zhenglong stood silent as stone. He knew all too well that Su Xiefeng and Su Jingtao would soon demand accountability for the slain servants. According to his original plan, he would exhaust his remaining spiritual energy to fight the intruders to mutual destruction. He would almost certainly die, and Mei Xiaofang would have no chance of survival either. But if they both truly died, could Sikong Jing really be trusted? Could he really protect their daughter for life? He looked up at the young man not far away, and in the end could only let out a low sigh. Let's observe him a bit more later. Rumble. Beyond the courtyard wall, heavy footsteps pounded the ground like iron hammers, sending dust cascading down. Immediately after, an aged yet fierce roar exploded. Surround them. The moment the command was issued, dozens of Su family elite fighters poured in from all directions, sealing off Su Yueshi's small courtyard completely. Family head Su Xiefeng and enforcement hall master Su Zhengtao swept in with fluttering robes. Both men's faces were so dark they seemed ready to drip water. Behind Su Xiefeng, Su Yun still bore swelling on half her face, yet wore a coldly hateful smile. It was her report that had brought the Su family leadership out in full force. She believed that this time, Su Zhenglong's family would be completely eliminated. In the courtyard, Su Yueshi suddenly broke free from Sikong Jing's embrace, pressing her lips together as she looked toward the old man she both feared and hated. In the end, she still lowered her head and called softly, "Grandfather." Su Xiefeng didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, pointing toward the depths of the inner courtyard with a voice like cracking ice. "Su Zhenglong, get your ass out here." Before long, Mei Xiaofang emerged supporting the stumbling Su Zhenglong. Su Zhenglong's face was pale and his breathing erratic, yet he still clasped his hands and said, "Father, forgive your son's poor health. cannot perform proper greetings. Humph. Su Xiefeng snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. I don't need greetings from such an unfilial son anyway. He had no patience for pleasantries, turning his head to bark orders. Zheng Tao, you are the master of the Su family's enforcement hall. Now, in front of your elder brother, announce the punishment decision for the criminal Sikong Jing. As his words hit the ground, Su Yueshi's face changed dramatically, and she couldn't help but cry out, Grandfather. Shut up. Su Xiefeng scolded harshly. I have no granddaughter as ugly as you. Su Zhengtao stepped forward, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Sikong Jing, as a son-in-law of the Su family, has murdered dozens of household servants and deserves death. Su Yueshi's delicate body trembled, and she wanted to argue, but was stopped by a warm, strong hand grasping hers. Sikong Jing pulled her behind him, his gaze sweeping coldly over Su Xiefeng and the others, his voice low. Aren't you going to ask why I killed those servants first? This counterquestion made Su Zhengtao react as if he'd heard a joke, laughing loudly in response. The matter couldn't be clearer. You defaulted on wages first, and when the servants came to collect their pay, you brutally murdered them. Is there any other reason? Mei Xiaofeng was so angry that tears rolled down her cheeks. She was about to rush out to argue, but Su Zhenglong held her back firmly. Su Zhenglong understood perfectly. When someone wants to frame you, they'll always find an excuse. The more they explained now, the more chaotic things would become. Better to see how Sikong Jing would handle this. Sikong Jing shrugged and asked again, then don't you want to know why we had no wages to pay? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire courtyard. I've already investigated thoroughly who drained all the Su family's profits. Su Zhenglong brought the Su family from a second-rate clan to one of the 4 great families of Yunyi City. That blood and sweat should have been repaid by you. Even without any blood relation, Su Xiefeng should still support the severely injured Su Zhenglong and his family. His gaze was sharp as cold stars, each word ringing clear. What's more, Su Zhenglong is still his son. This question immediately put Su Xiefeng in an awkward position, and he replied coldly. What a criminal, truly skilled with words. But do you think this is your only crime? Zheng Tao, continue. With a sharp command, all the servants present fell silent as cicadas. Su Jingtao's face twisted with malice as he proclaimed loudly. The criminal Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi, in order to repay their debt, caused trouble at Hengyu pawn shop, injured the shopkeeper and over 10 others, and robbed them of 100 gold crystal coins. Sikong Jing deserves death, and Su Yueshi has disgraced the Su family's reputation and should receive 100 lashes. As his words fell, the atmosphere instantly froze. Mei Xiaofeng's heart tightened, her gaze sweeping towards Sikong Jing as she asked in a trembling voice, the gold crystal coins on you were stolen? With all the chaos last night, she hadn't had time to wonder how Sikong Jing could produce such a large sum of money, only now realizing something was wrong. No, mother, it was the pawn shop owner who broke the contract first. Su Yueshi hurriedly explained, recounting everything that had happened the previous day. However, before she could finish speaking, Su Zhengtao had already interrupted heavily. Excuses. Bring up the Hengyu shopkeeper. Moments later, the Hengyu shopkeeper, who had been knocked unconscious by Sikong Jing's palm strike yesterday, staggered into the main hall with a cold, vengeful smile at the corner of his mouth. After waking up, the angrier he became thinking about it, so he came directly to file a complaint. Su Xiefeng believed his words without hesitation and invited him to testify, using this opportunity to severely punish this criminal son-in-law and ugly granddaughter. The shopkeeper cupped his hands, his voice sharp. When did I break any contract? Clearly, you had no money to redeem the jade hairpin, so you robbed it on the spot, and even took a full 100 gold crystal coins from me. At this point, he suddenly glared at Su Yueshi, his finger almost pointing to her nose. Master Su, look, what she's holding in her hand is exactly the jade hairpin that was pawned to me. All eyes in the hall fell upon the jade green hairpin. Mei Xiaofeng also noticed the hairpin in her daughter's hand for the first time, her mouth agape, unable to distinguish truth from falsehood. The Hengyu shopkeeper secretly smiled to himself. If Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi hadn't retrieved the jade hairpin, he would have had to waste more words. Now with the hairpin in their possession, framing them couldn't be easier. No, that's not how it happened at all. Su Yueshi was both anxious and angry, almost crying. She knew the shopkeeper was twisting the truth, but she had no evidence to prove otherwise. Absolutely outrageous. Su Xiefeng shouted, his sleeves trembling and causing the table to shake slightly. Su Zhengtao seized the opportunity to shout again. Sikong Jing, as a criminal, forced his way out of the city, causing serious negative impact on the Su family, deserves death. Without giving any room for defense, he added another charge. Murdering servants, stealing hairpins and money, forcing his way out of the city. Multiple crimes combined warrant death by 1,000 cuts. His voice was brutal, hatred surging in his eyes, as if he wanted to tear Sikong Jing apart. His second son Su Yang had still not recovered, and whether he could heal remained unknown. leaving only towering resentment in his heart. No, it's really not like that. Su Yueshi cried as she stepped back, tears rolling down her cheeks. If Sikong Jing was to bear false accusations, she absolutely could not stand by and do nothing. She suddenly turned to Su Zhenglong, grabbing her father's sleeve. Father, things are not at all as they're saying. Su Zhenglong stared at Su Xiefeng and the others, his knuckles white from clenching. Originally, he had been secretly observing Sikong Jing, hesitating whether this criminal son-in-law was worthy of trust, but his daughter's anguished appearance instantly shattered his doubts. It's all lies. He stepped forward, his true energy exploding like thunder. Su Jingtao, if you want to punish my daughter and son-in-law, ask me first if I agree. As his words fell, his presence locked onto Su Xiefeng like a mountain. His eyes showing only determination, was prepared to fight to the death. Even if it meant father and son turning against each other, he would not hesitate. However, when Su Zhenglong was about to explode, a faint voice rang out. Master Su Zhenglong of the Su family, are you planning to rebel? The crowd suddenly parted, and a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of a constabulary chief stepped forward, the badge on his black belt gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Doused by this voice, Su Zhenglong's overwhelming momentum froze instantly, as if ice water had poured down his spine, leaving not a trace of his earlier edge. Across from him, Su Yun couldn't help but cover her lips with a delicate laugh. Hee hee. Uncle, were you really planning to fight to the death? What a pity, we won't give you that chance. She raised her hand in introduction. This is Chief Constable Han from the Yunyi City Constabulary. He's already learned from the city guards about Sikong Jing forcing his way out of the city. As her words landed, Su Zhenglong and Su Yueshi's faces turned even paler than paper. Chief Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a half-smile playing at the corners of his eyes. That's right. Sikong Jing forced his way out of the city as a criminal should be executed. As one of the four great families, the Su family may carry out the execution themselves. It's over, completely over. Su Yueshi's body swayed, barely able to keep her footing. This time, even her father's chance to fight desperately had been completely stripped away. With the chief constable here in person, there was no room for argument. Su Zhenglong gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, left with only one thought: fight to the death to protect his daughter. As for Sikong Jing, he was surely doomed. Suddenly, a servant hurried to Su Xiefeng, bowing with cupped hands and calling out loudly. Report Patriarch, City Guard General Qiu Yi requests an audience. At these words, Su Xiefeng, Su Zhengtao, and the others' eyes all lit up with wild joy. Haha, Su Zhenglong. Even City Guard General Qiu has come. How can you resist now? Su Zhengtao laughed arrogantly, certain that Qiu Yi had come to publicly convict Sikong Jing. Su Xiefeng was also beaming. Quickly, show him in. In the courtyard, Su Zhenglong smiled bitterly, looking at the gray sky. Even General Qiu Yi had come, cutting off the last thread of hope. Yet Su Yueshi gripped Sikong Jing's hand tightly, her slender knuckles white. I'll die with you. This fierce determination fell like flames on Sikong Jing's heart, transforming into warmth that flowed from his chest through his limbs. He gently squeezed the girl's hand. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I'll turn this situation around very soon. No sooner had he spoken than Mei Xiaofang's shrill voice exploded. What situation do you think you can turn around? Who told you to go rob people? I think you're just like Su Yun said, you were planning to flee the city all along. She pointed at Sikong Jing, her voice growing increasingly sharp. Now even Chief Han and General Qiu Yi have come, proving you really were caught forcing your way out of the city. What nonsense about recovering the jade hairpin? The hairpin was clearly robbed from Hengyu pawnshop. Yueshi, stay away from him. If he can rob money and hairpins, he must have been a notorious bandit before his exile. With that, she forcefully grabbed her daughter's arm, determined to pull her away. Su Yueshi's eyes reddened with urgency. Mother, the robbery really wasn't like what the Hengyu shopkeeper said. I saw it with my own eyes. You're too innocent, too naive. Mei Xiaofang smiled bitterly, though her grip loosened. Fine, when General Qiu arrives, you'll naturally see his true colors. With that, she walked back to Su Zhenglong's side with heavy steps. Sikong Jing didn't defend himself, only sighing silently in his heart. Bearing a criminal record indeed made it easiest for people to assume the worst. Perhaps this was exactly what Yin Yuru wanted to see. She wanted to watch him suffer scorn and torment even in ordinary life. But he wasn't someone who could be easily defeated. Haha, General Qiu Yi, what an honor to have you visit the Su family. Please forgive us for not greeting you properly. Su Xiefeng's hearty welcome echoed through the front courtyard. Following his voice came General Qiu Yi himself, dressed in black military attire with a war blade at his waist. His steps rang out decisively as he crossed the threshold, his eyes carrying a hint of satisfied smile. Just as Qiu Yi was about to exchange pleasantries, he caught sight of Constable Han out of the corner of his eye. His steps paused, and his eyebrows raised. Master Han, what brings you to the Su family as well? Constable Han hurried forward, clasping his hands together with a rather smug smile. General Qiu, I'm here to arrest the city-breaching criminal Sikong Jing, of course. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qiu Ye's expression darkened considerably. Constable Han, completely oblivious to the change, continued chuckling to himself. Sorry about this, General Qiu. You failed to catch Sikong Jing, but he's already returned to the Su family, and I got to him first. This achievement is mine. The incident of Sikong Jing forcibly breaking out of the city had already spread throughout the government circles. Everyone knew that Qiu Yi had personally led troops in pursuit, but returned empty-handed. Now, regardless of why Sikong Jing had returned, as long as he was captured, the credit would naturally go to Constable Han, which made him feel absolutely delighted. You said you're here to arrest Sikong Jing? Qiu Yi's voice was low and cold. Is there a problem? Constable Han shrugged, showing no sign of backing down. General Qiu, there's no need to be jealous. I won't be sharing this credit with you. Bang! Qiu Yi suddenly kicked Constable Han hard in the stomach. The latter screamed and was sent flying backward. Su Xiefeng, who had been smiling warmly just moments before, froze instantly. What? Why are they fighting? Su Jinglong's family also stared in shock. Mei Xiaofang raised her hand to her forehead and sighed quietly to herself. This criminal son-in-law of hers really did seem to be someone everyone wanted to kill. Could the credit for capturing Sikong Jing really be that significant? Qiu Yi, what the hell are you doing? Constable Han lay on the ground, grimacing in pain but still shouting defiantly. Qiu Yi strode forward quickly, grabbed him by the collar, and growled through gritted teeth. Who the hell told you that you could arrest Sikong Jing? Huh? Su Xiefeng had been about to step forward to mediate, but hearing these words, he froze in place, sensing something wasn't quite right. He broke out of the city by force. His criminal case falls under my patrol hall's jurisdiction. Why can't I arrest him? Though beaten, Constable Han argued with righteous indignation. Your city guard couldn't catch him, so I'm not allowed to try? Slap. Qiu Yi struck him across the face and demanded coldly. Who told you that Sikong Jing broke out of the city by force? What? Constable Han was seeing stars from the blow. If he didn't break out by force, then what was he doing? Qiu Yi sneered, casually threw Constable Han to the ground, and spoke in a voice that was calm yet crystal clear. Sikong Jing didn't break out of the city by force at all. He was cooperating with me to eliminate the Beast Bandit gang. What? Everyone around gasped in unison. The Su family hall fell so silent you could hear a pin drop, with everyone stunned speechless. Qiu Yi offered no further explanation but turned to face Sikong Jing and declared loudly. Although Sikong Jing bears a criminal record, he has rendered meritorious service in this operation to eliminate the Beast Bandit gang. He is hereby rewarded with 20 gold crystal coins. As he finished speaking, one of his subordinates stepped forward quickly, presenting a heavy cloth bag to Sikong Jing with both hands. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Sikong Jing accepted it with an unchanged expression and bowed slightly. Thank you, General Qiu. The crowd in the courtyard remained stunned like wooden statues, taking quite a while to recover their senses. Constable Han, covering his swollen face, scrambled to his feet and shouted frantically. Qiu Yi, what kind of game are you playing? This man clearly broke out of the city by force. I have a definitive report. Su Xiefeng also steadied himself and stepped forward to question. General Qiu, haven't you made a mistake? What's all this nonsense about? How could a criminal like Sikong Jing possibly have rendered meritorious service? However, Qiu Yi flew into another rage and bellowed. What did I get wrong? I brought back exactly 200 heads from the Beast Bandit gang, including their leader, Beast himself. Sikong Jing deserves major credit for this. Damn it, if you keep yapping, you'll cast doubt on this great achievement. With that, he ripped open the sack, and bloody heads tumbled to the ground. The crowd fell silent instantly. Sikong Jing emerged from the crowd, leading Su Yueshi by the hand, his eyes cold yet tinged with faint mockery. Su Xiefeng, sorry to disappoint you. Shouldn't one of those trumped-up charges against me be dropped now? Su Xiefeng and Su Zhentao stood there gaping, their faces looking as if they'd swallowed excrement. But Su Yin refused to give up, shrieking at the top of her lungs. Even if he didn't force his way out of the city, he can't escape serious charges. Captain Han, he also robbed the Hengyu pawn shop. At these words, Su Yueshi, who had just begun to relax, felt her heart tighten again, cold sweat breaking out in her palms. The manager of Hengyu pawn shop puffed out his chest and shouted, That's right. This criminal stole 100 gold crystal coins and a jade hairpin from me. He deserves execution. Having not seen Sikong Jing punished, he was extremely displeased and raised his voice even higher. 100 gold crystal coins. Qiu Yi raised an eyebrow. He hadn't wanted to meddle further in Sikong Jing's affairs, but that money was from Luo Ning, which immediately struck a nerve. The crowd didn't notice his change in expression as Captain Han seized the opportunity to shout again. Criminal, you're already a convicted felon, yet you dare to rob. What punishment do you deserve? Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Captain Han took a hard slap across the face and crashed to the ground. Looking up, he saw it was Qiu Yi again. Qiu Yi, are you addicted to hitting me? Believe it or not, I'll declare war on you. He covered his swollen face and roared in fury. Chou Yi sneered coldly without responding, then turned to ask Sikong Jing. If I'm not mistaken, that jade hairpin originally belonged to Miss Luo Ning, didn't it? Sikong Jing was momentarily stunned, then understood clearly Luo Ning had already briefed Chou Yi. He nodded and replied, "That's correct. Thanks to General Chao's assistance, I was able to successfully buy back my wife's jade hairpin. As for those 100 gold crystals, I did indeed take them, but he broke the contract first." He spoke with casual indifference, but Chou Yi felt quite pleased inside. The hairpin purchase had nothing to do with him, yet Sikong Jing had given him all the credit. This kid really knew how to play the game. He suddenly barked at the pawn shop manager. "You're the manager of Hengyu Pawn Shop, right? I personally witnessed Sikong Jing purchasing the hairpin back from Miss Luo. How dare you claim he robbed it from your shop?" This single sentence made the manager's legs shake like jelly. So Chou Yi had witnessed it personally. After a moment's hesitation, Chou Yi nodded to his soldiers. Thud! The manager immediately dropped to his knees, wailing, "General Chou, please forgive me. It was Master Su who instructed me to do this." "What the hell?" Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao nearly cursed out loud on the spot. Captain Han's face turned to Shin's pawn shop manager's lies had backfired right into Chou Yi's line of fire. Chou Yi smiled menacingly and pointed at Captain Han. "Is Sikong Jing really the one who should be charged? It's clearly this manager." Captain Han's mouth twitched, but he couldn't utter a word. A manager had broken the contract first, then fabricated testimony, adding crime upon crime. Sikong Jing coldly delivered the final blow. "Su Xiefeng, can a second charge against me be dropped now?" Sikong Jing's voice rang out at just the right moment. "Mother-in-law, with General Yu as my witness, surely you must believe I'm not some notorious bandit." He turned to look at Mei Xiaofeng. Her expression froze, seeming both relieved and uncertain whether she should be happy. Su Yueshi finally showed her first smile of the day, lifting her chin proudly toward Mei Xiaofeng. "See? Sikong Jing is a good man. I wasn't wrong to trust him." At the courtyard gate, Yi shifted his gaze back to Su Xiefeng. "Family head Su, your household rules are none of my concern, but casually manipulating others to do your bidding is wrong." Su Xiefeng's mouth twitched violently, his teeth nearly biting through his lip, yet he could only nod repeatedly. With even shopkeeper Heng Yu confessing his crimes, how could he dare utter a single word of protest? Yi turned to Sikong Jing and patted his shoulder. 20 gold crystal coins, that's my personal reward to you. If you bring the heads of the Beast Bandit gang to the City Lord's mansion, there might be additional rewards. Farewell." With that, he led his men away from the Su residence. Captain Han glared viciously at Sikong Jinjit. Was this criminal, who had caused him to be beaten repeatedly by Yu, yet had no choice but to escort shopkeeper Heng Yu away in disgrace. Su Yueshi's courtyard was instantly left with only the Su family members. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Su Zhengtao roared. "Sikong Jing murdered a family servant and must be executed." With both charges cleared, this was his last card to play. "Is that so?" The calm response came from Su Zhenglong. An icy aura surged upward as his human realm true chi shot toward the rooftops. If earlier he had acted for his daughter's pleas, now he did so willingly. The facts proved Sikong Jing trustworthy, and his daughter's choice sound. "Su Zhenglong, do you want to fight me to the death?" Su Xiefeng roared, blocking Su Jingtao's path, while releasing his own human realm pressure. Fierce winds swirled through the courtyard as father and son's auras clashed violently. After a moment, Su Zhenglong spoke first. "Father, your birthday celebration approaches, best not make too big a scene. If you don't even have a single son left by then, wouldn't your birthday feast be rather dull?" Su Xiefeng had two sons, Su Zhenglong and Su Zhengtao. The threat in his words couldn't be clearer. Push him too far, and while Su Zhenglong might die, Su Zhengtao shouldn't expect to survive either. "Good, very good. What a fine son you are." Su Xiefeng finally withdrew his power, exhaling coldly. "On my birthday, I hope you'll bring me a satisfactory gift." He took a deep breath of cold air and looked at Sikong Jing. "Regardless, you are my granddaughter's husband. Call me grandfather." His voice carried icy menace, clearly displeased with Sikong Jing's earlier composure. Sikong Jing raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Su Zhenglong and his wife, he would naturally respect as elders. Su Xiefeng was not yet worthy. Su Yan snapped. "Why don't you call him grandfather?" Sikong Jing smiled, lazy yet sharp. "You are not worthy." Those three words cut like blades, murderous intent surging in Su Xiefeng's eyes. Yet Sikong Jing stepped forward, fearless and indifferent. "Those who insult others will themselves be insulted. Today's servant incident might be your moment of understanding. If you want me to call you grandfather, it's simple: show the care of someone who loves their descendants, and I might let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, as long as I, Sikong Jing, draw breath, anyone who dares bully my family will be killed without mercy." These words from Sikong Jing served as both a warning to Su Xiefeng and a declaration to Su Yueshi's family. His tone remained calm, yet every word carried weight that didn't wish to see father and son Su Zhenglong turn against each other. and would be pleased to see the Su family reconcile, but everything depended on Su Xiefeng's performance. Let bygones be bygones. Death without mercy? Who do you think you are? Su Xiefeng sneered coldly, hurling his wine jar to the ground where the strong liquor splashed everywhere with its pungent aroma. You're nothing but a criminal. Su Yueshi is just an embarrassing, ugly freak. His voice grew increasingly hoarse, murderous intent burning in his eyes. Su Shan will return soon, and your time is running out, little criminal. At my birthday banquet, I'll have Su Shan beat you to death with his own hands. With those words, he swept his sleeves and departed in towering rage, leading a group of clan members away from Su Yueshi's courtyard. As the figures disappeared into the distance, the courtyard gate finally returned to silence. Mei Xiaofeng's taut nerves instantly relaxed, and her legs gave way as she collapsed to the ground. Su Yueshi covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Just moments ago, the slightest misstep could have meant death for the entire family. Su Zhenglong's face was ashen, and he swayed as he withdrew his surging inner energy. Su Yueshi and her mother, along with Sikong Jing, quickly helped him back to his room to rest, not daring to let him push himself any further. Meanwhile, Su Xiefeng's group hadn't gone far from the courtyard when his fury only intensified. That damned criminal. Su Jingtao ground his teeth. How did forcibly breaking out of the city become a meritorious deed? They couldn't make sense of it, and could only attribute everything to Sikong Jing's good luck. Perhaps after breaking out of the city, he happened to encounter Chou Ye's operation and lent a helping hand. Just then, a servant hurried over. Old master, Chu family head Chu Rongxian requests an audience. Su Xiefeng was momentarily stunned, then wild joy flashed in his eyes. It seems Chu Rongxian has agreed. 20 years ago, Cloudwild City had only 3 major families. The Su family only managed to become the 4th family thanks to Su Zhenglong's meteoric rise, and with Su Xiefeng's own considerable cultivation, they barely managed to establish their foothold. However, the 3 major families had always maintained a cold attitude toward this latecomer. Now that Su Zhenglong was crippled with no hope of recovery, the Su family only had Su Xiefeng as their sole human realm expert. Confronting the 3 major families head-in would clearly be unwise, so he had proactively extended an olive branch to the Chu family. Grandfather, is this about my marriage to Chu Bo? Su Yun, who had been following alongside, lowered her voice. Exactly. Su Xiefeng nodded with a smile. Su Zhengtao looked hesitant. Although Chu Bo is the Chu family's eldest young master, he's a complete wastrel with terrible martial arts skills. If little Yun marries him, I'm afraid. Su Yun was his precious daughter, and naturally he didn't want her to suffer. Having terrible martial arts makes him easier to control. Su Xiefeng narrowed his eyes. Chu Bo considers himself the eldest son and has always coveted the family head position while looking down on his brothers. After little Yun marries him, she can whisper in his ear first. Once Su Shan breaks through to the human realm, we'll secretly make our move to help him eliminate those brothers and secure his position as Chu family head. At this point, his tone turned as cold as frost in the night wind. Finally, we'll turn him into our Su family's puppet. Su Xiefeng explained smugly, his wishful thinking clicking away like an abacus. His eldest grandson Su Shantian possessed exceptional talent, and in his eyes was no less gifted than Su Zhenglong in his youth, so he wanted to pave the way early and turn the entire Yunni city completely into the Su family's domain. Hearing this, Su Zhengtao and Su Yun finally felt relieved as long as the plan succeeded. Su Yun could have as many men as she wanted in the future, so enduring a little grievance now meant nothing. At dusk, the 3 stood early at the Su mansion's main gate to welcome Chu Rongxian. The vermilion gates were wide open, with lanterns illuminating the steps brilliantly. The moment Chu Rongxian stepped through the door, Su Xiefeng approached with a beaming smile. Family head Chu. I knew you would agree. Xiao Yun, come quickly and pay respects to your future father-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Yun smiled radiantly, her skirt swaying slightly as she curtsied. Family head Chu. Xiao Yun pays her respects. Slap. A crisp slap struck Su Yun's face without warning. She screamed in pain as the blow sent her flying sideways, tumbling awkwardly onto the stone pavement. Her smile vanished instantly, and half her face swelled rapidly. Chu Rongxian, what are you doing? Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao cried out in shock and anger simultaneously. Chu Rongxian approached step by step, murderous intent surging in his eyes, his true qi roiling around his body. What am I doing? I should be asking what you, Su Xiefeng, are trying to do. My eldest son Chu Bo was forced by your Su family to kneel in the street and shout 3 times, Su Yueshi is the most beautiful woman in the world. Is your Su family declaring war on my Chu family? The murderous aura pressed down so heavily that the surrounding guards fell silent as cicadas, while Su Xiefeng and his son looked at each other in complete bewilderment. What's going on? This slap is just a little interest, we'll see about the rest. Chu Rongxian roared angrily, flinging his sleeves as he turned to leave with his men, leaving only the sound of wind echoing in the courtyard. The 3 members of the Su family remained completely baffled. Su Yun covered her face and wailed. What the hell kind of mess is this? Who would force Chu Bo to say that ugly freak Su Yueshi is the most beautiful woman in the world? Su Xiefeng dared not delay and quickly sent people to investigate. Soon, scouts reported what had happened at the Tianwu Pavilion. The culprit was once again that criminal. Learning the truth, Su Xiefeng roared repeatedly. The criminal. That criminal again. Before he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Just because that person had forced Chu Bo to kneel, their entire wishful plan had completely fallen apart. Bastard. Su Yueshi, I'll kill your whole family. Su Yun stamped her feet in rage, shrieking at the top of her lungs, her angry curses echoing throughout the front courtyard. Meanwhile, Su Yueshi's small courtyard was brightly lit, with fragrant delicacies arranged on a newly placed square table. Since Sikong Jing had brought back a large sum of gold crystal coins, though they were no longer struggling financially, they had fallen to the point where they couldn't even hire a single servant, having to handle all matters large and small themselves. Fortunately, Su Yueshi enjoyed it immensely, bustling about happily. As soon as Mei Xiaofeng sat down, she spoke. Though we have some money in hand, we can't spend it recklessly. Treating your father's illness is the priority. Dr. Sun said the medicines needed later are all expensive 3 gold crystal coins per dose. It's simply burning money. Mother-in-law, please rest assured, I can earn money, Sikong Jing promised with a smile. He still had 2 jade stone tablets in his possession once inscribed. They would be worth 200 gold crystal coins, easily obtained. However, Mei Xiaofeng wasn't having it, rolling her eyes and snorting. Think you'll be that lucky every time? Just happened to grab 100 gold crystal coins from Hengyu pawn shop, without having to pay it back. You've misunderstood, Sikong Jing quickly explained. Those 100 gold crystal coins from Hengyu pawn shop were already used to redeem the jade hairpin. Su Yueshi quickly chimed in. That's right, mother. Sikong Jing's money wasn't stolen. I saw with my own eyes that he had many gold crystal coins, and that was before we even went to Hengyu pawn shop. Mei Xiaofeng glared at both of them, her tone still dissatisfied. Stop singing and harmony. Stolen is stolen. The jade hairpin was also gotten back for free thanks to the beast bandit incident, plus Cho Ye's influence, wasn't it? Sikong Jing was immediately speechless, fearing that even if he told her now that he could inscribe yellow-grade high-tier martial techniques, Mei Xiaofeng wouldn't believe him. Mother, it really is. Su Yueshi hadn't finished speaking when Mei Xiaofeng interrupted again. As for the matter of merit, that's truly a ancient millennium occurrence. At the dinner table, steaming hot dishes had just been served, and the warm yellow lamplight illuminated the family. Mei Xiaofeng held her wine bowl with a solemn expression, sighing with emotion that she had never seen a general as righteous and capable as Qiu Yu. Without his intervention, today's troubles at the manor would never have been resolved. Sikong Jing shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this. He gently set down his cup, his tone calm, yet resolute. Mother-in-law, Qiu Yi is hardly a good man. I single-handedly eliminated the beast cavalry bandit group, merely stole my credit. At this, he recalled the rule he had established in the military. Even the lowest-ranking officers who dared to abuse their positions would face immediate execution. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jinglong, who had been resting against his chair back, looked up at his son-in-law in surprise. Mei Xiaofeng's chopsticks paused midair, her eyebrows shooting up. Are you talking nonsense again? I'm beginning to wonder if you were exiled for bragging. You're merely at the minor enlightenment realm. How could you possibly have destroyed the entire beast cavalry bandit group? Sikong Jing opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Su Yueshi also looked up at him, her eyes showing 7 parts confusion and 3 parts helplessness clearly. She too thought he was exaggerating. He had no choice but to backtrack. All right, I may have overstated things somewhat. At least half the credit was mine. Yet Qiu Yi only gave me a few gold crystal coins in the end. That's more like it. Mei Xiaofeng's tone softened, though she remained skeptical. Stop complaining. It's already generous of him to share even that small amount of credit with a criminal like you. She glanced at her son-in-law again, her heart ultimately softening. After all, she could see Sikong Jing's genuine feelings for her daughter. Su Jinglong nodded as well, his voice carrying a note of consolation. Don't be so stubborn. Regarding the matter of credit, don't clash Hedon with Qiu Yi. Sikong Jing could only nod in agreement, no longer interrupting this hard-won family dinner. Amid the fragrant wine vapors, sharp shouting suddenly erupted from the courtyard gate. Su Yueshi, criminal, come out here right now. The family exchanged glances. Su Yun, causing trouble again? Just as Su Yueshi was about to rise, Sikong Jing pressed down on her hand, his expression cold and stern. There's no need to acknowledge a mad dog's barking. If she has business, she can come in herself. Sure enough, Su Yun strode boldly into the hall. Upon seeing the fine wine and delicious dishes on the table, her face turned ashen with rage as she shrieked. Criminal, did you force young Master Chu Bo of the Chu family to kneel in public? Su Jinglong and Mei Xiaofeng exchanged glances, both wondering. What's this about Chu Bo? Yes, is there a problem? Sikong Jing looked up calmly, making no attempt to deny it. How dare you ask? Su Yun nearly jumped with fury. I was discussing marriage arrangements with Chu Bo, and your interference ruined everything. Master Chu Rong came to our door and slapped me hard across the face. She covered one side of her face, her chest heaving with indignation. Sikong Jing shrugged. How unfortunate. Actually, you and Chu Bo are quite well matched. One a wastrel, the other shrewish, a match made in heaven. Su Yun was left speechless by this remark. She turned to glare at Su Yueshi, redirecting her fury. You ugly wretch, being hideous is bad enough. But then you forced Chu Bo to publicly declare you the most beautiful woman in the world. How can you be so shameless? Su Yueshi was stunned, completely bewildered. But Sikong Jing took over, his tone firm. In my eyes, Yueshi is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. Is there a problem with that? Having said this, he reached out to embrace his wife's shoulders, his expression serious as his words echoed clearly through the hall. Sikong Jing seized control of the conversation once more. Sikong Jing rose to his feet once more, his voice cold and menacing. I'm warning you one last time, if you dare call Yueshi ugly again, I might not be able to restrain myself from killing you right here and now. Get out of my sight immediately. His murderous intent crashed down on Su Yun like a violent storm, draining all color from her face as she stumbled backward until her back hit the doorframe of the hall, finally steadying herself. Fine, fine, she snarled through gritted teeth. Grandfather has already said that if the Chu family comes seeking revenge, he'll hand you all over to them. Just wait for your deaths. With those words, she shot them a venomous glare before storming off. This time, Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao hadn't accompanied her. With Su Zhenglong temporarily beyond their reach, they could only avoid confrontation for now. Su Yun had come alone, unable to swallow her rage. Peace returned to the hall as Sikong Jing offered a casual explanation under the questioning gazes of Su Zhenglong and his wife. Chu Bo was looking down on people, so I simply taught him a lesson. Though his words were understated, Mei Xiaofeng's mouth still twitched with fear as she pressed further. But what about this business of Yueshi being the most beautiful woman in the world? Sikong Jing truthfully explained how Chu Bo had lost their wager and been forced to make the public declaration, also mentioning the circumstances behind the jade stone tablet inscription. The more Mei Xiaofeng heard, the more her head ached, and she couldn't help but slam the table. You. This is absolutely ridiculous. Yueshi still has her dignity to consider. Everyone in Yunzhou knows she's considered the ugliest. Now look what you've done, forcing Chu Bo to say such things in front of everyone. Won't the entire city mock her? Yueshi is the most beautiful woman in the world, Sikong Jing declared with unwavering conviction, each word ringing with certainty. Standing nearby, Su Yueshi felt her heart skip a beat, sweetness, panic, and confusion flooding through her all at once. She had never imagined the word beautiful could ever be associated with her. Mei Xiaofeng opened her mouth to argue but realized that any rebuttal would only hurt her daughter more, so she fell silent. After dinner, Sikong Jing left with Su Yueshi. Once their figures disappeared, Mei Xiaofeng rubbed her temples and sighed deeply. Husband, I've got this criminal figured out as a reckless fool who acts without considering the consequences. Though his feelings for Yueshi are genuine, he's completely unreliable. Su Zhenglong smiled bitterly. What's worse is that he's too good at stirring up trouble. We'll just have to take things one step at a time. He had no other solutions to offer. Under the night sky, the corridor outside Su Yueshi's room was silent. Thank you, Sikong Jing, the young woman said softly. This simple phrase encompassed everything: the risky retrieval of the jade hairpin, today's moment of vindication, and his unwavering loyalty to her. You're my wife. From now on, call me Brother Jing, Sikong Jing said, taking her hand. Su Yueshi blushed to the tips of her ears, her voice barely a whisper. Brother Jing. Sikong Jing smiled, and was about to turn back to his room when he heard her call out again. Brother Jing, I'm not the most beautiful woman in the world. People will laugh at me for that. If I say you are, then you are, he replied without turning around, his voice firm and warm as he disappeared into the shadows beyond the corridor lanterns. Back in his room, Sikong Jing's eyes flashed with determination as he murmured, when I reach the 9th level of the Bright Realm, I'll make you the most stunning beauty in the world. He then sat cross-legged in meditation, his true chi surging powerfully as his dantian pulsed like a mythical beast, waves of energy circulating through his meridians. Days passed peacefully, granting Su Yueshi's family temporary respite. Before they knew it, the night before Su Xiefeng's birthday banquet had arrived. The Su mansion was decorated with lanterns and bustling with activity, yet Su Zhenglong's small courtyard remained so quiet that falling leaves could almost be heard. Mei Xiaofeng sighed constantly. Su Shan would return soon, and Sikong Jing would likely face grave danger. Tomorrow would be their greatest trial. Deep in the night, candlelight flickered. In his room, Sikong Jing's eyes suddenly snapped open, his deep voice echoing in the silence. 9th level of the Bright Realm at last. True chi surged through Sikong Jing's body, carrying a fierce and savage aura that flickered in and out of perception. The moment he broke through to the ninth level of the illumination realm, he distinctly felt a wild, domineering force coursing through his blood. The chi mass in his dantian, resembling a beast's skull, had become increasingly solid, its contours as sharp and defined as if carved into bone. After a brief comparison, he was certain his power far exceeded that of any other ninth-level illumination realm cultivator. Once he confirmed his condition had stabilized, he rose and fetched a plain white ceramic cup, filling it with clear water. Drawing his fingertip across his palm, crimson droplets fell from his finger into the water. The blood mingled with the clear liquid like a dark red flower slowly blooming, emanating an ominous aura. Sikong Jing stared at the red tinge, murmuring to himself, "Can my ninth-level illumination realm blood truly cure Yueshi's poison?" Cup in hand, he left his room and slipped into Su Yueshi's simply furnished chamber. In the deep of night, he softly called her name, rousing her from light sleep. The girl's eyelashes fluttered with confusion and alarm as Sikong Jing brought the cup to her lips. "Yueshi, drink this." By the moonlight streaming through the window, Su Yueshi saw the suffocating crimson in the water and instinctively asked, "Brother Jing, what is this?" "This is your surprise for tomorrow morning." Sikong Jing offered no further explanation. Unable to guarantee his blood could eliminate the crimson spider poison, he dared not raise her hopes. Still drowsy, Su Yueshi trusted completely that Sikong Jing would never harm her. Without further questions, she tilted her head back and drank the blood-tinged water in one gulp, then sank back into slumber. Sikong Jing remained by her bedside, quietly awaiting the results. After about half an hour, he leaned down and gently lifted her veil. In the next instant, a face of otherworldly beauty met his gaze. Bathed in moonlight, her skin was whiter than snow, her features soft yet so exquisitely perfect they bore not a single flaw. The lingering ugliness from the previous night had vanished as if it had never existed. In the room's stillness, Sikong Jing found himself momentarily entranced. This was his wife in name, the woman he must never fail in this lifetime. Compared to her, the ninth Princess Yin Ryu was nothing but a clown, inferior in both character and beauty. As dawn broke, Su Yueshi rose to wash and dress. Out of habit, she avoided looking in mirrors and still covered her face with a thick veil. Upon leaving her room and encountering Sikong Jing, she asked softly, "Brother Jing, did you give me something to drink last night?" Her voice was sweet and gentle, as if she couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. Sikong Jing took her hand and smiled. "I suppose so." He knew she hadn't yet noticed the change in her appearance, so he decided to save the surprise for Su Xiefeng's birthday banquet, where all who had looked down on her would be struck speechless. Su Yueshi blinked. "Either I drank it, or I didn't. What do you mean, I suppose so?" Before she could finish speaking, Mei Xiaofeng called out from inside the house, "Sikong Jing, come help me." The two turned toward the voice to see Mei Xiaofeng dragging a human-sized wooden chest, panting from exertion. Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi hurried over, and he lifted the heavy chest with one hand, carrying it to the center of the courtyard. "Mother, what is this?" Su Yueshi had already forgotten her earlier question, staring curiously at the large chest. Mei Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Open it and take a look, then you'll know." Su Yueshi bent down as instructed and lifted the wooden chest's latch. As soon as the heavy lid was raised, a statue nearly as tall as a real person came into view. The jade was polished to a warm, delicate finish, with even the hair tips so lifelike they seemed ready to sway in the breeze. She stood frozen in place, her eyes brimming with astonishment. It depicted a young woman with gentle, exquisite features, her lips curved in what seemed like a smile, incredibly vivid and lifelike. "Mother, this is..." She began to ask, but Su Jinglong's deep voice echoed from the hall. "This is your grandmother, who has already passed away." Su Yueshi's heart trembled. She had never seen her grandmother. Father had once told her that grandmother died before even her sister Su Yuesian was born. At this thought, she murmured, "So grandmother was this beautiful." As the words fell, a shadow of insecurity crept into her eyes. A cool yet strong hand grasped her fingertips in time. Sikong Jing stood quietly beside her, also captivated by the statue. Only now did he understand that Su Yueshi's appearance clearly inherited from this elder. The two shared at least 70 to 80% resemblance. Mei Xiaofeng lowered her voice to explain to the pair, "Your father spent several months carving this. It's a birthday gift for your grandfather. Your father still hopes to reconcile with him as before." Su Jinglong sighed and continued, "Blood is thicker than water. I truly don't want things to escalate to father and son turning against each other." The couple's words were sincere, and Su Yueshi trembled. How could she not yearn for her grandfather's affection as well? "Ah Jing, I hope you won't act impulsively at the birthday banquet. When Su Shan arrives, this gift will surely save your life," Su Jinglong instructed with a grave expression. Sikong Jing opened his mouth, wanting to say he wasn't afraid of Su Shan, but ultimately swallowed his words. Arguing now wouldn't be appropriate, and if this statue could turn swords into plowshares, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Su Zhenglong clearly intended to use Su Yueshi's grandmother's appearance to move Su Xiefeng, and more importantly, they were all trying their best to preserve his life. Even though he felt he didn't need this protection, the sentiment was still profound. With this thought, he nodded solemnly. I understand, father-in-law. Let me prepare a gift as well. With that, Sikong Jing returned to his room. As soon as the door closed, he took out the 2 remaining jade stone tablets from the Tianwu pavilion. A set of lower-grade, Xian-level martial techniques flashed through his mind. He raised his hand to inscribe, spiritual power flowing, and succeeded with the first tablet in one attempt. I accidentally inscribed martial intent again, can't quite control it. He muttered to himself, then exhaled. Never mind. If Su Xiefeng can truly repent, then giving him transcendent martial intent is fine. Having decided, he quickly inscribed the second tablet, also a lower-grade, Xian-level martial technique, equally imbued with martial intent. Both tablets glowed with subtle patterns. He found an old wooden box to store them and stepped out. Brother Jing, what gift did you prepare? Su Yueshi approached with curious inquiry. Sikong Jing smiled mysteriously. You'll find out at the birthday banquet. It will definitely delight Su Xiefeng. Su Yueshi's curiosity was piqued, but seeing his confident expression, she didn't press further. When the time was right, the family of 4 set out with their respective gifts. The carriage rolled through the streets and soon arrived at the Su residence's banquet hall. The hall was bustling with voices. Relatives from various branches of the Su family, old servants and new attendants moved between the tables, while guests from major and minor families of Yunyi City streamed in continuously. At the place of honor in the center, the birthday celebrant Su Xiefeng wore a smile as he conversed with everyone. Well, isn't this the Su family prodigy Su Zhenglong? You're still alive. Just as Su Zhenglong was about to step forward to offer birthday wishes, a sarcastic voice publicly blocked his path. The 4 of them darkened their expressions. The hall fell silent instantly, countless gazes turning towards Su Zhenglong's complex, others coldly mocking. Everyone in Yunyi City knew that Su Zhenglong's days were numbered and that he was very much out of favor with Su Xiefeng. The speaker was a middle-aged man whom Su Zhenglong recognized, the head of the Luo family, a second-tier clan. In the spacious, brilliantly lit banquet hall, all the guests' eyes turned to the middle-aged man. His name was Luo Tonga, defeated opponent, whom Su Zhenglong had beaten mercilessly more than once in their youth. Su Zhenglong's face was pale, his chest still wrapped in bandages, but facing his old rival, he still held his head high, his voice low yet resonant. So it's family head Luo Tong. If you're still alive, how could I, Su Zhenglong, die so easily? Even with his severe injuries, his presence remained sharp and commanding, making the air around him seem to freeze. Bang! A dull thud suddenly came from the direction of the Su family's main seat. The bronze armrest trembled from being struck, and Su Xiefeng, seated at the head table, spoke with a dark expression. Su Zhenglong, how dare you speak to family head Luo like that? Apologize immediately. Su Zhenglong stood frozen. His father was actually demanding that he bow his head publicly to a second-tier family, to his former defeated opponent? He had merely retorted with a few words. His fists clenched tight, veins bulging on the backs of his hands, but he suppressed his rage and didn't respond immediately. Besides Su Xiefeng, his second brother Su Zhengtao leisurely picked up his teacup and took a sip, his tone lazy yet dripping with sarcasm. Big brother, don't tell me your injuries have affected your hearing and you didn't catch father's words clearly? Luo Tong sat on Su Xiefeng's other side, arms crossed, sneering continuously, his eyes full of mockery. The Su family had been having a hard time lately. The Chu family had cut ties, and the other 2 major families were keeping their distance, so Su Xiefeng had no choice but to court second-tier forces like the Luo family. Luo Tong's condition was for Su Zhenglong to humble himself. Thinking that today's purpose was to mend relationships, Su Zhenglong finally gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his voice so low it seemed to grind between his teeth. I'm sorry, family head Luo. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Luo Tong tilted his head back, pushing his luck with an arrogant tone. Sikong Jing's feet shifted slightly, killing intent surging, but before he could take a step forward, Su Zhenglong raised his hand to stop him. Su Zhenglong lowered his voice further, spitting out each word. I'm sorry, family head Luo. My words were inappropriate and caused you offense. Ha ha! Luo Tong burst into wild laughter, arrogant and unbridled. Many guests in the hall joined in the commotion, seeing the former prodigy, who once swept through Yunyi, now bowing his head in apology, was quite the spectacle for them. Before the laughter died down, another shrill voice cut in. Su Zhenglong, I heard your son-in-law is a criminal. What crime did he commit? Su Zhenglong's jaw clenched audibly. Su Xiefeng barked coldly. If your ears work fine, then answer. Taking a deep breath, then another, he forcibly suppressed the rage churning in his chest. He merely offended someone. He didn't commit any real crime. He truly didn't know why Sikong Jing had been exiled, but given that young man's character, he would never have committed any serious wrongdoing. Master Su, your daughter is so ugly. How do you have the nerve to bring her to the birthday banquet? Aren't you afraid of scaring all the guests away? A coquettish female voice followed, the speaker being Luo Tong's wife. Sikong Jing's eyes flashed with cold light, his feet seeming ready to step forward. But Su Yueshi and Mei Xiaofeng held him back desperately, shaking their heads frantically. If he didn't endure today, he would surely die. The humiliations came one after another, mocking questions pelting them like stones. Su Zhenglong's chest heaved violently, as if crushed by an invisible boulder. Mei Xiaofeng's eyes reddened with tears threatening to fall. Sikong Jing memorized every sneering face. What he cared about more was whether Su Xiefeng would be moved after seeing the birthday gift his father-in-law had prepared. If Su Xiefeng remained obstinate, then these people he wouldn't spare any of them. The laughter in the hall gradually subsided, and Luo Tong waved his hand with feigned kindness. All right, my son is in poor health, so let's not ask any more questions. Su Xiefeng seemed to realize he was also losing face, so he stopped everyone from asking more questions. The noise in the hall instantly died down. Su Zhenglong finally caught his breath from the suffocating tension, staring intently at his father before bowing his head respectfully and saying, "Father, may you live as long as the southern mountains and be as blessed as the eastern sea. This is your son's birthday gift." He then gestured to several hired workers. They wheeled in a wooden crate over 6 feet tall, its opening tightly bound with hemp rope. Apart from them, no one knew it contained a statue of Su Yueshi's grandmother. Su Xiefeng paused for a moment, then waved dismissively. "The thing is certainly large enough. Your plea for forgiveness shows some effort, I suppose. Put it over there." The workers shoved the crate into the pile of gifts. With a dull crash and flying wood chips, the already mountain-high pile of birthday presents gained another massive addition. Su Zhenglong hurriedly asked, "Father, won't you open it and take a look? With so many guests here, where would I find the time to examine your trinket?" Su Xiefeng frowned, his tone cold and harsh. "The best gift you could give me right now would be to get that criminal killed." With that, he turned and walked away, not even sparing a glance at the large crate. "Grandfather, this is my birthday gift for you." A clear female voice rang out as Su Yun approached gracefully, presenting a forearm-length ebony box with both hands. Su Xiefeng's expression instantly brightened from stormy to sunny. He opened the box lid in front of everyone, and a cold gleam leaped out. It was an ancient-styled long blade. Without hesitation, he drew the blade and tested it under the lamplight, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Excellent blade. Little Yun truly is grandfather's precious darling. Grandfather loves it." Everyone could see clearly that compared to his earlier coldness towards Su Zhenglong, this smile made him seem like a completely different person. Su Yun smugly sheathed the blade back in its box, glancing sideways at Su Yueshi with a raised corner of her mouth. "Su Yueshi, what gift have you prepared for grandfather?" Su Yueshi looked up at Sikong Jing. Understanding her meaning, Sikong Jing respectfully presented a flat wooden box he had prepared earlier. Su Yueshi took it and walked steadily to Su Xiefeng, speaking gently. "Grandfather, this is a gift from brother Jing and me. We wish you." Before she could finish, Su Yun suddenly snatched the wooden box away, mocking, "Let me see what good thing you could possibly have brought." Her movements were lightning fast, giving Su Yueshi no time to react as she snapped open the box lid with a sharp crack. "A jade stone tablet?" Su Yun exclaimed instinctively. The entire hall fell silent once again. She picked up the stone tablet, examining it back and forth under the lamplight before shaking her head with a cold laugh. "It really is a jade stone tablet, and the lowest grade at that. 3 of these are worth only 100 copper crystal plates." She had already been certain Su Yueshi couldn't produce anything worthwhile, but she hadn't expected it to be this pathetic. Su Xiefeng's face darkened like storm clouds. Not far away, Su Zhenglong and his wife exchanged bewildered glances, looking at Sikong Jing in complete disbelief. This man had previously beaten his chest in assurance, claiming this gift would make Su Xiefeng beam with joy, yet it turned out to be the most inferior jade stone tablet? Who would believe such a worthless stone could record any decent martial techniques? Ha ha! Luo Tong suddenly burst into laughter, nearly unable to stand. "Old Master Su, is your granddaughter trying to kill me with laughter? Of all things to give, why a jadestone tablet? Even a few sheets of fine jade paper would be more respectable than this." Once Luo Tong spoke up, others could no longer contain themselves, and waves of mocking laughter erupted. Su Xiefeng's old face flushed red. When everyone had ridiculed Su Zhenglong earlier, he hadn't felt particularly embarrassed, but now that Su Yueshi and Sikong Jing had presented such a thing, he felt utterly humiliated. Rage surged to his throat, and he could no longer care about appearances, shouting sternly, "Su Yun, smash that thing for me." Su Xiefeng roared without mercy. "Yes, grandfather." Su Yun responded with a sinister grin, raising the jade stone tablet high in the air, ready to smash it to the ground. "Wait." Sikong Jing's voice suddenly rang out as he stared intently at Su Xiefeng. "Won't you examine it first?" The jade stone tablet contained a lower-grade mystic martial technique. Su Yun, having almost no cultivation, couldn't sense the martial intent hidden within. But if Su Xiefeng were to touch it, he would surely be able to distinguish its authenticity. For the sake of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Si Kongjing suppressed his rage and offered this reminder. However, Su Xiefeng's brow furrowed as his anger intensified. Examine what? What could possibly be special about the most inferior jadestone tablet? Smash it. Bang. The tablet shattered on impact, cracks spreading like a spider web as fragments scattered everywhere. There was a second tablet in the box, but Su Yun couldn't be bothered to look. She simply flung the entire box to the ground with a crash and walked away without a care. Su Yueshi stood below Su Xiefeng, watching this farce in stunned silence, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Even if the gifts were truly inferior, was it necessary to destroy them publicly? Heartbroken, she lowered her head and turned to walk down the steps. Mei Xiaofeng rushed forward, grabbing her arm, then angrily confronted Si Kongjing. You, we're desperately trying to mend relationships and save your life. So why must you sabotage everything? Those were clearly the most inferior jade tablets, yet you claimed Su Xiefeng would be delighted. You were obviously trying to provoke him. He did it on purpose. How can Si Kongjing be so thoughtless? Relatives whispered in agreement. Si Kongjing simply shook his head and walked to Su Yueshi's side, saying softly, Yueshi, those were our gifts that were destroyed. Su Xiefeng is the one at a low she doesn't recognize quality. Are you kidding me? How could the most inferior jade tablets be considered quality goods? Mei Xiaofeng stamped her feet in frustration. Su Yueshi bit her lip and kept her head down. She believed Si Kongjing wouldn't act recklessly, but faced with the facts before her, she found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a servant rushed into the hall, announcing loudly, Master, we have an honored guest. Lu Zhao, the branch master of Tianwu Pavilion, has come to offer birthday congratulations. Bang! Su Xiefeng shot to his feet, his expression excited. Tianwu Pavilion had branches throughout the great Shang Dynasty. Though Lu Zhao was merely the branch master of Yunyi City, he was already a figure of extraordinary status. That he would personally come to offer congratulations, what virtue or ability did Su Xiefeng possess to deserve this? Without time for further thought, Su Xiefeng rushed out to greet him, with Su Zhongtao and others following closely behind. Moments later, everyone escorted Lu Zhao into the main hall, seating him in the place of honor as the atmosphere became exceptionally lively. Branch Master Lu, what virtue or ability do I, Su Xiefeng, possess to warrant your personal congratulations? I am truly humble. Su Xiefeng beamed with smiles. Lu Zhao nodded with a smile, thinking to himself, Su Xiefeng certainly lacks such qualifications, but your granddaughter's husband does an extraordinary individual capable of inscribing martial intent onto stone tablets. Even if it cannot be spoken aloud, goodwill must be shown. Indeed, Si Kongjing was his true target for this visit. Just as Lu Zhao was about to exchange pleasantries, he paused and looked down. What is this? He had stepped on a fragment of stone. Scattered debris at a birthday banquet? The Su family's management was far too careless. Su Xiefeng's expression darkened as he quickly offered an apologetic explanation with a forced smile. Branch Master Lu, my sincere apologies. This is trash from a gift brought by a criminal. I smashed it and haven't had time to clean it up yet. As he spoke, he cast a resentful glare towards Su Yueshi and Si Kongjing. Damn it, if Lu Zhao gets upset over this stone incident, I'll make them pay. Su Xiefeng cursed inwardly, rage boiling within him as he pointed at the young man by the door, his voice ice cold. Criminal, get over here and clean up your mess. Si Kongjing leaned lazily against the pillar, not moving a finger, only giving the man a disdainful sneer. Lu Zhao followed Su Xiefeng's gesture, but the moment his gaze fell on Si Kongjing, he froze. The mighty head of the Su family was publicly calling Si Kongjing a criminal, and those scattered stones were actually gifts from Si Kongjing? Being called trash? Wait, those were clearly jade stone tablets. At this realization, Lu Zhao's heart pounded. How dare he neglect Si Kongjing's jade stone tablets? He bent down and grabbed the nearest fragment. The moment his palm closed around it, his inner energy trembled. Even the broken pieces still pulsed with faint martial intent, powerful and pure. Su Xiefeng remained oblivious, shouting again in humiliated fury. Why don't you all get over here and clean up these stones? Mei Xiaofeng was so angry her vision darkened. Being hit was embarrassing enough. Now she had to clean up like a servant in front of everyone? But this was Si Kongjing's trap, so she accepted it. Just as she was about to step forward, Si Kongjing raised his hand to stop her. Mother-in-law, no need. He could see clearly Lu Zhao's emotions were reaching a breaking point. Sure enough, the next moment Lu Zhao exploded, his voice nearly lifting the roof. Su Xiefeng, you're the one who should get lost. At the word lost, the entire hall fell silent. Lu Zhao's chest heaved violently, had determined that sealed within the stone fragments was a low-grade mystic martial technique. For a branch master, such a treasure was invaluable, especially one containing extraordinary martial intent. Su Xiefeng had smashed it to pieces, driving Lu Zhao nearly mad. His roar left all the guests stunned. Su Yun and others who had been waiting to see Si Jing's humiliation looked at each other in confusion. What had gotten into Master Lu? Master Lu, what are you? Bang! Before he could finish, a stone fragment struck Su Xiefeng hard in the face. Lu Zhao's expression was dark. Open your damn dog eyes and see what's inside. Though Su Xiefeng was a human realm expert, the impact stung his face, forcing him to grip the stone fragment in his hand. Master Lu, this is just the lowest grade jade stone my criminal son-in-law sent. Wait, that's not right. His voice cut off abruptly, his face turning deathly pale. The martial intent in the fragment seeped into his palm like a stream, and he clearly sensed it. A low-grade mystic martial technique with extraordinary martial intent. Unfortunately, the tablet was shattered beyond repair. Then Si Jing spoke leisurely. Su Xiefeng, how does it feel to smash a low-grade mystic martial technique with martial intent? Buzz, buzz, buzz. As his words fell, everyone in the hall felt their minds ringing, standing up in shock and uncertainty. A low-grade mystic martial technique with martial intent, carved into jadestone tablets? This was too outrageous. Even Su Zhenglong was dumbfounded, instinctively looking at Si Jing and stammering. Aging, are you saying this was a jade stone tablet with a low-grade mystic martial technique and extraordinary martial intent? That's right. Si Jing shrugged. That's why I said Su Xiefeng would go crazy with joy receiving this gift. Too bad he smashed it himself. He then turned to Mei Xiaofeng with a smile. Mother-in-law, my jadestone tablets really were quality goods. At his words, Mei Xiaofeng stared in shock. Her mouth twitching repeatedly. She seemed to have misunderstood Si Jing again. Su Xiefeng, your Su family is really something. Treating treasures like trash and smashing them to pieces. How impressive. Lu Zhao finally couldn't hold back his profanity, his voice exploding through the birthday banquet hall. Su Xiefeng's face instantly cycled through shades of green, red, and white. He never could have imagined that the seemingly inferior jade stone slab would contain such treasures, nor that Si Jing, whom everyone called a criminal, could possess such rare artifacts. If only he had examined it first, if only he had listened to Si Jing's warning. If only. But there are no if-onlys in this world. Lu Zhao glanced at the cracked stone slab on the ground and waved his hand impatiently. Farewell. With a family head like you, the Su family is beyond saving. After dropping this remark, he turned to leave, but stopped in front of Si Jing, his expression instantly shifting from mockery to humility. Young Master Si, please visit my Tianwu pavilion when you have time. If you need jade cylinders, I can obtain them for you. Lu Zhao's gaze burned with intensity. This was a heartfelt invitation. He knew full well that Su Xiefeng looked down on Si Jing, but he would never dare slight such a mysterious master. I'll visit when I have time. Si Jing nodded in agreement, his voice calm, yet it brought Lu Zhao immense relief. Before the words had fully settled, he raised his hand. Wait a moment. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Si Jing strode boldly to Su Xiefeng, bent down, and retrieved an intact jade stone slab from the wooden box that had fallen to the ground. The hall fell instantly silent. No one had expected there to be a second slab in the box, and this one completely undamaged since the first contained extraordinary martial intent. This one was likely a treasure of equal caliber. Si Jing held the jade stone slab in his palm, gave his wrist a slight turn, and slowly extended it towards Su Xiefeng. Flames ignited in Su Xiefeng's eyes as he reached out. Whoosh! Si Jing suddenly sneered coldly, withdrew his hand, and tossed the slab toward Lu Zhao in the distance. It's yours. What? Su Xiefeng's body trembled, and bloodshot veins instantly filled his eyes. Si Jing's tone was ice cold. Good things should naturally go to those who recognize their worth. The blind don't deserve to possess them. Lu Zhao caught the slab and probed it with his spiritual sense, then trembled all over, lower profound grade, with extraordinary martial intent. He cupped his fists and said solemnly, "Thank you, young Master Si." Then he looked up at Su Xiefeng and laughed heartily. "And thank you too, old Master Suyuri, truly generous." His laughter echoed as he bid farewell to Si Jing once more, strode away with large steps, and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. As his footsteps faded, the hall felt eerily quiet, the air seeming to freeze. Su Xiefeng suppressed his rage, trying to soften his tone with a hint of pleading. "Ah Jing, grandfather indeed did wrong. Do you have any more jade stone slabs like that?" At these words, even Su Zhenglong turned to look at Si Jing. If he could produce another slab of lower profound grade with extraordinary martial intent, perhaps the father-son relationship could be repaired. After all, the Su family's strongest existing martial technique was merely lower profound grade, and it didn't necessarily contain martial intent. The gap was too vast. Si Jing shrugged without hesitation. None left. What do you think this is? Cabbage from the street. Inwardly, he sneered to him. These really were like cabbage, but Su Xiefeng didn't deserve them. Of course, if this Su family head could truly change his attitude toward his father-in-law and Su Yueshi and maintain that change consistently, he wouldn't let the man suffer losses. But for now didn't deserve it. You bastard. Su Xiefeng could no longer contain himself and erupted in fury. Why didn't you give me that slab just now? Are you looking for death? His heart was bleeding. Sikong Jing responded with a cold laugh. I did give you a gift, and it was delivered by Yueshi herself. You were also the one who had Su Yun smash it to pieces. Crack. A crisp slap echoed through the hall. Su Xiefeng's palm cut through the air as he struck Su Yun hard across the face, roaring, why did you destroy it? Are you trying to anger me to death too? Su Yun's head buzzed from the blow, and red finger marks instantly swelled on half her face. She bit back her grievance, nearly blurting out, you old fool. Weren't you the one who told me to smash it? But she didn't dare provoke her grandfather's fury further. Instead, she pointed at Sikong Jing and the others, struggling to explain. Grandfather, they're deliberately trying to upset you. If they wanted to give a gift, why didn't they say so earlier? Su Xiefeng's rage intensified as he glared at Sikong Jing with knife-like eyes, shouting, guards, kill this criminal. As murderous intent filled the air, Su Zhenglong and the others' faces turned pale. Before they could speak, wild laughter rolled into the hall from the entrance. Grandfather, didn't you say this criminal was mine to deal with? The voice struck like a hammer on the table. Su Xiefeng, Su Zhengtao, and the others were jolted, almost simultaneously exclaiming, Xiaoshan. At the hall's entrance, a young man with an imposing aura strode in. His features resembled Su Jingtao's, but were 3 times sharper. This was the Su family's eldest young master, Su Shan, who had just returned home after a year of traveling. He had already received Su Jingtao's secret message on the road, learning that his second brother Su Yang's limbs had been broken by Sikong Jing. Big brother. Su Yun's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she was the first to rush over. Su Shan raised his arm to embrace his sister, about to comfort her, but the red mark on her face sent chills through him. He said in a deep voice, Sister, who hit you? Big brother will tear them to pieces today. With those words, everyone in the hall froze. Su Yun awkwardly twitched the corner of her mouth and whispered, Grandfather hit me. Su Shan's imposing aura instantly deflated completely, his facial muscles twitching wildly. Su Xiefeng on his high seat also coughed, his expression extremely awkward. Mei Xiaofeng beside him nearly couldn't suppress her laughter and quickly turned her head away. Su Yun hurriedly explained the whole situation. It was the jade stone tablets that had angered Su Xiefeng. Upon hearing this, Su Shan's eyes flashed as he declared loudly, just 2 lower-grade mystic jade stone tablets? Grandfather, my birthday gift is jade paper. He pulled out a light green jade thin paper from his chest. The paper's surface shimmered with flowing light and surging mystic radiance. Su Shan stepped forward and respectfully handed the jade paper to Su Xiefeng, adding, this jade paper contains a mid-grade mystic martial technique, far superior to those inferior stone tablets. Su Xiefeng accepted the treasure, feeling the warm current from the paper's surface through his fingertips. His anger gradually subsided, and his expression finally relaxed. He then snorted coldly, looking at Su Zhenglong's family with mockery in his voice. Humph, Xiaoshan is the sensible one. Your whole family consists of ungrateful wretches. Su Zhenglong and the others felt bitter but dared not argue. They thought, both are birthday gifts, yet Su Shan shows understanding while you smashed ours. How is that our fault? Mei Xiaofeng couldn't help but mutter quietly. What's so great about it? The jade paper doesn't even contain transcendent martial intent. Her voice was low, but it still reached Su Xiefeng's ears like a needle to the heart. He knew better than anyone that even though the jade paper contained a mid-grade mystic technique, it was far inferior to those 2 jade stone tablets imbued with transcendent martial intent. Thinking of this, his anger flared again. How dare you talk back? Su Xiefeng roared, then turned to Su Shan, shouting sternly, Xiaoshan, this criminal broke Xiaoyang's limbs. Now you can act. I want you to fight to the death. Those words exploded through the hall. Su Zhenglong clenched his fists, his face ashen, pleading in a low voice, Father, shut up. Su Xiefeng coldly interrupted. You said this would be a fair duel between the younger generation. If you dare interfere, don't blame me for cleaning house. At this point, there was no room for compromise between the 2 sides. The old grudges were already difficult to resolve, and now the jade stone tablet incident made Su Xiefeng determined to kill Sikong Jing outright. Don't worry, grandfather. I'll make sure the man who dared to break second uncle's limbs dies a miserable death. Su Shan responded resolutely, his gaze cold and fixed on Sikong Jing as he demanded, Criminal, a life-and-death duel do you dare to accept? Su Yueshi immediately grabbed Sikong Jing's hand, shaking her head desperately with a choked voice. Brother Jing, even if you don't accept, you have no choice. You can't escape this. Su Shan strode forward aggressively, his true qi erupting like a tangible force, pressing down heavily on Sikong Jing. Dark Realm, 5th level. Su Zhenglong exclaimed involuntarily. He had originally judged Su Shan to be merely at the 3rd level of the Dark Realm, but now suddenly witnessing the aura of the 5th level, he stood frozen in place. Dark Realm 5th level. How old was Su Shan? The guests exchanged glances, their expressions grave. in Yunyi City. Having such cultivation at his age could already be called a young prodigy. Luo Tong muttered in a low voice. What virtues did the Su family's ancestors accumulate? After Su Jinglong was severely injured, another Su Shan emerges. Are they even going to let the other three great families survive? Due to Su Shan's presence, the guests reassessed the Su family, secretly speculating that this newly risen member of the four great families might surpass the other three in the future. Before the gasps of amazement throughout the hall had subsided, Sikong Jing spoke leisurely. Are you certain you want a life-and-death duel? His tone remained indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. What? Still want to beg for mercy? Haha, too late. Su Shan continued advancing, his true chi crushing down. In the guest's eyes, Sikong Jing was like a small boat swaying in a storm, ready to be torn apart at any moment. Wait. At the critical moment, a hoarse voice rang out. Su Jinglong staggered forward, standing beside his gift, staring intently at Su Xiefeng as he said in a deep voice, Father, please spare my son-in-law. Do you think that's possible? Su Xiefeng's expression was stern, showing no sign of yielding. Bang! Su Jinglong suddenly pulled open the gift box. Su Yueshi's grandmother's statue appeared before everyone, lifelike and vivid, causing the crowd to hold their breath. The cold Su Xiefeng was instantly stunned. Father, this is the gift I'm presenting to you today. Su Jinglong's voice trembled. Please, for mother's sake, spare my son-in-law. Zhang Tao and I are brothers. I am your son. We should be a harmonious family. Why must we fight each other? Why must you force us to a dead end? I, Su Jinglong, led the Su family to become one of the four great families, but I don't claim credit for it. I only ask that father give my daughter and son-in-law fair treatment. Only ask that you occasionally show them care. If mother were still here, she would never want to see today's situation, wouldn't you agree? Each word was heartbreaking, each phrase touching, moving many of the guests. Su Jinglong turned to Su Zhengtao. Second brother, we are blood brothers. I, your elder brother, have never understood why you harbor such resentment toward me, but so be it. Please, for mother's sake, let Su Shan stop. Su Zhengtao kept his head lowered, saying nothing, his gaze constantly drifting towards Su Xiefeng. The unexpected turn of events filled him with dread. If father was swayed, that would be disastrous. Blood brothers? He didn't care. He only knew that if his elder brother didn't die, he would never escape his inner demons, never step out from the shadow of his brother's brilliance. Suddenly, steady and slow footsteps echoed. Su Xiefeng walked step by step towards Su Jinglong, stopping before the statue. His hand gently touched the lifelike sculpture of Su Yueshi's grandmother. Su Jinglong gazed at Su Xiefeng with hopeful anticipation. The next second crash. The exquisitely carved statue exploded into countless fragments in Su Xiefeng's palm, jade shards scattering everywhere. Su Jinglong's face instantly turned deathly pale as he roared in anguish. Father! Su Xiefeng turned back coldly, his voice chilling. Su Jinglong, don't try to threaten me with a dead woman. I don't fall for that nonsense. Su Jinglong's mind reeled as he staggered backwards several steps before collapsing to the ground, still clutching fragments of broken jade in his hands. Questions churned through his thoughts. How could his father be so heartless? Even mother's statue couldn't move him. He actually destroyed mother's keepsake with his own hands. If you truly understood brotherly bonds, you wouldn't have let this criminal break Su Yang's limbs. If you don't want father and son to turn against each other, you shouldn't let this hideous creature live and bring shame to the Su family. Su Xiefeng's voice thundered with each accusation, his gaze finally locking onto Su Shan. Do it. Kill the criminal. Yes, grandfather. Su Shan grinned maliciously, his 5 fingers closing as a thick-backed long blade unsheathed into his grip, the opening stance of the Golden Thunder 8 blades technique. Criminal, you crippled my second brother's limbs, so I'll hack off your arms and legs piece by piece. With those words, the blade rose. The first Golden Thunder strike slashed fiercely towards Sikong Jing, the blade's gleam tearing through the air like lightning. Brother Jing! A piercing scream rang out through the blade's gleam. Su Yueshi had been pushed away by Sikong Jing and tumbled into Mei Xiaofang's arms, able only to watch helplessly as that unstoppable blade light came crashing down. Sikong Jing's fate seemed sealed, death or severe injury. It's over. Su Jinglong leaned against the shattered statue of Su Yueshi's grandmother, closing his eyes heavily. He raged inwardly. It was clearly Su Yang who provoked first. The cause and effect of his broken limbs was his own doing. And even if Yueshi was ugly, she was still Su Xiefeng's granddaughter. Why didn't she deserve to live? If Sikong Jing died, Yueshi would be devastated too. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal exploded through the banquet hall, followed by a chorus of gasps. Impossible. Su Jinglong's entire body trembled as he instinctively opened his eyes, only to see that somehow Sikong Jing had also drawn a long blade in the center of the hall, blocking Su Shan's Golden Thunder strike horizontally. True energy surged from within him, rippling outward in all directions. Bright Realm 9th level. Su Jinglong shot to his feet, shouting in shock. 10 days ago, when Sikong Jing had crippled Su Yang, he was only at the 4th level of Bright Realm. When had he leaped to the 9th level? 9th level of Bright Realm? This kid was playing the pig to eat the tiger? Su Jingtao also widened his eyes. 10 days ago in the enforcement hall, he had personally sensed Sikong Jing's cultivation level and was certain it was impossible to surge 5 levels in 10 days. Clearly, Sikong Jing had been hiding his true strength all along. As everyone stood in shocked confusion, the sound of shattering blade energy rang out. Su Shan was stunned for a moment. Then a contemptuous sneer curved at the corner of his eye. So you're at the 9th level of Bright Realm. Too bad all beneath the Dark Realm are mere insects. As his words fell, his great blade roared again, thunder light flickering, its momentum even greater than before. The guests in the hall who had originally stood up sat back down in their chairs, whispering among themselves. Luo Tong commented indifferently, indeed useless. The gap between Dark Realm and Bright Realm is impossible to bridge. This criminal is merely struggling before death. Though he is quite impressive, reaching the 9th level of Bright Realm at such a young age would be enough to establish himself in Yunyi City. Unfortunately, he's about to die. No one around believed Sikong Jing could win. 9th level of Bright Realm would only make his death struggle a bit longer. Su Zhenglong listened to these voices, his eyes dimming once again. The crowd's mockery rose and fell in waves, but Sikong Jing turned a deaf ear to it all. He raised his blade to force back the servants before him, the tip cutting past the arrogantly laughing Su Shan to point directly at Su Xiefeng. Su Xiefeng, the only reason I've held back until now is because my father-in-law wanted to give you that statue, hoping it might touch your heart. Sikong Jing's voice was low but carried the cold edge of a blade. Now that you've destroyed Grandmother Yueshi's statue with your own hands, it's as if you've personally killed Su Shan. Since you show no mercy or righteousness, I need no longer show you any courtesy. As his words fell, the entire venue erupted in laughter. Haha, a criminal dares to speak so boldly. Anyone listening would think he's the one at the 5th level of the Dark Realm. Luo Tong clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. Su Zhenglong, your son-in-law is truly amusing even in death. He wants to go out with such fanfare. Su Zhenglong smiled bitterly, while Mei Xiaofeng hung her head muttering curses. Seeing her daughter Su Yueshi's tear-stained face, she finally couldn't help but sob. Sikong Jing's cold gaze swept over the crowd without the slightest ripple of emotion, then suddenly raised his blade again towards Su Xiefeng. Now, let me show you what martial technique was hidden in that jade stone tablet. Su Yun shattered the battle technique. Raging blade fury. Whoosh. His form exploded like thunder, his blade like a war horn as he struck towards Su Shan. Su Shan had been laughing, but when that violent blade force rushed toward him, his expression changed instantly. By reflex, he unleashed his golden thunder second strike to counter. Boom. Blade lights collided and scattered. Though Sikong Jing was only at the 9th level of the Bright Realm, his blade tip carried astonishing true qi that shattered Su Shan's blade light completely. Su Shan staggered back 3 steps as dust fell, and everyone in the venue froze in shock. Sikong Jing landed expressionlessly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he raised his blade once more. Su Xiefeng, do you know why I brought gifts? I didn't want to see my father-in-law fight his own son, and I hoped Yueshi could receive her family's love. But Yu refused to repent. His blade trembled again as he stared at Su Shan and spoke in a deep voice. Even within the lower tier of mystic grade techniques, there are distinctions. The Su family's Golden Thunder 8 strikes is merely the lowest grade. Now let me show you the strongest lower tier mystic grade technique, Raging Blade Suppression. Blade light flashed like lightning as chi waves exploded. Su Shan roared defiantly. No matter how strong you are, you're still just at the Bright Realm. I don't believe. Before he could finish, his arms shook violently, his palms tearing and bleeding as his 5th level Dark Realm true chi was crushed like it had been ground by a 1,000-pound boulder. His body was forced into continuous retreat, blood droplets spattering the stone floor. The entire venue fell deathly silent. With just 2 strikes, Su Shan had been defeated twice. Su Xiefeng's face turned ashen, his throat working but unable to speak. Those around him who had laughed the loudest now stared wide-eyed, their faces pale as death. Su Zhenglong's entire body trembled violently, his eyes wide with shock, his heart surging like the tide. Su Yueshi straightened up in Mei Xiaofeng's embrace, seeing hope for her husband's survival and witnessing his invincible prowess. The jade stone slab before them trembled lightly in Sikong Jing's hand, instantly unleashing blade intent that soared skyward, as if ready to cleave the banquet hall into a lower-tier mystic grade combat technique called Raging Blade Rampage, a true battlefield slaughter skill. Sikong Jing's voice was steady yet thunderous in everyone's ears. I acquired this blade technique in my 2nd year with the Great Shang Army, when I was 13. That year, I dominated the elite camp with these 6 strikes, and enemy forces trembled at the mere mention of my name. Images from the past flashed through his mind. A frail youth dragging a blade taller than himself, carving a bloody path forward, amid wild battle cries. He first stood atop the pinnacle of glory. The martial intent of these 6 strikes is carved into this jade slab, created by a nameless fierce general of great Shang. As he spoke, pain and longing flickered simultaneously in his eyes. That person was actually me. Within the great Shang Dynasty's territory, aside from the imperial capital, few knew the 3 characters, Shikong Jing. The world only remembered the invincible divine general, a legend who slaughtered his way across battlefields, but not his name. Most likely Emperor Yin Tianma had deliberately suppressed his fame. With this thought, he withdrew his mind and stared coldly at Su Shan. 4 strikes remain. I wonder if you can withstand them. The 3rd strike, raging blade, annihilation. The blade light swept up with a shrieking roar through the air, as if ready to tear off the entire roof. Su Shan gritted his teeth tightly, refusing to believe that the 5th level of the hidden realm would lose to the 9th level of the manifest realm. His golden thunder 8 strikes blazed forth with golden lightning. Boom! In the deafening explosive sound, the golden thunder was torn to shreds by the raging blade, and the blade energy rolled downward. Su Shan spat blood with a wah sound, his body crashing to the floor like a broken sack, utterly defeated. Xiao Shan! Su Zhengtao suddenly rushed to Su Shan's front, his eyes mixing shock and heartache. At the same time, Su Xiefeng also strode forward aggressively. If Su Shan took another strike, he would surely die. Shikong Jing unhurriedly lifted his blade tip and said coldly, "Pity you only withstood the 3rd strike. You're truly weak. However, Su Zhengtao can take your place perfectly." That glance was like a steel needle piercing Su Zhengtao's ear. That was precisely the culprit who had caused Su Yueshi's family to fall to their current state. Shikong Jing looked up. "Father-in-law, please help me block Su Xiefeng." Su Zhenglong was stunned. Su Shan was already defeated, yet they would continue? Could it be that Su Zhengtao must also fight? But with Shikong Jing's murderous aura overwhelming, Su Zhenglong ultimately couldn't utter a single word of persuasion. His true qi exploded as he stepped into the human realm, positioning himself to block Su Xiefeng. "Father, this is a life-and-death duel between the younger generation. Please just watch from the side." His voice was low and resolute. Since his mother's statue was destroyed in an instant, his respect for his father had also nearly shattered completely. Su Xiefeng paused, his human realm true qi crashing towards Su Zhenglong like a mountain as he shouted coldly, "Get out of the way." At that very moment, Shikong Jing's 4th strike suddenly cleaved forth raging blade severance. The blade energy roared like a fierce beast's howl, tearing through the void, aimed directly at the father and son, Su Zhengtao and Su Shan. If any old comrades from his military days were present, they would cry out in horror. This was no longer the original raging blade, but more like claws wielded by a monster. Su Zhengtao's face twisted ferociously as he seized Su Shan's blade and delivered a horizontal slash. Still, the Su family's golden thunder 8 strikes. The true qi of the 8th level hidden realm mixed with thunderous explosions, clashing heat-in with the raging blade. Boom! The banquet hall's cups and plates shattered, tables and chairs scattered and flew about, broken wood and porcelain fragments falling like a torrential downpour. When the dust settled, Su Zhengtao stood coldly, having forcibly blocked the 4th strike without retreating a single step. Just as the killing intent from both sides condensed into substance once more, Mei Xiaofeng's sharp voice cut through the chaos. "What a fine life-and-death duel. What a fine battle between the younger generation. Could you possibly be any more shameless?" This was simply ridiculous. In what was supposed to be a life-and-death duel, Su Zhengtao, as an elder, had intervened. Meanwhile, Su Zhenglong, standing in front of Su Xiefeng, flashed with cold light in his eyes. "Father," he retorted with a voice sharp as a blade, "with so many guests watching you at this birthday banquet, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Aren't you afraid of losing face throughout the entire Yunyi city?" At this moment, Su Zhenglong's heart surged with shock at Shikong Jing's power like a raging flood, yet he understood clearly. The life-or-death battle, Su Xiefeng spoke of, only targeted Shikong Jing and his own family. If Su Shan fell, Su Shan wouldn't die. Those who would truly be protected to the end were definitely Su Xiefeng, Su Zhengtao, and the entire Su family. For his family, there had never been such a thing as fairness. Su Xiefeng's face turned ashen. He never dreamed that Shikong Jing could be this powerful, nor did he expect Su Shan to lose. He gritted his teeth and growled, "What could bring me more shame than your family?" With that, he naturally dared not let Su Shan be killed, and shouted sternly, "Withdraw your blade immediately. Hand over your raging blade rampage, and perhaps I can let bygones be bygones." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in low curses at Su Xiefeng's shamelessness. Su Shan had already been defeated, yet he still wanted to forcibly seize the opponent's martial technique. However, Shikong Jing revealed a faint smile, his voice drifting through the hall. "Su Xiefeng, do you know what martial technique is carved on that jade stone tablet I gave to Lu Zhao?" For some reason, Su Xiefeng's heart suddenly jumped, giving rise to an indescribable fear. The guests likewise held their breath. The raging blade rampage was already shocking enough, but that second jade stone tablet made them even more expectant. Sikong Jing said softly, "The martial techniques of the Great Shang army include both rampage and stealth styles. The second set the assassination units, rock-piercing 3 swords." As his words fell, the great blade in his hand clattered to the ground with scattered cold light. In the next instant, his figure mysteriously flashed before Su Jingtao, with what appeared to be a thin chopstick pinched between his fingers. Su Jingtao was suddenly stunned and roared furiously, "Criminal, die!" His long blade slashed out with fierce wind, but struck only empty air. Sikong Jing's voice suddenly rang out behind him. "The rock-piercing 3 swords is an assassination technique, mysterious and unpredictable. With your Dark Realm 8th level cultivation, it's normal that you can't see clearly." Su Jingtao spun around abruptly, only to see that chopstick already positioned at Su Shan's forehead. With just one more inch forward, Su Shan would die instantly. His eyes blazed with fury, yet he dared not act rashly, only roaring, "Beast, stop!" The entire venue was left speechless, with no one having seen clearly how Sikong Jing had made his move. This was the true terror of the martial technique on the second Jadestone tablet, the rock-piercing 3 swords. Su Shan had not only suffered a crushing defeat and was powerless to fight back in this junior's duel, but even Su Jingtao couldn't protect him. This level of suppression was chilling. Su Jinglong, step aside. From the other side, Su Xiefeng's true qi surged violently, his energy chaotic as he tried to forcibly break through Su Jinglong's obstruction, while shouting fiercely, "Criminal! If you dare kill little Shan, I will have your entire family cut into 1,000 pieces." Su Jinglong gritted his teeth. He didn't want Sikong Jing to actually kill Su Shan, but he understood even more clearly that once he let Su Xiefeng pass, Sikong Jing would surely die. But he also could not let Su Xiefeng pass, otherwise Sikong Jing would certainly die. In the next instant, a cold smile tugged at the corner of Sikong Jing's lips. The chopsticks in his hand flashed like lightning, drilling straight into Su Shan's forehead with a wet thud as blood splattered everywhere. Su Shan's eyes bulged out, and before he could even make a sound, he was already dead. He had prided himself on being a prodigy who had returned to Yunyi City, believing he could match or even surpass Su Jinglong. Yet he couldn't even finish a cry of alarm before crashing heavily to the floor, staring at the ceiling with eyes that would never close in peace. The hall fell into deathly silence. In the distance, Su Yueshi covered her mouth, her gaze vacant as it fell upon her husband, who still held the chopsticks. Mei Xiaofeng trembled all over, her mouth forming a perfect "oh," completely unable to believe that Sikong Jing had actually dared to kill. Su Jinglong stood frozen in place, his face ashen, having originally hoped for peace, only to witness his nephew's death with his own eyes. There was no turning back now. All the guests stood like wooden statues. Su Shan, who had just been praised as the Su family's rising star capable of dominating Yunyi City, had died just like that before everyone's eyes. Xiao Shan. Su Jingtao was the first to snap back to reality, letting out a hoarse roar as he lunged toward the corpse. Su Xiefeng's hair and beard bristled with rage as he shoved Su Jinglong aside and charged forward as well. By this time, Sikong Jing had already silently returned to Su Yueshi's side. Su Jinglong took a deep breath and positioned himself in front of the 3, his heart pounding wildly. Now father and sons, brothers would inevitably turn against each other in a fight to the death. "Murderer, I'll kill you." After confirming that Su Shan was truly dead, Su Jingtao's eyes turned blood red as he glared at Sikong Jing. Su Xiefeng cradled his son's corpse, his entire body shaking as he looked up and roared, "Guards! Guards!" With a thunderous rush, the Su family's elite forces poured out, surrounding Sikong Jing, Su Jinglong, and Su Yueshi with her mother. Su Jinglong's voice was low and grave. "Aging, take Yueshi and your mother-in-law, and leave quickly. I'll hold them off." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yueshi's eyes blurred with tears. "Father." She knew her father's actions would likely end in disaster, was only trying to give them a chance to escape. Mei Xiaofeng also spoke through her tears. "Master, I want to stay with you." Su Jinglong looked at his wife, who had stood by him through 10 years of hardship, tough on the outside but tender-hearted within, and finally nodded. If they were to die, they would die together. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, none of us will die." Sikong Jing's voice rang out firmly. Since he had dared to kill Su Shan, he naturally had the confidence to protect his entire family. The Su Jinglong couple stared at him in bewilderment. How could he possibly break through this situation now? In truth, Sikong Jing had several options available to him. First, he could ask all the guests present if they wanted the 2 martial techniques he had just demonstrated. Second, he could directly capture Su Jingtao and use the 3 piercing rock swords as leverage to make Su Xiefeng think twice before acting. He walked step by step out of the encirclement, his gaze settling on Su Xiefeng as he asked coolly, "Su Xiefeng, do you have any regrets? If you had felt even a shred of remorse when you saw Yueshi's grandmother, Su Shan would not have died. The moment he destroyed Yueshi's grandmother's statue, Su Xiefeng had essentially signed Su Shan's death warrant with his own hands. Sikong Jing understood this all too clearly. This old man was beyond redemption. Even if he had spared Su Shan's life, this old fool would never have shown an ounce of gratitude. There would only have been endless future troubles. The thing I regret the most is not burying you alive in the pigsty, you criminal. In the center of the grand hall, Su Xiefeng's eyes burned with murderous intent. He yanked the bloodied and battered Su Jintao by the arm, dragging him forward as he approached Sikong Jing and the others. His voice boomed like thunder. Everyone, listen to my command. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted from outside the main gate. Su Xiefeng, head of the Su family, come out and receive the city lord's decree. A sharp military shout pierced through the cracks of the door, as chilling as a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. Su Xiefeng froze in place, his face turning pale as paper. What could the city lord possibly want at such a critical moment? The guests exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves in confusion. Su Xiefeng, did you not hear me? The voice outside pressed again, colder and more urgent than before. Su Xiefeng's throat bobbed as he swallowed his fury, forcing himself to suppress his rage. With a face dark as a storm cloud, he glared at Sikong Jing and the others, spitting out the words, "They'll let you breathe a few more moments." With that, he flung his sleeve and stormed out. On the stone steps outside, a guard from the city lord's mansion stood tall, holding a black gold decree in his hands. His voice rang out with authority. The Lord of Yunzhou has announced the Yunzhou Grand Tournament. As one of the four great families of Yunyi City, the Su family must nominate at least one young member to participate. The hall erupted instantly. The Yunzhou Grand Tournament. The guard continued reading. Yunyi City has been allocated 3 spots. 7 days from now, the city lord's mansion will host a citywide selection. Prepare yourselves. With that, he shut the decree and turned to leave. Su Xiefeng's mind buzzed. Su Shan was dead. Su Yang was seriously injured. Su Yun couldn't fight, and the collateral branches were utterly useless. Who could he send? If the Su family failed in the tournament, their position would undoubtedly be shaken, and they might even be torn apart by the other 3 families. If Su Shan were still alive, one of the 3 spots would have been guaranteed. The thought made his heart bleed as he cursed inwardly. That damned criminal. Su Shan, my Su Shan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He hurriedly stepped forward. Wait, my lord. May I ask if my granddaughter's husband is eligible to compete on behalf of the Su family? He was referring to Sikong Jing. With the terrifying strength Sikong Jing had just displayed, securing one of the spots would be almost certain. The guard paused, raising an eyebrow. Your granddaughter's husband? Don't tell me you're talking about the man labeled a criminal by the Lord of Yunzhou himself? Su Xiefeng's teeth clenched so hard his gums bled, but he had no choice but to nod. At this moment, the only person in the Su family who could carry the weight was Sikong Jing. The guard's expression darkened as he scolded. If it were just an ordinary son-in-law, that would be fine. But the Yunzhou Grand Tournament is of critical importance, and you dare suggest a criminal? What a joke. The words left Su Xiefeng speechless, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. A criminal couldn't even leave the city gates, let alone participate in the tournament. As the guard's figure disappeared into the distance, Su Xiefeng's face turned ashen. He stepped back into the hall, his murderous intent so thick it was almost tangible. You all heard what just happened, didn't you? His venomous gaze locked onto Su Zhenglong's family, his voice low and sinister like a snake's hiss. I was going to give you a chance to redeem yourselves, but unfortunately your so-called good son-in-law is nothing more than a worthless criminal. The air in the hall grew suffocating. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng exchanged a silent glance, their hearts heavy with resignation. This had been the perfect opportunity for reconciliation, but Sikong Jing's status had become an insurmountable obstacle. Su Xiefeng raised his hand, his killing intent surging. Now you all still have to. At the critical moment, a crisp female voice rang out from the corner. Su Yun forced herself to step forward, her voice steady and commanding. Grandfather, I believe we should give them a chance to redeem themselves after all. What? Su Zhengtao stared at his daughter in disbelief. Sikong Jing had killed her elder brother, and his body was still warm. Yet she still wanted to give them a chance. What was Su Yun up to? Su Yun merely smiled faintly, her gaze settling on Su Yueshi as she spoke with certainty. The criminal cannot participate, but his wife can. Everyone froze, their eyes turning in unison towards Su Yueshi. Mei Xiaofeng's mouth dropped open instinctively as she exclaimed. Su Yun, what kind of joke is this? Yueshi doesn't know martial arts. Su Xiefeng's eyes gleamed with cunning calculation as he suddenly slammed the table. Exactly. Let this ugly wretch participate in the selection. He swept his gaze around the room, his expression growing increasingly sinister. You all say I, Su Xiefeng, am heartless and ungrateful? You killed Xiao Shan, but as his grandfather, I can let bygones be bygones. If Su Yueshi can secure Yunyi City's spot for the Yunzhou Grand Competition, I'll even give you a handsome reward. Each word struck like a hammer on stone, The old man's face twisted with malice as he clearly plotted something. In the distance, Su Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the Yunzhou Grand Competition required a direct Su family bloodline to compete, only Su Yueshi and herself remained. She would never go to her death, so Su Yueshi couldn't die just yet. This is impossible. Yueshi knows no martial arts at all. Why don't you send Su Yun instead? Mei Xiaofeng retorted sharply. She thought of the brutal selection at the city lord's mansion. On the arena, swords and blades showed no mercy, and the slightest mistake meant death. Sending a girl with no martial arts skills to compete would invite mockery from the entire city. I'm willing to participate. Su Yueshi's voice suddenly rang out, clear yet resolute. Behind her veil, her eyes were filled with determination. Only by agreeing could she save her family and quell her grandfather's rage over Su Shan's death. She bit her lip and looked at Sikong Jing beside her, softly pleading. Brother Jing, please don't stop me. Sikong Jing paused for a moment, then smiled. I have no intention of stopping you. If you want to participate, then participate. Last night, he had personally examined Su Yueshi's body. The crimson spider poison had been cleared, and all shackles binding her growth had been removed. 7 days would be enough for him to help her transform. Today, he would make Su Yueshi dazzle everyone. In 7 days, he would make Su Yueshi the supreme martial artist of Yunyi City. Are you insane, Sikong Jing? Mei Xiaofeng stamped her feet in frustration. Su Xiefeng suddenly burst into laughter. Truly my good granddaughter. Summon Ego to the city lord's mansion and register Su Yueshi. A Su family member received the order and rushed out of the estate. Su Jinglong and Mei Xiaofeng stood with mouths agape, wanting to intervene, but already too late. Su Xiefeng waved his hand. Everyone disperse. In an instant, the Su family elites surrounding Sikong Jing's group retreated like a receding tide. The birthday banquet fell quiet again, and if not for Su Shan's corpse still lying in the hall, one might think the earlier events were merely a farce. At that moment, Luo Tong's sarcastic voice drifted from afar. Haha, congratulations to Master Su on gaining such a fine son-in-law who has personally destroyed the Su family's future. Su Xiefeng's face darkened, nearly exploding with rage, but he ultimately restrained himself. Luo Tong's wife covered her lips and laughed softly, her voice sweet, yet bone-chillingly cold. Husband, old Master Su intends to let that ugly wretch die in the arena. When that happens, a certain impulsive criminal will likely rush up to save her, only to be hacked to death by countless blades. Luo Tong's wife giggled continuously, as if she had seen right through Su Xiefeng's intentions. Looking at Su Xiefeng, Luo Tong also gave him a thumbs up, saying, Brilliant, Master Su, absolutely brilliant. This criminal is, after all, married by decree of the Lord of Yunzhou. Killing him on the spot might bring great calamity. Su Xiefeng remained expressionless, nodding slightly. The crowd below was quickly enlightened by the Luo couple's coordinated performance. Su Xiefeng had never intended to take a life immediately. According to his arrangement, Su Yueshi would have to enter the arena in 7 days. She knew no martial arts whatsoever, and once publicly humiliated, that hot-tempered criminal son-in-law would most likely charge onto the stage. When that happened, Sikong Jing would die in combat, and the Su family could remain uninvolved. During these 7 days, Su Yueshi would suffer daily torment, maximizing both physical and mental anguish, while Su Xiefeng himself could maintain a reputation for magnanimity and mercy. Murmurs of discussion rose from all directions. Only then did Su Jinglong and his wife fully understand. Su Xiefeng didn't just want to kill, he wanted to destroy their hearts as well. Su Yueshi's face instantly turned deathly pale as she instinctively looked towards Sikong Jing. She knew the Luo couple was right. Once she took the stage and faced humiliation, Sikong Jing would never stand idly by. However, amid the shock that filled the hall, only Sikong Jing remained calm, his lips curved in a mocking smile. A bunch of clowns, thinking they're worthy of performing. At this moment, Su Yun stepped forward slowly, her gaze falling on Su Yueshi as she pointed at her. Regardless, I did save your miserable lives. Ugly freak, how do you plan to thank me? Su Yueshi opened her mouth. Indeed, if Su Yun hadn't proposed the compromise of a duel in 7 days, they would probably have no way out by now. At least they had 7 days, perhaps enough time to think of a solution. Crack. A crisp sound split the air. Su Yun was sent flying by a palm strike, crashing heavily to the ground with half her face instantly swollen. The one who struck was still Sikong Jing. Su Xiefeng's barely calmed fury was completely ignited. He stepped forward, coldly shouting, Criminal, do you really think I dare not kill you? He did indeed fear the Lord of Yunzhou's marriage decree, but being publicly provoked, his murderous intent rose again. Su Yun covered her burning face, her voice shrill. Ugly freak. This is how you repay me. The scene became chaotic, and the Su Jinglong couple both felt headaches coming on. Sikong Jing's temper was simply too stubborn. Bang! Sikong Jing stomped heavily on the ground, cracking the floor tiles slightly as he pointed at Su Yun. I said, no one is allowed to call Yueshi an ugly freak. Su Yun shrieked. She is ugly. Can't people even state facts? Luo Tong's wife chimed in with sneering laughter. Su Jinglong's criminal son-in-law. Your wife is the ugliest in all of Yunzhou. Do you really think you can silence everyone in the world? The crowd joined in the jeering, with mocking voices surging from all directions, as if even the air carried malice. Many secretly thought Si Kongjing was perfectly normal. Accepting marriage to Su Yueshi was merely due to having no choice, but deep down he must equally despise her ugliness. In the next instant, Si Kongjing's figure suddenly vanished. Slap, 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 slap. Crisp slapping sounds rang out in succession. Luo Tong's wife, the first heckler in the crowd, several guests who had joined in the mockery. All who had spoken insults were struck without exception, their cheeks swelling high as they saw stars. Si Kongjing moved like lightning, giving no one any chance to react. In moments, he had returned to Su Yueshi's side, his 5 fingers gently clasping her cool palm. His gaze swept across the entire hall, cold as a blade. This slap is because you insulted my wife. This slap is also because you shamed my father-in-law. When they had arrived at the birthday banquet, Su Jinglong was like a fallen tiger bullied by dogs, and Si Kongjing had remembered it all. If Su Xiefeng could be moved by Granny Yueshi's statue, then naturally there would be no need for him to intervene. But since Su Xiefeng remained stubbornly unrepentant, he would certainly have to defend his father-in-law's honor. And there was also the fact that Yueshi was the most beautiful woman in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yueshi was stunned again. Why was Brother Jing saying such things in public once more? Whoosh, the veil vanished. Si Kongjing raised his hand and decisively tore away the veil. A breathtakingly beautiful face was suddenly exposed under the lamplight. The air seemed to freeze. Su Xiefeng, whose anger had reignited, the guests whose faces were still stinging from the slap and were about to explode, and the Su Jinglong couple all held their breath and stared wide-eyed. Only one thought remained in their minds. Is this even human? This must be a celestial fairy. Ah! Su Yueshi screamed, frantically covering her face with both hands, embarrassed and panicked. Brother Jing, give me back my veil. She alone was unaware of how beautiful she looked at that moment. Si Kongjing gazed at her tenderly and said softly, from today on, you no longer need to hide. Even if you're not the most beautiful in the world, you're certainly the most beautiful in Yunzhou. He gently pulled her hands away, his fingertips caressing her face. Your face is healed. Boom. Thunder roared in Su Yueshi's mind as she stood there in a daze. How could it possibly heal just like that? Yueshi, let mother see. Mei Xiaofeng rushed over, tears streaming down her face, cupping her daughter's face and examining it from all angles. Then, overcome with excitement, she showered her with kisses, speaking incoherently. It's healed. It's really healed. Su Jinglong wept tears of joy and laughed wildly toward the heavens. He pointed at Su Xiefeng, almost venting. Father, do you see? Yueshi's face is healed. She's no longer the ugliest in all of Yunzhou, and she won't bring shame to the Su family anymore. Then he pointed around the entire hall. Have you all seen clearly? Who dares call my daughter ugly now? At this moment, the heavy burden in his heart finally lifted, more exhilarating than recovering from his injuries. His daughter would no longer suffer humiliation because of her appearance, and the Su family would have no reason to shame her with this anymore. The vast hall remained silent as a tomb, everyone feeling as if they were in a dream. Could such miraculous things really happen in this world? Finally, Su Yun screamed, impossible. It's fake. That face must be fake. The restored Su Yueshi was so stunningly beautiful that it ignited her towering jealousy, making her even angrier than her elder brother Su Shan's death. Why should that despised ugly wretch be able to become so beautiful? Brother Jing, have I really recovered? Su Yueshi whispered to herself, still unable to believe it. Si Kongjing chuckled softly and extended his hand, using his power to summon a large blade from across the room, using its surface as a mirror. In the cold gleam, Su Yueshi looked directly at her own face for the first time. She covered her lips as tears flowed uncontrollably. At this moment, Su Xiefeng spoke in a deep voice. Beautiful, truly beautiful. She won't bring shame to our Su family anymore. He too was shocked, but struggled to contain his emotions. Seeing this, Su Jinglong appeared even more triumphant. His father had despised his family for years, all because of Yueshi's appearance. Now this reason had completely vanished. I now command you not to let Yueshi share a room with this criminal. After the criminal dies, she will go to Yunzhou City, choose a noble young master to marry, and bring glory to the Su family. Su Xiefeng's aged voice echoed throughout the hall, his tone devoid of any familial affection. In an instant, Su Jinglong's excited expression turned increasingly grim, layer by layer, and his body stiffened. Mei Xiaofeng's gaze seemed frozen, her lips trembling involuntarily. Cold light surged in Si Kongjing's eyes. This old dog was truly incorrigible and beyond redemption. Grandfather, if Brother Jing dies, I won't live alone either. Su Yueshi's voice was calm, yet each word pierced everyone's hearts. She wrapped her arms around Si Kongjing's arm and looked up at him with a gentle smile. Brother Jing, let's go home. Sikong Jing nodded slightly, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire venue before protectively escorting Su Yueshi away from the birthday banquet with large strides. Father, at next year's birthday banquet, please light a stick of incense for Su Shan. Su Zhenglong suppressed the rage in his chest as he dropped this line, pulling Mei Xiaofeng along as they hurried away, their grief and indignation evident. Su Xiefeng remained expressionless throughout, showing no surprise even upon seeing Yueshi's restored appearance. Could his heart of iron and stone truly remain unmoved by a face that bore 7 or 8 parts resemblance to his late wife? What are they acting so proud for? Su Yueshi should be bringing honor to the Su family. Isn't marrying a criminal shameful? Su Yun shouted indignantly at their retreating figures. Cold light flickered in Su Xiefeng's eyes, but in the end, he only ordered servants to carry away Su Shan's body. The birthday banquet must continue. During the ongoing banquet, after handling Su Shan's funeral arrangements, Su Zhengtao found Su Xiefeng sitting alone and asked through gritted teeth, Father, how did Su Yueshi suddenly recover her appearance? And that criminal's clearly only at the 9th level of the Bright Realm, so why is he so powerful? At this moment, Su Zhengtao was the most devastated. His son had been killed, yet due to the Yunzhou Grand Competition and his father's concerns, he couldn't immediately seek blood for blood, nearly driving him mad with frustration. He's strong because he has mastered higher-level martial techniques, and likely comprehended a trace of essence from transcendent martial intent. Su Xiefeng's voice was hoarse and aged. Thinking of those 2 jade stone tablets made his guts twist with regret. Those were clearly terrifying combat techniques that allowed a 9th-level Bright Realm cultivator to defeat a 5th-level Dark Realm opponent. Why had he insisted on smashing them to pieces back then? A cold glint flashed in Su Jingtao's eyes as he continued pressing. How did that criminal come to possess those 2 jade stone tablets? When the marriage was arranged, he had nothing on him. We personally searched him. Su Xiefeng's mouth twitched slightly as he coldly stated, there's only one possibility. Think about when he had the opportunity to obtain those 2 stone tablets after he awakened. Su Jingtao's brow furrowed tightly, and his whole body suddenly trembled. The Beast Bandit Gang? Exactly. That was his only opportunity. Su Xiefeng nodded heavily. In the past 10 days, Sikong Jing had only left Yunyi City once. Those 2 jade stone tablets must have been seized from the bandit gang. He traveled with Chou Yi. How could Chou Yi leave such powerful stone tablets with him? Su Zhengtao suddenly looked up as he spoke. Did he secretly hide the tablets when Chou Yi wasn't paying attention? That's the only explanation left. They could never imagine that the jade stone tablets actually came from Sikong Jing's own hands. Forget containing transcendent martial intent. Even blank stone tablets were beyond what an ordinary Bright Realm cultivator could inscribe. He probably didn't just secretly hide the tablets. Su Xiefeng recalled Sikong Jing's terrifying speed of advancement from the 4th to 9th level of the Bright Realm within 10 days, his voice low. He likely obtained some powerful elixirs as well. Even Su Yueshi's restored beauty was likely due to whatever the criminal had obtained from the savage Beast Bandit group. Su Xiefeng furrowed his brow, growing more certain with each thought. If that man didn't possess some extraordinary opportunity, how could all these good fortunes fall into his lap? Su Zhengtao listened with growing alarm, suddenly springing to his feet and clenching his fists in anger. Damn it. I'm going to find Chou Yi right now to report this. Stop, don't be rash. Su Xiefeng raised his hand to block him, coldly asking in return, do you know why I didn't kill that criminal on the spot? With his grandson, Su Shan's body still warm in the grave, how could he not hate Sikong Jing to the bone? Those high-sounding reasons from before couldn't suppress the burning rage in his heart. Su Zhengtao frowned and replied, wasn't it to let Su Yueshi participate in the selection 7 days later, then force that bastard into the arena to be hacked to death? Luo Tong and the others have already analyzed it thoroughly. No. Su Xiefeng shook his head, his gaze heavy. He must still have treasures in his possession. When we surrounded him, he was unnaturally calm. To be able to kill Xiao Shan outright, he must be holding trump cards powerful enough to turn the tables. I'm worried that even you might die at his hands. As his words fell, Su Zhengtao felt a chill run down his spine, finally recalling Sikong Jing's composed expression that day. If his father hadn't made that decisive call, he too might have ended up dead on the spot. Then father's intention is, don't alert Chou Yi for now. That treasure should rightfully be ours. A cold gleam flashed in Su Xiefeng's eyes. Find the right opportunity and force him to cough it up. Su Jingtao's mind reeled as calculations raced through his head, like an abacus clicking at lightning speed. Meanwhile, at Su Zhenglong's old courtyard, before the bronze mirror, Su Yueshi touched her flawless face with trembling hands, both excited and bewildered. Brother Jing, is that really me in the mirror? Has my appearance truly been restored? I'm not dreaming, am I? Sikong Jing leaned against the window, shaking his head with an amused smile. Of course it's real. You've asked that question 800 times already. But even after 800 times, Su Yueshi still found it surreal. Suddenly, she had a realization and looked directly at Sikong Jing. Brother Jing, What exactly did you have me drink last night? The memories of the previous night gradually became clearer. That cup of crimson liquid had been warm upon entering her mouth, and when she awoke, her former beauty had returned. In the room, Su Zhenglong and his wife also pricked up their ears, their gazes falling on Sikong Jing in unison. Why had their daughter's face healed at precisely this moment? Could it really be connected to Sikong Jing? That was the antidote to crimson spider poison, Sikong Jing began, but didn't dare say the words, my blood. Before he could finish, Su Zhenglong burst into hearty laughter, forcibly interrupting. Ahem, it was an extremely potent beauty-preserving medicine. Ajang happened to have the prescription and prepared it overnight. Sikong Jing's expression stiffened as he looked at his father-in-law in confusion. After a moment, he understood his father-in-law didn't want his daughter to know that her sister had secretly poisoned her. Su Zhenglong frantically winked at him, signaling him to play along. But Su Yueshi pressed on, looking up earnestly. Brother Jing, what is crimson spider poison? At this question, Su Zhenglong's smile froze on his face. Sikong Jing sighed inwardly. It seemed she wasn't completely oblivious, just afraid to think too deeply about it. He no longer paid attention to his father-in-law's meaningful looks, took a deep breath, and explained frankly. That's the poison you were afflicted with, a dangerous toxin from the nation of 10,000 poisons, refined from the body of the demonic beast known as the Crimson Spider. So I'm this ugly because I was poisoned by the Crimson Spider? Su Yueshi asked in a daze. Sikong Jing glanced uneasily at Su Zhenglong, then nodded deeply. Su Yueshi's lips trembled as she asked in confusion, but why was I poisoned? Sikong Jing's gaze fell on Su Zhenglong once more as he sighed heavily. Father-in-law, it's not right to keep hiding this any longer. Sigh. Su Zhenglong seemed drained of all strength, closing his eyes in anguish as memories and confusion flooded his mind. Yueshi, 10 years ago, I was the one who asked your sister to take your place and be taken away by that young nobleman. The crimson spider poison was also something I personally gave to your sister. The room fell silent except for heavy breathing. Su Zhenglong's hoarse explanation lingered in the air. I spoiled you too much back then. I'd rather let your sister suffer than allow you to be harmed in the slightest. I thought if you were poisoned with the crimson spider toxin, I could quickly find the antidote. Su Yueshi's pupils contracted sharply as she suddenly stood up, tears welling in her eyes. She had thought her sister willingly took her place, only to discover now that it was all their father's arrangement. Her face, disfigured for 10 whole years, was actually caused by her father's poison. Meanwhile, Mei Xiaofang's face turned deathly pale as she stared at Su Zhenglong in disbelief. She too had been kept in the dark about this matter. Su Zhenglong continued murmuring, his voice trembling with each word. I planned to retrieve the antidote quickly. But that young nobleman severely injured me, and I could never go looking for it again. It's father who ruined you, ruined 10 whole years. If not for that severe injury years ago, he indeed had confidence in obtaining the antidote because the crimson spider poison originally belonged to him. But there are no what-ifs in this world. His eldest daughter Su Yuexian was taken away with unknown fate. His youngest daughter Su Yueshi became the ugliest woman in Yunzhou, and he himself was bedridden for 10 years. Whenever he thought of this matter, he felt as if pierced by sharp blades, wishing he were dead. Suddenly, he turned forcefully toward the tearful Mei Xiaofang, his voice weak yet sharp. Xiaofang, I didn't want to say this, fearing it would shatter your illusions. You always hope Yuexian will come home someday, but she won't return. She hates me, surely despises this father completely. A mouthful of dark red blood suddenly sprayed onto the bedding as Su Zhenglong's face instantly turned transparent with pallor. His throat was hoarse. Xiaofang, I've wronged you too. Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness entirely. Master. Father. The mother and daughter's faces changed drastically as they hurriedly supported him, but no matter how they called or patted him, they couldn't restore his consciousness. Mei Xiaofang could only rush out tearfully to fetch Dr. Sun. Soon, Dr. Sun arrived with his medicine chest, checking his pulse, prescribing strong medicine, and repeatedly applying acupuncture, but could only shake his head and sigh. Master Su's heart ailment is extremely severe now, he warned in a low voice. This cannot be cured by ordinary medicine. Whether he can survive these next few days depends on whether he can wake up on his own. Leaving these words, Dr. Sun helplessly packed his medicine chest and departed. The room fell into deathly silence again. Mei Xiaofang collapsed beside the bed, crying like rain on pear blossoms, then suddenly raised her head, glaring at Su Yueshi with bloodshot eyes, her voice hoarse and venomous. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on catching that young nobleman's eye, how would our family have ended up in such a state? You're nothing but a jinx. Yu Xian will never come back, and your father is dying too. Sob, sob, sob. Su Yueshi was also in tears, never having imagined that her father was the cause of all this tragedy. Sikong Jing was about to speak when Mei Xiaofang broke into quiet sobs, her emotions nearly collapsing. Mother-in-law, if anyone's to blame, it's that young master. Everything is his. Before Sikong Jing could finish his words. Shut up. Mei Xiaofang suddenly raised her head, her voice hoarse yet sharp. If you hadn't barged in suddenly, causing Yueshi's father's vital energy to surge repeatedly, how would he have ended up in such a state? We may have been poor before, but at least we were all alive. Sikong Jing opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. The current chaos wasn't something he could calm with a few words. Mei Xiaofang's emotions hadn't subsided as she choked out, and in 7 days, Yueshi has to participate in the Yunzhou Grand Competition selection. She'll die too. What good does her sudden beauty do? Despair overwhelmed her as she staggered backward, as if the entire sky had collapsed. Sikong Jing took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Please rest assured, mother-in-law. Since I was able to restore Yueshi's appearance today, I can also make her martial arts advance by leaps and bounds." He hadn't originally planned to stop Su Yueshi from participating in the selection because he wanted her to completely turn the tables in front of everyone in the city. Since everyone in Uni City mocked her, he would show them that Su Yueshi not only possessed stunning beauty, but could also crush her peers in martial arts. Mei Xiaofeng only sneered coldly. Becoming accomplished in 7 days was nothing but wishful thinking. Seeing this, Sikong Jing remained silent for a moment, then decided to prove himself through action. He took Su Yueshi's hand and left Su Jinglong's room. In the courtyard, the setting sun cast slanted rays as he turned to gaze at her with unprecedented seriousness. "Yueshi, do you trust me?" Su Yueshi stared blankly at Sikong Jing, then after a few moments, nodded vigorously. No matter what, he was her husband and had surprised her time and again. "Good. Come back to the room with me." Returning to the bedroom, Sikong Jing closed the door behind them, his expression growing even more solemn. "Take off your clothes." "Ah." Su Yueshi's face still bore tear stains as her expression instantly became dazed, her heart racing like a startled deer. "Brother Jing, with father in such a condition, it wouldn't be appropriate, would it? And grandfather forbade us from consummating our marriage. Time is of the essence. There's nothing inappropriate about it." Sikong Jing shook his head. 7 days is enough, but I don't just want you to be able to fight, I want you to crush all the young people in Yai. I don't want you to suffer even the slightest injury. What does taking off my clothes have to do with the competition in 7 days? Su Yueshi looked completely puzzled. "Your martial arts talent is extremely strong. 10 years ago, your father already planted the seed of martial arts within you. Although it was suppressed by the crimson spider poison, it grew secretly and actually developed an even stronger foundation." Sikong Jing explained patiently. "Now that the poison is gone, I need to help you channel this power. So taking off my clothes is to guide the vital energy?" Su Yueshi asked tentatively in a small voice. Sikong Jing blinked. Of course, what else would it be for? In an instant, Su Yueshi's entire face turned bright red. Looking at the utterly bewildered Sikong Jing, Su Yueshi's exquisite face turned crimson as if blood might drip from it. She bit her lip, not daring to mention her absurd thought that they were about to consummate their marriage in broad daylight, and could only whisper softly, Then turn around." Sikong Jing was momentarily stunned, only then realizing he was no longer in the military camp, and the person before him wasn't some rough soldier, but his wife who had just regained her beauty. He responded with a muffled grunt and turned around with a stern expression. The soft rustling of fabric hitting the floor came in succession, and his heartbeat quickened accordingly. This feeling was even more intense than his first time on the battlefield. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Su Yueshi's voice turned hoarse. "Brother Jing, I'm ready. Could you please not turn around and just..." Before she could finish, Sikong Jing instinctively looked back and instantly froze like stone. The Su Yueshi before his eyes was like a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship, breathtakingly beautiful, making his heart pound wildly in his chest. He swallowed hard and said hoarsely, "Actually, you didn't need to take everything off." "Ah!" A scream pierced the silence of the room. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yueshi had changed into thin sleepwear and sat cross-legged in the center of the bed. Sikong Jing also sat cross-legged, gently pressing his palms against his wife's back, channeling his true qi like warm currents into her body, awakening the martial seed that had lain dormant for 10 years. Buzz! In that instant, the martial seed was completely ignited, and streams of true qi surged through her meridians, rapidly growing stronger. After another quarter hour, Sikong Jing reminded her in a deep voice, "Yueshi, your talent is even stronger than I anticipated. If you let your true qi flow freely, you could at least reach the 3rd level of the Bright Realm. But since you don't have a suitable cultivation method yet, you must suppress your true qi at the 1st level of the Bright Realm. Stay in the room to stabilize it. First I'll go find you a cultivation method." With that, he rose and left Su Yueshi's room, then departed the Su residence. Cultivation methods were crucial for martial artists. The more powerful they were, the more terrifying combat power they could unleash at the same realm. Sikong Jing's own emperor-slaying prison-breaking formula was extraordinarily profound, allowing him to fight across even major realm boundaries. But that method required the blood of 10,000 beasts and wasn't suitable for women. From the moment he returned to the city, He had already planned an exclusive cultivation path for Su Yueshi. After leaving the residence, he headed straight for the Tianwu Pavilion. Suddenly, at a street corner not far from the Su residence, he brushed past a woman in black. Sikong Jing's steps faltered slightly, his gaze falling on that cold, slender figure peak of the human realm. And very young at that. He had only caught a brief glimpse and hadn't seen her face clearly, but it was already surprising enough. It seemed Yunyi City wasn't weak after all, and Su Yueshi's growth couldn't afford the slightest negligence. After all, his father-in-law Su Zhenglong had been considered a prodigy of Yunyi City 10 years ago at the 7th level of the human realm, and Su Xiefeng could secure his position as head of one of the 4 great families with just human realm cultivation. The sudden appearance of such a young peak human realm expert naturally put Sikong Jing on alert. Of course, the woman in black might have just been passing by. Sikong Jing shook his head, refocusing his attention, and strode directly toward the Tianwu Pavilion. At the same time, as his figure disappeared into the distance, the woman in black turned her head slightly. Her features were well proportioned, but a vicious scar cut across her left cheek, adding a touch of defiance to her appearance. The tight black clothing accentuated her slender figure, and a cold, murderous aura surrounded her, as if the words "stay away" were written in the air itself. Such terrifying battle intent, such terrifying killing intent. This man must have killed many people. Her melodious, yet husky voice echoed in the darkness, its oppressive force striking straight to the heart. Merely at the 9th level of the Bright Realm, yet he can give me this feeling. He came from the Su residence? The Su family actually has such a guest. As her words faded, she had already stopped in front of the Su family's main gate, the corner of her mouth curling upward. Su Zhenglong, are you dead yet? The scar twisted with her smile. In the next instant, she vanished from where she stood, reappearing outside the small courtyard where Su Yueshi's family lived, unnoticed by anyone. Like a ghost, she glided to the outside of Su Yueshi's room and gazed through the window. The young girl sat with her eyes closed, quietly cultivating, her gentle silhouette outlined by moonlight. The woman in black raised her hand to caress the scar on her face, murmuring softly, "Sister, you're so beautiful." With those words, she quietly departed. She moved to the entrance of the front hall, just as a figure rushed out in Panacit was Mei Xiaofeng. The middle-aged woman stumbled as she ran, shouting hoarsely, "Dr. Sun, my master is coughing up blood again." The woman in black watched the retreating figure, her lips trembling slightly. "Mother, you've grown thin." After speaking, she flickered again, slipping into Su Zhenglong's room. The room reeked of blood, the floor stained crimson, and Su Zhenglong lay on the bed, his face deathly pale, breathing weakly. The woman in black approached step by step, her gaze cold. "So, you're not dead yet." She sat beside the bed, hatred surging in her eyes, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "But you're not far from death. How wonderful." Her voice suddenly dropped, her face contorting with pain and madness. "Su Zhenglong, do you know how I've spent these 10 years? You don't know. You only know how to dote on your younger daughter." She spoke through gritted teeth. "Even when severely injured, you still went to find the antidote for the crimson spider poison for her. Do you know how jealous I am? Why are you so cruel to me, yet so loving to my sister?" The woman in black was none other than Su Yuesian, who had been taken away by the young nobleman 10 years ago. She knew well how rare and dangerous the antidote for crimson spider poison was, yet seeing Su Zhenglong risk his life to retrieve it only fueled her resentment. The room was so quiet that only heavy breathing could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yuesian stood up, her tone mocking. "Forget it, you're going to die soon anyway. I was just passing by, wanting to see how miserable you are. Now, I've seen enough." She turned to leave. Behind her, the unconscious Su Zhenglong suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the crimson staining the bedding. Cough. Su Yuesian's shoulders trembled, and she spun around abruptly, reaching to her waist to retrieve a dark red pill, coldly watching the man on the bed. "I don't want you to die too easily." She flicked her finger, sending the pill into Su Zhenglong's mouth. In the next instant, Su Yuesian vanished without a trace. After a while, Mei Xiaofeng hurried back with Dr. Sun in tow. The moment Dr. Sun arrived, he steadied his trembling hands and took Master Su's pulse. Within mere moments, his fingertips suddenly froze, and he stood there stunned, unable to hide his shock. "Madam Su, what miraculous medicine did you give Master Su? His life is temporarily out of danger. His injuries are being suppressed by some powerful medicinal force." Upon hearing this, Mei Xiaofeng was dumbstruck, hardly daring to believe her own ears. Just then, she suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual sweet herbal fragrance in the air, as if her maternal instincts were alerting her to something. She rushed to the window, pushed it open and leaned out, scanning the area there in the corner of the courtyard. A somewhat frail figure was about to turn away. "Yuexian, have you come back? Is that you?" She cried out hoarsely, tears streaming down her face. Su Yuexian's body trembled slightly in the corner of the courtyard. She pressed her lips together tightly, her eyes welling with bitter tears. Finally, she closed her eyes, her nails digging deep into her palms, and resolutely turned to leave. In the silent courtyard, only Mei Xiaofang's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the air. Meanwhile, the Tianwu Pavilion in Yunyi City was brightly lit. Pavilion Master Lu Zhao personally greeted his guest at the desk, his expression barely containing his excitement as he respectfully presented 3 warm, jade-like pale green papers. Young Master Sikong, here are the 3 jade papers you requested. Dare I ask if you plan to inscribe martial techniques again? In Lu Zhao's eyes, Sikong Jing had become a mysterious and distinguished guest. When Sikong Jing had requested to purchase jade papers that day, Lu Zhao had unhesitatingly brought out the 3 finest quality papers from the Tianwu Pavilion, refusing any payment, seeking only to forge a connection. Sikong Jing nodded and replied calmly, yes. 1 paper for a cultivation method, the other 2 for martial techniques. Lu Zhao's respect deepened. Might I have the honor of observing? To witness a master inscribing martial techniques was something countless martial artists could only dream of. Sikong Jing merely glanced up casually and uttered 2 words, as you wish. He took the first jade paper, his gaze focusing on its center as his mind quickly recalled the cultivation method, the mysterious Ice Maiden formula. Spiritual energy surged from his fingertips onto the paper's surface, and strokes seemed to write themselves, traces of light bursting forth before settling into calm. In less than half an hour, the entire mysterious Ice Maiden formula was sealed within the paper, its surface glow fading to leave only a cool touch. This was merely a lower-tier, mysterious grade cultivation method. Though its rank wasn't exceptionally high, within the Great Shang realm it was a precious text beyond many martial artists' imagination. For women, it was the most suitable foundational cultivation method. Its origins lay not in the Great Shang Dynasty, but in the Xianin Kingdom from the time of the 7 Kingdoms Rebellion 100 years ago. A court expert had received it as a gift from a fallen noble lady, this formula being the introductory cultivation method of that ancient sect. Sikong Jing had obtained the text by chance when pacifying the 7 Kingdoms Rebellion, originally intending to present it to the 9th Princess Yen Ryu for the uncultivated maidens in the Imperial Palace to build their foundation, but his plans were derailed when he was falsely accused and exiled. This time, he had specifically prepared it for Su Yueshi, naturally unwilling to use ordinary jadestone tablets, choosing instead the superior jade paper for inscription. He gently clasped the completed jade paper and sighed almost inaudibly. Pity that I am not a woman, I cannot inscribe the true transcendent martial intent of the mysterious Ice Maiden formula. Standing nearby, Lu Zhao's spirit was suddenly invigorated as he stared at Sikong Jing in disbelief. The technique he had inscribed turned out to be one meant for women to cultivate, not his own. How could this be possible? By common understanding, even for transcendent experts, inscribing a technique not aligned with their own cultivation path was immensely difficult. For a man to inscribe a technique for women was unheard of. Lu Zhao felt a chill run down his spine. Sikong Jing was far beyond an ordinary transcendent. He had likely stepped into the 3rd transcendent realm or higher. While Lu Zhao's thoughts churned, Sikong Jing gently set down the jade paper inscribed with the mystic Ice Jade Maiden technique, and reached for a second sheet of jade paper. His fingers moved again, the spiritual light at his fingertips flowing like clouds in water, smooth and uninterrupted. Soon, the 2nd and 3rd sheets were completed. One recorded the movement technique, cloud dance graceful steps, and the other the sword technique, drifting moon swordsmanship. Both techniques were of lower-tier mystic grade. It wasn't that Sikong Jing dared not touch higher-grade techniques. Rather, with his current cultivation at the 9th level of the Bright Realm, forcibly inscribing higher-grade techniques would inevitably fail. After carefully storing the 3 jade sheets, Sikong Jing cupped his hands in farewell. Lu Zhao watched him leave, sighing inwardly. If only he could catch a glimpse of the techniques recorded on those jade sheets. What was Sikong Jing's true identity? What secret mission had brought him to Yunyi City? His inscription process was too effortless, leaving Lu Zhao unable to discern any clues, only marveling at the natural fluidity of his movements. Whether it was the 3 jade tablets earlier or the 3 jade sheets now, Sikong Jing's success rate remained flawless. A figure like him who would dare call him an ordinary criminal? Lu Zhao would argue with anyone who did. When Sikong Jing returned to the Su residence clutching the jade sheets, the Su family's birthday banquet was already nearing its end. Guests were beginning to leave when suddenly, a servant burst into the hall with an excited expression, loudly announcing, Master Su, Luo Shui Jade Trading Company has come to offer their birthday wishes. Su Xiefeng froze. Luo Shui Jade Trading Company? What is that? It's the Jade Trading Company from Yunzhou City, the one, led by their eldest daughter, Miss Luo Ning. The servant replied hastily. While Luo Shui Jade Trading Company was only a mid-tier business in Yunzhou City, in Yunyi City, it was considered a major enterprise, with operations spanning all of Yunzhou. Su Xiefeng's spirit was immediately lifted, and he quickly got up to greet them. When he escorted Luo Ning into the banquet hall, the departing guests gasped in astonishment, their murmurs filling the air. Su Xiefeng may have lost a grandson, but it seems fortune has followed misfortune. He's quietly aligned himself with a major power from Yunzhou City. Hearing the chatter, Su Xiefeng couldn't help but beam with pride. He didn't understand why Luo Shui Jade Trading Company had come, but what did it matter? This was a blessing beyond measure. Master Su, I apologize for arriving late and missing the banquet. It's truly regrettable, Luo Ning said with polite pleasantries before signaling to the maid beside her. The maid stepped forward and handed over a folded piece of paper. This is a small birthday gift. I hope you won't find it lacking, Luo Ning said with a smile, offering the paper to Su Xiefeng. Curious, Su Xiefeng unfolded the paper, and his body trembled at once. Miss Luo was proposing that the Su family become Luo Shui Jade Trading Company's partner in Yunyi City, responsible for ensuring the safety of their trade operations, while offering a generous 3% share of the profits. This 3% would double the Su family's income. Well, Master Su, what do you think? Luo Ning asked with a faint smile. How could Su Xiefeng hesitate? No matter how powerful the four great families were, they all relied on financial resources. This was the foundation of any family's growth. Suddenly, Luo Ning glanced around the room and shifted the conversation. By the way, Master Su, where is your granddaughter's husband? She had indeed arrived in haste, having only heard about the banquet moments before. Her visit wasn't purely for birthday wishes. She had another matter for which she needed Xikong Jing's assistance. Of course, Luo Ning hadn't come solely to celebrate the birthday. Her true purpose was to seek Xikong Jing's help. Grandson-in-law? Which grandson-in-law? Su Xiefeng asked in return. Luo Ning blinked and replied coolly. Does old Master Su have many grandsons-in-law? I'm referring to the one who received a marriage decree from the Lord of Yunzhou. Oh, that damned criminal. Thinking of Su Shan's death, rage flared up in Su Xiefeng's chest. He said coldly. Miss Luo, did that criminal offend you? No problem. I'll take people to settle the score with him right now. He's already crawled back home. Luo Ning raised her hand to brush her sleeve. A criminal and an ugly freak has no right to attend my birthday banquet. As these words fell, her expression suddenly stiffened. Though Luo Ning was from Yunzhou City, she only knew the Su family's internal affairs through hearsay, and only now realized she might have gotten something wrong. Suppressing her confusion, she probed. I heard the Su family was able to join the four great families entirely thanks to the foundation laid by your eldest son Su Zhonglong. Doesn't he qualify either? After speaking, she stared intently into Su Xiefeng's eyes. Of course he doesn't qualify. Su Xiefeng snorted disdainfully. That sickly ghost dares to defy me just because of some minor achievements. I've long wanted to clean house. He completely failed to notice Luo Ning's expression growing increasingly cold. Beside him, Su Zhongtao seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, cursing Su Zhonglong's family, Xikong Jing, and Su Yueshi thoroughly. When mentioning Su Shan, he became even more furious and spoke without restraint. After his tirade, he stopped only when he was gasping for breath. Su Xiefeng picked up where he left off. Miss Luo, now let's go find that criminal. Rip. Luo Ning suddenly snatched the contract he had just handed over and tore it to shreds on the spot. As the paper fragments scattered, she announced coldly, in fact, your Su family doesn't qualify to cooperate with my Luo Shui Jade Company either. Before her words had fully settled, she turned and left with her people, her steps decisive and swift. In the blink of an eye, Luo Ning's figure had vanished from before the father and son. What's Luo Ning playing at? Is she toying with us? Su Zhongtao muttered in bewilderment. Su Yun ran out, looking certain. I understand now. That criminal must have offended Luo Shui Jade Company terribly. Last time with the jade hairpin, he used General Chou Ye's influence to snatch it back from Miss Luo. So Miss Luo is taking her anger out on our Su family. Her words made Su Xiefeng even more furious. They really couldn't understand why Luo Ning had come personally only to turn hostile. The onlookers burst into mocking laughter. Su Xiefeng having such a criminal grandson-in-law is truly 8 lifetimes of bad luck. The father and son's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and they nearly spat blood. That bastard, it's that criminal again. Su Jingtao's angry curses continued. Just then, a servant hurried over and whispered a few words in Su Jingtao's ear. Su Jingtao's expression instantly darkened. He then escorted the guests away from the main gate before lowering his voice to tell Su Xiefeng. Father, Su Zhenglong is about to die. Dr. Sun has been going in and out several times. Our people learned from the medicine boy that he can't hold on much longer. Having learned earlier that Xikong Jing still possessed treasures, Su Zhongtao had secretly sent people to keep watch, and now there was finally news. Su Xiefeng's spirits lifted, cold light flashing in his eyes, but he still shook his head and said in a low voice, no, it's not time to act yet. That criminal very likely has trump cards up his sleeve. Su Xiefeng had mentioned before that he needed to find an opportunity to force Xikong Jing to hand over the treasure he had obtained from the Beast Bandit gang. Now was the perfect moment. Su Zhenglong was unconscious and powerless to resist, while Xikong Jing was away from the estate. That criminal just left, Su Zhongtao said with a smirk, lowering his voice. Su Xiefeng's spirits soared as he clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, letting out a sinister laugh. Excellent. Time waits for no one. Let's capture Su Yueshi and Su Zhenglong as hostages right now and force that boy to hand over the treasure. After their discussion, the father and son immediately led several Su family experts straight to the small courtyard where Su Yueshi lived. Inside the courtyard, Mei Xiaofeng knelt on the steps, crying with tears and snot streaming down her face, repeatedly calling out, Yuexian, Yuexian. Suddenly hearing hurried footsteps outside, she looked up sharply and exclaimed with joy, Yuexian, you're back. Her words stopped abruptly. What met her eyes wasn't her daughter Su Yuexian, but Su Xiefeng and his son with faces dark as storm clouds. Su Xiefeng, what are you doing here? Mei Xiaofeng's face instantly turned pale as she instinctively stepped back several paces, her heart racing wildly, knowing these visitors meant trouble. Seize her. Su Zhengtao stepped forward and swung his broadsword. Several Su family fighters flashed forward and easily restrained Mei Xiaofeng. The commotion in the courtyard was considerable. Su Yueshi, who had been cultivating inside, suddenly opened her eyes and rushed out. Mother. The next moment, she too was captured by the approaching servants and, along with her mother, was tightly bound and secured to a stone pillar under the corridor. Su Yueshi stared intently at Su Xiefeng and demanded angrily, Grandfather, didn't you promise me that as long as I participated in the Yunzhou Grand Competition selection, you wouldn't hold grudges anymore? Why are you breaking your word? Su Xiefeng put on a smile, though his tone remained ice cold. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You still need to participate in the competition. As for now, this is a separate matter. With that, he strode directly into Su Zhenglong's room. You old beast. Don't you dare touch Yueshi's father. Mei Xiaofeng screamed heart-wrenchingly, but no one outside the courtyard paid any attention. Moments later, Su Xiefeng and his son emerged carrying the still unconscious Su Zhenglong, carelessly throwing him heavily onto the cold stone tiles. What exactly do you want? Yueshi's father could be seriously hurt. Mei Xiaofeng completely broke down, tears blurring her vision. Father! Su Yueshi screamed repeatedly, struggling violently with her arms, only to be bound even tighter. Amid the mother and daughter's cries of anguish, a tall figure flashed into the small courtyard like lightning. Xikong Jing had rushed back from the Tianwu pavilion after hearing the commotion from afar. Seeing the tragic scene before him, his blood boiled with rage. Su Xiefeng, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. He stepped forward but was forced to stop when Su Zhengtao's broadsword was held against Su Yueshi's neck. Criminal, you'd better not move, Su Zhengtao threatened coldly. Su Xiefeng's smile slowly spread across his face, feigning kindness. Ah Jing, don't be hasty. How could grandfather really hurt Yueshi? She's so beautiful and still needs to bring glory to our Su family. He shook his head with a sigh. Your temper is too impulsive, so I had no choice but to resort to this strategy. Xikong Jing narrowed his eyes and said coldly, cut the crap and get to the point. Su Xiefeng's lips curved upward again, revealing a fox-like smile. The 2 jade stone tablets with Mad Blade Rampage and 3 piercing rock swords, you took them from the Beast Bandit gang, didn't you? Xikong Jing was slightly stunned. What exactly was this old fox plotting? Those 2 jade stone tablets were carved by himself and had absolutely nothing to do with the Beast Bandit gang. Seeing Xikong Jing's dazed expression, Su Xiefeng smugly assumed he had guessed correctly. If this old man isn't mistaken, you still have treasures in your possession, don't you? He stroked his beard with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with calculation. And when you obtained these treasures, you kept them hidden from General Chou Yi, didn't you? If Chou Yi were to find out, that would spell trouble. Why don't you let me safeguard them for now? Even if Chou Yi comes looking, he won't find any evidence. As his words fell, the old man's gaze sharpened like a hook, locking onto Xikong Jing as if he already had him completely under his thumb, using Chou Yi as leverage. Let's see if you're afraid. Upon hearing this, Xikong Jing suddenly understood. This old fox had captured Yueshi and her parents because he was certain that Xikong Jing still possessed treasures and wanted to seize them all for himself. At this realization, his expression darkened like iron. Seeing this reaction, Su Xiefeng grew even more pleased, squinting as he threatened again. I know you have cards up your sleeve to fight me desperately. You'd better not use them, or I can't guarantee my dear granddaughter's safety. Xikong Jing remained calm, the murderous intent in his eyes subsiding as his expression gradually grew peaceful. He had witnessed countless battles and negotiations. This situation was merely a small scene. As long as Su Yueshi was safe, he could handle it with composure. So he countered, how do you know I have desperate measures at my disposal? Su Zhengtao jumped in first, snorting coldly. Do you really think we're fools? The fact that you dared kill Xiaoshan proves you already had means to deal with us. We were simply tolerating you before. Now, hand over your trump cards and all the treasures, or don't blame me for being merciless. With that, he raised his blade in fury, pointing it directly at Xikong Jing. Tied to the pillar, Mei Xiaofeng and Su Yueshi heard everything and understood the reason. During the birthday banquet in the hall, Sikong Jing had promised that no one would die, which suggested he indeed had backup plans. But if he truly surrendered his trump cards, Su Xiefeng and his son would likely cross the bridge and burn it behind them, leaving them without even their final deterrent. The two women exchanged wordless glances, anxiety filling their hearts. Su Xiefeng's gaze was sharp. Hand them over, and I guarantee I won't kill you. I also guarantee Yueshi will enter the arena in 7 days. After a brief standoff, Sikong Jing lowered his eyes in thought, then suddenly reached into his robes and slowly withdrew 3 sheets of jade paper he had just finished inscribing. The jade paper gleamed with dark light, thin as cicada wings. Su Xiefeng's eyes immediately widened, both excited and indignant. Excellent. You spoke of reconciliation while only giving me 2 inferior jade stone tablets. You kept the 3 superior jade papers hidden. How outrageous. He secretly congratulated himself on his brilliant wisdom, feeling extremely pleased. Sikong Jing offered no explanation, holding the jade papers as he stepped forward. However, Su Jingtao swung his blade to Su Yueshi's neck, shouting, "Criminal, stop! Put the jade papers on the ground, then take out your trump cards." They didn't dare let Sikong Jing approach. They had to thoroughly search him for any threats. Sikong Jing had no choice but to stop, placing the 3 jade papers gently on the ground as instructed, then standing upright, without moving. "Quickly! Put down your trump cards now. Take off all your clothes." Su Jingtao barked repeatedly, his face twisted with menace, his blade trembling slightly, yet radiating murderous intent. He didn't trust Sikong Jing at Alonli. By stripping him completely, could he ensure there was nothing on his body that could threaten them? At that very moment, Sikong Jing's gaze suddenly shifted to Su Zhenglong lying on the ground, his expression flickering with subtle emotion before he abruptly raised his head and declared word by word, "My trump card is myself." As his words fell, his figure suddenly flickered, appearing before Su Jingtao in the blink of an eye's lap. A crisp slap sent Su Jingtao's head reeling to the side, leaving an instant handprint. Though Su Jingtao held Su Yueshi hostage, in Sikong Jing's eyes he was full of openings. Compared to the hostages he had rescued before, this situation was nothing. As he delivered the slap, Sikong Jing's other hand moved with precision, swiftly tearing apart all the ropes binding Su Yueshi and pulling the girl into his arms with clean, efficient movements. In mere moments, the situation had completely reversed. Su Xiefeng's pupils contracted sharply, veins bulging on his knife-wielding hand as he roared, "Criminal! Don't you care about your mother-in-law's life anymore?" He had expected Sikong Jing to probe at most, never imagining he would directly rescue the hostage. Fortunately, he still had a hostage in hand, and as a self-proclaimed human realm expert, he was confident that no one could bridge a two-realm gap. The blade flashed with cold light as he roared and prepared to strike down at Mei Xiaomei. "Father-in-law, you may move now." Sikong Jing's calm voice resonated like an evening drum throughout the courtyard. Whoosh! Su Zhenglong's eyes snapped open, and a violent surge of true qi exploded outward, sending dust and sand swirling across the ground. His form flashed as he delivered a horizontal kick, landing squarely on Su Xiefeng's chest with a bang. Caught completely off guard, Su Xiefeng spat blood and flew backward several zhong, crashing heavily against the wall. In the next instant, Su Zhenglong appeared beside Mei Xiaomei, flicking his fingers to remove her bindings before pulling her tightly into his embrace, his voice low and angry. "Father, did you take me for dead again?" My lord." Mei Xiaomei gazed at her husband, now full of vigor, hardly daring to believe her eyes. "Daddy." Su Yueshi also rushed over with a joyful cry, her eyes red with tears. Meanwhile, Su Xiefeng and Su Jingtao stared in stunned disbelief. This was impossible. Wasn't Su Zhenglong supposed to be half-dead? The true qi he displayed now was even more vigorous than in his prime. Su Xiefeng roared in fury. "Su Zhenglong, weren't you supposed to be dying? Damn it, did you deliberately have Dr. Sun's apprentice spread those rumors? You played me." His chest nearly burst with rage. This operation had been so bold precisely because he was certain Su Zhenglong was near death. Su Zhenglong frowned, too lazy to respond. "Thanks to you, I don't know why I've come back to life either. Perhaps it's Mother's spirit in heaven protecting me." He raised his palm and waved, true qi howling. "Now, all of you get out." The sound waves rolled forth, more solid and terrifying than ever before, as if the former prodigy had returned. Su Xiefeng gritted his teeth unwillingly, his gaze involuntarily falling on the 3 jade papers on the ground. "Want them? Come and take them." Sikong Jing bent down in front of him, collecting all the jade papers and waving them tauntingly. "Care to fight us for them?" With unknown trump cards at play, Su Xiefeng dared not risk his life, not to mention facing Su Zhenglong, whose strange condition seemed like a final burst of energy yet was terrifyingly powerful. He could only growl hatefully. Fine. You're ruthless. If I can't get a single jade paper before Su Yueshi participates in the Yunyi City selection, I'll report to Chou Yi about you hiding treasures from the Beast Bandit group. Jingtao, let's go." They had arrived with great fanfare, but left in disgrace. Though he had no immediate plans to actually report them, he was determined to obtain those jade papers and would not give up anytime soon. After the Su Xiefeng brothers departed, the courtyard instantly fell quiet, with only the night wind stirring the flickering lamps. Only then did Su Yueshi release Sikong Jing and rush to Su Zhonglong, throwing herself into his arms with a trembling voice. "Daddy, are you really all right?" Sikong Jing was equally puzzled by this question. Su Zhonglong's condition had previously deteriorated to the point where he could pass away at any moment, and while he was still far from fully recovered, his spirit and complexion had improved several times over. When he saw Su Zhonglong suddenly open his eyes earlier, he too was quite startled. "I seem to be much better, though I don't know why," Su Zhonglong murmured to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. He had thought this time he would truly fall into eternal slumber. Suddenly, Mei Xiaofeng's trembling voice cut through the silence. "It's Yuesian. She's come back and given you some miraculous elixir." Boom! Su Zhonglong felt thunder explode in his mind as he froze on the bed, then suddenly grabbed Mei Xiaofeng's shoulders with white-knuckled fingers. "Yuesian came back? Did you see her? She gave me medicine. She doesn't hate me anymore." His words became incoherent, his excitement making even his breathing irregular. But Mei Xiaofeng shook her head through tears. "I didn't see her. But my intuition tells me Yuesian has returned." The single word intuition made Sikong Jing and the equally excited Su Yueshi exchange glances. So, it was just intuition after all. Su Zhonglong's eyes instantly dimmed, his entire body stiffening again. "Intuition can't be that accurate. Don't disbelieve me," Mei Xiaofeng said, wiping her tears. "If Yuesian hadn't returned, how could you possibly have awakened?" Her words sent another tremor through Su Zhonglong's body. Sikong Jing immediately stepped forward, placing his fingertips on Su Zhonglong's wrist pulse. After a moment, his expression grew serious. "Father-in-law, there are indeed residual medicinal effects in your body. You have definitely taken an elixir." Su Zhonglong's expression shifted as turmoil churned in his heart. Besides Yuesian, who else would feed him medicine? If it truly was her, she must still hate him otherwise. Why wouldn't she show herself? Mei Xiaofeng cried even harder, sobbing as she scolded him. "It's all your fault. She won't even acknowledge me as her mother anymore." Su Yueshi also lowered her eyes, saying softly, "Perhaps sister blames me too." Sikong Jing gently interrupted everyone's sorrow. "Let's not overthink this for now. Those who are meant to meet will eventually meet. Father-in-law, this Su residence is probably no longer suitable for extended stays. With Su Xiefeng and the others repeatedly causing trouble, I may not always be able to protect Yueshi. If another accident occurs, the consequences would be unthinkable." The earlier conflict had made him realize that without immediately distancing themselves from this turmoil, they might make an irreversible mistake. However, upon hearing this, Mei Xiaofeng exploded on the spot. "Absolutely not. We must stay here." Her voice was as resolute as a nail hitting the ground. Sikong Jing was stunned. He had long wondered, given how they were treated by the Su family members, why didn't they move away? Even after their stipend was cut, they still refused to leave. What was the reason? Su Yueshi spoke softly, her voice ethereal. "Because of sister. If we leave and sister returns to find no home, what then? Perhaps she would search for us, but perhaps not. This is why father and mother are determined to stay at the Su residence." Sikong Jing fell silent. This reason he could not refute. Moving out might not be difficult, but as parents, they feared Su Yuesian might only return for a brief look. If she harbored resentment, she wouldn't search everywhere for them. Staying meant clinging to that sliver of hope they might never reach. The air grew heavy once more. Su Zhonglong finally emerged from his emotional whirlpool, his voice low but firm. "Aging, the biggest problem now is that you've secretly kept treasures from the fierce beast bandit group." As her words fell, Mei Xiaofeng also shuddered violently, staring at Sikong Jing and saying, "Yes, this is really troublesome." Sikong Jing's eyes widened, his heart filled with bitterness. Even his closest companions believed those treasures were plundered from the beast bandit gang. "Brother Jing, grandfather wants to force you to hand over the jade papers, or he'll report you to General Cho Yi. What should we do?" Su Yueshi's face was full of worry as she tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. The 2 jadestone tablets had been presented as birthday gifts in front of all the guests. There was no way to hide that fact. Mei Xiaofeng frowned in thought, then suddenly lowered her voice. "How about we stall until the day before Yueshi's selection? You could just find some inferior jade paper to appease Su Xiefeng for now, just to buy us time." Seeing the 3 of them looking so worried, Sikong Jing smiled slightly. "Don't worry, these treasures weren't obtained from the beast bandit gang." "Huh?" All 3 froze simultaneously. Mei Xiaofeng blurted out, "Then where did you get these treasures?" Sikong Jing took a deep breath, his expression serious. "The truth is, whether it's the jadestone tablets or the jade papers, I carved them all myself. They have nothing to do with anyone else." As his words landed, Su Zhonglong, Mei Xiaofeng, and Su Yueshi all stood frozen in place. The reason I want Yueshi to participate in the selection in 7 days is because I can carve the most suitable cultivation techniques and martial arts for her these 3 jade papers. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved the thin stack of jade paper sheets. The courtyard fell silent. Mei Xiaofeng rubbed her throbbing temples. Though my martial arts are terrible, I come from a martial family and have some knowledge. Sikong Jing's hand holding the jade papers froze, his mouth agape. I'm being completely serious here, and you still don't believe me? Ah Jing, one must be down to earth, Su Zhonglong said earnestly. Even if you're a genius who can defeat Su Shan of the Dark Realm across levels, saying such unrealistic things will make people laugh at you. That's not good. Sikong Jing's mouth twitched as he stood there in complete bewilderment. Su Zhonglong stepped forward and patted his shoulder. We're not blaming you. We know you're a good boy and understand you're trying to find a reason to avoid being reported, but really, no one would believe this. With that, Su Zhonglong pulled Mei Xiaofeng toward the house. Let's go inside and let Yueshi and Ah Jing have a proper talk. Since Sikong Jing had his pride, being exposed so directly would naturally make him uncomfortable, so the two elders tactfully withdrew. Watching Su Zhonglong's caring figure, he looked up helplessly. Everything I said is true. The roar from his heart couldn't help but escape his lips. He instinctively looked towards Su Yueshi, who blinked her bright eyes and nodded solemnly. I believe you. This simple expression of trust brought a smile to Sikong Jing's face. A strange emotion flickered briefly in Su Yueshi's eyes, yet she still tried to maintain a determined expression. She looked so adorable that Sikong Jing couldn't help but pull her into his arms. It's all right, their doubt is normal. Let's go back to the room. No, you'll be able to officially begin cultivation soon. He took Su Yueshi's hand, and they returned to the room. Sikong Jing handed her the jade paper inscribed with the mysterious ice jade maiden formula, indicating she should sit cross-legged to comprehend it while he patiently guided her from the side. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Mei Xiaofeng muttered quietly, Master, Sikong Jing is quite good, but why does he always like to boast? Doesn't he think about it? Can a normal person carve inferior jadestone tablets? Even if he got incredibly lucky and managed to carve them, they also contain extraordinary martial intent. This is just too ridiculous. Doesn't even draft his tall tales. Su Zhonglong rubbed his aching head and let out a sigh. This must be a habit formed since childhood, a psychological issue, he said. As elders, we should help him and guide him toward the right path in life. The living room was dimly lit, with amber light falling on the wooden table, casting shadows that highlighted Mei Xiaofeng's grave expression. She nodded gently, having already made up her mind. She would definitely help Sikong Jing break his habit of speaking carelessly. She thought to herself that aging must come from a prestigious family, and this exile had been a heavy blow to him. He found this remote small city confining and longed for the respect and praise he once enjoyed. They would take it slowly with patient guidance. He would surely improve. As Su Zhonglong finished speaking, Mei Xiaofeng realized she had been too harsh in publicly exposing aging earlier, and she felt somewhat guilty. She asked quietly, what do we do next? Su Xiefeng will come looking for us sooner or later. How do we handle his accusations? A cold glint flashed in Su Zhonglong's eyes, his voice low. Now with Yu Xian's help, I've recovered considerably. At least for now, I'm fine, and I still have the standing to negotiate with Su Xiefeng. Upon hearing Su Yuxian, Mei Xiaofeng's expression darkened slightly, but she still nodded firmly. As night fell, the family of four gathered around the square table. Steaming hot porridge and several dishes of home-style food filled the wooden table completely. Aging, eat up. You need to eat well to make progress, Mei Xiaofeng said as soon as the dishes were served, piling food onto Sikong Jing's plate with her chopsticks, her face beaming with smiles. Our whole family will depend on you from now on. Sikong Jing nearly dropped his chopsticks, his face showing panic and confusion. What's going on? Before he could figure it out, Su Zhonglong added a piece of braised pork to his bowl, saying cheerfully, you have excellent martial arts talent. It doesn't matter that you didn't work hard before. What matters is that you can learn from your mistakes and strive forward now. What mistakes did I make? I worked hard before too. Sikong Jing muttered to himself, not daring to speak aloud. Su Zhonglong was convinced that Aging's ability to defeat Su Shan was purely due to his exceptional talent. Even with a treasure in hand, fighting above one's level was never easy. Such talent remaining at the Bright Realm must mean he had been lazy and wasteful in the past. Now the shock of exile had finally made him understand the importance of cultivation. That's right. Maybe you'll soon become Yunyi City's new prodigy. Mei Xiaofeng added more food to his plate, hoping to cure him of his stubborn attitude. Sikong Jing's eyes widened as he said earnestly, I understand. I will work hard. Thank you, father-in-law and mother-in-law. Though he couldn't quite grasp the situation, he genuinely felt a long-lost warmth. The feeling of being cared for brought tears to the corners of this seven-foot man's eyes. Su Yueshi sat beside them, watching her family's harmonious moment with a sweet smile. Life was still difficult, but in this moment, she felt content. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gentle knocking came from the courtyard gate, and a woman's soft voice carried through the night wind. Excuse me, is Master Su Jinglong here? Su Jinglong's eyes sharpened with sudden alertness. They were now virtually isolated within the Su family, and throughout Yunyi City who would come calling at this hour? Mei Xiaofeng hurried to the door and asked through the wooden panel, "Who are you?" The woman outside replied, "I'm from Luoshui Jade House in Yunzhou City, sent by Miss Luo Ning to see Master Su." Upon hearing Luoshui Jade House, Mei Xiaofeng paused, quickly asked the visitor to wait, and returned to the main hall. Luoshui Jade House. Su Jinglong frowned. He had only heard of this major trading house famous for gemstones and jade, but had never had any dealings with them, let alone with any young miss. Why would they suddenly come calling? As he pondered, Si Kongjing put down his chopsticks and stood up. "Father-in-law, Luoshui Jade House is here for me." Huh. Su Jinglong was stunned. Mei Xiaofeng couldn't help but say irritably, "Nonsense. Why would the Luoshui Jade Company look for you? You're not even from Yunzhou City. Luo Ning is probably here to thank me." Si Kongjing straightened his sleeves. "I'll go take a look." He actually headed toward the door. Mei Xiaofeng's heart tightened as she complained, "Master, look at this boy starting up again. Thank him? What status does Miss Luo Ning have? What on earth would she thank him for? Patience. We must have patience with Ah Jing." Su Jinglong was equally exasperated but could only comfort his wife. The two of them quickly followed him out of the hall. Outside in the courtyard, a gentle female voice came. "Young Master Sikong, our eldest miss has come specifically to thank you, and she also has a favor to ask." The Su couple exchanged glances, both stunned speechless. The pretty maid spoke softly again. "Would young Master Sikong be willing to come with me? Our eldest miss is waiting respectfully at the drunken immortal tower." Sikong Jing frowned slightly, and Luo Ning had only met by chance, and the jade hairpin transaction was long finished. But considering that the forced city escape had started because of Luo Ning, he did owe her a favor. Moreover, Luo Ning might be able to obtain what he needed next. "All right, wait a moment." After speaking, he turned to explain to the Su couple, "Father-in-law, Luo Ning is the person who bought the jade hairpin. I'll go and return shortly." The two opened their mouths, but could only nod numbly. As soon as Si Kongjing left, Mei Xiaofeng muttered under her breath, "Wasn't the jade hairpin gotten back for free? Why would she thank him?" Su Jinglong shook his head blankly, indicating he didn't know. "Mother, I've told you 800 times already a jade hairpin wasn't gotten back for free by Brother Jing. He used all the money robbed from Hengyu pawnshop to buy the hairpin." Su Yueshi interjected huffily. "Even so, Miss Luo Ning still has no reason to thank him, right?" Mei Xiaofeng remained unconvinced. At the drunken immortal tower, in the private room, the lighting was soft, and Luo Ning sat upright, serene as a clear spring. Si Kongjing entered and sat across from her, getting straight to the point. "Miss Luo, what brings you to me?" He still positioned Luo Ning merely as a business partner. Luo Ning raised an eyebrow slightly, her voice gentle yet sharp. "Young Master Sikong, shouldn't you first thank me for helping you resolve the matter of forcing your way out of the city?" After speaking, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she studied him carefully. After their hurried parting at the post station last time, this was her first chance to properly observe Si Kongjing. She secretly compared him to those self-proclaimed genius young masters, but couldn't find anyone comparable. Not because of how noble his bearing was, but because of an indescribable aura as if just sitting there quietly. He was as towering and substantial as a mountain. Si Kongjing sat straight-backed and replied calmly, "It was mutually beneficial. You also needed to deal with the Laying Trading Company. Of course, it did save me considerable trouble, so I do thank Miss Luo." His understated words made Luo Ning raise her eyebrows again, but she simply poured wine for him. "Since young Master Sikong speaks plainly, I won't hide anything either. Lei Shuang is dead. Although the savage beast bandit group's kidnapping provides cover, the Laying Trading Company still has doubts. They want to meet the person who rescued Medhat is you." Sikong Jing's eyes darkened. Ed had killed Lei Shuang precisely to eliminate future troubles, yet now he was being dragged into a new whirlpool. "These past few days, we've negotiated repeatedly with the Laying Trading Company and finally settled on a hunting contest outside Yunyi City in the Riyun Mountains, targeting the demon beast Qianyu leopard in those mountains." Luo Ning's eyes brightened slightly. Si Kongjing knew that adult Qianyu leopards were peak Dark Realm demon beasts, extremely dangerous. Luo Ning continued, "According to the Laying Trading Company's terms, only if you defeat them will they believe you rescued me from the savage beast bandit group." Now Si Kongjing understood completely. With Lei Shuang dead, regardless of whether the Laying Trading Company believed Luo Ning's explanation or not, they would certainly seize this opportunity for revenge and ruthlessly intimidate the Luoshui Jade Company. The reason Luo Ning had visited the drunken immortal tower in the dead of night was to invite him out to back up the Luoshui Jade Company. With this realization, Si Kongjing raised his eyes and asked coldly, "What if I refuse?" The lamplight flickered in the private room as Si Kongjing's gaze locked onto Luo Ning like a blade. He wasn't afraid of the Laying Trading Company, but now that he had a family, he preferred to avoid trouble. However, if Luo Ning truly intended to use him as a shield, he wouldn't hesitate to capture her on the spot and then negotiate terms with the laying trading company. Killing intent spread silently, and the originally warm private room instantly turned cold. Luo Ning's heart tightened, but she forced herself to remain calm. Young Master Sikong, please rest assured. If you refuse, our Luoshui Jade Company will handle this ourselves and absolutely won't drag you into it. The murderous aura subsided as Sikong Jing raised his cup and sipped his wine, speaking indifferently. I can fight, but I have conditions. Luo Ning secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, please speak. I want a Yuanjin pill. Luo Ning's eyes widened instinctively. A Xiangrade high-tier Yuanjin pill. Sikong Jing nodded. Like weapons, pills were classified into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Xiangrade high-tier pills were extremely rare in Yunzhou province, worth a fortune. Luo Ning's maid couldn't help but blurt out, Xiangrade high-tier? Why don't you just go rob someone? Sikong Jing ignored her and continued in an even tone. There's a second condition. The maid nearly exploded with Onyera Xiangrade high-tier pill was already an outrageous demand. And there was more? Luo Ning's expression darkened slightly. What is it? After winning the duel, you'll provide me with people 200 at around the 3rd level of the Dark Realm. I need to hunt down another demon beast hiding deep in the Riyun Mountains. The private room fell into dead silence. The maid grew agitated again. You criminal, don't go too far. Su Shan at the 5th level of the Dark Realm is already considered a young prodigy in Yunyi City. And you want 200 at the 3rd level? That's the depths of the Riyun Mountains, not somewhere just anyone can enter. Xiaohuan, silence. Luo Ning stopped her maid and turned to Sikong Jing. Young Master Sikong, the conditions are too harsh. I need time to consider. Sikong Jing nodded, drained his wine in one gulp, and set down the cup. I'll take my leave. With that, he stood up decisively. At the doorway, Luo Ning couldn't help but ask, Young Master Sikong, what are your chances of winning this duel? With his back to the threshold, Sikong Jing's lips curved slightly. 100%. The Qianyu leopard wasn't really a challenge for him. Moreover, he was still the lord of all beasts, though he hadn't truly tested it. He surely held absolute dominance over demon beasts. Before proposing his conditions, he was already certain that Luo Ning would eventually agree. Lei Shuang's attitude had already revealed the laying trading company's tyrannical nature. This time, they would definitely make the Luoshui Jade Company bleed heavily, and might even destroy it entirely. Only by winning this gambling duel could Luoshui Jade Trading House continue to compete with Laying Trading House. In the private room of Zuaxian Tower, Luoning's expression shifted rapidly under the candlelight rage, hesitation, and finally gritting her teeth. Fine, I agree. Sikong Jing nodded slightly, then turned and asked, when do we depart? First thing tomorrow morning. All right. However, with my criminal status, I can't leave the city. You'll need to handle that. His tone was casual as he delivered this final courtesy, before pushing the door open and leaving. The primordial truth pill of high mystic grade was prepared for Su Yueshi. Even though victory in the selection 7 days later seemed assured, he wouldn't allow his wife to suffer the slightest harm. This pill would be enough to elevate Su Yueshi's cultivation to the 4th or 5th level of the Shadow Realm. As for hunting down that demonic beast deep in Riyun Mountain, that was his plan for his father-in-law Su Zhenglong. The beast's inner core could suppress the rampaging Earth Realm true qi within Su Zhenglong's body. Recently, aside from secluded cultivation, he had been inquiring everywhere about his father-in-law's injuries. The intelligence about this demonic beast came from Dr. Sunday. Both harsh conditions were for his family. The moment Sikong Jing left, the maid Xiaohuan's indignant whisper filled the private room. Young miss, that criminal is far too arrogant. Why did you agree to his terms? If you ask me, we should just pin Lei Shuang's matter entirely on him. Luoning's expression froze, and she slowly shook her head. Because we cannot afford to lose. In the quiet midnight streets, Sikong Jing didn't return directly to the Su residence, but headed toward Tianwu Pavilion instead. In the lamplit tower, he asked Lu Zhao to secretly protect Su Yueshi's family during his absence from the city, offering as payment a jade paper inscribed with a low mystic grade martial technique. Lu Zhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Returning to the Su residence, Su Yueshi, Su Zhenglong, and Mei Xiaofang were already waiting in the hall. Luoshui Jade Trading House has asked me to leave the city for a gambling duel. The target is hunting the Qianyu leopard in Riyun Mountain. Sikong Jing smiled as he spoke casually. Are you insane? Mei Xiaofang slammed the table in shock. The Qianyu leopard is a peak shadow realm demonic beast. Su Zhenglong's expression darkened immediately, his gaze burning. The Qianyu leopard was notorious throughout Yunzhou, fast enough to tear apart ordinary human realm demonic beasts. Sikong Jing's heart sank, but he could only maintain his smile. I'm just going to join in the excitement. Luoshui Jade Trading House is shorthanded. The reward afterward is decent, and I can use the opportunity to hone my skills. As the well-intentioned lie left his lips, he sighed inwardly. Lie always required more lies to cover it. So Luoning must have invited many people tonight, not just you. Mei Xiaofeng suddenly understood. Sikong Jing's mouth twitched, and he could only nod. Then be careful, don't leave Yueshi a widow. Mei Xiaofang's joke left Su Zhenglong and Su Yueshi's speechless gallant mother say something more auspicious. Deep into the night with dim lights, Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi sat facing each other in their room, sleepless through the night. He analyzed every detail of the cultivation techniques thoroughly and repeatedly demonstrated the cloud dance nimble steps and drifting moon sword technique. Sword light tore through the darkness as wind swirled within the room. Before parting, he sheathed his sword and stood by the window, moonlight illuminating their clasped hands. Su Yueshi looked up, her voice low but firm. Brother Jing, you must return safely. At dawn, when Su Yueshi saw Sikong Jing off, her small face still carried reluctance and worry. Sikong Jing pulled her into his embrace and kissed her forehead gently. My beloved wife is waiting at home, how could I not return? Watching her husband pass through the courtyard gate, Su Yueshi instinctively raised her hand, her fingertips touching the cool dampness on her forehead where his lips had been, her heart filled with honey-sweet warmth. At the city gate, Sikong Jing met Luo Ning once again. Beside her stood two soldiers in military attire with sharp gazes, their inner energy surging like tides both at the peak of the dark realm. I've obtained General Chou Ye's permission for you to leave the city, Luo Ning explained concisely. But as a matter of protocol, he's assigned these two soldiers to monitor you. Sikong Jing didn't mind and simply nodded slightly to the two men. The four of them then left Yunyi City together. Riyun Mountain wasn't far from the city. With hoofbeats raising dust, by noon the group had reached the mountain's base. At the foot of the mountain lay a town called Riyun Town, a resting place for warriors and merchant caravans before venturing into the mountains to mine and gather herbs. Due to the jade or veins within the mountain, Luo Shui Jade Trading Company had built a sizable estate in the town. Upon entering the courtyard, the air carried a sharp, murderous chill, as if pressed down by invisible blades. A man in his 30s with a small beard came out to greet them. Cousin, you're back. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze immediately shifted to Sikong Jing, and he lowered his voice. Cousin, you went all the way to Yunyi City and even used 30% of the city's profits to bring back an expert as this him? That 30% profit had originally been intended for the Su family, and Luo Shui Jade Trading Company's leadership had already agreed. But when Su Xiefeng was harsh and rude to Sikong Jing's family, Luo Ning immediately changed plans, replacing it with the two conditions she had promised Sikong Jing. Currently, only she and Sikong Jing knew about this matter. No one else within Luo Shui Jade Trading Company had heard of it. Luo Ning didn't explain and instead made introductions. Cousin Xiao Wu, this is Sikong Jing. He's the one who. Before she could finish, Xiao Wu had already pointed at Sikong Jing, his voice low but filled with anger. Boy, my cousin says that in this gambling duel, aside from her, you're to take the lead. I want to know what gives you the right. His inner energy surged was at the 7th level of the Dark Realm, his presence imposing as a mountain. He was Luo Shui Jade Trading Company's strongest fighter in this gambling duel and considered himself superior to Luo Ning in both status and strength. Though Luo Ning was at the 6th level of the Dark Realm, she was still the young mistress. But what right did some stranger who appeared out of nowhere have to rank above him and receive such regard from Luo Ning? Sikong Jing had already heard Luo Ning explain the rules of the gambling duel during their journey. Each trading company would select 100 experts under 30 years old and below the human realm to hunt the same Qinyu leopard. Whoever killed it first would win. Luo Ning stared at her cousin, her brow slightly furrowed, then turned to Sikong Jing. If he didn't display his strength, how could Xiao Wu and the others be convinced? This was crucial for the gambling duel. Sikong Jing understood perfectly, but simply shrugged. Then you can take the lead. I don't mind. At these words, both Xiao Wu and Luo Ning were stunned. What did he mean? Just then, a second man emerged from behind Xiao Wu, sneering coldly. Smart of you to know your place. Otherwise our brother Xiao would. Before he could finish, Sikong Jing raised his hand to interrupt, his tone indifferent. Once we enter the Qinyu leopard's territory, I'll act alone and won't need to command anyone. He added only this one sentence and offered no further explanation. The Qinyu leopard was insignificant in his eyes. What truly mattered was obtaining the Yuanjin pill as quickly as possible to prevent the Luo Shui Jade Trading Company from losing in their wager against the Laying Trading Company. He didn't voice the words getting in the way to spare their dignity. However, this attitude already made Xiao Wu's head throb with rage, his face contorting menacingly. Are you saying we'd be your burden? Sikong Jing frowned and shrugged. I never said that. Those are your words. With that, he turned to Luo Ning. Can we depart now? The corner of Luo Ning's mouth twitched slightly. The Sikong Jing before her was just like it, the indirect in his actions and domineering in his speech. Did he truly have no fear of the Qinyu leopard, or was this simply his nature? Recalling the scene of Sikong Jing slaughtering the fierce beast bandit group, her heart sank. Taking a deep breath, she replied, once the Laying Trading Company arrives at Riyun Town, we can set out. Then I'll go cultivate first. Call me when the Laying Trading Company arrives. After speaking, Sikong Jing walked directly into the courtyard and sat cross-legged in a corner. He wasn't particularly concerned about this wager. What interested him more was the demonic beast deep within Ryun Mountain. If he could break through to the Dark Realm before the hunt, his chances would be much greater. Brother Xiao, I really can't stand this anymore. I want to beat him up, the man who had spoken earlier said in a lowered voice. Xiao Wu's knuckles cracked as he glared coldly at Sikong Jing in the corner. Luo Ning's voice suddenly cut in. All of you shut Yupi Yuri, no match for him. The scene of the fierce beast bandit group's annihilation was still vivid in her memory. She looked steadily at Xiao Wu and warned again. Cousin, don't engage in pointless conflicts with young Master Sikong. Whether we can win this time depends entirely on him. With that, she turned and returned to her room. Xiao Wu felt stifled but dared not disobey. Though he was Luo Ning's cousin, he was merely a guard captain at the Luo Shui Jade Trading Company and could only grit his teeth and secretly deal with this once they entered Ryun Mountain. An hour later, the Laying Trading Company arrived. Luo Ning led everyone out of the courtyard to meet them, facing a 100-person team from the Laying Trading Company, led by a young man with a coldly imposing presence. Sikong Jing rose to greet them. Luo Ning approached and whispered, "This is Lei Shuang's brother, Lei Dong. Though he doesn't rank highly in Yunzhou City, he's still at the 8th level of the Dark Realm." Sikong Jing's gaze swept over the man, noting his harsh features that were almost identical to Lei Shuang's, and spoke indifferently. "Your wrong's already at the peak of the Dark Realm." Warriors typically concealed their aura, making it difficult for the weak to discern the strong's cultivation level, though the reverse was also true. However, Sikong Jing had been reborn with his previous knowledge and could see through Lei Dong's cultivation at a glance, while his own 9th level of the Bright Realm was virtually undetectable to others as long as he didn't unleash his true qi. Peak of the Dark Realm? Luo Ning was stunned. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, his tone sinister. "Don't pretend to know what you don't. I fought Lei Dong just 2 days ago during negotiations at the 8th level of the Dark Realm." Luo Ning nodded in agreement, certain that Sikong Jing must have been mistaken. Meanwhile, the 100 elite fighters from Luo Shui Trading Company looked at Sikong Jing with waves of contempt and mockery. "Trying to curry favor with our Miss Luo? Looks like he kicked the horse's leg instead. Heh, someone thinks he's so impressive. Can't even see through another person's cultivation level and still acts all high and mighty. I bet he can't even match my measly 1st level of the Dark Realm." Laughter erupted one after another. Luo Ning's expression darkened slightly. Internal strife before the battle even began was hardly a good omen. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, as well as bringing Sikong Jing been a mistake. Just then, wild laughter rolled over from the opposite side. "Haha, my beauty Miss Luo Ning, sorry to keep you waiting." Lei Dong stepped forward, his voice shaking the leaves on the trees. "For this duel, I specially took a Yuanjin pill and have now reached the peak of the Dark Realm." As his words fell, his true qi exploded outward, creating waves of energy that kicked up 3 feet of dust from the ground. Luo Ning was stunned, and the guards from Luo Shui Trading Company instantly fell silent. Their earlier mockery came to an abrupt halt. Sikong Jing had been right. Lei Dong truly was at the peak of the Dark Realm. Sikong Jing's gaze remained indifferent as he said, "Luo Ning, your Luo Shui Trading Company is already weaker than your opponents. Once you enter Ryun Mountain, avoid unnecessary losses and try to prevent conflicts." Also, he swept his eyes over the guards. Too much chatter is noisy and easily attracts demon beast attacks. Xiao Wu and the others' faces burned with shame. A simple "for your own good" had slapped them hard across the face, leaving them so frustrated they nearly went mad. Lei Dong had already led his people forward, pointing his long sword directly at them. "Luo Ning, where's the person who saved you but didn't save my sister Lei Shuang?" Laying Trading Company had always suspected there was more to Lei Shuang's death even if Luo Ning's account was true. Why did the rescuer only save Luo Ning and not Lei Shuang? This anger had long since fermented into killing intent. Luo Ning took a deep breath and stared at Lei Dong. "He's here, right beside me." Instantly, everyone from Laying Trading Company glared with fury, their terrifying aura led by Lei Dong pressing down on Sikong Jing. Thud! Lei Dong stomped heavily on the ground and stepped right in front of Sikong Jing. "Boy, why didn't you save my sister back then?" Sikong Jing tilted his head and asked in return, "Why should I have saved your sister?" That single sentence ignited Lei Dong's rage, his true qi surging wildly again. "That was my sister, the eldest daughter of Laying Trading Company. By not saving her, you've made yourself our enemy." His killing intent was completely undisguised. Luo Ning's expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Cousin, protect young Master Sikong." However, silence greeted her from behind. She whipped around and nearly went mad with anger. Xiao Wu and the others had somehow retreated more than 10 steps, leaving Sikong Jing isolated in front of Lei Dong. "Cousin, what are you doing?" Luo Ning cried out. Xiao Wu replied leisurely, "Cousin, since this young Master Sikong is so capable, surely nothing will happen to him. He wished Lei Dong would hack Xikong Jing to pieces with his sword right now. Xikong Jing responded with a cold smile, too lazy to reply. Suddenly, Lei Dong took another cold step back and looked toward Luo Ning, saying, "Don't worry. Since the duel has been established, I won't make a move now. But I must verify his strength must be below the human realm. That's the rule of the duel." With that, a ghostly light emanated from his palm, and an ancient bronze mirror materialized out of thin air. Though its surface was dark and dull, it radiated a chilling sense of oppression. This was the realm identification mirror, commonly used in major competitions, capable of discerning any cultivation below the human realm. Lei Dong raised his hand and cast its light, instantly enveloping Xikong Jing in its glow. A faint luminescence traced along Xikong Jing's meridians, outlining his aura patterns. The onlookers didn't even dare to breathe. Xiao Wu, Lei Dong, and the two Yunni city soldiers secretly monitoring from afar all widened their eyes simultaneously. Bright mirror ninth layer? Almost at the same moment, the spectators gasped in unison, shock written across every face. Their amazement wasn't due to Xikong Jing's strength, quite the opposite. It was because he was weaker than anyone could have imagined. After a brief silence, Lei Dong burst into wild laughter. "Huh? Luoning, are you joking? Bright mirror ninth layer? You're saying someone of this level could save you before Cho Yi arrived and kill so many members of the fierce beast bandit group? In fact, he slaughtered the entire bandit group," Luo Ning silently added to herself. The two soldiers nearby nodded quietly. They had witnessed it firsthand, but found it inappropriate to speak up. Luo Ning pressed her red lips together slightly and answered with unwavering certainty. "Yes, it was young Master Xikong." Lei Dong's coldness intensified as he scrutinized Xikong Jing, his lips curling into a contemptuous arc. "Fine, I almost believed it. Someone at Bright Mirror ninth layer dragging you into hiding would already be a stretch, but saving your sister? Even less believable." He paused, then lowered his voice, killing intent blazing. "Humph, regardless of what happened then, the fact that he saved you first instead of Shuang means he deserves to die. Inside Ryun Mountain, I'll personally cut off his head as an offering to my sister." Xikong Jing remained silent throughout, his gaze indifferent. To him, Lei Dong was nothing more than a clown, unworthy of wasting words on. Lei Dong flicked his sleeve and called to his followers. "Let's go, move out." In his mind, after today's duel, everyone except Luo Ning would die, and Luo Ning would be dragged back to Leiying Trading Company to serve as leverage for destroying Luo Shui Jade Company. Only after Lei Dong's group departed did the oppressive atmosphere begin to dissipate. Luo Ning exhaled deeply and was about to organize her team when Xiao Wu spoke up with sarcasm in his voice. "Cousin, is it really worth wasting a spot on some weakling? The battle limit is 100 people. Having him take up a slot is truly extravagant." At these words, the members of Luo Shui Jade Company burst into laughter, their mocking gazes sweeping over Xikong Jing. Earlier, when Xikong Jing had seen through Lei Dong's cultivation level at a glance, they thought he might be unfathomably deep. Who would have expected he was merely at Bright Mirror ninth layer? Everyone present, even the weakest among them, had already reached the dark realm. The crowd secretly thought that Xikong Jing's ability to discern Lei Dong's cultivation was likely due to prior information from those two Yunni city soldiers. Luo Ning's expression darkened as she coldly reprimanded. "Cousin, don't underestimate anyone. Remember my warning." She then bowed to Xikong Jing. "Young Master Xikong, my people were rude. I hope you can forgive them. We'll still need to rely on you shortly." She worried that Xikong Jing might be provoked into leaving. However, Xikong Jing remained calm and replied indifferently, "Just don't get in my way. Let's go." In his eyes, Xiao Wu and the others were nothing but ants. A dragon naturally wouldn't argue with ants. The battlefield would reveal the truth. If enemies mocked him, he would cut them down. If his own people were unconvinced, he would make them kneel in submission. If they dared to cause trouble and interfere, he would simply cut them down. Luo Ning let out a long breath and quickly put on a flattering smile, saying, "Young Master Xikong has such great tolerance. This humble lady truly admires you." After speaking, her eyes turned cold as she swept her gaze toward Xiao Wu and the others, crisply commanding, "Let's move out." Luo Ning walked shoulder to shoulder with Xikong Jing at the front, while behind them, Xiao Wu's sinister gaze followed. Truly couldn't understand why his cousin would rely on a young man who was merely at the 9th level of the Bright Realm. After taking several steps forward, Luo Ning finally couldn't help but speak up, asking in a clear voice, "Young Master Xikong, when did you reach the 9th level of the Bright Realm?" Her eyes shone bright as a new moon, and her mind flashed back to their first encounter. At that time, Xikong Jing was only at the 6th level of the Bright Realm, yet he easily defeated her. Later, right before her eyes, he broke through to the 7th level, using just 2 punches to kill a 3rd-level Dark Realm beast leader and completely wiping out the entire beast bandit group. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the Bright Realm, his strength must have improved even further. It was precisely because of this that she no longer hesitated to invite him and dared to publicly rebuke Xiao Wu. Sikong Jing replied casually. I just broke through a couple of days ago. Luo Ning smiled gently. To reach the 9th level in just a few short days, truly extraordinary. These words reached the ears of Xiao Wu's group behind them, causing several people to stumble in their steps, nearly losing their footing. They had absolutely no concept of just how formidable the 9th level of the Bright Realm actually was. Meanwhile, two soldiers secretly monitoring the situation exchanged glances, their expressions equally bewildered. One whispered quietly, Old Zhang, isn't General Cho Yi making a mountain out of a molehill? He's only at the 9th level of the Bright Realm, yet he has us two Dark Realm peak experts keeping watch. Old Zhang scratched his head. It was Miss Luo Ning who said he slaughtered the Beast Bandit group, and General Cho Yi also determined he must be at least 7th or 8th level of the Dark Realm. But the general never personally tested his cultivation level. The other man grinned. Can you trust what women say? They both knew full well that achievement was something Luo Ning had presented to Cho Yi, pure fabrication. As for Sikong Jing's massacre of the bandits, that was probably nonsense too. However, since they were already outside the city, it was better to say less than more, just keep monitoring. With that, the two lazily followed the group. Before long, the Luo Shui Jade Trading Company group left Riyun Town and arrived at the foot of Riyun Mountain. Lei Dong and others were already waiting there. To ensure the fairness of the duel, several high-ranking members from both Luo Shui Jade Trading Company and Leiying Trading Company all human realm experts without exception were present, and they had simultaneously sealed off the entire Riyun Mountain, forbidding any unrelated persons from entering or leaving. The presence of the two soldiers was also detected by both trading companies, but when they simply stated official business, the companies naturally dared not obstruct them. Time's up, let the duel begin. With this command, both teams simultaneously entered Riyun Mountain. The two sides deliberately separated by 10 kilometers, each taking different mountain paths to avoid immediate conflict. Upon entering the mountain, their only target was the Qian Jade Leopard. On the Luo Shui Jade Trading Company's side, the moment Sikong Jing stepped into the mountain forest, his body suddenly froze rigid, as if he had been fixed in place, with a strange gleam flickering in his eyes. Luo Ning sensed something was wrong and asked urgently, Young Master Sikong, what's the matter with you? It wasn't until Luo Ning turned around with a puzzled question that Sikong Jing snapped back to reality. Nothing, it's just that I feel this is where I truly belong. He responded in a low voice, his tone hoarse and his gaze deep and mysterious. The rustling of grass and the mixed calls of beasts made it seem as if the breathing of Riyun Mountain resonated with the true qi flowing within him. Every shift of the clouds perfectly matched his heartbeat. He felt like he had come home. Luo Ning was bewildered and was about to ask more when a harsh, mocking laugh suddenly came from behind. Cousin, perhaps he's never been in a demon beast mountain before and is scared stiff. Xiao Wu sneered with a wink. Slap. Luo Ning raised her hand and struck Xiao Wu across the face with a crisp sound. Taking advantage of his stunned state, she warned coldly. Cousin, I've reminded you many times already. If you offend young Master Sikong again, get out of Luo Shui Jade Trading Company. With that, she gave Sikong Jing an apologetic smile. But Sikong Jing was completely absorbed in the rhythm of his communion with the mountain range, paying no attention to the other's dispute, and simply walked on. He's not angry, is he? Luo Ning hurried to catch up. Covering his swollen face, Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with venom as he growled through gritted teeth. I'm going to kill that weakling. As the group ventured deeper, the rhythm in Sikong Jing's steps became increasingly clear, as if he were stepping to an invisible drumbeat. When night fell, he showed no intention of stopping. The deep darkness of Riyun Mountain brought bone-chilling winds, and demon beast roars rose and fell continuously. Luo Ning finally couldn't hold on any longer and whispered, Young Master Sikong, it's too dangerous at night. Should we take a break? Sikong Jing seemed oblivious, continuing to follow that rhythm. Luo Ning could only keep up. Xiao Wu and the others, silenced by that slap, dared not speak. The cold grew more intense in the deep night, making Luo Ning's heart race with fear, yet Sikong Jing continued walking, as if sleepwalking. No one noticed how unusually quiet their surroundings were throughout their journey. Not a single demon beast had approached them. Even less did anyone notice the small demon beasts in the grass, prostrating themselves and trembling as they bowed towards Sikong Jing's retreating figure. Suddenly, a roar that tore through the darkness shook the forest leaves. Luo Ning looked up, her face instantly turning deathly pale. A Qianyu leopard. They had accidentally entered the Qianyu leopard's territory. According to their original plan, they should have struck tomorrow at noon when the leopard would be drowsy after feeding. Nighttime was when it was most ferocious, fast enough to tear apart cultivators of the first or second level of the human realm. Hair standing on end, everyone drew their weapons in defense. Luo Ning raised her sword, trying to suppress her trembling. With so many of us, the Qianyu leopard might not dare to charge. Maybe it will go around us. Before she could finish, another roar exploded. A giant leopard with jade-green spots all over its body pounced from the shadows, its fangs gleaming white, and its gaze terrifyingly sinister. With her mouth agape, Luo Ning was instantly thrown into panic. The Qianyu leopard indeed hadn't taken a detour, but was charging straight at them. She urgently reminded, "Cousin, quickly form the battle formation and prepare for combat." However, there was dead silence behind her. When Luo Ning turned around, she saw Xiao Wu and the Luoshu Yuhanghang group had retreated far away, just like that time at the other courtyard. Xiao Wu was nervously shouting, "Cousin, come over here quickly. What are you doing? Are you going to let young Master Sikong face the Qianyu leopard alone?" Luo Ning stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Although she knew Sikong Jing was strong, she didn't think he could single-handedly take on the Qianyu leopard. At this moment, Sikong Jing still stood firmly at the front. "Cousin, this wasn't my idea, it was young Master Sikong himself who said it." Xiao Wu spread his hands with feigned helplessness. After entering the Qianyu leopard's territory, he wanted to act alone and even said we were burdens. The crowd behind him nodded in unison, as if they had heard it with their own ears. Only then did Luo Ning remember that those words had indeed come from Sikong Jing's mouth. Yet she still felt uneasy. "Oh no, the Qianyu leopard is about to attack. Don't disturb young Master Sikong." Xiao Wu's expression suddenly changed dramatically as he rushed forward and forcibly pulled Luo Ning backward. Immediately after, he gestured with his hand, and nearly 100 experts from Luoshu Yuhanghang swarmed up, surrounding Luo Ning completely. Both shocked and furious, Luo Ning was firmly blocked and could only watch helplessly as the Qianyu leopard closed in on Sikong Jing. At this moment, the ever-silent Sikong Jing raised his head and spoke indifferently. "You want to eat me?" Wu, the Qianyu leopard, growled in response. The corner of Sikong Jing's mouth curved slightly upward. "You also want to drink my blood? First think about whether you can digest it." He couldn't understand beast language, but through the power of the Lord of all beasts, he captured the creature's ambition. The Qianyu leopard had already detected the extraordinary nature of his blood and would never pass up this opportunity for advancement. Fortune favors the bold, I can understand that, Sikong Jing thought to himself. He was like a divine beast cub. As long as there was profit to be gained, any low-level demon beast would pounce on him. In the distance, Luo Ning was nearly mad with rage. "You bastards!" But Xiao Wu and the others remained unmoved. At this moment, Xiao Wu narrowed his eyes, his heart cold with malice. "Damn you for being so arrogant, for flattering my cousin and causing me to get slapped for nothing. Today I'll watch you get swallowed by the Qianyu leopard, and I'll make Luo Ning witness with her own eyes that you're nothing but a weakling." Throughout the journey, he couldn't figure out why Luo Ning valued a mere 9th-level Bright Realm cultivator so highly. Saving people? That was just luck from hiding. In any case, Sikong Jing was definitely going to die this time. The Qianyu leopard closed in, its back muscles bulging, fangs gleaming in the night. Sikong Jing took a deep breath and raised his voice again. "Then come on." In the dark night, Sikong Jing's voice was particularly clear and bright. However, this left the tense Luo Ning completely bewildered. How could he still have the mood to chat with the Qianyu leopard and speak as if it were all real? Roar! A beast's howl exploded through the night as the Qianyu leopard suddenly struck, its form transforming into a streak of black lightning that lunged straight at Sikong Jing. The speed that tore through the air made Luo Ning, Xiao Wu, and the others widen their eyes. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of its afterimage. "Cousin, we must leave. Staying here will get many people killed." Xiao Wu's voice trembled. He hadn't expected the real Qianyu leopard to be even more terrifying than the rumors, not even daring to look up at what he assumed would be Sikong Jing's gruesome fate. The next instant, everyone froze in place. Sikong Jing moved too. The aura of the 9th level of the clear mirror realm still emanated from his body. His speed wasn't particularly stunning, yet at the crucial moment, he sidestepped and dodged. The Qianyu leopard struck empty air and, carried by momentum, charged toward Luo Ning and the others, nearly brushing past their faces and frightening them all into falling backward. But the Qianyu leopard's gaze held only that cub of the beast lord, too lazy to bother with them. It whipped its tail around and pounced towards Sikong Jing once more. A trace of gravity surfaced in Sikong Jing's eyes. The gap in cultivation levels was indeed significant. "Old Zhang, should we intervene?" On the treetops, 2 soldiers crouched in hiding, one asking in a low voice. "If he dies, he dies," Old Zhang replied quietly. "General Cho, you didn't order us to protect his life. Besides, this kid challenging the Qianyu leopard alone is purely huh." Before he could finish, Old Zhang suddenly fell silent, his pupils contracting sharply. At the center of the battlefield, Sikong Jing and the Qianyu leopard collided head-on, and incredibly, it was the Qianyu leopard that was sent flying. "Are you kidding me? The 9th level of Clear Mirror kicked away a peak Dark Realm beast? And it's the Qianyu leopard, famous for its speed." The other soldier, Ahu, gaped in disbelief, wondering if he was seeing things. An even more bizarre scene followed. Sikong Jing crouched low, limbs slightly bent, assuming a strange posture that remarkably resembled the Qianyu leopard's starting stance. "Why do I feel like he's also becoming a Qianyu leopard?" Old Zhang blurted out. In the midst of fierce combat, Sikong Jing spoke calmly. Qinyu Leopard, I've already seen through how the demonic power flows within your body. It seems I can replicate it, to let me try. As his words fell, he suddenly leaped up, pouncing and flashing like he had transformed into a second Qinyu Leopard. Roar! The real Qinyu Leopard's furious howl shook the heavens as it tore through the wind upward. Under the sparse moonlight, people's eyes could only follow two intersecting black shadows, one a peak dark realm beast with raging demonic power, the other carrying the clear fluctuations of the ninth level clear mirror realm. Though the latter was half a beat slower, it moved more fluidly and precisely. Old Zhang, which one is the real Qinyu Leopard? Ahu's voice was dry. I can't tell either. Old Zhang's head was spinning. Luo Ning stared wide-eyed at the two intersecting shadows before her, completely unable to distinguish any difference. Xiao Wu and the others had long since been stunned senseless, only feeling their skin stung by the fierce wind stirred up by the clash. Yet that ninth-level clear mirror aura was undeniably genuine. At this moment, Sikong Jing's mind was exhilarated. From his first contact with the Qinyu Leopard, he had completely imprinted the creature's demonic power circulation method into his mind. The emperor-slaying, prison-breaking art within his body shifted accordingly, actually able to operate following the opponent's pattern, unleashing power that was even more wild and fierce. It seemed as though he had instantly mastered all of the Qinyu Leopard's combat techniques, even deriving a special martial skill from them. He grew stronger with each exchange, like the ultimate evolution of a Qinyu Leopard. Qinyu Leopard, though I may be just a cub, even a young tiger is still a tiger. The blood within my body is beyond your comparison, Soiri dead. Sikong Jing's cold voice rang out through the night as his hands transformed into claws, clamping down on the Qinyu Leopard's claws and tearing them apart with tremendous force. Roar! A thunderous, agonized howl pierced through the black night, echoing across the mountain forest as the Qinyu Leopard was literally torn in half by Sikong Jing. Crimson beast blood sprayed wildly, carrying waves of hot, metallic sweetness that drenched Sikong Jing from head to toe in scarlet. The two severed corpse sections still twitched as they crashed onto the damp earth, the sounds of shattered bones and torn flesh making everyone's skin crawl. 2 breaths later, that blood-soaked figure suddenly went rigid. Sikong Jing raised his head, his beast-like spine slowly unfurling before snapping straight like a blade. He spread his 5 fingers wide, creating a suction force in the air that drew the Qinyu Leopard's inner core flying toward him, landing steadily in his palm. He casually brought it to his mouth, his canine teeth lightly piercing it as blood trickled down the corner of his lips, causing everyone around to shudder as if facing a true predator. The next moment, however, he frowned and pulled the core away, his hoarse voice carrying cold disdain. The bloodline is too weak. Consuming it would only taint my own essence. As the lord of all beasts, this was his instinctive judgment. Before his words had fully faded, he tossed the tooth-marked core to Luo Ning. It's yours now. I need to cultivate, guard me. With that, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The exhilarating sensation of a dragon entering the deep sea that he'd felt upon entering Ruyun Mountain surged through him again. Drawing inspiration from the Qinyu Leopard's demonic power circulation methods, his true qi boiled and surged through his meridians, quickly touching the barrier of the dark realm. The mountain forest fell into deathly silence, with only the soft whisper of night wind through leaves. After more than 10 breaths, Xiao Wu finally broke the silence with a trembling voice. Cousin, are you sure he's human? Not far away. Nearly 100 Dark Realm experts from Luo Shui Jade trading collectively swallowed hard to tear apart a peak Dark Realm Qinyu Leopard with only 9th level Bright Realm cultivation. Was this truly something a human could accomplish? Luo Ning lowered her gaze to study the inner core in her hand, staring at the still bleeding tooth marks, unable to determine the answer for a moment. Even if Sikong Jing was human, he was a monster wearing human skin. She suddenly collected herself and straightened her expression. Cousin, now you see, don't you? Young Master Sikong is not someone you can afford to offend. When he finishes cultivating, you must apologize for your earlier rudeness. Her voice was resolute. Ever since he had slaughtered the fierce beast bandit group, she had realized that provoking this man meant certain death, and witnessing the Qinyu Leopard's fate now made her dare not imagine the consequences. Xiao Wu and the others' faces turned ashen, Sikong Jing's terror striking them like a heavy whip across their faces, leaving them too afraid to make another sound. Rustle, rustle, rustle suddenly. Shuffling sounds emerged from the darkness, sending icy chills racing up everyone's spines to the tops of their heads. Could there be a second Qinyu Leopard lurking? Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The next instant, figure after figure darted out from the undergrowth, gathering into a 100-person group in the blink of an eye. Under the moonlight, Luo Ning recognized the leader and called out softly, Lei Dong. The newcomers weren't beasts, but their gambling opponents 100 experts from Lei Ying Trading Company. Lei Dong had also chosen to act under cover of night, secretly planning for this victory, thinking his approach was sufficiently cautious. However, hearing the Qianyu leopards roar midway, he had rushed here urgently, only to discover that Luo Ning's group had arrived first. Oh, you're quite bold, daring to make your move in the dead of night. Lei Dong surveyed the surroundings, his tone full of surprise. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the ground where the uncollected Qianyu leopard corpse lay. Two severed sections, flesh and blood mangled. His pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed, "Impossible." This peaked dark realm demonic beast had actually been torn in half. Luo Ning collected herself and looked coldly toward Lei Dong. "Sorry to disappoint you, but we've already slain the Qianyu leopard. Luo Shui Jade Trading has won this wager." As she spoke, she waved the inner core in her hand with a hint of smugness. She had been so shocked that she momentarily forgot the duel was the main event. Yet the outcome still fell perfectly within Sikong Jing's expectation. She indeed possessed a 100% chance of victory and had now secured the wager for the Luo Shui Jade Guild. On the other side, Lei Dong's face was so dark it seemed ready to drip water, completely unable to accept such an absurd defeat. Suddenly, his brow twitched as if sensing something, and he immediately pulled out a realm detection mirror he carried with him, sweeping it around the area. The cold light from the mirror's surface flashed by, quickly locking onto two military officers hidden in the treetops. Lei Dong questioned coldly. "Officers of Yunyi City, didn't you say you came here on official business? Why are you intervening on behalf of the Luo Shui Jade Guild?" He simply didn't believe that the Luo Shui Jade Guild could have slain the Qianyu leopard unharmed in the dead of night, much less that none of them had been injured. If he hadn't brought the detection mirror, the Luo Shui Jade Guild would have truly gotten away with it. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Luo Ning, his tone icy cold. "You dare to cheat? Does the Luo Shui Jade Guild really want to go to full-scale war with us? This duel was meant to avoid conflict, but now you've enraged me. What a load of bullshit." The treetop rustled, and old Zhang leaped down, launching into a string of crude curses. Ahu remained standing on the branch, his voice colder than the night wind. "We're conducting routine duties and never lifted a finger." Both officers wore expressions of displeasure at being falsely accused. Lei Dong sneered, "Impossible. If it wasn't you, how could the Luo Shui Jade Guild have killed the Qianyu leopard?" He narrowed his eyes, his threat laced with venom. "You're just minor officers from Yunyi City. Believe it or not, I can use my connections to have you thrown in prison." As his words fell, old Zhang flew into a rage. "You wouldn't dare." Just as the tense atmosphere formed, a deep and vast voice suddenly emerged from the darkness. "Why couldn't we slay the Qianyu leopard?" Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Sikong Jing, who had somehow finished his cultivation and now stood quietly before the Qianyu leopard's corpse, like a death god emerging from the cold night. Lei Dong glanced up and scoffed. "Bright Realm 9th level? You're not qualified to speak." He moved a step forward, but heard Sikong Jing calmly correct him. "You're mistaken. I'm already at Dark Realm 1st level." In just a brief moment, Sikong Jing had broken through the Bright Realm bottleneck, and his entire body's true qi had undergone a qualitative transformation. Lei Dong's mouth twitched violently, his face full of impatience. "Dark Realm 1st level is still nothing. Get lost. After I deal with these two insolent officers, I'll kill you next." Before he could finish speaking, Sikong Jing's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Slap. In the cold night, a crisp slap rang out. When Sikong Jing landed, Lei Dong had already been sent flying several yards, crashing heavily to the ground. "Now, do I have the right to speak?" Sikong Jing's gaze was ice-cold, his voice even more indifferent than before. The air froze for half a breath before nearly 100 experts from the Lei Ying Trading Company cried out, "Young Master Lei!" They surged forward, pointing at Sikong Jing and roaring angrily. "You little Bright Realm cultivator, you're seeking death. How dare you launch a sneak attack on young Master Lei?" They still habitually regarded Sikong Jing as being at Bright Realm 9th level. "Wait!" Lei Dong stopped everyone, covering his swollen face as he climbed up step by step, staring fixedly at Sikong Jing with towering rage. "You sneak attacked me? I'm going to kill you with my own hands." Sikong Jing remained expressionless, his tone as calm as if stating a fact. "Against you, there's no need for sneak attacks." Though his voice was light, it sounded incredibly arrogant to Lei Dong and his people, making them want to flay him alive and drink his blood. But to Luo Ning and the others, Sikong Jing was simply stating the truth. Lei Dong's fury intensified as he gripped his sword and advanced step by step towards Sikong Jing. "Once my blade takes your head, let's see if you dare speak so arrogantly before the King of Hell." In an instant, the tension reached a breaking point. "Listen up, everyone. Surround Luo Ning and those two damned officers. Kill anyone who dares interfere." As he moved forward, Lei Dong barked orders to the experts from the Lei Ying Trading Company. "Wait." Just then, Luo Ning called out. Lei Dong stopped in his tracks and turned back with cold eyes. "Luo Ning, are you trying to beg for mercy?" "Humph. This boy at the Bright Realm must die, and the Qianyu leopard belongs to us. Even with your two additional peak Dark Realm fighters, it won't help." The two peak Dark Realm fighters he referred to were naturally Old Zhang and Ahu. The people the Laying Trading Company brought this time were incredibly strong, giving them absolute dominance over the Luoshui Jade Company. As for the two minor officers from Yunyi City, the techniques they practiced were surely the weakest yellow grade, while Lei Dong, as the young master of the Laying Trading Company, practiced mid-level mystic grade techniques. At the same cultivation level, he could easily handle two opponents. Even if the Luoshui Jade Company killed the Qianyu leopard first, Lei Dong had no intention of letting anyone except Luo Ning return alive from this gambling duel. Kill this boy who wouldn't save his sister Lei Shuang, then slaughter everyone from the Luoshui Jade Company, and finally seize the Qianyu leopard. This was Lei Dong's current plan. Meanwhile, Luo Ning took a deep breath and composed herself. Lei Dong, I don't want an all-out war between the Laying Trading Company and us, so please stop. If you charge forward now, you'll surely die. Even I can't dissuade young Master Sikong. What? Luo Ning wasn't begging him to spare the boy surnamed Sikong, but was actually worried about him going to his death? After young Master Sikong kills you, the Laying Trading Company and Luoshui Jade Company will go to full-scale war. So for the sake of your life and the Laying Trading Company, admit defeat and retreat. Luo Ning's voice was earnest and sincere. She thought of Lei Shuang at the inn, who had been killed by Sikong Jing in exactly the same way. At that time, she simply couldn't dissuade Sikong Jing at all. As Luo Ning's words fell, the scene became completely silent. Luo Ning appeared like a well-meaning advisor, earnestly urging Lei Dong not to go to his death, and her manner was so serious. But Lei Dong exploded, his entire mindset completely shattered. Luo Ning, you little wretch, are you humiliating me? A furious roar erupted from Lei Dong's mouth. He was about to go mad with rage. Luo Ning was actually saying he would be killed by a boy at the first level of Dark Realm? She was treating him like a complete fool. Not at all. I'm telling you the complete truth. Luo Ning still spoke with utmost seriousness. Lei Dong's entire body surged with violent true energy as he roared. Little wretch, I'll show you what reality is right now. With that, he charged straight at Sikong Jing, looking as if nothing could stop him. A bitter smile appeared on Luo Ning's face as she quickly said, Young Master Sikong, please don't be too harsh. Even if you could spare Lei Dong's life, I guarantee you'll have no trouble afterward. Since she couldn't dissuade Lei Dong, Luo Ning could only try to persuade Sikong Jing. Very well. Sikong Jing agreed to Luo Ning's request, his tone calm and indifferent. However, Lei Dong was so enraged his nose seemed crooked with fury. His sword gleamed as it flashed forward without mercy. This was a mid-level mystic grade sword technique except for Old Zhang and Ah Hu. No one present could withstand it. However, in Sikong Jing's eyes, Lei Dong's swordsmanship appeared sluggish. Combined with his peak Dark Realm cultivation, it would indeed be sufficient to assassinate him, but Lei Dong couldn't land a height. A simple dodge was enough to evade the attack. You do have some skill, but you still must die. Lei Dong raised an eyebrow but didn't withdraw his sword. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust forward again. In an instant, his blade transformed into an impenetrable web of sword shadows, completely encircling Sikong Jing, as if ready to tear him to shreds in the next breath. This overwhelming assault made Luo Ning's heart tighten as she watched from the sidelines, her expression growing unusually grave. Cousin, Xiao Wu quietly moved to her side, his tone cold. Sikong Jing doesn't seem that formidable after all. Your earlier concerns were unnecessary. He may be skilled at slaying demon beasts, but against humans, he's merely average. As he spoke, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. While Sikong Jing was indeed fierce, he was certain the man wasn't strong enough to defeat Lei Dong across cultivation realms. The gap between peak Dark Realm and first-level Dark Realm was sufficient to overcome any stroke of luck. Luo Ning didn't respond, only staring at the battlefield while her heart raced with uncertainty. Was her cousin truly right? Meanwhile, Old Zhang and Ah Hu exchanged glances. Damn, those from major powers really are different, Ah Hu muttered under his breath. That peak Dark Realm cultivation is enough to handle both of us. That little criminal is in deep trouble. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. Even if it's dangerous, he's certainly arrogant enough. For someone at first-level Dark Realm to last this long, if he survives, he'll have bragging rights for life. Unknown to all, Sikong Jing, surrounded by sword shadows, was rapidly calculating. The Qian Jade Leopard's killing techniques could trigger even greater power when adapted to his own body. Perhaps he could modify them into combat techniques specifically for fighting humans. Earlier, when tearing apart the Qian Jade Leopard, his movements had been too beast-like. With a human body, the power couldn't reach its peak. If so, he'd adapt them right now. The thought flashed through his mind as all of the Qian Jade Leopard's pouncing techniques swept through his consciousness, rapidly merging with human body mechanics. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted coldly, Lei Dong, take my beast technique Leopard Strike. As his words fell, both arms suddenly dropped, his 10 fingers curling into claws. What Leopard Strike nonsense-do you think you still have a chance to counterattack? Lei Dong, frustrated by Sikong Jing's slippery movement techniques, decided to end it with one fatal thrust. His true chi surged as he unleashed his strongest sword technique. At that moment, Sikong Jing's roar exploded. Leopard strike 5-hit rend. He suddenly burst forward. Clang first strike. His leopard-like clawed fingers precisely caught the sword blade. Bang second strike. His other hand grabbed Lei Dong's arm and yanked violently, instantly shattering the protective, true chi. The third strike swept like a leopard's tail, his foot whipping into Lei Dong's side. As Lei Dong was sent flying, Sikong Jing followed closely, the fourth and fifth strikes charged with full power, striking in succession. Bang! Bang! Lei Dong flew like a broken kite across several yards, crashing hard into a large tree. The trunk shook, sending leaves cascading down as he slid straight to the ground. Blood gushed forth as he was instantly reduced to half dead. Rustle wind swept the fallen leaves as deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Whether from the two merchant houses' retainers or old Zhang and Hu, everyone stood slack-jawed, their gaping mouths wide enough to stuff several eggs into. Sikong Jing won just like that? What just happened? This single thought filled everyone's minds. Xiao Wu first froze, then nearly shrieked. Had just claimed Sikong Jing was mediocre against humans, only to be slapped in the face the next moment. The reversal was too swift, Sikong Jing's victory too decisive. Everyone was stunned. Young Master Lei. After a long moment, the Laying merchant house members finally snapped awake and rushed toward Lei Dong. Confirming he was still breathing, they immediately began emergency treatment. Lei Dong gradually regained consciousness, his voice hoarse. I lost. No, impossible. Any movement aggravated his wounds, causing excruciating pain. At that moment, Sikong Jing's voice rang out. Lei Dong, now do you believe I can slay the Qinyu leopard? Luo Ning snapped back to her senses upon hearing this, her expression cold as ice, adding, Lei Dong, we didn't cheat. The Qinyu leopard truly died at the hands of young Master Sikong. Old Zhang and Hu also awakened from their shock. Hu grimaced as he cupped his fists. Young Master Lei, we were just doing our duty. We weren't trying to stand up for Luo Shui Jade Trading Company. The three voices combined like a heavy hammer, causing Lei Dong to violently cough up fresh blood again. He finally believed the Qinyu leopard had indeed been slain by this young man who was only at the first level of the Dark Realm. Yet here he was, the young master of Laying Trading Company, defeated so miserably. If word of this got out, how could he ever show his face again? Humiliation and madness intertwined as he suddenly raised his head, his voice hoarse yet vicious. Kill them. Kill everyone from Luo Shui Jade Trading Company. Leave none alive. As his words fell, nearly 100 experts from Laying Trading Company straightened up in unison, their weapons ringing as they were drawn. Lei Dong's gaze shifted to old Zhang and Hu. Since you're just doing your official duties, you'd better not interfere, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Kill. The killing order stirred the night wind in the mountain forest as Laying Trading Company's experts let out strange cries, swarming toward Luo Ning, Xiao Wu, and the others. Luo Ning's face changed drastically, her jade fists clenched tight as she urgently called out. Cousin, form ranks to meet the enemy. Before she could finish her words, a figure had already flashed out from beside her. It was Sikong Jing. He casually tossed out a remark. No need to form ranks. This rabble poses no threat whatsoever. As his words fell, he had already crashed into the crowd. Blade light and cold gleams danced through the black night as screams erupted almost simultaneously. Luo Ning's mouth fell open as she watched Sikong Jing weave through the 100 men like he was chopping firewood, harvesting lives she had never imagined that killing could be this simple. In the blink of an eye, the people from Laying Trading Company were terror-stricken. Lei Dong was so shocked his eyes nearly split with rage. Flee. Quickly take young Master Lei and run. This guy isn't human, someone screamed with heart-rending desperation. Several guards hastily hoisted Lei Dong and fled frantically while the rest fought desperately to block Sikong Jing. The result was that in just a few breaths, all who stood in his way had fallen to the ground, none surviving. The scent of blood quickly spread through the mountain forest in the night, with crimson drops scattered across the fallen leaves. Sikong Jing stood holding his sword, like a butcher who had just returned from hell. After a long moment, his voice emerged from the darkness, low and calm. Miss Luo Ning, mission accomplished. We can return now. His words sent chills down everyone's spines, yet they finally realized they had won, and it was a complete victory. A quarter hour later, the people from Luo Shui Jade Trading Company carried the Qinyu leopard's corpse as they retraced their path. Sikong Jing walked at the front. Beside him was Luo Ning glowing with excitement, along with old Zhang and Hu showing respectful expressions. Hu cupped his fists. Brother Sikong, thanks to your explosive performance in battle. Otherwise we'd never be able to clear our names even if we jumped into the Yellow River. Slaying the Qinyu leopard at just the first level of the Dark Realm, no one would believe it if we told them. Without Sikong Jing, Lei Dong could have easily manipulated the situation, and the two of them would definitely have suffered the consequences. Luo Ning's eyes sparkled like little stars, her voice light and cheerful. To be precise, young Master Sikong was only at the 9th level of the Bright Realm at that time. Tearing apart the Qianyu Leopard, defeating Lei Dong, then slaughtering nearly 100 men from Laying Trading Company, such achievements were even more terrifying than wiping out the fierce Beast Bandit group. At this moment, Luo Ning still felt as if everything was like a dream. Even though they had pinned all their hopes on Sikong Jing from the start, no one had expected it to be this easy. The brief calm around the campfire was shattered once again. Ahu couldn't contain his curiosity and leaned in eagerly. Brother Sikong, what level was that beast technique you used to defeat Lei Dong? It was absolutely incredible. His question was like a needle bursting a bubble. Xiao Wu, who had been sulking all evening, finally looked up, and everyone turned their gaze towards Sikong Jing in unison. Could a technique capable of crushing Lei Dong across several cultivation realms be an earth-grade martial art, or higher? Sikong Jing paused slightly, his tone calm. I don't know yet. You don't know? Everyone was stunned, assuming that any ancient scroll would at least indicate its grade. It's a battle technique I just created. Sikong Jing adjusted his sleeves. I haven't classified it yet. You just created it? Luo Ning and the two soldiers exchanged speechless glances, almost suspecting he was boasting. A cultivator who had just entered the dark realm from the bright realm could create such a powerful technique? Yet he had already trampled one impossibility after another underfoot, leaving everyone with nothing but silence. Sikong Jing thought for a moment, then added, this move is called Leopard Strike. It still has some flaws. I'll adjust it when I get back and try to make it worthy of mid-tier Earth grade. Right now, it's still lacking. The air froze for several heartbeats, and everyone's mouths twitched in unison. Was this a serious explanation or serious nonsense? In the end, they could only reach one consensus was formidable anyway, and they didn't dare question him. As night gradually faded, the mountain path home stretched out beneath their feet. The horizon showed the pale light of dawn, and before they knew it, morning had arrived. The exit of cloud-piercing mountain quietly came into view. Below the mountain pass, executives from both trading houses had been waiting for quite some time. On the Thunder Victory Trading House side, the leader was Lei Dong's uncle, Lei Dinghai, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with confident triumph. Luo Kun, judging by these sounds, it must be my nephew returning from slaying the leopard. We've definitely won. Luo Kun, the deputy head of Flowing Jade Trading House and Luo Ning's granduncle, wore a grim expression. According to the plan, Luo Ning's group wouldn't reach the Jade Leopard's territory until noon. With dawn just breaking, they probably hadn't even seen a leopard's shadow yet. If they lost this wager, Flowing Jade Trading House would have to surrender at least half their business. How could he not be anxious? Footsteps approached through the forest, and a mid-level manager from Thunder Victory Trading House hurried forward, his face beaming with excitement. Didn't the young master say he beat Flowing Jade Trading House's people down to just Luo Ning alone? Why does it sound like there are quite a few of them? They got scared and surrendered early. Lei Dinghai snorted coldly. He had hoped to use this opportunity to avenge Lei Shuang, but it seemed that plan would fall through. Luo Kuen's last glimmer of hope crumbled to dust. Returning this early, they must have come back empty-handed. It seemed the external ally Luo Ning had brought was indeed unreliable. Granduncle, we won. Luo Ning's clear voice suddenly rang out from the distance. Both groups changed color simultaneously, all eyes turning toward the sound. The next moment, figures emerged from the mist, with Luo Ning in the lead. She took a cloth bag from her subordinate and strode out of the mountain forest. In front of everyone, she shook open the bag's mouth. The two halves of the Jade Leopard's corpse immediately came into view. What? The senior executives of Laying Trading Company exclaimed in disbelief. The atmosphere seemed sliced by a sharp blade as all eyes fell upon the massive, grotesque corpse of the demonic beast. Luo Kuen knelt on one knee, lifting the beast's head to examine it for a moment. After confirming it was indeed the body of the Qianyu leopard, he suddenly stood up and burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Worthy of little Ning. He brushed off the bloodstains on his hands and turned to face the Laying Trading Company members with pride. Lei Dinghai, what do you have to say now? The duel has been decided. Laying Trading Company must withdraw completely from all business in the Yunyi City area. Lei Dinghai's face turned iron gray, his jaw clenched tight, his fist squeezed until his knuckles cracked. He suddenly roared. Impossible. You must have cheated. At this moment, he felt his chest might explode. Having already made up his mind no matter how badly they had lost, he absolutely could not admit defeat and must throw all the blame onto Luo Shui Jade Trading Company. The other Laying Trading Company followers immediately echoed loudly. Yes, you cheat. Uncle Dinghai. A sharp sound of rushing wind interrupted everyone's accusations. A dark realm expert wearing Laying Trading Company attire came stumbling frantically down the mountain path, his steps unsteady and face deathly pale, clearly having rushed here desperately. Uncle Dinghai, we lost. He panted like a bellows. That bastard who saved Luo Ning at the end killed the Qianyu leopard before us, severely injured young Master Lei, and even slaughtered all our men. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed before Lei Dinghai. trembling. It was the same person who had carried Lei Dong away earlier. The mountain pass fell instantly silent. Lei Dinghai's old face looked as if he had swallowed a fly, cursing inwardly. Why the hell did you have to show up now, making it impossible for us to insist that Luo Shui Jade Trading Company cheated? Across from them, Luo Ning smiled slightly. May I ask the Lei family elders, exactly what did we cheat at? Her tone was calm yet sharp. Lei Dinghai and his group were left speechless, their faces burning with increasing embarrassment. Moments later, several followers carried the barely breathing Lei Dong away from Ruyun Mountain, blood dripping along their path. Lei Dinghai hurried forward, and after examining him, his gaze turned cold as he demanded harshly. Such vicious methods was this your doing? His gaze passed over the crowd, pointing directly at Xikong Jing. Xikong Jing remained expressionless and gave no reply, only lifting his eyes toward Luo Ning, indicating she should handle what followed. Luo Ning stepped forward, blocking Xikong Jing, her voice cold and clear. So what if it was? So what if it wasn't? Lei Dong not only wanted to steal our Qianyu leopard, but also tried to kill us. His skills were inferior, yet he's still alive. That shows our mercy. Luo Kuan also added in a deep voice. This was a duel. Does Leiying Trading Company intend to go back on their word and become the laughingstock of all Yunzhou? The two sides faced off, mountain winds howling, killing intent clashing in the air like intersecting lightning. Finally, Lei Dinghai snorted heavily, flicked his sleeves, and declared, let's go. No matter how domineering he was, he dared not openly flip the table. If they started a massacre today, no one would dare cooperate with Leiying Trading Company in the future, and no one would trust their credibility. He could only retreat for now and plan other strategies. The retreating figures of Leiying Trading Company gradually disappeared at the end of the mountain path. Only then did the Luo Shui Jade Trading Company members secretly breathe a sigh of relief, though no one cheered loudly. Xiao Wu and nearly 100 others looked at each other. This battle hadn't required their effort at all, and they had repeatedly been humiliated by Xikong Jing, making it hard to feel happy. Only the senior members like Luo Ning and Luo Kuan understood clearly. The duel had been decided. Regardless, Luo Shui Jade Trading Company had won, and everyone returned to their residence in town. Luo Ning arranged a temporary room for Xikong Jing, then said cheerfully in the room, Young Master Xikong, thanks to you this time. I'll handle your two conditions right away. Can you wait one more day? Xikong Jing merely nodded slightly. He could certainly afford to wait that long. As night fell, lanterns swayed in the courtyard. Luo Ning personally carried 2 pots of clear wine and several plates of exquisite dishes, knocking on Xikong Jing's door once again. She sat down with a smile to share drinks with him. While raising her cup, she couldn't help but study the young man before her, growing increasingly curious about which sect or school he had belonged to before his exile. However, Xikong Jing remained taciturn throughout, unwilling to reveal even a single word. After several cups of wine, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly awkward, and Luo Ning had no choice but to bid farewell with a forced smile. By the artificial hill outside the courtyard wall, 2 shadowy figures lurked, watching that window. Damn bastard. A low curse drifted into the night wind. Young, Brother Xiao. Another person whispered urgently. If this continues, Miss Luo will become someone else's wife. The spies were none other than Xiao Wu and his attendant. Xiao Wu had been infatuated with Luo Ning for a long time. Though he called himself her cousin, they shared no blood relation. The reason was simple: his aunt was merely a concubine taken by Luo Ning's father. Since Luo Ning was born to the legitimate wife, Xiao Wu could never hold his head high in the Luo Shui Jade Trading House. Only by marrying Luo Ning could he turn the tables and become the master. But now, Luo Ning was clearly taken with that outsider with the compound surname Xikong. Xiao Wu seethed with hatred, yet knew that forcing his way in would only get him killed. Suddenly, a servant from the Luo Shui Jade Trading House appeared, stuffed a note into Xiao Wu's hand, and quickly retreated. Xiao Wu unfolded the note. Guard Xiao. I am Lei Dong, currently awaiting your honored presence at the Leiying Villa. He raised an eyebrow, wondering what Lei Dong wanted with him at this hour. Then he noticed another line of small characters at the bottom of the note. Help you win the beauty's heart. His heart trembled. After much hesitation, Xiao Wu finally gritted his teeth and left the villa. When he appeared again, he was at the remote villa owned by the Leiying Trading Company in Ruyun Town. Under the dim lamplight, Lei Dong, who had been an enemy just the night before, leaned back in a soft chair. His body was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, his face pale as window paper, clearly having just awakened from unconsciousness. Young Master Lei, what do you want with me? Xiao Wu clenched his fists to hide his nervousness, then declared firmly, I will not betray the Luo Shui Jade Trading House. Lei Dong wore an enigmatic smile, as if he had already seen through his thoughts. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to betray the Luo Shui Jade Trading House. We can simply cooperate. I can help you rise significantly in status within the trading house. Once you marry Luo Ning, you'll even have a chance to become the head of the company. These words ignited Xiao Wu's ambition like sparks. His eyes immediately flashed with red light as his mind painted a grand vision of the future. The Luoshui Jade trading house now had only one daughter, Luo Ning. Marrying her would be like claiming an entire golden mountain. But he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Suppressing his excitement, he pressed, "What do you want me to do?" "I want." Lei Dong suddenly raised his hand. Bang! The teacup in his hand shattered, tea splashing everywhere. His face contorted as he spoke word by word. "I want to kill that nobody with the compound surname Seacombe openly and honorably, without giving anyone a chance to gossip." With that, he gave a signal, and an attendant stepped forward to hand over another note. "This contains my entire plan." Lei Dong's voice was hoarse, but carried venomous excitement. "If you agree, just nod." Xiao Wu unfolded the note and read carefully. His expression shifted from shock to coldness, then to barely contained wild joy. "I imagine your aunt would be more than happy for you to marry Luo Ning, so that she, as a concubine, would no longer be looked down upon in the trading house." Watching Xiao Wu's changing expressions, Lei Dong's smile grew broader, as if he was certain his target would fall into his grasp. As he had predicted, Xiao Wu nodded emphatically. The next morning, when Luo Ning stepped out of her room, she froze in surprise. At the courtyard gate stood a middle-aged woman with exquisite makeup, her hands clasped behind her back. Her beautiful face wore a gentle smile. It was her second mother, Xiao Mei. "Second mother, what brings you here?" Luo Ning hurried forward to greet her. Xiao Mei's lips curved slightly. "I heard that little Ning and little Wu achieved great victory this time. I'm in such good spirits that I came to see you both." As Xiao Wu's aunt, it was perfectly natural for her to visit in this capacity. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Ning pointed toward the small courtyard nearby. "Cousin Xiao Wu and I were just going through the motions. We truly relied on young Master Seacombe." Then she smiled and added, "Second mother, I still have matters to attend to. Please chat with cousin Xiao Wu first." She had promised Seacombe Jing 2 forms of compensation. The first 200 skilled fighters at around the 3rd level of the Dark Realm had already been personally delivered by Xiao Mei. As for the second item, the Yuanjin pills, she needed to collect them personally from the medicine shops in Riyun Town. With this thought, Luo Ning quickened her pace and left the estate. Xiao Mei watched her departure with a slight smile, but once the figure disappeared, the warmth in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by icy coldness. At that moment, Xiao Wu emerged from behind the corridor and said in a low voice, "Aunt, the Laying Trading Company is almost here." "Excellent. Surround that man with the compound surname Seacombe." Xiao Mei gripped her cloak tightly. "Xiao Wu, whether we can hold our heads high in the Luoshui Jade Company depends on today." Her visit was certainly not merely to check on them, nor simply to transport 200 Dark Realm 3rd level fighters. She had come in response to Xiao Wu's secret report to coordinate with Lei Dong's plan from within. A cold gleam flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes as he immediately deployed his men, heading straight towards Seacombe Jing's room. At that moment, Seacombe Jing sat cross-legged on his bed, breathing steadily. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, his brow furrowing. Killing intent was approaching from all directions. "Seacombe Jing, come out." Outside the courtyard, Xiao Wu's voice suddenly boomed. Seacombe Jing slowly rose and pushed open the door. The courtyard was filled with figures in black. 2 to 300 skilled fighters at the 3rd level of the Dark Realm blocked all escape routes. In the center of the crowd, Xiao Wu sneered coldly. Beside him stood the beautiful woman whom Seacombe Jing didn't recognize, but her murderous intent was unmistakable. Old Zhang and Ah Hu from the adjacent rooms were awakened by the commotion. They hurriedly dressed and came over, their faces changing color when they saw the scene in the courtyard. "What's going on?" Old Zhang whispered. Xiao Mei smoothed her hair, her voice melodious, yet chillingly cold. "So you're Seacombe Jing? What audacity! Everyone in the Luoshui Jade Company believes you killed Qian Yubao and won the duel for us, but the truth is, it was these 2 officers from Yunyi City who did the deed. The Laying Trading Company already has evidence it was you who caused the Luoshui Jade Company to lose face. Today, I will kill all 3 of you to give the Laying Trading Company and our partners an explanation." Her words rang out in harsh accusations, her previously dignified face now twisted with malice. She spoke of trumped-up charges as if they were perfectly justified. Ah Hu, always hot-tempered, suddenly leaped into the courtyard and roared, "Bullshit! You shameless woman, how dare you slander us? Last night Seacombe Jing's strength was plain to see, and Lei Dong suffered for it. Yet the Luoshui Jade Company turns around to frame us." Old Zhang frowned, but also drew his blade, staying alert to their surroundings. At that moment, Xiao Wu stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. He sneered, "Slander? We were all present when you killed Qian Yubao, and nearly 100 of us witnessed it. Do you think we'd falsely accuse you? We're not blind." As his words fell, nearly 100 experts from the Luoshui Jade Guild who had participated in the duel emerged from the crowd with cold sneers, their sword hilts and scabbards clinking in the night. "That's right, you killed Qian Yubao. We saw it with our own eyes. The Luoshui Jade Guild lost fair and square. We don't need to cheat." Each person emphasized "we," their arrogance overwhelming. These were all Xiao Wu's direct subordinates who had already coordinated their testimony in secret. Old Zhang gripped his blade tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Ahu's tiger-like eyes widened as his face turned purple with rage. Both men roared in fury but had no evidence to refute the claims. Sikong Jing stood like cold iron scorched by molten metal calm on the surface, but with fire flickering in his eyes. His voice was low and harsh. The Luo Shui Jade Guild dares to go back on their word and turn on me? Very well. Where is Luo Ning? Killing intent gradually rose from within him, as if it would pour out at any moment. His cooperation with Luo Ning had been a mutually beneficial transaction. Once completed, they would owe each other nothing. But now, the Luo Shui Jade Guild not only wanted him dead, but had also joined forces with the Laying Trading Company to paint him as an unrighteous villain. At this moment, Sikong Jing seemed to see that scene from years past, returning triumphant from quelling the Seven States Rebellion, only to be greeted by cold executioner's blades. The scenes overlapped, and rage surged like turbulent seas in his chest. What are you doing? A startled cry came from outside the courtyard gate as Luo Ning stumbled in clutching a pill bottle. She had just retrieved the Yuanzhen pills from the alchemy pavilion, filled with joy, only to be stunned by the tense confrontation before her. Seeing this, Xiao Wu immediately rushed forward with exaggerated expressions like an actor on stage. Cousin, we've been exposed. The fact that 2 Cloudfield City soldiers helped us kill Qian Yubao has been discovered by the Laying Trading Company, and they're going to spread the news throughout Cloud State. Luo Ning was stunned. Cousin, what nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Sikong killed Qian Yubao. Before she finished speaking, Xiaomei gently waved her silk fan and gracefully emerged from behind the crowd, her soft voice carrying cold intent. Little Ning, stop acting. The Laying Trading Company is already onto this matter. Only by killing these 3 people will they agree to help us save face. Luo Ning was completely dumbfounded, shaking her head with a pale face. Second mother, you're talking nonsense too? Her only response was cold laughter from Xiao Mei and Xiao Wu. So what if it's nonsense? What can you do about it? Hara! Before their sinister laughter had faded, footsteps suddenly thundered outside the gate. Members of the Laying Trading Company filed in, led by Lei Dong, who was carried on a bamboo chair. Though bandages still covered his face, his eyes were as venomous as a snake's. Lei Dinghai and several human realm experts flanked him, each step making the floor tiles groan under their weight. Lei Dong spoke coldly. Luo Ning, stop making excuses. Even your second mother and cousin say those 2 officers killed Qian Yubao. What are you still pretending for? After speaking, Xiao Wu walked before Lei Dong and bowed with extreme servility. Young Master Lei, we apologize for the trouble. At this moment, Luo Ning finally understood everything. She looked at Xiao Mei and Xiao Wu in disbelief, her voice trembling. You actually dared to collude with the Laying Trading Company? Have you lost your minds? The truth was now crystal clear. Second mother and Xiao Wu had long been bought by the Laying Trading Company. They had first made everyone in the Luo Shui Jade Guild stick to the same story, insisting that Qian Yubao died at the hands of 2 soldiers, and the Luo Shui Jade Guild cheated in the duel. Then Xiao Wu and Xiao Mei came forward as witnesses. Once Sikong Jing and those 2 soldiers were dead, this monstrous lie would become fact. By then, even if she remained alive, she would be unable to clear her name. How can you do this to my father? Luo Ning's piercing scream tore through the air as she gritted her teeth, convinced that her father could never have known about any of this. Xiaomei shrugged with a smile playing at her lips. Don't worry, little Ning. The master will only be happier when he finds out. We've completely eliminated the threat from Laying Trading Company. Once Sikong Jing is dead, everything that should have been lost in the gambling match will still be delivered to us. Before she could finish, Xiao Wu chimed in. Besides, young Master Lei Dong has promised to transfer 10 Laying Trading Company shops to me, incorporating them into Luo Shui Jade Company. Cousin, shouldn't you be even happier about such good fortune? As the 2 revealed their conspiracy in full, their fangs were completely bare. The Xiao uncle and niece were about to become the objects of Laying Trading Company's support, allowing them to walk sideways within Luo Shui Jade Company from then on. Luo Shui Jade Company was already much smaller than Laying Trading Company, so having them as intermediaries brought endless benefits. Luo Ning's father would have no choice but to value them and could never strike against them. The entire scheme was designed to act first and report later when the truth was laid bare. Father Luo would have to accept it even if he had to swallow his pride. Xiao Wu lowered his voice. Besides, if we don't kill Sikong Jing, news of our cheating will spread. With my testimony, even black can be called white. A sinister smile crept across his face. Slap. A crisp slap interrupted his smugness. Luo Ning raised her hand and struck Xiao Wu across the face, roaring. You're making a deal with the devil. You'll destroy the entire Luo Shui Jade Company. How could Laying Trading Company have good intentions? Once you succeed, you'll be devoured completely. The burning pain made Xiao Wu's face contort with rage as he licked the sweet taste of blood from his lips. I don't care about all that. I'm not only going to kill Sikong Jing, but I'm going to have you too. Men, take the young miss down to rest. Several experts immediately seized Luo Ning. Xiao Wu continued issuing orders. Now kill Sikong Jing and those two officers. Oh, and please lend us a hand, young Master Lei and Uncle Dinghai. Lei Dong looked leisurely toward the surrounded young man. Uncle Dinghai, this fellow with the compound surname Sikong is a bit strange, didn't let him escape. Haha, for human realm experts and hundreds of dark realm fighters can he fly away? Lei Dinghai laughed heartily and stepped forward. In an instant, people from both trading companies closed in on Sikong Jing, Old Zhang, and Ahu. Flashing blades and swords crisscrossed as killing intent made the very air hum with tension. As Luo Ning was dragged away, she struggled desperately, her cries hoarse with anguish. You all deserve to die. She was both furious and panicked, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Yesterday, great-uncle Luo Kuan and the others had already left, and the estate was filled only with Xiao Wu and Xiao Mei's people along with 4 terrifying human realm experts from Laying Trading Company. There was no way out. Young Master Sikong, I'm so sorry. Please find a way to escape. Luo Ning's screams echoed continuously. Sikong Jing's gaze swept over her, his emotions stirring slightly. So this betrayal had nothing to do with her. Even if they were merely business partners, he despised betrayal. Brother Sikong, what do we do? Old Zhang and Ahu's faces were deathly pale, their voices trembling. Monitoring criminals was supposed to be just a job, but now they were being framed as accomplices. Facing 4 human realm experts and hundreds of dark realm fighters, they saw no hope of survival. Though older than Sikong Jing, they could only place their last hope in the young man's hands. Sikong Jing's eyes were cold, his face maintaining its usual calm. To him, the situation before him was still a minor skirmish. Escaping alone would be effortless, but breaking out while protecting Ahu and Old Zhang would be far more difficult. He had never been one to abandon his companions, nor would he leave innocent people behind to save himself. However, with his current cultivation at only the first level of the Dark Realm, attempting to reverse the tide in such an encirclement was nearly impossible. As thoughts raced through his mind, Sikong Jing suddenly turned his head toward Luo Ning and spoke in a low voice. Did you bring the Yuanjin pill? Caught in the struggle, Luo Ning froze for a moment at such a life-and-death moment. He was still concerned about the pill? Nonetheless, she gritted her teeth and nodded firmly. I've got it. It's in my belt. Buzz. Before she could finish her sentence, Sikong Jing's figure vanished in an instant. Before anyone could react, 2 muffled thuds rang out. The heads of the 2 Dark Realm experts restraining Luo Ning exploded into bloody sprays as Sikong Jing struck them down with a single kick each. Without hesitation, he reached into Luo Ning's belt, retrieved the jade bottle containing the Yuanjin pill, and swallowed its contents in one motion. Luo Ning stared at him in shock, but he nonchalantly tossed out a remark. You owe me another Yuanjin pill. This pill had originally been prepared for Su Yueshi, but due to Luo Shui Jade Trading Company's interference, Sikong Jing was forced to consume it himself. Even if Luo Ning was unaware of the circumstances, she was still responsible and would naturally have to compensate him with another. You bastard! How dare you kill my man? Xiao Wu roared in fury. Everyone attack! Kill him! Clang! In an instant, 200 to 300 Dark Realm experts surged forward like a tidal wave. Some deliberately shouted, Sikong Jing is taking Miss Luo hostage. Save her quickly. Their skill at spreading rumors and smearing reputations was masterful. Sikong Jing shoved Luo Ning aside and turned to face the incoming enemy's Heaton. The Yuanjin pill erupted within his meridians like a blazing torrent, and his true energy surged wildly, as if rivers were flooding through his body. Boom! Before the enemy forces could close in, Sikong Jing forcibly broke through to the 2nd level of the Dark Realm using the pill's power. His voice rose above the chaos, cutting through the crowd like a blade. Old Zhang. Ahu. If I'm not mistaken, the technique you practice is the Iron Dragon Fist, the most common one used in the military. Watch closely, this is how it's done. As he finished speaking, Sikong Jing clenched his fists and unleashed a devastating strike against the incoming wave of enemies. Boom. The punch seemed ordinary, yet it carried a terrifying force, like a dragon breaking free from the clouds, its roar shaking the heavens. The dozens of enemies at the forefront were sent flying, landing with cries of agony. Old Zhang and Ahu trembled, their eyes widening in disbelief. This is... Sikong Jing spoke again, his voice resolute and commanding. This is no ordinary Iron Dragon Fist. It's a modified version created by an unknown general from Deshang. He named it Earth-Shaking Dragon Fist. That unknown general was none other than Sikong Jing himself. 2 years ago, as the invincible god general, he personally simplified and upgraded the technique, spreading it among Deshang's elite forces. The modification elevated the technique to lower-tier mystic grade, making it both powerful and easy to learn. This innovation significantly boosted the overall strength of Deshang's military, solidifying their invincible reputation. However, ordinary troops in Yunzhou had no access to it, and naturally, Old Zhang and Ah who had never encountered it. You've been stuck at the peak of the Dark Realm for years because your techniques and skills are too weak. Now, watch carefully. I'll use the earth-shaking dragon fist to help you step into the human realm. Sikong Jing's words rang like war drums, stirring the hearts of those who heard them. Buzz. He stepped forward, plunging into the tide of enemies. The earth-shaking dragon fist unleashed a storm of fist shadows, targeting the Dark Realm experts of Luo Shui Jade Trading Company with relentless precision. Every punch landed with devastating force, each strike roaring like a tiger's growl or a dragon's howl. Young Master Lei, this kid is fierce. Strike now. Xiao Wu screamed hoarsely, his face filled with terror. Lei Dinghai nodded grimly. This boy is truly terrifying. No idea where he came from, but he cannot be allowed to live. From beginning to end, Luo Ning had never revealed Sikong Jing's true identity. Everyone from the two great merchant houses simply took him for some nameless youth from Yunyi City, completely unaware that he was the very man betrothed by the Lord of Yunzhou, who had now become a criminal. But his identity no longer mattered regardless. He had to die. Lei Dinghai waved his hand, ignoring the scorn of others as four human realm experts simultaneously closed in, their killing intent bearing down on Sikong Jing. Just as this murderous aura struck, Sikong Jing's inner chi suddenly broke through with a thunderous roar, stepping into the third level of the Dark Realm. He withdrew his fist and stood firm, having just completed a set of earth-shaking dragon fist. The fist wind had yet to dissipate when the four attackers closed in. He turned and shouted, "Brothers, help me hold off two of the human realm fighters. If you want to live, you must break through." Old Zhang and Ahu exchanged glances. Sikong Jing's surging battle intent was like blazing fire scorching their bodies, instantly igniting their blood. The two roared in unison, "Kill!" They leaped through the air, charging straight at the two human realm experts behind Lei Dinghai. Mere peak Dark Realm cultivators dare to act so boldly. The two human realm fighters sneered coldly, their forms flashing as they collided with Old Zhang and Ahu. Old Zhang and Ahu took deep breaths and roared together. Earth-shaking dragon fist. Boom, boom, boom. Fist shadows like mountains, a complete set of fist energy poured forth. This was an upgraded version of the Iron Dragon Fist. Simple in technique, they had learned it after seeing it just once. But how could ordinary fists block human realm chi? The fist energy exploded, leaving both men's fists bloody and raw, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. The next instant, boom. Inner chi surged like a flood breaking through barriers as both men simultaneously broke through, stepping into the human realm. Kill. Their bodies shook violently, their auras surging as they charged again at the two human realm experts, their battle intent wild and fierce. On the other side, Sikong Jing faced Lei Dinghai and another third-level human realm fighter. Lei Dinghai, being fifth-level human realm, held an overwhelming advantage in cultivation, and with the addition of the third-level fighter, the two instantly forced Sikong Jing into a disadvantageous position. "Boy, no matter how monstrous you are, you're doomed to die," Lei Dinghai shouted coldly. "You should never have interfered in the contest between our two merchant houses, and you especially shouldn't have killed Qian Yubao." Before his words finished, Sikong Jing's emperor-slaying prison-breaking art advanced another step, his chi breaking through to the fourth level of Dark Realm with a thunderous roar. At the same time, the medicinal power of the Yuanjin pill was finally exhausted. Fourth-level Dark Real Mit was enough. He suddenly retreated, spreading his 5 fingers wide. Luo Ning spear. At that moment, Luo Ning had been pushed to the edge of the courtyard, standing right beside a weapon rack. Hearing his call, she instinctively grabbed a long spear from the rack and hurled it towards Sikong Jing with all her might. Whom as the spear entered his hand, Sikong Jing's entire demeanor transformed, a spear intent shooting straight to the heavens. Luo Ning stood transfixed, seeing him as if he had become an invincible war general, fearless even when facing 10,000 troops. Sikong Jing's cold gaze locked onto Lei Dinghai, his spear point aimed forward. Fifth-level human realm, so what? Hundreds of men, so what? Who dares stand as my enemy against this single spear? Kill. His mighty and arrogant roar shook the entire courtyard. The long spear shot forth like thunder splitting the sky, carrying the matchless chi of the emperor-slaying prison-breaking art as it thrust forward. Rolling thunder aimed directly at Lei Dinghai. Mystic-grade upper-tier thunderbolt spear. At the same time, Old Zhang and Ahu cried out in shock. This was an elite military spear technique, not something ordinary people could obtain or master. They had been fortunate enough to witness it once in Yunzhou City. At that time, they thought it was quite eye-opening. But now, watching the long spear in Sikong Jing's hands, that Yunzhou general's demonstration suddenly seemed as crude as a child waving a stick. Even those who didn't understand martial arts could distinguish the difference. This was the true thunderbolt spear. Thud! The spear tip, wrapped in explosive thunder-like energy, ruthlessly pierced into Lei Dinghai's protective chi shield. The shield cracked inch by inch like porcelain struck by an iron hammer. Lei Dinghai's pupils contracted sharply as he touched his toes to the ground, wanting to retreat, his mind churning with the same thought. Such power at only the 4th level of the Dark Realm? Impossible. If you dare retreat, your men will die. Sikong Jing's voice was as cold as winter night wind as he flicked his wrist in a sweeping motion. Cold light flashed, and over a dozen Dark Realm experts who had rushed forward were severed at the waist, their wounds grotesquely exposing bone and flesh as screams rose one after another. If you dare retreat, those at the 3rd level of human realm will go to hell first. As his words fell, he stepped forward aggressively, the thunderbolt spear pointing directly at a 3rd level human realm warrior from Laying Trading Company. The man reflexively raised his palm to protect his chest, but his chi was instantly torn apart by the spear's force, and the next moment, the spear tip pierced through his heart. Die? With just these few people, you thought you could kill me? Next time bring 10 times as many troops though, you won't have a next time. He withdrew his spear and flashed back into the crowd like lightning. The courtyard, long as a street, was stained deep red with blood. Bodies fell one after another, and the living screams carried the tremor of shattered courage. With just one man and one spear, the situation had completely reversed. How is this possible? How can he be this strong? Outside the battlefield, Lei Dong still slumped in his bamboo chair. His severe injuries had already left his face pale, but now he looked like a bloodless wax figure. As his subordinates fell one by one, he felt as if he were trapped in a nightmare. Ah! A piercing cry shattered the night sky, followed immediately by Ahu's loud laughter. Brother Sikong, I killed one at human realm. That bastard dared to frame me. Without turning his head, Sikong Jing replied, not bad. Keep killing if you want to, otherwise you won't have a chance soon. His meaning was clear. If they were slow, he would slaughter them all first. Kill. Ahu thunderously plunged into the enemy formation. Each strike of his earth-shaking dragon fist exploded an enemy's body into bloody mist. Old Zhang, under the pressure of Sikong Jing's battle intent, also cut down a human realm expert and charged into the crowd. The three fought side by side as if entering an uninhabited realm, their killing intent forming a wind that swept the enemy forces into panicked flight. Lei Dinghai's heart and courage were both shattered as he stared at Sikong Jing like he was looking at an ancient fierce beast. What exactly had the Lei family uncle and nephew provoked? Watching his family's experts fall in rows, he finally broke down. He suddenly turned and landed beside Lei Dong, roaring, leave. If we don't leave now, we'll all die. Uncle Dinghai, you can't leave. Maybe that bastard with the compound surname Sikong will be exhausted soon. Xiao Wu, already scared out of his wits, had scurried to Xiao Mei's side and was shrilly shouting at Lei Dinghai. But Lei Dinghai couldn't be bothered with him and fled toward the outside of the estate while carrying Lei Dong. Lei Dinghai, right? The icy voice was like death whispering in his ear. You might not know this, but when facing me, you should never expose your back. There's only one result, you die. The spear's whistle shook the sky. Thud. The long spear, carrying thunder as it broke through the air, pierced Lei Dinghai's heart and continued through to penetrate Lei Dong's skull in his arms. One spear, 2 lives. Both Lei family uncle and nephew widened their eyes simultaneously as their bodies crashed down at the estate's entrance, dying with eyes wide open. The entire courtyard fell silent in that instant, then erupted into chaos. Run for your lives. With Lei Dinghai dead, staying meant certain death. The subordinates of Luoshui Trading Company and Laying Trading Company screamed as they scattered in all directions, desperately trying to escape through courtyard walls, corridors, and even windows. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun death itself. Sikong Jing swept out like a crimson shadow, with old Zhang and Ahu flanking him on either side. 3 gleaming blades danced in deadly harmony, and anyone who reached the courtyard gate or corners was cut down in the blink of an eye. Leave no one alive, Sikong Jing whispered through the blood mist. He knew well that even one survivor would bring Laying Trading Company's mad vengeance upon them. But with no witnesses left alive, they could truly eliminate the threat at its roots. Soon, the wails within the courtyard faded, and fresh blood flowed along the stone cracks, forming dark crimson streams. In mere moments, only 3 people remained alive in the estate: the uncle and niece Xiao Wu and Xiao Mei, and Luo Ning, who sat slumped against the weapon rack with a vacant expression. The first 2 were completely paralyzed with terror, while Luo Ning was struck speechless with shock. This hellish scene had been orchestrated single-handedly by Sikong Jing, and the man who had been waiting for death had achieved a complete reversal with nothing but a small Yuanjin pill and unmatched combat prowess. Footsteps splashed through pools of blood with sticky, wet sounds. Sikong Jing, his entire body stained with blood, walked step by step toward Luo Ning. Old Zhang and Ahu quickly closed in on the uncle and niece, not striking but merely watching them with cold eyes. Without any words exchanged, they understood their master's intentions. A single glance from the once invincible divine general was enough for his soldiers to comprehend his will. Young Master Sikong, I'm sorry. Luo Ning clutched her robes tightly, struggling to speak. Though it wasn't truly her fault, Xiao Wu was someone she had brought here, and today's situation had arisen because of her. Xikong Jing didn't respond. He simply reached up to pull a heavy blade from the weapon rack and threw it down at Luo Ning's feet with a sharp clang. While it may not be your fault, you did promise you wouldn't cause me trouble, yet trouble has come nonetheless. These two people, you will kill them yourself. He raised his finger to point at the uncle and niece cowering in the corner. A chill instantly crawled up Xiao Wu and Xiao Mei's spines. Xiao Wu collapsed to his knees with a thud, wailing desperately, "Cousin, I was wrong." Xiao Mei also cried out in a trembling voice, "Xiao Ning, I'm your second aunt. You can't kill me, or your father will be furious." Luo Ning bent down to pick up the heavy blade, its edge still warm with fresh blood. She took a deep breath, her voice resolute. "The moment you conspired with Laying Trading Company, you already betrayed Luoshui Trading Company and betrayed my father. You brought this upon yourselves. You cannot escape the consequences." Splash, splash. Two jets of blood spurted forth as Xiao Wu and Xiao Mei collapsed with wide, staring eyes, falling silent forever. As the blade fell, Luo Ning's arm trembled violently, and she felt as though all strength had been drained from her body. Yesterday's beloved relatives now lay dead by her own hand, all because of ambition, greed, and jealousy. She struggled to steady her breathing, holding the bloodied heavy blade horizontally in both hands as she walked before Xikong Jing and bowed her head to present it. "Please dispose of me as you see fit, young Master Xikong." She knew Xikong Jing despised leaving loose ends, and perhaps in the next moment, she too would be silenced. She feared even more that if his anger flared, he might slaughter the entire Luoshui Trading Company. Yet somehow, she still offered up the blade. Xikong Jing glanced at her indifferently, not taking the weapon, and said softly, "You still owe me 1 yuan pill. Though this situation arose because of you, you're a trustworthy trader who simply trusted the wrong people." Luo Ning gazed at the corpses scattered throughout the courtyard, her voice hoarse, yet still suppressing her emotions. Xikong Jing offered no defense, merely nodding quietly. At this moment, a trace of self-mockery surfaced in his heart. Had he not placed such faith in the great Shang Emperor and Yin Ryu back then, how could he have ended up exiled? Luo Ning took a deep breath. "I will definitely obtain the Yuanjin Dan. But your second condition, the 200 experts, they all died here. The Luo Shui Jade Guild cannot gather such manpower again in the short term." Xikong Jing raised his eyes, his gaze still steady. "Then consider it a favor owed to me. As for these dead, find a way to handle the aftermath." With that, he turned and pushed through the door. Ahu and old Zhang, originally assigned to monitor secretly, saw Xikong Jing departing and almost instinctively followed. They knew clearly that if Xikong Jing truly wanted to leave now, 10 of them couldn't stop him, yet they couldn't help but follow. It was an almost instinctive obsession. In the courtyard, only Luo Ning remained. Her knees gave way as she collapsed among the bloodstains and broken tiles, her mind continuously replaying scenes of Xikong Jing wielding his spear against enemies, murmuring to herself, what kind of person was he before his exile? After leaving Riyun town, Xikong Jing led Ahu and old Zhang to the foot of Riyun Mountain, looking up at the mist-shrouded dense forest with a slight furrow in his brow. Old Zhang couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xikong, have you encountered some difficulty?" Ahu also perked up his ears. Both men, like Luo Ning, were curious about just how formidable this fierce warrior had been before his exile. Xikong Jing explained, "I need to hunt the cloud-soaring flying squirrel. This creature can ascend to heaven and burrow into earth. Originally, Luo Ning promised to help me gather people to set traps, but now those people are gone." At this point, he suddenly pondered, "Perhaps I don't necessarily need so many people." As the Lord of 10,000 Beasts, he recalled his previous experience dealing with the Qian Jade Leopard. If he could understand the cloud-soaring flying squirrel's demonic power circulation, he might be able to transform into a hunter even more capable of burrowing and flying than the squirrel itself. But then he looked toward Ahu and old Zhang. "You two brothers, would you dare accompany me on this journey?" The two men exchanged glances and nodded after just a moment. The depths of Riyun Mountain had always been perilous, yet they no longer hesitated. Xikong Jing inspired instinctive trust. The three had barely stepped into the forest when footsteps suddenly echoed ahead. Xikong Jing raised his hand to signal a halt, and they saw a black-clad woman approaching slowly. She bore a hideous long scar across her cheek, and her entire being radiated the overwhelming true qi of someone at the peak of the human realm, emanating a chilling presence. "It's her." Xikong Jing's heart jolted. After Su Xiefeng's birthday banquet, he had glimpsed this woman from afar outside the Su residence. Though he hadn't seen her face clearly then, he now recognized her by her aura. Having no connection with her, he led Ahu and old Zhang to slip sideways into the deep forest. The black-clad woman was indeed Su Yuexian. Watching the three figures disappear into the forest sea, she paused slightly, a cold thought flashing through her mind. That man had just killed quite a few people. But this was none of her concern. She shook her head, muttering to herself, "The cloud-soaring flying squirrel is too cunning. I can't capture it alone. I need to go into Ruyun town to recruit some help. Sui Westian entered the town and asked around about where she could recruit people at least 200 at the third level of the Dark Realm. She learned that due to the mountain closure caused by the gambling duel between the two major trading houses, although the ban had been lifted, most adventurers had already withdrawn from Ruyun town. Gathering 200 people would take at least a day or two. Upon hearing that both trading houses had manpower, Sui Westian decided to go directly to borrow some. After casually asking a passerby for directions, she headed straight to the Luo Shui Jade trading house's compound. Before she could even push open the courtyard gate, a thick smell of blood hit her face. Sui Westian stopped in her tracks, and Sikong Jing's figure flashed through her mind. In a swift movement, she scaled the outer wall and silently dropped into the courtyard. Bodies lay scattered throughout the courtyard, soaked in blood, a horrific scene that made even her, accustomed to carnage, gasp in shock. The technique was clean and precise, methodical without a trace of disorder. The killer was clearly someone who had been close to a butcher for years. Recalling Sikong Jing's indifferent expression before entering the mountain, the words, utterly vicious, arose in Su Yuexian's heart. Who are you? Suddenly, a slightly trembling female voice broke the deathly silence. It was Luo Ning speaking. She had just taken advantage of the chaos to go inside and wash her face with cold water to barely compose herself. Coming back out, she encountered this strange woman in black clothes, causing panic in her heart as she wondered whether the other party was from Laying Trading House. Just passing through. Are you a survivor? Su Yuexian's gaze was indifferent. Yes. Luo Ning let out a light breath, but remained vigilant. Strictly speaking, she was indeed a survivor. If Sikong Jing had been more ruthless, she wouldn't have lived either. Su Yuexian looked at her pale face and pondered for a moment. I originally came to borrow people, but it seems you have no capacity to spare. As she finished speaking, her figure had already leaped onto the wall. She turned back to add, if their target is you, you'd better leave Ruyun town quickly. That butcher might come back. The cold voice echoed in the empty courtyard as Su Yuexian disappeared. Luo Ning stood there in a daze. This woman was cold and formidable, yet didn't seem to be evil either. Unable to deal with the courtyard full of corpses, she could only send a message by carrier pigeon to notify her father, and Luo Shui Jade Trading House would immediately send people to handle the aftermath. But regardless of what came next, she had only one principle in her heart. She absolutely could not betray Sikong Jing. Sui Westian returned to the foot of Riyun Mountain and looked up with a sigh. Forget it. I'll go in and try one more time. With that, her figure disappeared into the forest. After a full day and night, Sikong Jing reached the depths of Ruyun Mountain, the territory of the cloud-flying squirrel. Someone has been here, and the traces are very fresh. Ahu crouched down to examine the impressions among the grass leaves and immediately made his assessment. Broken branches and scattered footprints were clearly visible all around. Legend says this demon beast is extremely cunning. Once startled, it won't show itself again for a month, Old Zhang reminded with a frown. The cloud-flying squirrel had a great reputation near Yunyi City. Its inner core could heal most internal injuries. Its fur was raw material that noble ladies competed for as accessories, and its flesh and blood contained vigorous energy that could directly enhance one's strength. Earlier, Sikong Jing had asked Dr. Sun if there was anything nearby that could directly heal his father-in-law, and this was the answer he had received. However, the flowing cloud-flying squirrel was far too cunning. Even the most skilled hunters, even masters of the Earth Realm or Heaven Realm, couldn't guarantee a successful capture, and those that made it to market were rarer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Sikong Jing had once read about this mystical beast in the archives of the Great Shang Imperial Treasury, so he already had a plan in mind. More than just a month. Ahu suddenly recalled an old tale and lowered his voice. The previous lord of Yunzhou wanted to please a beauty, so he personally led men into Ruyun Mountain to hunt flowing cloud-flying squirrels. His first attempt came up empty, and the startled squirrel didn't show itself again for an entire year. In the end, that lord had to return in defeat. At this point, both men turned their gazes towards Sikong Jing. Old Zhang stroked his chin and suggested, Brother Sikong, how about we venture deeper and look for other flowing cloud-flying squirrels? A glint flashed in Sikong Jing's eyes. Going deeper was indeed feasible, but he had to return before Su Yueshi participated in the Yunyi City selection trials. After pondering for a moment, he said, a frightened flowing cloud-flying squirrel is indeed troublesome. Let's try here for 2 days. If we still can't find one, we'll head back to the city. Old Zhang and Ahu exchanged glances. 2 days, would that be enough? Follow me. With those words, Sikong Jing's figure flashed as he dove into the forest, stopping moments later before a solitary boulder dozens of zhang high. He leaped to the top and looked down, saying, I'll enter a cultivation state first. You two spread out around the area to guard me, and act like we're not here specifically for the flowing cloud-flying squirrel. Huh. The 2 men were stunned. Old Zhang couldn't help but ask, shouldn't we hide? No need. Act openly and boldly. Occasionally release your true qi, and casually deal with any demon beasts that approach. The two understood, pretend to be loyal guards. But with such a conspicuous boulder, would the flowing cloud flying squirrel really show itself? Hunters who encountered this type of demon beast usually wished they could bury themselves underground. Yet Sikong Jing was doing the complete opposite. Sounded far too risky. Sikong Jing offered no further explanation. He sat cross-legged and began breathing exercises, while secretly calculating. Flowing cloud flying squirrel, will you target this fat prey like the Chinyu leopard did? His plan was simple: use himself as bait. The blood of 10,000 beasts within his body was like a delicacy to demon beasts, and he was only at the 4th level of the dark realm, with just 2 guards at the 1st level of the human realm by his side. In the eyes of a flowing cloud flying squirrel, he was practically a ready-made supplement. As long as this peak human realm demon beast was truly lurking nearby, it should be unable to resist making a move. Time slowly passed, and a day and night went by. This was the flowing cloud flying squirrel's territory, so other demon beasts dared not set foot here. The forest was so quiet that even the sound of falling leaves was clearly audible, yet old Zhang and Ahu grew increasingly anxious as they stood guard. Would this waiting game really work? Suddenly, Sikong Jing called out in a low voice, "It's coming, alert!" The two men's nerves tensed. What was coming? It couldn't possibly be the flowing cloud flying squirrel so quickly, could it? The next instant, a sharp squeak pierced the silence. A small beast the length of an arm shot up along the boulder, its snow-white fur dazzling in the sunlight. With its 2 thin wings spread wide, it moved even faster than the Chinyu leopard. "Brother Sikong!" The 2 men cried out instinctively, turning back. The scene before them left their eyes wide with shock. Sikong Jing had already precisely grasped the flowing cloud flying squirrel with one hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he said quietly, "Flowing cloud flying squirrel, you're quite patient indeed. You actually made me wait a full day." Squeak, squeak. The flowing cloud flying squirrel struggled frantically in Sikong Jing's grasp, emitting unwilling squeaks. Though it was a peak human realm demonic beast, it excelled in speed and cunning rather than raw combat power. At this moment, old Zhang and Ahu watched in stunned disbelief. Was this fake? What kind of joke was this? The flowing cloud flying squirrel was captured so easily? Before they could finish marveling, the flowing cloud flying squirrel in Sikong Jing's palm suddenly shrieked. Its arm-thick body abruptly contracted, slipping through his fingers like a slippery loach. In the next instant, it transformed into a snow-white meteor, shooting away from the top of the boulder like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had landed on a tree branch dozens of meters away, screeching incessantly at Sikong Jing, its crimson beast eyes filled with unwillingness and fury. After several more cries, the demonic rodent suddenly dove into the undergrowth and vanished without a trace. Only then did old Zhang and Ahu react, exchanging glances before hurrying to Sikong Jing's side with regretful expressions. It actually escaped. Strange, why did it suddenly change its nature and actively attack you? A barely perceptible smile curved Sikong Jing's lips. No matter, it was within my expectations. It will come back. He had heard the flowing cloud flying squirrel's shriek clearly. "I won't let you go. You wait for me. I will definitely devour you." Old Zhang and Ahu felt their scalps tingle. Impossible, right? It was almost caught by you, yet it still dares to return. Sikong Jing offered no further explanation, simply sitting cross-legged and uttering 4 words, "Wait and see." The 2 men exchanged glances, feeling that this once fierce and violent general now possessed an indescribable layer of mystery. They didn't know that when Sikong Jing closed his eyes in meditation, the true chi of his emperor-slaying, prison-breaking art flowed along a strange trajectory within his body, precisely the path of the flowing cloud flying squirrel's demonic power circulation. The moment he grasped the demonic rodent, just like when he faced the Chinyu leopard, he had completely absorbed the opponent's power operation method. Sikong Jing had never expected to completely capture the flowing cloud flying squirrel on the first attempt. After all, it was also a peak human realm demonic beast. But next time, this demonic rodent would truly experience the terror of the Lord of all beasts. Time quietly passed. Half a day later. Roar. Suddenly, the roars of demonic beasts echoed from all directions in the mountain forest. Massive beasts burst through the undergrowth, thundering toward the boulder with terrifying momentum. What's happening? Old Zhang and Ahu were once again dumbfounded. In the flowing cloud flying squirrel's territory, a large group of demonic beasts had actually come to attack together. They recognized several Chinyu leopards, and even more were human realm demonic beasts of the same level as the Chinyu leopards. A rough count revealed hundreds of them. Sikong Jing opened his eyes, a cold light flashing. The flowing cloud flying squirrel drove them to deal with me. Prepare for battle. The 2 soldiers were even more confused. The flowing cloud flying squirrel can actually drive other demonic beasts? We've never heard of such a thing. What exactly does it want from you? They didn't understand that Sikong Jing, possessing the blood of all beasts, was like the most premium bait to any demonic beast. All demonic beasts, given the opportunity, would change their usual behavior patterns. They would stop at nothing to seize any opportunity for evolution. Kill! Xikong Jing roared, his voice rolling through the forest like muffled thunder, jolting Lao Zhang and Ahu back to their senses. The two men snapped to attention, drawing their blades to meet the tide of demonic beasts surging toward them. Hundreds of Dark Realm beasts swarmed forward, including several peak Dark Realm monsters among them, making this battle far more perilous than the one at Luoshui Academy. The three formed a battle formation, blood spraying as they fought fiercely for a full half-hour before finally slaying all the beasts. Corpses piled up like a small mountain, with Xikong Jing alone having eliminated 70 to 80% of them, while Lao Zhang and Ahu were already gasping like oxen, their hands trembling as they gripped their blades. Squeak squeak. Sharp cries suddenly pierced their eardrums. Lao Zhang and Ahu felt their hair stand on end as they looked toward the sound, only to see a snow-white cloud gliding mouse perched atop the beast corpses. In its reddish eyes, cunning and smugness were plain to see. Ahu's mouth twitched. The cloud gliding mouse really came. Brother Xikong, can you still fight? Before he finished speaking, both men saw Xikong Jing collapse face first into the pool of blood, seemingly unable to even lift a hand. A chill ran through their hearts. So the cloud gliding mouse had driven the beasts here to exhaust them first, then come to claim Xikong Jing's life. In the next instant, that snow-white figure shot forward like lightning. Brother Xikong, watch out! Lao Zhang and Ahu squeezed out their last traces of true qi to rush forward, only to be easily swatted aside. The cloud gliding mouse flashed between them like lightning, its fangs bared as it aimed straight for Xikong Jing's throat. The two soldiers' eyes blazed with fury as they roared. However, their shock was soon overwhelmed by what happened next. The previously collapsed Xikong Jing suddenly reached out, precisely grasping the flying mouse by the neck, and sneered, "Caught you again." Damn, so Brother Xikong was faking it. Lao Zhang and Ahu looked at each other, both embarrassed and relieved. If Xikong Jing had truly died, they wouldn't have survived either. Squeak squeak. Only then did the cloud gliding mouse realize it had been deceived. With a sharp shriek, its body suddenly contracted, shooting out from between his fingers like lightning. Its fury tore through the air, as if roaring, "We'll see about this next time. This time, you won't escape." Xikong Jing whispered, his true qi exploding outward, the eerie aura making Lao Zhang and Ahu's scalps tingle. In the next moment, he pursued the cloud gliding mouse's direction, also transforming into lightning. Whoosh, whoosh. One large and one small shadow crisscrossed and tumbled through the forest, sometimes burrowing underground, sometimes skimming through trees. Each near miss stirred up fallen leaves and dust, their speed surprisingly matched, with only the mouse's piercing squeaks echoing through the air. Atop a boulder, Lao Zhang stood dumbfounded, his voice hoarse. "Ahu, how did Brother Xikong turn into a cloud gliding mouse too?" Ahu's throat bobbed. Could the legends of beasts transforming into humans be true? Is Brother Xikong's true form actually a cloud gliding mouse? In their eyes, Xikong Jing seemed to have transformed into another flying mouse, pressing the real cloud gliding mouse step by step. The scene identical to when he had torn away the Qianyu leopard's disguise. Ordinary people simply couldn't comprehend it. Deep in the forest, Xikong Jing flashed about using the cloud gliding mouse's true qi circulation patterns, pursuing while studying, attempting to create a new beast technique that could be fully executed in human form. He discovered that the cloud gliding mouse's so-called flight was actually just low-altitude gliding using tree leaves, and the ground its wings were too short for sustained flight. After an unknown duration of pursuit and combat, Xikong Jing's lips curved slightly as he whispered four words. Beast technique, flowing cloud. His body suddenly transformed in a flying squirrel-like manner, his speed increasing dramatically. In just an instant, Xikong Jing's form became like the ultimate evolution of a cloud-gliding squirrel. So light he was nearly shadowless, even more agile than the actual flying squirrel. His eyes blazed with intensity as he precisely tracked every muscle twitch and directional shift of the cloud-gliding squirrel, intercepting its escape route half a step ahead. After several swift strikes, the creature's rhythm was completely disrupted, causing it to frantically crash into vines and branches in its panic. Squeak! A piercing shriek tore through the jungle. The cloud-gliding squirrel, caught for the third time by Xikong Jing, desperately surged its peak human realm demonic power, attempting to explode free from his grip, but found itself locked tight. Never known for frontal combat prowess and now with all its movements completely red, the creature met its end as Xikong Jing tightened his grip and applied sudden force, killing it instantly. Xikong Jing leaped back to the boulder with the carcass in hand. Old Zhang and Ahu stood speechless, mouths agape. The mysterious demon beast that had cost the Lord of Yunzhou a full year of fruitless effort had just been casually dispatched in a day and a half by a young man at the 4th level of the Dark Realm who carried the stigma of exile. Done. Sikong Jing wiped the blood from his palm, as if he had merely completed some trivial task. Gather the inner cores from the surrounding demon beasts, and anything else worth taking. Let's head back. Old Zhang and Ahu nodded numbly, then bent down to work, quickly collecting materials from hundreds of demon beasts. Rustle, rustle. Soft sounds emerged from deep within the forest as a figure cloaked entirely in black slowly appeared, the same woman they had encountered when entering the mountains. Old Zhang and Ahu immediately stopped their work, wariness flashing in their eyes. The cloud-gliding squirrel, you actually caught it. The black-clothed woman's gaze locked directly onto the carcass in Sikong Jing's hand, disbelief evident in her voice. She was Su Yuesian. After returning to Riyun Mountain, Su Yuesian had ventured directly into another cloud-gliding squirrel's territory. Just as old Zhang and Ahu had said, frightened flying squirrels would hide extremely deep, leaving her with virtually no opportunity. Even so, she had attempted a second try, only to fail again. As she prepared to abandon the effort and return, she caught the scent of blood and followed it, witnessing the incredible scene before her. That ruthless young man had actually captured a cloud-gliding squirrel. This was the third encounter between Sikong Jing and the black-clothed woman, but their first verbal exchange. He paused slightly, then nodded in response. So you were also here for the cloud-gliding squirrel. Fortunately, I managed to get one. Only now did he understand that the footprints he had noticed earlier belonged to her. Su Yuesian instinctively asked, how did you manage it? At the Su residence gates, she had confirmed that Sikong Jing possessed only 9th-level Bright Realm cultivation. Even if he were now concealing his aura, he couldn't possibly exceed the human realm, and the two middle-aged men beside him were merely at the first level of human realm. With such a power configuration, she had been certain success was impossible. Sikong Jing raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, sorry, no comment. He certainly wouldn't tell a stranger that he was the lord of 10,000 beasts, capable of perceiving the flying squirrel's every movement. Before his words had fully faded, old Zhang and Ahu had finished collecting materials from all the surrounding demon beasts. Sikong Jing glanced at the two men, his tone calm, yet brooking no argument. Let's head back. With that, the three of them began walking back the way they came. Wait! Su Yuesian's voice suddenly rang out from behind them, her clear tone carrying an undeniable authority. Sikong Jing paused mid-step, turning his head slightly with an indifferent expression. Something else. Su Yuesian took a deep breath, her expression as calm as still water. I want the cloud-drifting flying squirrel you have. Name your price. Sikong Jing wasn't surprised, but still shook his head. Sorry, it's not for sale. I needed to heal my father-in-law Su Zhenglong's injuries. His reason was direct and firm. No matter how good the offer, he wouldn't budge. Su Yuesian took another deep breath, slowly moving closer. Name any condition you want, as long as it's within my power. The answer remained the same: refusal. Sikong Jing's posture didn't change, but his words left no room for negotiation. The young woman's delicate fists clenched slightly as the overwhelming pressure of a peak human realm cultivator instantly spread out, her voice taking on a cold edge. I only need the inner core of the cloud-drifting flying squirrel. I don't want anything else. Sikong Jing raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence, I only need the inner core too. As his words fell, he had already turned to face Su Yuesian directly. Sensing the killing intent radiating from her, his entire being became like an unsheathed blade. What if I insist on taking it? Su Yuesian's tone turned suddenly cold, like frost covering the ground. You're welcome to try. Sikong Jing narrowed his eyes, his response even colder. Whoosh. Before the words had fully left his lips, Su Yuesian transformed into a black shadow, shooting forward like lightning. Her flexible sword rang out with a sharp clang as it straightened, thrusting directly at the arm holding Sikong Jing's prey. I won't kill you, I only want the inner core. Beast technique, flowing cloud. Sikong Jing called out in a low voice, his form twisting strangely as if swept away by a fierce wind, instantly escaping the sword's shadow. A flash of shock crossed Su Yuesian's eyes. Dark realm 4th level. A full major stage below her peak human realm cultivation, yet he had somehow dodged that strike. Refusing to accept it, she flashed forward to pursue again. But in the dozens of moves that followed, her sword shadows continued to miss their mark, the man before her seeming like a true cloud-drifting, flying squirrel impossible to pin down. What exactly are you? Su Yuesian finally cried out in frustration. Take a guess. Sikong Jing replied coldly. Cold light flashed as Su Yuesian suddenly turned her gaze toward old Zhang and Ahu, her form twisting once more as her sword shadow swept toward the two men, the whistling sword wind carrying a tearing sensation. You dare! Sikong Jing had already seen through her intention, sliding along the ground to rush in front of the two men, throwing out a heavy punch to clash directly with the flexible sword, metal ringing against metal. The vast difference in their strength made Sikong Jing's arm bones ache and his true chi churn, but he still grabbed Ahu and old Zhang, pulling them back before positioning himself in front of them. His eyes quickly turned ice cold, killing intent washing over the forest like a tide. Dare to touch my friends? Are you prepared to die? In these deep mountains, fighting over treasures was commonplace, but touching those close to him crossed a red line. Rolling killing intent instantly filled the air, shadows seeming to envelop the entire forest. At Dark Realm 4th level, he had once walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the Great Shang's enemy nations. Though his dantian and meridians had been crippled, that murderous aura couldn't be erased. In this moment, Su Yuxian, Old Zhang, and Ahu seemed to have fallen into the 9 netherworlds together, facing a death god built from piles of corpses. Su Yuxian's entire body shook as she stared intently at Sikong Jing. She had known this man killed without blinking, but she hadn't expected the bones buried in those eyes to number more than mountains. Fear surged uncontrollably in her heart, her shoulders trembling slightly. She gritted her teeth, her voice still resolute. I don't want to kill anyone. I only want the cloud-drifting flying squirrel's inner core, even if it means mutual destruction. Her voice was decisive, carrying the determination of someone prepared to die. Sikong Jing stared at her and replied, "You are an assassin, and a very skilled one at that, but you should know that assassins often kill those above their level. I too can become an assassin and take your life." Before his words had finished echoing, his figure suddenly faded from where he stood, as if swallowed by the night as he melted into the dense forest. The tearing killing intent dissipated with him, and whether it was Su Yuxian or the nervously alert Lao Zhang and Ahu in the distance, they all immediately lost track of him, as if he had never existed. Sikong Jing's self-created beast technique, Flowing Cloud, combined with his battle-hardened instincts, allowed him to transform into a cloud-gliding squirrel in the forest, his movements mysteriously elusive to the extreme. Su Yuxian's gaze searched urgently through the layered branches and leaves, yet she couldn't catch even a glimpse of his robes. In the next instant, he appeared silently behind Su Yuxian, his low voice exploding against her ear. Not everyone is qualified to fight to mutual destruction. Su Yuxian's hair stood on end as she struck backward with her sword, the blades light sharp, but cutting only empty air. Sikong Jing had already flashed back into the shadows, once again disappearing into the forest. In the silence, his voice came from all directions. You want to threaten me with the lives of my 2 friends, but your cultivation is still far from sufficient. Su Yuxian's heart raced with panic, her gaze darting rapidly through the darkness, yet she still couldn't locate his position. If I had wanted to kill you just now, it would have taken only the blink of an eye. As his cold voice fell, Sikong Jing once again appeared ghost-like behind her. Su Yuxian spun around abruptly, but only managed to catch a glimpse of his afterimage. When she looked up again, he was already standing before Lao Zhang and Ahu, his speed heart-stopping. Gulp! Su Yuxian swallowed hard, the fear in her chest nearly crushing her heart. Sikong Jing restrained his killing intent and said calmly, "Considering your desperate need for the pill, I'll spare your life." With that, he gave Lao Zhang and Ahu a meaningful look and turned to leave. Only Su Yuxian remained in the dense forest, staring blankly at the 3 figures gradually disappearing into the distance. Her mind conjured images of her assassin instructor's cold face and past life-or-death battles, yet the oppressive presence this man brought made all those memories pale in comparison. A 4th-level Dark Realm cultivator, yet so terrifyingly powerful. "Wait a moment longer," she suddenly cried out, breaking the night's silence. Sikong Jing stopped and turned his head slightly. By all logic, the black-clothed woman should have completely lost her will to fight by now. Su Yuxian's expression shifted between light and dark, and finally, gritting her teeth, she dropped heavily to her knees on the fallen leaves. This scene caused Sikong Jing to show slight surprise. "I beg you to give me the cloud-gliding squirrel's inner pill, no matter what conditions I must meet." Her voice carried uncontrollable trembling. Sikong Jing fell silent. He was always ruthless toward enemies, yet scenes of people kneeling and pleading were difficult for him to remain unmoved by. Su Yuxian's plea held no trace of pretense, but that inner pill was meant for his father-in-law, so he ultimately shook his head. Su Yuxian's eyes dimmed. Just as she lost focus, Sikong Jing asked, "What do you need this inner pill for?" Su Yuxian froze, then lowered her head, her voice seeming to squeeze out from between her teeth. "I need to save my father. Even though I wish he would die, I still want to save him. I'm just that much of a bastard." Sikong Jing looked completely puzzled. Wanting to save a life was natural, but wishing for father's death while wanting to save his life. "I'm an assassin with virtually no free time. Now that I finally have this rare opportunity, I absolutely cannot miss the chance to get the flowing cloud flying squirrel's inner core, otherwise I'll never encounter one again." The leaves had turned yellow, and the soil was damp. Su Yuxian's tears fell onto the leaf surface, sliding along the veins into the muddy cracks. She knelt down to feed her father a pill, knowing it would only buy him moments. Once the medicine wore off, her father would surely die. The only hope she could fight for was the flowing cloud flying squirrel's inner core. "I'm sorry, but I also need this inner core to save someone dear to me. I can't give it to you," Sikong Jing said calmly. Sui Wessian looked up, her eyes filled with bitterness and despair. The next moment, Sikong Jing suddenly said, "Wait here for half a day, and I'll get you a second flowing cloud flying squirrel's inner core." "What?" she gasped, confusion and hope intertwining. Sikong Jing had already darted toward the depths of cloud-piercing mountain, his figure flashing once before disappearing into the forest sea. Old Zhang and Ahu stood frozen in place. "Brother Sikong," the two men instinctively called out, but he had already vanished. Ahu grimaced and muttered under his breath. "He just left us with this peak human realm female assassin? We can't handle this." Sui Wessian composed herself and asked the two men, "Can he really catch another flowing cloud flying squirrel?" Old Zhang and Ahu exchanged glances, and Ahu nodded confidently. "As long as there are flying squirrels left in the mountains, none can escape. You've seen him in action. Which flying squirrel could possibly evade that giant squirrel of his?" Time seemed frozen, yet half a day passed in an instant. Roar! A thunderous bellow echoed from deep in the mountains, making the earth tremble slightly. Su Yuexian's eyes widened. A heaven realm demonic beast. Through the howling wind, a figure suddenly emerged. It was Sikong Jing returning. He carried a second flowing cloud flying squirrel and tossed it to Su Yuexian. "Go quickly. A heaven realm demonic beast is chasing us." Before his words finished, he had already grabbed Ahu and Old Zhang, rushing into the forest. Su Yuexian clutched the heavy flying squirrel, not yet having time to feel joy before the terrifying pressure hit her facian, making her heart race violently. She had no choice but to follow the three men in their frantic escape. Forest branches and leaves whistled past their ears. Suddenly, Sikong Jing stopped and shouted, "No good. The realm gap is too great. Drop everything you're carrying and find somewhere to hide." He led Ahu and Old Zhang into a ground fissure first. Sui Wessian gritted her teeth and followed, sliding into the dark crevice. "Stay close to me, suppress your aura to the minimum, and hold your breath," Sikong Jing quickly instructed. Then spiritual energy flowed from his body, transforming into a subtle aura identical to the surrounding forest, enveloping his two companions. After finishing, he gestured to Sui Wessian not far away. "Are you all right?" Sui Wessian nodded and pressed her lips tightly together. The four held their breath in the narrow fissure. The next moment, terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, and a pure golden giant tiger came crashing through the underbrush. Through the crack, they could clearly see the figure several zhang tall, its golden fur like steel needles and fangs gleaming with cold light. A rift gold steel fang tiger, a creature between the heaven realm and transcendent levels. This was the king of the jungle, an invincible existence within cloud-piercing mountain. Roar! The frenzied howls tore through heaven and earth as the cracked gold steel fang tiger, unable to find its prey, furiously pulverized the surrounding trees into dust, sending debris flying everywhere. Sikong Jing, along with Ahu, Old Zhang, and Su Yuexian, lay prostrate deep within an earth crevice, not daring to breathe. Ahu and Old Zhang's faces were deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads like rain. The roaring resumed, carrying with it rolling demonic might. Through his 10,000 beasts blood talent, Sikong Jing could faintly make out the cracked gold steel fang tiger's snarls. "Come out. I will devour you. I want your blood. Give me your blood." This heaven realm demonic beast's target was none other than the small cub who possessed the 10,000 beasts blood. Sikong Jing. He held his breath, not daring to move even the slightest bit. After half an hour, the mountain forest returned to deathly silence as the cracked gold steel fang tiger finally retreated angrily into the deep mountains. Thud! As the crisis slightly receded, Old Zhang and Ahu's knees gave way, and they collapsed on the spot as if all moisture had been instantly drained from their bodies. Sui Wessian leaned against the stone wall, her pale face making even her hideous scars appear dim. The pressure from a heaven realm demonic beast was like crushing mountains, nearly pulverizing them. "Don't relax yet. The cracked gold steel fang tiger won't give up easily," Sikong Jing whispered as a reminder. The three's hair stood on end as they tensed their nerves once more. Sure enough, that terrifying demonic might swept through the wilderness again. A cracked gold steel fang tiger had returned. It prowled nearby for a full quarter hour before confirming there were no more targets and truly departing. The crevice remained silent as death. After Ahu, Old Zhang, and Su Yuexian exchanged glances, they cast questioning looks at Sikong Jing. Could they leave now? "Yes, let's quickly evacuate Ruyun Mountain." Sikong Jing was the first to leap out. The other three followed closely behind, rushing along until they stepped outside Ruyun town, where everyone finally collapsed from exhaustion. Even Su Yuexian, who was at the peak of the human realm, was gasping like an ox, drenched in sweat. "Brother Sikong, is that cracked gold steel fang tiger sick? Why did it chase us so desperately?" Ahu's voice trembled, clearly still shaken from their narrow escape. Sikong Jing shook his head. "Maybe I accidentally disturbed something of its." He casually made up an excuse. The secret of being the lord of 10,000 beasts must never be revealed. Any high-level demonic beast would instinctively want to devour his 10,000 beasts' blood to seek evolution. For this very reason, he could learn beast techniques from creatures like the Chinyu leopard and flowing cloud flying squirrel. The mountain forest was both opportunity and abyss for him. The cracked gold steelfang tiger had originally been quite distant from them, yet was drawn by the bloodline within his body. It seems I must be more careful in the future. Simply hiding my aura isn't enough. I must also mask the scent of my 10,000 beasts' blood. Sikong Jing silently warned himself. If he encountered a truly transcendent demonic beast, he might not have such luck again. After catching his breath slightly, he turned and said, "Let's go. We'll rest in town for a bit, then it's time to head home." These words were directed at Ahu and old Zhang. As for Sui Wessian, since he didn't know her name, he naturally said nothing more. "Please wait." Sui Wessian called out to him. "Are you really giving me this flowing cloud flying squirrel?" "Yes, considering your filial devotion, I'm giving it to you," Sikong Jing replied indifferently. Before his words had finished, Sui Wessian's expression suddenly changed, and she shrieked. "Nonsense! How could I possibly have filial devotion? I wish he would die immediately. I. She abruptly stopped speaking, realizing that this man's generous gift was hard-won. Her voice immediately softened. "I'm sorry." She lowered her eyes, cradling the flowing cloud-flying squirrel, and said quietly, "If I have the chance, I will repay you. Farewell." With that, Sui Wessian vanished from the three men's sight, carrying the corpse of the flowing cloud-flying rat. Old Zhang stared blankly at the ground where blood had yet to congeal, smacking his lips as he said, "What's wrong with this female assassin? She's like a lunatic, clearly wanting to save her father, but also wishing he'd die. Split personality disorder." Ahu also frowned, turning to look at Sikong Jing. "Brother Sikong, why did you help her?" Sikong Jing thought of Mei Xiaofeng back home, his mother-in-law who was sharp-tongued but kind-hearted, and chuckled softly. "She reminded me of someone. Since she knelt down and begged me, I figured I'd help if I could." With that, he strode toward Riyun Town. Riyun Town was usually bustling, but now the streets were deserted. Most shops were closed, their copper locks jingling softly in the wind on wooden doors. Ahu couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, why has Riyun Town become so desolate?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man hurrying by approached them and lowered his voice. "Don't you know? 4 days ago, Laying Trading Company and Luoshui Jade House had their mountain-sealed duel, but somehow they offended some ruthless killer who slaughtered everyone from both trading companies." Ahu and old Zhang simultaneously glanced at Sikong Jing. The very ruthless killer was standing calmly beside them at that moment. The passerby quickly continued, "I heard only Miss Luo Ning from Luoshui Jade House survived because she was at the pharmacy buying medicine when it happened." Another passerby interjected with a cold laugh. "Those two trading companies really thought they were something special? A mountain-sealed duel, well, now they've offended the wrong person. Let's go, let's go. Who knows if that killer is still in town?" The two men hurried away after speaking. Sikong Jing's lips curved slightly. Luo Ning came up with a good excuse. "We were also with her buying medicine, so we survived." Ahu and old Zhang immediately agreed they certainly didn't want to be targeted by any remaining members of Laying Trading Company. Clearly, Luo Ning had kept her mouth shut and hadn't revealed the truth about the massacre. Sikong Jing calculated in his mind. It had been 6 days since leaving Yunyi City, and tomorrow was the selection for the Yunzhou Grand Competition. He needed to return quickly. As night fell, he led Ahu and old Zhang out of town under cover of darkness. Due to the heavy casualties at Laying Trading Company and Luoshui Jade House, checkpoints along the way were heavily guarded. They were stopped by soldiers hunting the killer and escorted to the nearest post station for questioning. At the post station, they encountered Luo Ning again. With a single statement, the young lady cleared the 3 men of suspicion. Ahu and old Zhang were originally officers from Yunyi City, while Sikong Jing was only at the 4th level of the Dark Realm. No one would connect them to the legendary killer. When they parted, Luo Ning handed Sikong Jing the 2nd Yuan Jun pill as promised. Afterward, General Cho Yi sent people to escort them. By the time the 3 returned to Yunyi City, it was already dawn. With the Yunzhou Grand Competition selection imminent, Sikong Jing didn't return to the Su residence, but headed straight to the selection venue. The Yunyi City Martial Arts Arena was located on the east side of the city lord's mansion. Inside and out, crowds surged like waves. Tea and snack vendors weaved through shouting their wares, and banners fluttered on the spectator stands. Who would become the pride of heaven representing Yunyi City? Everyone waited with bated breath. On the south side of the arena, the Su family members gathered together. Su Yueshi wore dark blue battle attire with a thick black veil covering her face, revealing only a pair of calm eyes. She was clearly ready for combat. Suddenly, Su Xiefeng's hoarse voice exploded in her ear. "Yueshi, did you forget to give me the jade paper?" Su Yueshi and the Su Zhenglong couple beside her all stiffened simultaneously. What was bound to come had finally arrived. Su Xiefeng hadn't forgotten about demanding the jade paper. 7 days ago, Su Xiefeng threatened Su Yueshi's family to hand over the jade paper by claiming he would report them to General Chui. According to him, All of Jing's treasures were stolen goods looted from the corpses of the beast cavalry bandits, hidden from General Chui. If reported, a criminal like Jing would surely face death. At that time, he made his threat clear. He must obtain at least one jade paper before the grand selection began. Last night, Mei Xiaofeng stayed home in constant fear, dreading Su Xiefeng's arrival at any moment, yet no movement came. Only today, as the grand selection was about to begin, did the old man finally show up at their door with his people. In the courtyard, morning light slanted down. Su Yueshi bit her lip and stared directly at Su Xiefeng. Grandfather, Jing said the jade papers didn't come from the beast cavalry bandits. We have no reason to give them to you. Her tone was calm, yet carried a stubborn resolve. You ugly freak. Got yourself a husband, and now you're acting tough? Su Yan stepped out from behind Su Xiefeng with a cold snort. Believe it or not, we'll go report you to General Chui right now. Su Yueshi clenched her fists, her gaze remaining firm. Su Xiefeng smiled as he played peacemaker, his tone seemingly kind like a caring elder. Yueshi, after all, I'm still your grandfather. Isn't it natural for you to honor me with a jade paper? I only want one. His smile nearly made Mei Xiaofeng sick on the spot, but with their weakness in his hands, she could only suppress her anger and turn to her daughter. Yueshi, perhaps we should. Grandfather. Su Yueshi cut off her mother's words. I'll be fighting for the Su family shortly. If I lose, it proves I'm unworthy of possessing the jade papers, and I'll give them all to you. But if I win even one match, please stop making things difficult for us from now on. Is that acceptable? This was the only solution she could think of, and willing to surrender the jade papers, yet afraid her father's true chi might go berserk if conflicts escalated again. After 7 days of intense training, she was confident she could win at least one match. You worthless, ugly freak thinks she can win. Su Yan laughed mockingly. Su Xiefeng raised his hand to stop his granddaughter's ridicule, continuing his act of kindness. Well said. How could grandfather forcibly take his granddaughter's belongings? Fine. As long as you win one match, I won't pressure you anymore. Su Zhengtao also restrained Su Yun, his face full of smiles in their eyes. Su Yueshi had no martial skills or true chi whatsoever, making victory impossible. Su Yueshi spoke again, fixing her gaze on Su Xiefeng. If I win, please also stop mistreating our family from now on, grandfather. I will do everything in my power to fight for the Su family. No problem, whatever you say. Su Xiefeng made the decision. When the time comes, not only will I stop demanding your jade papers, I'll also restore all your family's privileges. At these words, Su Zhenglong's eyes widened. Do you truly mean this? Su Xiefeng frowned, replying with displeasure. What a shame you're my son when have my words ever been false. As soon as those words fell, a guard captain from the city lord's mansion stepped forward in the training ground and loudly announced the start of the selection. His declaration echoed through the vast courtyard, and hundreds of young contestants instantly fell silent, their gazes turning in unison toward the center of the field. The guard captain then announced the drawing rules again, ordering all participating young talents to enter the center of the training ground. Father, mother, I'm going up now. The young woman Su Yueshi gripped her sword tightly, took a deep breath, and stepped toward the center of the crowd. Sunlight glanced off the blade, reflecting a cold gleam, but her gaze was even more resolute than the sword's edge. No matter what, she had to win this match. She would fight for herself, for her family, and to fulfill her grandfather's promise. But why hasn't Brother Kajing returned yet? Would he miss her first match? This thought flashed through her mind as Su Yueshi joined the other contestants before the drawing box. She gave her name, reached into the box, her fingertips touching a slip of paper. She drew it out and unfolded it. Number 1. In the span of a single breath, her heart lurched. First to compete. Who's number 1? An aggressive roar erupted from the crowd. Su Yueshi looked toward the voice and saw a tall, burly man waving his slip of paper, scanning the surroundings. His paper clearly read, number 2. This meant the glaring, muscular man was her first opponent. She didn't answer, only gripped her sword hilt tighter, her palms slightly damp with sweat. From the Su family's viewing area, Su Yun chuckled softly. Isn't that big oaf Luo Ji, Luo Tong's son? Luo Tong brags all day about how his son has reached the first level of the Dark Realm and is incredibly powerful. I wonder which poor soul drew number 1 and has to get beaten down in the first match. Her tone was full of schadenfreude. Su Xiefeng, however, was distracted. Luo Tong was just a second-rate family head, irrelevant to him. At this moment, he was already fantasizing about what powerful techniques might be hidden in those 3 jade papers after Su Yueshi's defeat. Su Zhenglong and his wife were equally unconcerned with Luo Ji. They only watched their daughter, silently praying that Yueshi would face a truly weak opponent, preferably someone even more fragile than her. 7 days of emergency sword training seemed far from sufficient in their eyes. Unless her opponent was even worse, defeat was certain. After the drawing ended, the guard captain announced loudly, "Numbers 1 and 2 remain. Everyone else leave the field and wait." The crowd dispersed with a commotion, leaving only Luo Ji and Su Yueshi standing in the center. Yueshi, what are you still doing up there? Come down quickly. From the Su family's direction, Mei Xiaofeng called out anxiously. Su Yueshi's body trembled slightly as she turned to respond. Mother, I am number one. What? Mei Xiaofeng froze, and Su Zhenglong's face also changed dramatically. This was serious trouble in his youth. Su Zhenglong had once beaten Luo Tong so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. 7 days ago, Luo Tong's wife had been slapped by Xikong Jing. If given the chance, Luo Ji would definitely not go easy on Su Yueshi. Ha ha. Su Yun's wild laughter drowned out the noise. Ugly freak, you're really unlucky. Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao exchanged glances, their faces beaming with satisfaction. The 3 jade papers, plus that trump card treasure from Xikong Jing, were about to fall into their hands. Their earlier worry fear that Su Zhenglong might have some method to suddenly boost his daughter's cultivation had completely vanished. In 7 days, even riding a divine dragon couldn't possibly defeat someone at the Dark Realm. Luo Tong sneered and shouted toward the arena. Luo Ji, the girl before you is Su Zhenglong's daughter. I want you to beat her half to death. Luo Tong's voice also rang out across the field, both triumphant and excited. As the competition was about to begin, the entire venue erupted with excitement. In the spectator stands, someone craned their neck to stare at the veiled woman in the center of the arena. Who is that? You don't know? Someone nearby immediately scoffed. That's the Su family's ugly freak, the ugliest in all of Yunzhou. They say she doesn't know a lick of martial arts and constantly argues with the Su family head, which is why she was thrown into this competition. A spectator in the front row turned around, looking surprised. I heard that ugly freak has recovered her appearance, though I don't know if it's true or false. Of course it's false. The first person to speak waved dismissively without hesitation. How could it be so easy to recover? The ugliest in Yunzhou just doesn't have that kind of luck. Many around them nodded in agreement, treating the appearance recovery as nothing more than idle gossip. Just as the chatter was reaching consensus, a deep and powerful voice suddenly cut through the air. Of course it's true. Su Yueshi is now the most beautiful woman in Yunzhou. The crowd spontaneously parted, revealing a straight-backed young man among them. His chiseled features and sharp gaze made everyone instinctively fall silent. Xikong Jing had arrived at the martial arts arena just before the competition began. Are you kidding me? If Su Yueshi is the most beautiful woman in Yunzhou, I'll do a handstand and eat shit. The spectator who had just adamantly claimed it was a rumor viciously made this oath, while the mocking laughter around them grew even louder. After all, only a very small number of people in Yunyi City had attended the Su family's birthday banquet, and the news that spread from the banquet was quickly dismissed as nonsense by outsiders. Xikong Jing couldn't be bothered to say more. In his eyes, Su Yueshi was not only the most beautiful woman in Yunzhou, but the most beautiful in the world. At this moment, he stared intently at the arena, waiting for her first battle. This was the fight to shed her ugly reputation and rebuild her confidence. On the arena, the City Lord's Guard captain raised his hand to signal. Both sides prepare. You may begin. Luo Ji and Su Yueshi stood facing each other about 10 feet apart. The tall and burly Luo Ji had a ferocious expression, like an angry bear. Su Yueshi gripped her long sword tightly, her shoulders slightly tense as she took a deep breath. Surrender, Yueshi, please surrender quickly. Below the stage, Mei Xiaofeng's voice trembled with anxiety. However, Su Yueshi remained motionless. She would never retreat. Luo Ji licked the corner of his mouth and sneered coldly. Su Yueshi, I didn't expect you'd be the first one I'd face. Too bad you're not that criminal husband of yours, or I would have torn him to pieces long ago. He raised the thick spiked club in his hand, the iron spikes clanging together with a dull sound. Su Yueshi met his gaze and responded calmly. You don't have that chance, and you're no match for my brother Jing either. Even Su Shan died at brother Jing's hands. You can only talk tough. In truth, Luo Ji knew deep down that he was far from being Xikong Jing's match, but his mother had been slapped by that criminal at the Su family's birthday banquet, and this humiliation had to be avenged no matter what. If he couldn't beat Xikong Jing, surely he could handle Su Yueshi? Did you hear what my father just said? Today I'm going to beat you half to death. Luo Ji roared as he stepped forward, his arms bulging with veins as he swung his spiked club in a sweeping motion. The whoosh of the wind seemed to tear through the air. At the edge of the arena, Mei Xiaofeng closed her eyes directly compared to Luo Ji. Tiny Su Yueshi was like a delicate willow branch colliding with a raging bear. With this strike, would she even survive? On the other side of the stands, Su Zhenglong clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He didn't dare to look, yet couldn't turn his gaze away. Su Yin laughed strangely with a grating voice. Uncle, don't you always rush out to save that ugly freak? Why don't you rush out now? This is the Yunzhou competition selection. Who would dare rush onto the stage to save someone? Su Yueshi would lose half her life if not killed outright by that strike. Whoosh! As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, the spectator stands erupted like a powder keg, the roar of voices resembling a landslide or tsunami. All eyes instantly focused on the center of the arena. The girl who should have been sent flying was now gracefully standing atop Luo Ji's raised spiked club, her robes fluttering in the wind, the cold gleam of her sword pointing directly at Luo Ji's forehead. What just happened? Su Yun's eyes widened in shock. Su Zhengtao blurted out, first level of the Dark Realm. How could Su Yueshi possibly be at the first level of the Dark Realm too? This statement was like a spark hitting oil, instantly igniting the Su family members. Su Xiefeng gasped in astonishment. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang's mouths hung open for a long moment, and Su Yun's face twisted into a grotesque snarl. Why? Impossible. How could that ugly freak be at the first level of the Dark Realm? How did we completely fail to sense it earlier? On the other side of the arena, at the seats of the Chu family, one of the four great clans, there was similar commotion. Chu Bo, the eldest young master of the Chu family who had been forced to kneel in the street by Si Kongjing, had an ashen expression. He had been planning to personally take revenge on Su Yuxia. Worse still, he had drawn the third lot, and if he won the first match, he would very likely face Su Yueshi in the second round. Members of the Ren and Hai families also exchanged bewildered glances. Their family heads were all experts of the human realm, yet they too had failed to see through Su Yueshi's true cultivation level earlier, which completely defied logic. In the front row of the audience, Si Kongjing merely smiled faintly. This was precisely the wonder of the mystic Ice Maiden technique. This cultivation method, which appeared to be merely a low-grade mystic technique on the surface, possessed an extremely powerful attribute concealing effect, truly worthy of being an ancient sect's foundational treasure. Not only were the stands shocked, but Luo Ji on the arena was even more terrified. He stared at the girl standing on his weapon and roared, "Get off!" His true chi surged wildly. The spiked club shook violently, and Su Yueshi's footing gave way as she was shaken off, retreating several steps before steadying herself. Die! Luo Ji bellowed, his spiked club sweeping horizontally with howling wind. Su Yueshi's face turned pale, but her figure flickered continuously, each time slipping out of the club's shadow at the most critical moment, thrillingly close to danger. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang below had their hearts in their throats. Though both were at the first level of the Dark Realm, Su Yueshi had virtually no combat experience and was clearly no match for him. Su Xiefeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That earlier moment had nearly given him a heart attack, as he thought Su Yueshi might actually win. His gaze fell on Su Zhenglong, his eyes burning with greed. In 7 days, to push a girl with no martial arts to the first level of the Dark Realm, what heaven-defying treasure had that criminal obtained? No matter what, he had to get his hands on it. On the arena, sweat trickled down Su Yueshi's temples. She couldn't find an opening, had no chance to strike with her sword. What should she do? Brother Jing, what should I do? Just as this plea arose in her heart, she suddenly looked up with an inexplicable connection, gazing toward the audience. Among the crowd, that straight and familiar figure stood out clearly. It was Si Kongjing, whom she had been longing for day and night. Spirit cat steps, drifting moon, third sword. Si Kongjing silently mouthed the reminder. That single reminder struck like lightning through her body. Su Yueshi's heart suddenly surged with passion. With Brother Jing here, she feared nothing. She focused her mind, touched her toes to execute the spirit cat steps, moving as elusive as a ghost, instantly dodging the falling spiked club. Buzz! Her sword transformed into a startling rainbow as the drifting moon third sword pierced through the air, the blade accurately penetrating Luo Ji's shoulder. Splash blood erupted. Luo Ji screamed in agony, his form staggering. Su Yueshi twisted her wrist to withdraw the sword, its cold gleam undiminished, following up with another, drifting moon first sword. Moon shadow tail strike, the sword spine sweeping across Luo Ji's forehead. Luo Ji screamed miserably, his entire body sent flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily outside the arena. At this moment, the entire arena fell into dead silence. Every spectator's gaze was frozen on that graceful, veiled figure, their eyes filled with disbelief. Su Yueshi had actually won. The swordplay she had just displayed was both fierce and elegant, her footwork so light and nimble it seemed she barely touched the ground, and even the way her dress swayed with each sword stroke resembled a flowing painting. Such a scene would be forever etched in the memories of countless witnesses. In the stands, Si Kongjing watched Su Yueshi with a gratified smile, his expression full of approval at this moment. She had finally taken her first step toward conquering Yunyeching through martial prowess. First match, Su Yueshi of the Su family wins. After a long pause, the City Lord's Guard captain announced in a booming voice. As his words hit the ground like thunder breaking the silence, the arena instantly erupted, with roars of excitement washing over the stands like a tidal wave. On the other side of the platform, Luo Ji, who had only just come to his senses, turned ashen-faced and suddenly roared. "No, I couldn't possibly lose to this ugly freak. I demand a rematch." However, several of the City Lord's guards had already stepped forward and forcibly dragged him off the platform. A loss was a loss. The entire city had witnessed it clearly. Just as the commotion had yet to subside, a sharp voice pierced the air. Luo Ji's father, Luo Tong, stood up. Guard captain, I object. I suspect this person is an impostor posing as Su Yueshi. 7 days ago, she knew no martial arts whatsoever. Please remove her veil and verify her identity. His voice was filled with venom. In his youth, he had been defeated by Su Zhenglong, and now even his son had been trampled underfoot by Su Zhenglong's daughter. How could he accept this? Making the ugliest woman in all of Yunzhou remove her veil in public? How thrilling! Chu Bo, the eldest son of the Chu family, was secretly overjoyed and immediately stood up excitedly, deliberately shouting his agreement. Exactly. Our Chu family also questions this woman's identity. Her true identity must be verified. As he spoke, a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. Several days ago at the Tianwu Pavilion, he had been forced to kneel and shout, Su Yueshi is the most beautiful woman in the world 3 times. Now he wanted to reclaim his dignity and make this legendary, ugliest woman in Yunzhou lose all face. As soon as Chu Bo spoke, troublemakers throughout the venue responded in kind, clamoring to see the true appearance of the ugliest woman in Yunzhou, their voices growing louder with each wave. Among the city lord's guard unit, a middle-aged guard captain stepped forward, raised one hand to quiet the noise, and shouted, Identity verification is indeed necessary. The Yunzhou Grand Competition is no trivial matter. All participants must be residents of Yunyecheng. Having spoken, he turned and nodded to Su Yueshi. Miss Su, please remove your veil. Su Yueshi's entire body trembled as her slender fingers slowly rose to grasp the edge of her veil, her fingertips shaking uncontrollably. Even though she now looked in the mirror daily, she still feared that she might become ugly again at any moment. If she were to revert to that ugly freak face in front of the entire city, how could she bear the tide of mockery? She looked up, gazing across the sea of people toward the spectator seats. There, Si Kongjing was smiling at her, his eyes firm and warm, as if silently offering his support. Su Yueshi took a deep breath and yanked sharply. The veil fell away. In the stands, a man was leaning towards Si Kongjing with a mocking laugh. Open your dog eyes and see what the ugliest woman in all of Yunzhou looks like. If she's not ugly, I'll do a handstand and eat holy shit. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly turned his head just as the veil dropped, and the curse burst from his lips. A face of otherworldly beauty came into view, like the morning sun shattering all speculation. The arena's clamor came to an abrupt halt, leaving only the sound of people swallowing hard. The previously seated spectators rose to their feet in unison, eyes wide with shock. Chu Bo, who had been preparing for his revenge, stood with his mouth agape, completely frozen in place. Even the middle-aged guard captain beside Su Yueshi widened his eyes in amazement. Only those who had witnessed Su Yueshi's restored appearance at the Su family's birthday banquet could maintain some composure, though not complete calm. She was simply too beautiful. Today marked only the second time they had seen this face, yet it felt like an entire era had passed. The crowd around the arena fell silent in an instant, leaving only soft gasps in the air. Si Kongjing stood in the front row, his eyes smiling as he gazed at Su Yuxi's former title of Ugly Woman, had now become nothing more than a joke. After a long moment, the city lord's guard captain finally found his voice, asking hoarsely, Are you really Su Yueshi of the Su family? Without a mirror, Su Yueshi felt anxious, finding the surrounding silence terrifying as she worried that everyone was once again shocked by her ugliness. Suppressing her panic, she replied softly, Of course I am Su Yueshi. The guard captain blurted out, Then why aren't you ugly anymore? Voices of disbelief immediately echoed around them. Not ugly anymore. Really not ugly anymore. Hearing this, Su Yueshi felt her heartstrings relax suddenly, and a smile overflowed from her eyes. Because of my husband Si Kongjing. He is a treasure bestowed upon me by the Lord of Yunzhou, and he healed my face. She deliberately raised her voice, speaking each word clearly, both to inform everyone present and to vindicate her husband. What did it matter if Si Kongjing bore the name of criminal? As soon as she finished speaking, 2 figures rushed onto the arena like the Winsu Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng. Both beaming with joy, they assured the guard captain with chest-thumping confidence, Sir, she is our daughter. No mistake, she is Su Yueshi. Still uncertain, the guard captain turned to look at Su family head Su Xiefeng, whose face was dark as water as he gave a heavy nod. Below the stage, guests who had seen her true appearance at the birthday banquet voiced their agreement, while even Luo Tong remained silent through gritted teeth. Her identity was finally confirmed. With verification complete, the guard captain raised his hand. Since there's no doubt about your identity, go down and wait for the second round. The Su Zhenglong couple hurriedly pulled Su Yueshi off the stage, their faces full of ingratiating smiles. But reaching the steps, Su Yueshi suddenly stopped and turned back to search the audience. Si Kongjing's figure was nowhere to be seen, and she could only hear a group of people in the distance shouting like they were jeering. Eat shit while doing a handstand. She was completely puzzled. How strange. Why would anyone do something so disgusting? At this moment, Si Jing had already left his original position and was walking toward the Su family's seating area. At the sidelines, the Su Zhenglong couple brought Su Yueshi before Su Xiefeng. Mei Xiaofeng held her head high proudly. Old Master Su, shouldn't you now announce the restoration of all our family's privileges? Even facing an elder, her form of address remained distant. Su Yueshi also looked excitedly at her grandfather. She had won the first round, and the promise should be honored. For the first time, she felt she could do something for her parents and for Brother Jing. Su Xiefeng's gloomy expression slowly relaxed, his pressed lips suddenly curving upward, though his voice carried a cold undertone. Yueshi, you went from having no martial arts skills to the first level of the Dark Realm in just 7 days. What miraculous elixir did you take? At these words, the Su Zhenglong couple also leaned in curiously. Su Yueshi answered honestly. Brother Jing gave me 3 jade papers and guided my cultivation, which allowed me to achieve this. Su Xiefeng's eyebrows twitched. So these 3 jade papers are quite powerful. Yes, they should be very powerful. Su Yueshi nodded. In the next instant, Su Xiefeng extended his hand, his voice suddenly turning cold. Then hand them over. The faces of the Su Zhenglong couple and Su Yueshi changed simultaneously. Mei Xiaofeng shrieked angrily. You old bastard, didn't you just say? What did I say? Did any of you hear it? Su Xiefeng coldly interrupted. Su Zhengtao, Su Yun, and other Su family members stepped forward, all sneering and shaking their heads in unison. We heard nothing. Only that Su Yueshi must hand over the jade papers, not a single one can be missing. Su Xiefeng sneered repeatedly. How could he possibly honor such a ridiculous promise? 3 pieces of jade paper had instantly transformed Su Yueshi, who had never practiced martial arts, into something extraordinary. Their heaven-defying power was undeniable. No matter who came forward, he, Su Xiefeng, was determined to possess such treasures. You old fool, are your words nothing but hot air? Mei Xiaofeng finally lost control, her eyes bloodshot as she roared at Su Xiefeng. Su Zhenglong trembled with rage, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Su Yueshi's mind buzzed. She knew her grandfather was shameless, but she never imagined he could stoop this low. 7 days ago, the life-and-death battle between Brother Jing and Su Shan had just concluded. 7 days later, grandfather's public promise had become empty words. Her heart ached. Why was her grandfather such a person? Being publicly insulted by his daughter-in-law. Su Xiefeng's face burned with shame. He slammed the armrest and bellowed. If you don't hand over those jade papers, I'll report this to Qiu Yi, and we'll destroy each other. At these words, Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng instantly turned pale. Go ahead and report it, I am not afraid. Su Yueshi suddenly exploded, her cheeks flushed red. Brother Jing said this wasn't stolen from the Beast Bandit group, so even if you report it to the Lord of Yunzhou, it won't matter. She had held back these words for far too long. The hall fell into brief silence. Su Xiefeng hadn't expected his always timid granddaughter to defy him, and he hesitated. If this really went to the authorities, the jade papers would likely end up in Qiu Ye's hands. Just as he wavered, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. A Su family expert approached and whispered in his ear. Su Xiefeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he burst into laughter. Excellent. What wonderful news. He turned back to Su Yueshi with a sinister expression. You keep calling him Brother Jing this, Brother Jing that. Well, here's some fantastic news for you. Your Brother Jing is dead. What? Su Yueshi's pupils contracted sharply. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng also rushed forward, their faces ashen. Su Xiefeng spoke triumphantly, his voice booming. 5 days ago, the Luoshui and Laying merchant houses in Riyun town held a gambling duel at Fengshan Mountain and offended some dangerous people. Everyone was slaughtered at the Luoshui Jade House Villa, except for Miss Luo Ning, who had gone out to buy medicine. Didn't your precious son-in-law go there to make up the numbers too? Buzz Su Yueshi felt as if struck by lightning, her whole body numb and trembling uncontrollably. Brother Jing had gone with Luo Ning to the gambling duel, and now, he was dead too? Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng gritted their teeth. They knew Si Jing had gone to make up the numbers for Luoshui Jade House, but the result had literally turned him into a head count. No, I just saw Brother Jing in the audience. Su Yueshi suddenly looked up, tears streaming down her face. Su Yun scoffed. You probably saw a ghost. He was killed 5 days ago. If he were alive, wouldn't he have come back? Su Yueshi was confused again. She hadn't seen clearly earlier, and after leaving the arena, she hadn't found any trace of Brother Jing. Could it really have been just an illusion? Hand over the 3 jade papers, Su Yun shouted coldly and lunged towards Su Yueshi, her fingers like claws, aiming for her face, trying to disfigure her again while she was in shock. Smack! In the next instant, a straight figure flashed down in front of Su Yueshi and delivered a heavy slap to Su Yun. A crisp sound rang out as Su Yun spun several times in midair before landing. An ice-cold voice followed immediately. Su Yun, you want to disfigure Yueshi's face? Very well, then let me disfigure yours. Before the words had finished, Si Jing spread his 5 fingers wide, sending several sharp streams of true qi slashing through the air like claws. Splurt, splurt, splurt blood sprayed as several hideous gashes instantly appeared across Su Yun's face, with blood dripping down her chin. Brother Jing, Su Yueshi cried out in a trembling voice, rushing out from behind Sikong Jing. Jing, you're not dead. From the direction of the spectator seats, Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng exclaimed almost simultaneously. Su Xiefeng, Su Zhengtao, and the others turned deathly pale. You. Are you human or ghost? Sikong Jing looked around at everyone, his tone calm. Of course I'm not dead. Why would I be? I just rushed over from the spectator seats and only saw Su Yun attacking. I'm still unclear about everything else. Su Jingtao's voice trembled. Impossible. Everyone from both trading companies died except for Luo Ning. The news clearly stated, how did you survive? Unfortunately for you, I also went with Luo Ning to buy medicine that day, and later entered Cloud Mountain. Your intelligence is outdated. Sikong Jing spoke lightly, yet still provided an explanation, didn't want to bring more trouble to the family. Su Xiefeng and the others' mouths twitched. This guy's luck is simply heaven-defying. Suddenly, Su Yun let out a heart-wrenching scream. Father, grandfather, my face is ruined. Quickly avenge me. Su Xiefeng's entire body shook as murderous intent blazed in his eyes. Good. It's better that you're alive. Hand over the 3 jade papers and all the treasures, or don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll kill you first. Having his most beloved daughter disfigured, Su Zhengtao had lost all reason and wildly slashed at Sikong Jing with his blade. Su Zhengtao, you dare. Su Zhenglong roared, about to intervene. Father-in-law, leave this to me. Sikong Jing spoke coldly, his figure flashing as he charged into the battle circle. A straight punch landed on Su Zhengtao's abdomen, exploding with true qi. Arg, Su Zhengtao screamed as he flew backward, rolling several times before losing consciousness. Su Zhenglong held back his true qi, stunned. Has aging grown stronger again? That fluctuation. Dark Realm 4th layer. In just 7 days. How did he manage that? Zhengtao, Su Xiefeng rushed over to embrace his unconscious son. When he looked up, his eyes were blood red, and violent true qi exploded outward clearly. Human Realm 8th layer. Criminal, die. Sikong Jing's gaze sharpened. Slight lie could defeat Lei Dinghai of Human Realm 5th layer, but facing Human Realm 8th layer was still troublesome. Su Xiefeng was, after all, his father-in-law's father, so whether to kill him depended on his father-in-law's attitude. He turned his head. Father-in-law, let's join forces. Su Jinglong's fighting spirit surged as he unleashed his full Human Realm 7th layer power. I'll go first. Bang, bang, bang. Fist shadows interweaved as the two directly exchanged blows at the edge of the martial arts arena. Su Jinglong, once a prodigy, could easily fight across a minor realm, forcibly holding back Su Xiefeng, who was 1 layer higher. At this moment, Sikong Jing caught an opening, flashed to the side and rear, and viciously punched Su Xiefeng in the back. As intense pain struck, Su Xiefeng instinctively tried to turn around. Su Jinglong seized the opportunity, landing a right hook to his brow bone. Bang, bang, bang. What followed was the father-in-law and son-in-law duo taking turns from front and back, delivering punch after punch in a thorough beating of Su Xiefeng. Su Xiefeng screamed and howled in agony. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the sky as he clutched his head and rolled on the ground, shouting frantically, "Help me! Someone save me! My unfilial descendants are beating up this old man. Help! City Lord, please come save me." At that moment, the selection tournament in Yunyi City was still ongoing, with 2 young fighters battling fiercely on the arena. However, the audience's attention had long shifted to the Su family's commotion. Their faces filled with excitement. Watching Human Realm experts fight was far more entertaining than the youngsters on stage. The next instant, the scene turned into a complete one-sided beating. Someone gasped sympathetically. That old man getting beaten looks so pitiful. Quick, save the old master. Only then did the Su family entourage snap to attention, drawing their swords and charging towards Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing raised an eyebrow and said casually to his father-in-law, Su Zhenglong beside him, "Father-in-law, you continue with him. I'll handle the others around us." Before his words finished, his figure flashed, and a series of dull thud, thud, thud sounds immediately echoed around the arena. Except for Su Xiefeng and Su Zhenglong, no one from the Su family had reached the human realm. How could they possibly withstand Sikong Jing? In the blink of an eye, bodies were sprawled everywhere amid continuous screams. After taking them all down, he returned to join Su Jinglong in continuing to pummel Su Xiefeng on the ground. "What are you doing?" The city lord's mansion finally reacted, as a middle-aged guard captain led his men to break up the fight, pulling Su Jinglong and Sikong Jing aside, while helping Su Xiefeng to his feet with many hands. Su Xiefeng's face was swollen like a pig's head, with snot and blood mixed together. Speaking unclearly, he shouted, "Guard captain, what punishment should be given for a son beating his father?" His whole body trembled as he pointed at Su Zhenglong and Sikong Jing, his eyes practically shooting flames. Our great Shang Dynasty doesn't seem to have laws against filial impiety. The middle-aged guard captain's mouth twitched as he could only answer reluctantly. How tragic. Su Xiefeng was actually beaten like this by his own son and granddaughter's husband. As the head of one of the four great families, he'll probably become the laughingstock of the entire city. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Aye, aye, there's actually no law against filial impiety. Su Xiefeng was so angry he nearly exploded, his chest heaving violently. Ha ha, old Master Su, would you like us to help you out? Suddenly, a long laugh rang out as Chu family head Chu Rongxian approached with narrowed eyes. People from the Ren and Hai families also gathered to watch, sneering coldly. Su Xiefeng's old face nearly bled with shame. Of course he didn't dare let them help. Clenching his fists, he said coldly, "This is our family matter, so we won't trouble you all. Su family, let's go." After speaking, he glared fiercely at Su Zhonglong and Sikong Jing. Rebellious son and grandson. We'll see about this. The Su family members supported each other and left the martial arts field dejectedly. The Chu, Run, and Hai families cast their gazes on Su Zhonglong, sneered a few times, then turned and left as well in their eyes. Su Zhonglong was nothing more than a dying man who would become the poison that dragged down the Su family. Soon only Sikong Jing, Su Zhonglong, and their two subordinates remained at the sidelines. Su Yueshi rushed forward, her trembling hands grasping Sikong Jing's hands, her eyes red with tears, but unable to say a word. She had truly thought he had died in Riyun Town. Satisfying. So damn satisfying. Master, aging, you should have let me go up and slap him too. Mei Xiaofeng laughed heartily, rubbing her fists together, truly wishing she could have joined in beating up Su Xiefeng. Su Zhenglong let out a bitter laugh. Sure, it felt satisfying, but after all this commotion, he'd probably end up being labeled an unfilial son by everyone. He never wanted things to escalate this far. He'd said everything he could, even brought out his mother's statue, and Yueshi had brought honor to the Su family, yet Su Xiefeng remained stubbornly determined. He was beginning to wonder if he was even his biological son. What made it worse was that Su Xiefeng would likely go all out this time and run to Chou Yi to file a complaint. At this thought, Mei Xiaofeng's face turned deathly pale, fear filling her eyes. Su Zhenglong's expression also darkened now they were in real trouble. Meanwhile, Sikong Jing spread his hands in helpless explanation. Those things really weren't taken from the Beast Bandit gang. Why won't anyone believe me? The guard official presiding over the arena shouted loudly. Su Yueshi, second match. Su Yueshi's heart tightened. Under Sikong Jing's watchful gaze, she stepped onto the platform one step at a time. Her opponent was Chu Bo, the eldest son of the Chu family who had won his first battle. I surrender. Chu Bo twitched his lips and raised his hand. Without hesitation, what was the point of fighting Su Yueshi at the 7th level of the Bright Realm? The matches continued round after round. Su Yueshi fought with increasing vigor, cutting through all opposition like a hot knife through butter, ultimately making it into Yunyi City's top 10. According to the rules, the top 10 would compete again tomorrow to select 3 representatives to fight for Yunyi City. When the tournament ended and the crowd dispersed, Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi walked hand in hand, following behind Su Zhenglong and his wife as they left the martial arts ground and returned to the Su residence. Along the way, countless spectators kept turning back to look. Su Yueshi, once known as the ugliest woman in Yunzhou and now at least one of the beauties, had not only transformed in appearance, but her martial arts had also reached perfection. Then, one by one, their gazes fell on Sikong Jing, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. This criminal's luck was just too good. At the same time, at the city guard general's residence in Yunyi City. Are you certain? Chou Ye's eyes widened as he stared intently at Su Yang kneeling at the bottom of the steps. That criminal Sikong Jing is secretly hiding spoils from the Beast Bandit gang, 3 pieces of jade paper? Su Yang, leaning on his crutch, had come to file a complaint on his grandfather Su Xiefeng's orders. Absolutely certain. He doesn't just have 3 pieces of jade paper, he also obtained 2 jade stone tablets. At the birthday banquet, in front of everyone, he even gave one to Lu Zhao, the master of Tianwu Pavilion. And he's probably hiding precious pills and treasures too. Otherwise, how could he have already entered the Dark Realm? His wife Su Yueshi has also recovered her appearance and reached the 1st level of the Dark Realm. As Su Yang rattled off his report like machine gun fire, the fury in Chou Ye's eyes burned ever brighter. Bang! He slammed the table and shot to his feet. Men, follow me with troops to the Su residence. Su Yang grinned sinisterly. Su Zhenglong, Sikong Jing, let's see how you die this time. Just as Chou Yi left with his troops, Old Zhang and Ahu arrived at the general's residence. The two had been given a day off, but having finally entered the human realm, they couldn't resist coming back to show off. However, upon entering the residence, they found it empty except for a few guards on duty. Where is the general? A soldier replied. Don't you 2 officers know? That criminal called Sikong Jing was secretly hiding spoils from the Beast Bandit gang. General Chou was furious and led troops to attack the Su residence. As soon as these words fell, old Zhang and Ahu exchanged glances, their faces turning deathly pale as they turned and ran frantically. General Cho is courting death. By now, Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi had returned to their own courtyard within the Su residence. The moment they stepped through the gate, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a thunderous roar. Surround them. In the blink of an eye, soldiers flooded in like a tide, sealing off the entire courtyard layer by layer as the gate was kicked open with tremendous force. Qiu Yi stormed in with the bruised and battered Su Xiefeng, his eyes immediately locking onto Sikong Jing. You insolent criminal! How dare you? Qiu Yi bellowed. You dare to hide the spoils of war from the savage beast bandit group. Kneel down, confess honestly, and hand over all the loot to me. The worst fear had finally come to pass. Mei Xiaofeng's face turned deathly pale as she stared at Qiu Yi, her trembling hands gripping Su Zhenglong's arm. Su Zhenglong clenched his fists but remained silent, thinking that perhaps their only option was to obediently surrender the items to barely scrape by. Let aging suffer a bit, it might teach him not to boast in the future. If Qiu Yi pushed too hard, he would risk everything and fight him, then use that as leverage to negotiate terms. As someone at the 7th level of the human realm, Qiu Yi might not refuse such a deal. Seeing that Sikong Jing remained completely motionless, Su Xiefeng roared angrily. Criminal, are you deaf? Why aren't you kneeling and confessing? Sikong Jing merely stared coldly at Qiu Yi before finally speaking. Qiu Yi, the jade papers in my possession, along with everything else, have nothing to do with the savage beast bandit group. As soon as these words fell, the Su couple was struck with shock. Was aging still trying to tough it out? No matter how valuable the items were, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. Didn't he understand this? Qiu Yi's expression instantly darkened. You have no choice but to hand them over. Even if they were related, even if I truly obtained them from the corpses of the savage beast bandit group, it's none of your business. Sikong Jing's voice grew progressively colder, cutting off his threat directly. If he were still in his former position, Qiu Yi's current behavior would have warranted immediate execution. Such a fierce attitude made Su Zhenglong's heart clench. Aging was still too impulsive. But then Sikong Jing continued. Have you forgotten? I single-handedly annihilated the entire savage beast bandit group. You merely happened to steal my credit. Su Zhenglong was tremendously shaken, staring at Sikong Jing in disbelief, while Qiu Yi's face gradually contorted. Of course he remembered the truth of that day, but the 3 jade papers and the sudden surge in strength of both Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi were too tempting for him to let go. Criminal, you're spouting nonsense. Watch your tongue, or disaster will befall you. Qiu Yi's voice was as cold as a blade's edge. The merit from that battle had already been reported and rewarded. If exposed, he would face serious trouble. Disaster? Who faces disaster? Sikong Jing's gaze sharpened. Mind your own business and get lost. In that instant, he seemed to transform back into the commander who once led 1,000,000 troops, his presence overwhelmingly intimidating. In that brief moment, Qiu Yi felt his spine turn cold and his hair stand on end. Not even the Yunzhou commander had ever instilled such fear in him. Involuntarily, he took half a step back. But the moment he regained his senses, anger and humiliation surged together. How could he fear a mere criminal? His face contorted again as he thought. Criminal? Who do you think you're talking to? Damn it. How did I suddenly become afraid of a petty criminal? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, especially with people watching. Humiliated by his recent performance, Qiu Yi snarled viciously. Don't you dare threaten me, you bastard. So what if you slaughtered the beast bandit gang? You're a criminal. Who would believe you? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall was struck as if by lightning. Everyone had thought Sikong Jing was merely boasting, but now Qiu Yi had personally confirmed it, and all doubts instantly crumbled. Mei Xiaofeng especially felt darkness closing in. She had previously declared that no one could single-handedly destroy the bandit gang, yet the truth was right before her eyes. Qiu Yi swept his gaze around the room, completely ignoring everyone's shock, and gritted his teeth as he asked the person beside him. Su Xiefeng, do you believe it? Called out by name, Su Xiefeng's body trembled, and he forced a sinister smile. Of course not. No one would believe it. Qiu Yi snorted coldly, his lips curling in mockery. The Luoshui Jade Trading House has provoked a dangerous man and can barely protect itself. If Luo Ning dares to spread this news, the Luoshui Jade Trading House will face retaliation from the Laying Trading Company. Would she dare? His voice grew louder with each word, clearly having identified Sikong Jing's weakness. Regardless of whether those items came from the Beast Bandit gang or not, you must give them to me's tribute. Each word pressed down on Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng until their breathing grew tight, their chests feeling crushed by massive stones. Truly, even a fallen tiger is bullied by dogs. Sikong Jing closed his eyes and murmured softly. After a moment, he slowly opened them. But you, this dog, aren't qualified to bite me. Before he finished speaking, his figure instantly faded from its original position, reappearing within inches of Qiu Yi. Slap. A crisp sound rang out as half of Qiu Ye's face instantly swelled up. While Xikong Jing had mysteriously returned to his original position, his expression calm. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Now get lost. Qiu Yi was merely at the 5th level of the human realm, and Xikong Jing's beast technique, flowing cloud, was enough to make his movements invisible to him. Even Lei Dinghai had died at Xikong Jing's hands. Qiu Yi was hardly worth mentioning. The entire hall turned to stone. No one had seen clearly how Xikong Jing had struck, only knowing that Qiu Yi had been solidly slapped. Stunned by the blow, Qiu Ye's face contorted as blood and qi churned in his chest. You dare hit me? Men, kill this bastard. With a clatter, his subordinates drew their blades in unison, cold steel flashing everywhere. Zhenglong, what do we do? Mei Xiaofeng whispered. Su Zhenglong clenched his fists, his face ashen. Aging was too impulsive. Now, forget about the Su residents who probably can't even stay in Yunyi City. We'll have to fight our way out and flee as a family. Just as the situation was about to explode, two figures suddenly descended from above, grabbing Qiu Ye's arms from left and right. General Qiu, don't be rash. The newcomers were none other than Old Zhang and Ahu. 7 days ago, they had witnessed Xikong Jing's terrifying power firsthand, and now they were scared out of their wits. If this continued, Qiu Yi would definitely die, and many others would be buried with him. Qiu Yi roared. Perfect timing, you two. Kill this criminal for me. General Qiu, you mustn't. Old Zhang was so anxious that sweat poured down his face. Ahu also threw caution to the wind, pleading repeatedly. General Qiu, everything can be negotiated, please don't be rash. The two men held Qiu Yi back desperately, their voices carrying a pleading tone. What are you doing? What's there to negotiate? He just slapped me. Qiu Yi pointed at the 5-finger mark on his face, spittle flying onto both men's faces. Old Zhang and Ahu's mouths twitched. Brother Xikong was indeed terrifyingly fierce. General, no matter what, we absolutely must negotiate, Old Zhang said, steeling himself. Right, we can't touch Brother Xikong. Ahu gritted his teeth and chimed in. What the hell? Brother Xikong? Whose side are you on? Qiu Yi was nearly driven mad. These were two of his most capable lieutenants, and they had actually switched sides. It was absolutely outrageous. Which side? The moment Ahu and Lao Zhang locked eyes, sparks flew between them. Both simultaneously released their grip on Qiu Ye's arms, spun around to face Xikong Jing, dropped to their knees, and declared with clenched fists in a low, resolute voice. If General Qiu insists on forcing Brother Xikong, then we stand with Brother Xikong. Before their words had fully settled, both men shot to their feet. Their armor plates clanged as their human realm true qi surged outward like a raging tide. Clenching their fists, they summoned the overwhelming pressure of the earth-shaking dragon fist, directing it straight at Qiu Yi. The air in the courtyard seemed to tighten. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng exchanged bewildered glances, their faces blank with shock. When had Xikong Jing managed to win over both officers? Across from them, Su Xiefeng stood frozen, forgetting even to blink. The soldiers from the city guard general's mansion could barely grip their weapons, their confused gazes turning in unison toward Qiu Yi, their commanding officer. Were they really about to turn blades against each other? Qiu Yi stood rigid, his Adam's apple bobbing violently as his trembling finger pointed repeatedly at Lao Zhang and Ahu, his voice shaking. You're courting death. This is mutiny. Complete mutiny. Attack. Kill these two traitors. His roar echoed through the air, but no one responded. The city guards' mouths twitched. Were they really supposed to fight? Why aren't you moving? Are you all planning to rebel too? Qiu Yi screamed himself hoarse. Under military orders, several of his trusted subordinates charged forward first, forcing the remaining soldiers to reluctantly follow. Lao Zhang and Ahu exchanged another glance. Seeing Xikong Jing's calm expression and hearing no objection from him, their hearts trembled. It seemed they truly had to break with Qiu Yi. Without further hesitation, they launched themselves forward, their earth-shaking dragon fists raining down. Bang! Bang! One punch each, and Qiu Yi's trusted men flew through the air like broken sacks. Then came a barrage of fist strikes, screams echoing through Su Zhenglong's courtyard as roof tiles scattered to the ground. Against Lao Zhang and Ahu's overwhelming power, the ordinary city guards were like straw, swept away like debris. In the blink of an eye, no one around them remained standing. Qiu Yi was completely stunned. When had these two become so powerful? Even reaching the human realm shouldn't make them this terrifying. The demoralized city guard formation fell into chaos, retreating in all directions. You bastards, I'll kill you both. Qiu Yi could no longer contain his rage and charged forward with his blade drawn. Lao Zhang and Ahu exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. If they actually harmed the general, this situation might become irreversible. At that moment, a figure silently stepped in front of them. Xikong Jing. Slap. Another resounding slap. Qiu Yi's charge came to an abrupt halt as he spun through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. His cheek burned, his chest churned, and he nearly went mad. This was the second slap. Just as he was about to fight desperately, Xikong Jing spoke calmly. Brothers, you both know the truth about the savage beast bandit incident. If Chiyoyi continues to be stubborn, you should report it to higher authorities. As his words fell, Chiyoyi froze, staring intently at the three men. The savage beast bandit incident had stolen Sikong Jing's credit back then, and both Lao Zhang and Ahu had been present. If these two, given their positions, truly reported it up the chain, he would be finished. Lao Zhang smiled bitterly upon hearing this. General, let's just let this matter rest. Ahu also urged. Yes, General, making this bigger won't benefit anyone. You. Chiyoye's face contorted as if it might split apart, his voice hoarse with rage. What did this criminal offer you? He couldn't understand it at all. Why had everything been fine before, but after sending them to monitor this criminal for 7 days, they suddenly turned against him? The benefits? Of course, it was that earth-shaking dragon fist technique. 7 days ago, they wouldn't have had the ability to cause such chaos in front of everyone. But old Zhang and Ahu didn't want to explain much. Old Zhang just lowered his voice and respectfully replied, "We're all thinking of you, General. Please don't misunderstand our good intentions." Chiyoyi was so angry his chest heaved had been slapped twice by that criminal, and these two subordinates still claimed it was for his own good. Who could he turn to for justice? He flicked his sleeve and said coldly, "Fine. This matter won't end here. You two don't need to return to the general's mansion either." Old Zhang and Ahu threatened to report this to higher authorities, leaving Chiyoyi temporarily helpless. He could only plan to think of other methods after returning. Having delivered his harsh words, he couldn't even be bothered to bid farewell to Su Xiefeng and led his small troop away in disgrace. The courtyard instantly fell quiet, leaving only Su Zhenglong's family, Old Zhang, Ahu, and Su Xiefeng standing alone. Su Xiefeng's mouth twitched. Even Chiyoyi had left. Mei Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to mock him coldly. "You old fool. What are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry back and apply some medicine?" This remark made Su Xiefeng's face twitch, but he could only leave behind a threat. "You dare to hit General Chiyo, you just wait for your doom." Then he fled in embarrassment. The air finally cleared. Su Zhenglong let out a long breath and cupped his hands toward Old Zhang and Ahu, saying, "Officers, thanks to your intervention, we truly couldn't have gotten through today otherwise." The two returned the gesture, and Ahu smiled. "It was our duty. Brother Sikong is our lifesaver." Hearing this, Su Zhenglong quickly turned to look at Sikong Jing and added a few more polite words. Su Yueshi then asked worriedly, "Officers, now that you can't return to the general's mansion, what will you do?" Old Zhang looked up and laughed. "Just because Chiyoyi says we can't return doesn't mean we can't. Our positions weren't appointed by him to dismiss us. Orders would have to come from Yunzhou." Ahu nodded in agreement. "That's right, sister-in-law Sikong, don't worry." At this point, the two slightly nodded towards Sikong Jing, preparing to take their leave. Sikong Jing spoke up. "Thank you both for earlier. Wait for me at the Tianwu Pavilion, I have something for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Zhang and Ahu trembled with excitement, thanked him repeatedly, and left arm in arm with quick steps. Sikong Jing watched their retreating figures with a gentle smiley, could have easily dealt with Chiyoyi himself, but having them step forward had saved him much trouble. This favor needed to be remembered. Going to Tianwu Pavilion naturally meant giving them more advanced martial arts techniques. Once their strength improved, they could handle future difficulties at the general's mansion themselves. When only family remained, Su Zhenglong asked curiously, "Aging, how did you become the benefactor of those two officers during your trip out of the city?" Sikong Jing replied matter-of-factly, "I'm a registered criminal, so Chiyoyi sent them to monitor me. On the day of the massacre by the two major trading houses, they would have died if not for me." He didn't elaborate further. Mei Xiaofeng sighed. "They truly know how to repay kindness. There really is justice in the city guard general's mansion." Sikong Jing's mouth twitched. Earlier, she had praised Chiyoyi as a good man. But stubborn people care about face, so he just smiled and said, "Father-in-law, let's go inside. I brought you a gift this time." The four entered the house. Su Zhenglong unwrapped the bundle and was instantly stunned. It was actually a cloud-gliding flying squirrel. Su Zhenglong was both shocked and delighted, hardly daring to believe it. The lamplight flickered faintly in the room, and his hand gripping the armrest trembled. Dr. Sun had repeatedly emphasized that the inner core of a cloud-drifting flying squirrel could suppress the Earthrealm true qi within his body, but such a creature was so rare, its very name sounded like legend. At this thought, he tried to steady his voice, yet it still trembled slightly as he asked, "Aging, how did you manage this?" "I went into Cloud Mountain specifically for the cloud-drifting flying squirrel." Sikong Jing smiled casually. "Got lucky and actually caught one." As his words fell, the room instantly fell silent, with only the crackling of charcoal breaking the quiet. Mei Xiaofeng pressed her throbbing temples and spoke carefully. "Aging, your father-in-law and I are deeply grateful, but the cloud-drifting flying squirrel. I heard even the previous lord of Yunzhou couldn't catch one. Are you bragging again? When will you break this habit?" Sikong Jing immediately understood the implication and smiled bitterly, spreading his hands. I happened to encounter a Heaven Realm demon beast, a gold-rending steel-fanged tiger that had beaten the flying squirrel half to death. I seized the moment when it was distracted, grabbed it, and ran. At this, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. A mighty invincible divine general reduced to such sneaky work, how humiliating, but it was worth it. After hearing this, Su Zhenglong finally couldn't contain his smile and patted Xikong Jing's shoulder heavily. The depths of Cloud Mountain are too dangerous. You won't have such good luck if you encounter another Heaven Realm demon beast next time. Don't take such risks again at my age. Death is just death. These heartfelt words warmed Xikong Jing's heart. Sneaky or not, it was worth it. Next, Su Zhenglong sat cross-legged to circulate his qi and prepare to take the pill. Xikong Jing personally cut open the demon squirrel, carefully extracting a warm, lustrous white inner core, then meticulously peeled off the fur to fashion into a soft scarf for Su Yueshi. Thank you, Brother Jing. The young woman accepted the scarf, her eyes curving like crescents as she bounced excitedly. She wrapped the scarf around her neck and pulled it up, covering her dreamlike face until only her eyes showed. Seeing Xikong Jing's puzzled expression, she stuck out her tongue and laughed softly. It's a habit. Su Yueshi looked utterly adorable at this moment, making Xikong Jing's heart flutter. He pulled her into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. There's another gift tonight. I need to go to Tianwu Pavilion first, so the two general brothers don't wait too long. Su Yueshi covered her burning cheeks and watched him leave the courtyard, happiness nearly overflowing. Inside Tianwu Pavilion, Lu Zhao had already prepared 3 sheets of jade paper, with old Zhang and Ahu waiting nearby. Xikong Jing sat down, condensed true qi into threads at his fingertips, and with swift strokes carved patterns onto the jade paper. When finished, he handed one sheet to Lu Zhao. The payment I promised you 7 days ago. Lu Zhao accepted it with excitement, but shook his head repeatedly. I feel ashamed. I really didn't help much. He had sent people to secretly protect Su Yueshi's family, but the journey had been peaceful throughout. When trouble arose at today's martial demonstration ground, he couldn't even intervene. And still, he hadn't been able to help at all. Xikong Jing shook his head and firmly pressed the payment into their hands. He always kept his word, couldn't very well wait until after trouble struck to pay them. Could he? He casually raised his arm and slipped 2 paper-thin jade slips into old Zhang and Ahu's hands, his tone calm, yet resolute. I inscribed these based on your bone structure and cultivation methods. Practice according to these, and before long, your strength will surpass Zhou Ye's. You won't need to worry about trouble anymore. The 2 men held the jade slips, and when their spiritual senses probed them, their bodies trembled violently. These were actually mid-tier mystic-grade cultivation methods. Moreover, the compatibility was nearly perfect, as if tailor-made for them. In an instant, they entered a cultivation state, their true qi flowing like drifting clouds and flowing water without the slightest obstruction. In less than half an hour, energy waves surged through the courtyard as 2 auras successively broke through their shackles. Old Zhang and Ahu advanced to the 2nd level of the human realm one after another. When they finished their practice and opened their eyes, Xikong Jing's figure had long since vanished without a trace. Young Master Xikong has already left. Lu Zhao cupped his fists, keeping his voice extremely low. My lords, do you know his true identity? The 2 men exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in bewilderment. Tearing apart the Qianyu leopard, slaughtering experts from 2 major trading houses, capturing the cloud-drifting flying squirrel, and now casually inscribing mystic-grade cultivation methods. Each of these feats, how could they possibly be accomplished by someone at the 4th level of the Dark Realm? Beyond their shock, they felt even more grateful for their decision to resist Zhou Yi back then. Now with these cultivation methods, they might truly glimpse the threshold of the Earth Realm. Never before had they dared to touch the concept of opportunity so tangibly. After leaving the Tianwu Pavilion, Xikong Jing didn't immediately return home, but instead turned into a weapon shop in the western part of the city. Browsing through the spear rack, he selected a long spear with a well-balanced grip. As for the longsword he wanted to get for Su Yueshi, Yunyi City's selection was truly shabby. After visiting 3 shops, he found nothing satisfactory and had to give up for now. As night fell, he took a side road home, planning to make it back for dinner at the Su residence. When he reached the secluded stone slab alley, a threat of cold, killing intent suddenly emanated from the adjacent alley, accompanied by low conversation. Substitute, where have you been these past few days? Why couldn't we contact you? Called out a sinister male voice. Substitute? A code name. Xikong Jing's mind stirred, but he didn't stop walking, preparing to act as if he hadn't heard anything. Another clear, cold female voice immediately responded. Tattoo Hunter, where I go doesn't seem to require reporting to you, does it? During times without missions, I'm free to act as I please. That voice, it was the black-clothed woman who had sought the squirrel for her father. Xikong Jing's steps faltered, his eyebrows rising slightly. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed off the walls. Tattoo Hunter snarled viciously. Assassins have no freedom. Without missions, you wait in place. That's the organization's rule. Su Yuexian's cheek flushed red, but she only pressed her lips together, the defiance in her eyes unwavering. Tattoo Hunter suddenly grabbed the bundle in her arms, his voice cold and pressing. Let me see what's inside. Don't touch my things. Su Yuexian desperately tightened her grip on the cloth opening. Rip the bundle was instantly torn apart, and a snow-white, demonic beast's corpse tumbled onto the cold, bluestone ground. Tattoo Hunter focused his gaze and cried out in shock. A cloud-drifting flying squirrel. Amazement filled his entire face. You've actually been hunting cloud-drifting flying squirrels these past few days? And you actually succeeded? Before his words finished, he curved his finger and drew it toward him, spiritual power enveloping the small corpse as it flew into his palm. Su Yuexian's expression changed again as she screamed and lunged forward. Give it back to me. At this moment, Su Yuexian pounced like an enraged black cat, her fur bristling with fury. Dust swirled in the dim alley as Wen Lai simply sidestepped with fluid grace, his coarse laughter echoing. Not bad at all. Your luck is surprisingly good. But now the cloud-flying squirrel is mine. Consider it payment for your disappearance these past few days. Su Yuexian's face contorted with rage as her figure flickered again, lunging at Wen Lai along the wall. Give it back. Bang. Wen Lie's knee shot up like muffled thunder, his shin slamming brutally into Su Yuexian's abdomen. Sweetness rose in her throat as she spat out blood and tumbled across the broken stones. In the next instant, Wen Lai flashed to her side, his 5 fingers seizing her hair bun and yanking her head up, his sharp gaze piercing. Stand in. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll present the cloud-flying squirrel to the young master, and perhaps I'll even put in a good word for you. Su Yuexian was forced to crane her neck back, her cervical bones creaking as her body trembled uncontrollably. Give the cloud-flying squirrel back to me. She cared nothing for any young master. She only wanted to reclaim that spirit beast. Wen Lai let out a sinister chuckle, his voice dripping with mockery. Do you know why your code name is Stand-in? Because you're merely a substitute for the person the young master truly desires. Since your arrival, has the young master ever truly looked at you? Now you have a chance for me to speak on your behalf. Don't waste it. With those words, he released Su Yuexian's hair and turned away, carrying the caged cloud-flying squirrel as he prepared to leave leisurely. At the moment of his turn, his gaze suddenly froze. At the alley's entrance stood a young man, gripping a spear in one hand, its cold iron tip reflecting the faint daylight. A killer's instinct surged instantly. Witnesses must die. Wen Lai narrowed his eyes, murderous intent crawling from his feet to his brow as he stepped toward the spear-wielding man. The alley was cramped, their footsteps beating the same rhythm on the stone slabs, neither yielding. When they were less than an arm's length apart, Wen Lai stopped, a cold smile curving his lips. Has anyone ever told you that meddling and eavesdropping can cost you your life? Su Yuexian lay on the ground, tears mixing with dust as she peered through blurred vision. The alley was narrow. She could only see the long spear, unable to make out the man's features. Bitterness filled her heart. Not only had she lost the cloud-flying squirrel, but she had also dragged an innocent into mortal danger. In Cloudwild City, aside from the city lord, there were no other Earthrealm masters, and Wen Lai was precisely an Earthrealm assassin. A sudden yet familiar voice came from the man behind the spear. Then has anyone told you that the cloud-flying squirrel in your hands was caught by me and given away by me? Su Yuexian froze. It was that butcher, the man who had placed the cloud-flying squirrel in her hands, whose surname was Sikong. Wen Lie's brow twitched as he instinctively glanced back at Su Yuexian. She screamed shrilly, Run? You're no match for him, you'll die. The gap between the 4th level of Dark Realm and Earth Realm could not be bridged by any technique. However, Sikong Jing's lips curved slightly. Perhaps elsewhere that would be true, but in this narrow alley I won't die. Boom. Killing intent, battle aura, and the fierce bestial nature belonging to the king of all beasts exploded from within him like a raging tide. The narrow alley became an echo chamber as terrifying pressure condensed into a massive flood that swept across everything. Wen Lie's expression instantly stiffened, fear flickering in his eyes. He felt as though he had stepped onto the road to the underworld. Thunderstrike charge. Sikong Jing's voice exploded in his ears as his spear thrust forward with terrifying momentum. Boom! The spear tip crashed down like lightning, striking Wen Lai squarely in the chest. His entire body seemed to come apart at the joints as he was sent flying backward, his form arcing high through the air above the bluestone alley before crashing down heavily, rolling several times until he nearly tumbled out of the alley entrance. Clang! The harsh sound of metal striking stone rang out suddenly. The pursuing spear reached the ground first, its blade piercing the stone slabs while the shaft blocked the air horizontally. Wen Lie's back collided with the spear shaft, bouncing off and landing at Su Yuexian's feet. In the next instant, Sikong Jing's robes billowed as he landed gracefully atop the spear shaft. The weapon hummed continuously beneath him as he raised his hand, pointing at Su Yuexian. You're called Tizhen, right? Stand up and help me kill him. Su Yuexian froze for half a second before suddenly drawing her sword, its cold gleam aimed directly at Wen Lai. At that same moment, Wanlai felt the metallic taste of blood in his throat and spat out a mouthful, yet still slowly pushed himself upright, his cold gaze locking onto Su Yuxian. "'Tis hen, you dare point a sword at me?" Murderous intent crashed over her like a tide, and Su Yuxian couldn't suppress the trembling in her heart. Wanlai was both her superior and instructor in the assassin organization, as well as the young master's direct subordinate. After being taken away 10 years ago, she had endured terrifying training under him whippings, hidden weapons, survival in deadly situations, each memory carving a brand of fear into her very being. "You actually want to join forces with some ordinary man?" Wanlai sneered, pointing at Sikong Jing. "Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. You are my assassin. Now I order you to kill this man with your own hands, or you'll suffer a fate worse than death." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fingertips still pointing steadily at Sikong Jing, who remained perched on the spear shaft. Su Yuexian's heart trembled as she glanced sideways at Sikong Jing, then stared at the flowing cloud-flying rat in Wanlia's hand, her sword-gripping hand shaking slightly. At that moment, Sikong Jing spoke calmly. "The flowing cloud-flying rat is for treating your father's illness, isn't it? Do you think your father's life is more important, or your duties as an assassin? And are you truly willing to be an assassin?" Those few short sentences struck her heart like hammer blows. Su Yuexian's entire body shook, her knuckles turning white as she gripped her sword, but the trembling stopped. She had never been willing. Day and night, she had wanted to escape, wanting only one thing: to go home. Sensing something amiss, Wanlai spun around, his gaze locking onto Sikong Jing like a wild beast. Fourth level of the Dark Realm, with such explosive power and killing intent, and able to break through my mental pressure. Who exactly are you? That earlier oppressive force was the dominance a high-ranking assassin held over lower ranks. Yet this man had shattered it with just a few words, allowing Su Yuexian to breathe freely again. For the once invincible divine general, breaking such pressure was child's play. Sikong Jing smiled faintly. "I am the one who will kill you." As his words fell, he pressed down with his toes, bending the spear shaft, and shot toward Wanlai like a cannonball. His 5 fingers spread wide as the long spear automatically returned to his palm, once again crashing down like thunder. "A mere 4th-level Dark Realm cultivator," Wanlai laughed coldly. "Do you think you can get lucky like before every time?" The first strike had only succeeded because he'd underestimated his opponent. This time, he absolutely wouldn't let him succeed. However, just as he was about to strike, a chill exploded at the back of his neck. Su Yuexian's sword had launched a surprise attack. Clang! Sparks flew as blade met blade, the air itself trembling. Wanlai was both shocked and furious. "'Tis hen, you truly dare attack me? All your family's records are in the young master's hands. Do you want them to die, without even a proper burial?" At these words, rage surged through Su Yuexian's chest as she shouted, "Kill!" Threatening her with her own family made Wanlai all the more deserving of death. Seeing Su Yuexian's resolute determination, Si Jingjing smiled appreciatively as his spear roared to life. He didn't unleash his full cultivation, instead using only his violent spear momentum to suppress and continuously restrain Wanlai, allowing Su Yuexian to attack with full force. Fierce winds swept through the alley as spear light and sword gleams intertwined, shattering the bluestone ground and sending debris flying. After an unknown amount of time and countless sword strikes, Su Yuexian's blade finally pierced through Wanlia's chest, steadily penetrating his heart. "You substitute, you'll die horribly, and the young master will slaughter your entire family." Wanlia's eyes filled with shock and unwillingness, but before he could finish speaking, he collapsed straight down, falling silent forever. Even in his final moments, he couldn't understand how he had died for a mere cloud-drifting flying squirrel, nor could he comprehend that Yunyi City harbored such a spear prodigy at the 4th level of the Dark Realm. However, all his questions were buried forever as his heart stopped beating. Su Yuexian knelt on one knee, her bloodied sword in hand, breathing heavily as sweat trickled down her temples. After catching her breath briefly, she suddenly remembered the cloud-drifting flying squirrel and quickly gathered the small creature into her arms, tightening her grip for fear of another accident. Urgent footsteps and alarmed shouts soon echoed from outside the alley, clearly indicating that someone had noticed the commotion and was approaching. Su Yuexian hastily stood up, lowering her voice. "We need to leave quickly." But Sikong Jing shook his head, his gaze falling on Wanlia's corpse. "If you leave now, your organization will recognize your technique with just one look at the body. That's far too careless." With that, he reversed his spear horizontally, and a cold light flashed as Wanlia's body was severed in two with a single strike, his face completely mangled by the spear's energy, making identification impossible. Su Yuexian stood frozen in place, realizing that in her 10 years as an assassin, she had made such a basic mistake. Without Sikong Jing's reminder, not only would she face certain death, but even her family would suffer. She took several deep breaths and said solemnly, "Thank you. Just happened to be passing by." Sikong Jing smiled faintly, then noticed Wanlia's fallen sword nearby. With a flick of his finger, The blade flew steadily into his palm. He casually tucked it under his arm, nodded slightly to Su Yuxian, and melted into the shadows along the wall, disappearing without a trace. The footsteps at the alley entrance grew increasingly chaotic. Su Yuxian, cradling the cloud-drifting flying squirrel, silently noted this debt of gratitude. Surname Sikong, a killer without mercy, movements unpredictable. Suppressing her turbulent emotions, she vanished from the spot, quickly distancing herself from the confused voices. After winding through several secluded alleys, she hurried toward the Su residence while carrying the cloud-drifting flying squirrel. Along the way, the sound of metal striking metal rang out from a blacksmith shop, causing her to instinctively stop. To her surprise, she saw Sikong Jing again. He had rolled up his sleeves and stood before a blazing red furnace, wielding a heavy hammer as he repeatedly forged Wenlia's sword. Amid the flying sparks, his smile was brilliant and his movements clean and efficient. Young man, your sword looks pretty good already. Why are you reforging it? The blacksmith wiped his sweat and couldn't help but ask. This is a gift for my wife, so naturally it needs to be more delicate. Sikong Jing replied casually. Su Yuxian trembled slightly, so he already had a wife. Her heart suddenly felt empty and inexplicably sour, but she ultimately didn't approach, only silently turned around and stepped away from the blacksmith shop entrance. Behind her, the blacksmith exclaimed in amazement. Young man, your blacksmithing technique looks incredible. Haha, it's nothing special, just casually learned it for 3 months. Sikong Jing laughed heartily in response. Of course his blacksmithing technique was impressive. He had once exchanged knowledge with the greatest master craftsman of the great Shang Imperial Dynasty and had spent 3 months studying weapon improvement for the great Shang army. Perhaps the weapons he forged weren't quite on par with those of the god of craftsmanship, but they certainly weren't far behind. Sikong Jing knew his limitations. His current spiritual energy was too weak, limiting what he could create. The sword in his hand, aside from appearing more refined, had been secretly modified in structure to avoid unnecessary trouble. Heaven knows what kind of assassin organization Pattern Hunt really was, and Sikong Jing simply couldn't be bothered to provoke them. The Su residence. Night wind swept across the rooftops as a slender black figure gracefully landed outside Su Zhenglong's courtyard walls. Su Yuxian had arrived carrying the cloud-drifting flying squirrel. Su Zhenglong, do you realize that the eldest daughter you heartlessly abandoned has now returned with life-saving medicine? Do you feel even a trace of guilt? Her eyes were bloodshot as she muttered to herself, then quietly slipped into the courtyard. The courtyard was dimly lit. Su Yuxian stood by the wall, hearing relaxed conversation drifting from within. Really, why hasn't Ajing come back yet? It's already dark. Mother Mei Xiaofeng's complaint carried a note of concern. Su Yuxian raised an eyebrow. Who was Ajing? Brother Jing probably still has business to attend to. If you're hungry, mother, please eat first. Sister Su Yuxi's voice was soft and affectionate. I'm not hungry. That boy's lucky. If I really were hungry, I'd eat everything. Mei Xiaofeng spoke stubbornly, but as soon as the words left her mouth, her stomach rumbled loudly. Behind the wall, Su Yuxian couldn't help but smile. Mother was still the same, tough on the outside but soft within. Though a smile graced her face, her chest tightened. How she envied this warmth. Suddenly, a deep male voice joined in. Ah Jing still isn't back? Then let's wait a bit longer. Hearing her father's voice, her heart trembled. She took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the main entrance. Wait my foot. I'm hungry, I'm eating first. Mei Xiaofeng, annoyed by her growling stomach, picked up her bowl and was about to use her chopsticks. Just then, the lamplight cast a long shadow at the doorway as a black-clad woman slowly appeared, her face bearing vicious scars that looked particularly cold in the firelight. Crash! The porcelain bowl fell and shattered. Mei Xiaofeng froze in place, tears instantly streaming down. Yu Yuxian. Boom! Su Zhenglong felt his mind explode as he shot to his feet, tears flowing freely. Yuxian, is it really you? Sister, big sister. Su Yuexi covered her mouth, sobbing. Time seemed frozen. Oh, my Yuxian, you really came back. Mei Xiaofeng could no longer contain her emotions, stumbling and crawling to the doorway before throwing her arms around Su Yuxian. The tremendous impact nearly knocked Su Yuxian backward, yet she still opened her arms to embrace her mother, softly calling. Mother. Those two gentle words made Mei Xiaofeng wail. Yuxian, Yuxian. Su Zhenglong approached with unsteady steps, reaching out to touch her face. Yuxian, let father look at you. Father is sorry. 10 years had passed. When Su Yuxian left home, she was only 9 years old, just 1 year older than Yuexi. Suddenly, Su Yuxian's gaze turned ice cold as she pushed Mei Xiaofeng away and commanded, stop right there. Su Zhenglong's entire body trembled as he stood frozen in place. At this moment, Su Zhenglong was at a complete loss, knowing that Su Yuxian must hate him deeply. He felt as if crushed by a massive boulder, the surging regret in his chest threatening to drown him entirely. Su Zhenglong, you seem to be living quite well now, don't you? Your injuries have healed, haven't they? Su Yuxian bit her lower lip, looking up with a cold smile, her gaze cutting across Su Zhenglong's body like a blade. Yuan, it was the pill you gave me last time, otherwise father would have died. Su Zhenglong hastily explained, his voice filled with pleading and panic. Su Yuan let out another scornful laugh, her tone sharp. I simply didn't want you to die so easily. Hearing this, Su Zhenglong's heart jolted violently indeed. That life-saving pill had truly come from Yuan. Su Yuan raised her voice, pressing forward step by step. How impressive of you, dragging your wounded body to find an antidote for the crimson spider poison for my dear sister. Weren't you afraid of leaving mother a widow? Each word seemed squeezed through gritted teeth, filled with towering hatred. She was convinced that Su Yuan's restored beauty was entirely due to the antidote Su Zhenglong had risked his life to obtain. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Su Yuan quickly stepped forward. Sister, it's not like that, father he. Shut up. You have no right to speak to me. Su Yuan glared furiously at Su Yuan, then carefully examined her face. Which family's young master is this brother Jing? My sister is so beautiful. Could he be some wealthy gentleman from Yunzhou City? With Su Yuan's outstanding beauty, she would naturally be worthy of marrying into a wealthy family. He's not a young master. Brother Jing is just a... Su Yuan tried to explain, but was roughly interrupted by Su Yuan. I have no time for your love story. I came here today only to tell you I am still alive, and living very well. With that, she raised her hand to touch the scar on her face, her fingertips trembling slightly, yet her fist clenched tightly. Mei Xiaofeng couldn't help but cry out. Yuan, please sit down and talk properly. Our family is finally reunited. We've missed you so much. No. Su Yuan's rebuke cut like a blade, leaving Mei Xiaofeng frozen in place. She turned her gaze back to Su Zhenglong, her voice ice cold. I was just passing by. I am now the most favored woman by that noble gentleman's side. I should thank you for your heartless abandonment 10 years ago. Otherwise, how could I have achieved today's wealth and glory? The three people in the hall were deeply shaken, yet none could tell truth from lies. Su Yuan laughed lightly. Hee, I came today to give you something. As she spoke, she pulled out the corpse of a silver-gray cloud flying squirrel from her sleeve and waved it. Su Zhenglong, do you want it? All three froze in unison. It was another cloud flying squirrel. Su Zhenglong's mind thundered as he snapped to attention, quickly stepping aside and swiftly grabbing the unused cloud flying squirrel inner pill from the table, secretly hiding it behind his back before looking up to answer. Yes. Whatever Yuan wants to give father, father wants it all. He absolutely could not let Yuan know that he already held another cloud flying squirrel inner pill in his hand. Seeing that flying squirrel, he still couldn't suppress the excitement surging in his heart. Yuan was tough on the outside but soft within, still the eldest daughter who cared for her family. If she discovered the truth, she would definitely turn and leave immediately. Su Yuan didn't notice his subtle movements, coldly curling her lips and mocking again. What if what I'm giving you is poison? His expression turned serious, and Su Zhenglong replied without hesitation that he would accept whatever his daughter offered, even if it were poison. If it could bring Su Yuan home, he would gladly die on the spot. Su Yuan's face instantly contorted. She had imagined her father would scold her coldly, then eagerly snatch the cloud-drifting flying squirrel. But the Su Zhenglong before her was acting as if he would drink poison if necessary. Could all this supposed guilt be an act? Suddenly, she sneered coldly. I see what this is. You've noticed my wealth and status now, so you want to curry favor with me, don't you? You want to take benefits back to your precious little daughter, right? Mei Xiaofeng frantically grabbed her arm. Yuan, you're misunderstanding. Su Yuan quickly added. Sister, it's not like that. Father has always felt guilty. Back then, father he... Shut up, all of you. I don't want to hear it. Su Yuan's face was twisted with rage, refusing to listen to any explanations. Su Yuan opened her mouth, then let her hands drop helplessly. She thought to herself, the cloud-drifting flying squirrel means nothing to me anyway. I can get one with a snap of my fingers. Let it serve as a token of our final separation, marking the end of my former life. With that thought, Su Yuan casually threw the cloud-drifting flying squirrel to the ground and turned to leave. Her back was rigid, shoulders trembling slightly, clearly heartbroken to the core, yet only cruel words could escape her lips. Yuan, please don't go. Mei Xiaofeng cried out shrilly. Su Zhenglong also rushed forward 2 steps, calling out urgently. Yuan, don't leave. I don't deserve this cloud-drifting flying squirrel. He understood clearly. This creature symbolized cutting all ties. And even if he didn't have one, he absolutely couldn't accept it. The couple lunged forward almost simultaneously. But Su Yuan shrugged her shoulders, shaking them off, and shouted angrily. I told you, I can get cloud-drifting flying squirrels with a snap of my fingers. Bang! The courtyard gate was suddenly pushed open. Having been damaged earlier when Chouyi came to cause trouble, the door was already in shambles and now teetered precariously. 2 middle-aged men carrying wine jars strode in boldly, calling out as they walked. Haha, Master Su Xia? How is it you? The newcomers were old Zhang and Ah Hu, who had just broken through at the Tianwu Pavilion. They had brought fine wine to thank Xikong Jing, but looked up to see Su Yuesian instead. Su Yuesian also froze, staring straight at them. Ahu grinned foolishly, patting his wine jar. What a coincidence. Just yesterday you were kneeling and begging for a cloud-drifting flying squirrel, and here we meet again today. Kneeling and begging for a cloud-drifting flying squirrel? Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofang were instantly stunned. Hadn't she said she could get them with a snap of her fingers? Su Yuexian's face alternated between red and white, completely flustered. Old Zhang, completely oblivious, delivered another blow with his laughter. That's right. Yesterday we nearly got killed by that heaven realm demonic beast, the gold-splitting steel-toothed tiger, and you really risked everything for that cloud-drifting flying squirrel. Even risking her life. Su Zhenglong's heart pounded like a drum, and tears immediately rolled down his cheeks. Ahu scratched his head, still jovial. Exactly. We went through life and death together. Why don't you stay for a drink? Bastards. Shut your mouths. Su Yuesian roared, kicking at the broken tiles on the ground. These two idiots had to show up at this exact moment, and instead of saying anything else, their mouths were full of words that undermined her. If they kept talking, where would she put her face? Huh. Old Zhang and Ahu were completely bewildered what had gotten into this assassin girl all of a sudden. Everything they said was true. Su Zhenglong looked at his daughter with heartache, his voice trembling. Yuesian, you've suffered so much these past 10 years, haven't you? Please stay with us. Your father and mother have been waiting for your return every single day. Only now did Mei Xiaofang truly understand that wealth and glory were nothing but fleeting dreams. She hurried forward, reaching out to pull Su Yuesian closer. But Su Yuesian violently shook her hand away, tears bursting forth. It's none of your business. Before her words had even finished, she pushed off with her toes and shot out the door like an arrow released from its bow. Yuesian. Su Zhenglong cried out desperately and gave chase. Su Yueshi and Mei Xiaofang quickly followed, though their pace couldn't match the others. Only old Zhang and Ahu remained in the courtyard, staring at each other in confusion. What on earth had just happened? At the entrance of the Su residence, Xikong Jing had just finished polishing the new sword he'd forged for Su Yueshi, its blades still gleaming sharp. Suddenly, a black shadow streaked past, with another figure in hot pursuit. The shadow in front was none other than the black-clad woman he'd recently met, Su Yuesian. Xikong Jing's heart tightened. Had her identity been exposed? Was she being hunted by the assassin organization? Su Yuesian spotted him too, a spark of hope flashing in her eyes. Brother Xikong, right? Help me stop the person behind me, and I'll owe you another favor. Her voice was hoarse and urgent. Xikong Jing was about to nod when the next moment left him. Thunderstruck pursuer was none other than his father-in-law, Su Zhenglong. His mind exploded with shock. She had tried to assassinate his father-in-law, only to be chased by him instead? In a flash of thought, he drew his weapon with a cold gleam, his spear blocking Su Yuexian's path as he spoke icily. Sorry. Even if you owed me 10 or 100 favors, I still couldn't help you. Anyone who dared harm his father-in-law would receive no mercy from him. Su Yuesian froze, demanding loudly, Why are you blocking me? Behind her, Su Zhenglong was gasping for breath. Seeing Xikong Jing stop Su Yuesian, he finally relaxed, but the intense running had caused blood to surge up his throat, leaving him speechless for a long moment. Why am I blocking you? Xikong Jing turned his head, his gaze cold as ice. Your father needed the cloud-drifting flying squirrel, so you knelt and begged me, and I retrieved it for you. You're an assassin who has endured countless hardships, yet for your father's sake, you dared to kill even your superior. But your father is a father and other people's fathers also fathers. With each word, the killing intent around him grew thicker. At this moment, Su Zhenglong finally steadied his breathing and heard everything clearly, his expression filled with anguish. Yuesian, you actually became an assassin? And you killed your superior for my sake. Your father truly doesn't deserve this. By the end, he was sobbing uncontrollably. How could he not know the bloodshed and hardships of an assassin's life? Now that his daughter had committed such a grave offense, his heart felt as if it were being cut by knives. Su Yuesian felt dizzy from these revelations, with only one thought remaining. This is madness. She stared intently at Xikong Jing. Why did she always encounter people like this? It was bad enough that those two officers had randomly exposed secrets, but even this man with the compound surname Xikong was the same. Yuesian. Xikong Jing noticed Su Zhenglong's anguished expression and was suddenly struck by a massive shock, staring at the black-clad woman in disbelief. Could this be Yushi's sister, Su Yuesian? Images suddenly flashed through Xikong Jing's mind, that stunning glimpse at their first encounter before the Su residence, his father-in-law's brief moment of clarity after swallowing the pill, her stubborn defiance when kneeling at Ruyun Mountain to beg for the flying cloud rat's inner core. All the fragments instantly pieced together into one name, Su Yuesian. Yet he had only just realized it now. At the courtyard gate, Su Yuesian was both anxious and furious, shouting harshly at Xikong Jing. You! Get out of my way! As soon as the words left her lips, she suddenly darted to the side. Sikong Jing, stunned by shock, let her slip past him, and in the blink of an eye, her figure had disappeared into the depths of the Su residence. Ah Jing, go after Hershey's Yuxian, Yushi's sister. Su Zhenglong staggered and roared hoarsely. Before he could finish speaking, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a wah and collapsed softly against the vermilion-painted gate. Even so, he kept his eyes fixed on Sikong Jing. Don't worry about me. Chase after her. Explain everything clearly. You must make Yuxian stay. Sikong Jing's face showed hesitation, but he ultimately stomped the ground hard, activating his beast technique, Flowing Cloud, and pursued her like a wisp of blue wind. A few breaths later, at the end of the long corridor, Su Yuxian felt the fierce wind approaching from behind and angrily turned back. What are you following me for? Su Yuxian, let's talk this through properly. Sikong Jing's tone was steady and calm, his steps never stopping. Su Yuxian's shoulders trembled, and complex hatred flashed in her eyes. So you know Su Zhenglong too? I have nothing to say to him. He abandoned me years ago and only doted on that little daughter. This was her deep-seated resentment. Sikong Jing understood his position as an outsider and remained silent for several breaths. Suddenly, he stopped and looked back sharply toward the Su residence. Oh no, Su Xiefeng is about to make his move again. What did you say? My grandfather is going to attack whom? Su Yuxian stopped abruptly and pressed for answers. Sikong Jing closed his eyes to sense the situation and said gravely, not just Su Xiefeng. There's also the aura of an 8th-level human realm expert. Don't you know? For these 10 years, your father has been severely suppressed by everyone in the Su family. Su Xiefeng has gone completely mad, hoping for his downfall every single day. Su Yuxian was thunderstruck, staring blankly at Sikong Jing. Your mother has been dragged down too, unable to even produce a single copper crystal plate. Those former friends and servants can now boss her around and steal her things. Sikong Jing took a deep breath, his gaze piercing. Now your father has collapsed at the Su residence gate, and Su Xiefeng will never let this opportunity slip by. I have to go back. With those words, his figure flashed, and he had already darted back the way he came. Only Su Yuxian remained standing dazed in the corridor. Father and mother have suffered such humiliation? Could he be lying to me? But this man with the compound surname Sikong has no reason to deceive me. After her expression changed several times, she finally gritted her teeth, turned around, and rushed toward the residence gate. At the Su residence gate, a middle-aged man in blue robes swaggered up to the bloodstained Su Zhenglong and laughed strangely. Well, if it isn't the former prodigy Su Zhenglong, how arrogant you were back then, even daring to cause trouble at my high family and making us lose all face. This man was none other than Hai He, head of the Hai family, with several Hai family experts positioned behind him on both sides. At some point, Su Xiefeng had appeared at the gate, seemingly there specifically to welcome Hai He. Su Zhenglong's old injuries had flared up again, and he struggled to lift his head as blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Hai He, however, turned to Su Xiefeng with a frivolous tone. Family head Su, may I ask if I can beat up your son? Su Xiefeng let out a sinister chuckle and said indifferently, since I'm the one proposing this cooperation, Su Zhenglong is now my gesture of goodwill. Do whatever you want with him, I won't interfere. Just don't kill him. After all, Su Zhenglong is still my son, and I have my reputation to consider. If Su Zhenglong dies at the gates of the Su residence, I, Su Xiefeng, would become the laughingstock of the entire city. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai He burst into loud laughter and stomped down hard with his boot, causing the barely breathing Su Zhenglong's body to arch up as he let out a muffled groan. Su Zhenglong, who would have thought you'd see this day? I'm going to make you grovel like a dog. Before he could finish, his eyebrows shot up as he shouted sharply, who's there? A flash of cold light descended like a waterfall, and a spear's shadow came crashing down from above. Had Hai He not dodged in time, that strike would have pierced straight through his chest. Immediately after, a white-robed young man used the spear shaft to hover in midair, his voice cold as frost. The one who's going to kill you. The spear shaft vibrated as Sikong Jing transformed into a blur, lunging toward Hai He. Hai He squinted and quickly assessed that his opponent was only at the 4th level of the Dark Realm, feeling contemptuous. How dare such a mere ant speak so arrogantly? But as soon as they clashed, he realized something was wrong. Though his true chi was superior, he was completely outmatched in speed and explosive power. Boom, boom. Their fist shadows and spear gleams exploded in rapid succession, sending debris flying everywhere. Sikong Jing pressed forward relentlessly, each strike aimed at vital points, while Hai He struggled desperately, his chest and abdomen repeatedly struck by the force of the attacks, leaving him gasping in pain as his expression grew increasingly grim. In his fury, Hai He suddenly roared and shouted to several Hai family experts beside him. You lot, go teach Su Zhenglong a harsh lesson. Those experts responded with savage grins, drawing their blades as they closed in. Su Zhenglong lay in a pool of blood, looking up to see them approaching step by step, their blade edges reflecting the sky's light, filling his heart with despair. At the gates of the Su residence, Su Xiefeng still stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as if watching an inconsequential play. All of this was observed by a pair of cold eyes in the darkness atop a nearby wall. Su Yuxian stood pressed against the surface in black clothing. She recognized Hai He, the arrogant head of the Hai family who had come to challenge her father when she was a child. Now her father was being humiliated, yet her grandfather Su Xiefeng, just as the white-robed man had said, merely watched coldly from the sidelines. Humiliation and rage churned in her chest, threatening to consume her entirely. The moment the Hai family expert's blade tips approached Su Zhenglong's throat, Su Yuxian could no longer contain herself. Clanger's sword left its sheath as she dropped like black lightning, her blade moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. Splurt, splurt, splurt. 3 streams of blood shot up almost simultaneously as the Hai family expert's eyes widened in shock, clutching at their slashed throats as they staggered and fell, blood rapidly spreading across the stone pavement. The black-clad young woman stood quietly, her sword point aimed directly at Su Xiefeng. This scene left Su Xiefeng frozen in place, as if someone had struck him hard in the chest. Hai He, who had been locked in combat with Sikong Jing, whirled around with eyes blazing with fury. How dare you kill my Hai family members? Who are you? Su Yuxian didn't even spare him a glance, her sword tip unwavering as it remained locked on Su Xiefeng, her voice suppressed yet clear. Why do you allow your son to be humiliated by others? Su Xiefeng stared blankly at the black-clad young woman before him, then after a moment narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Who are you? The Su family's affairs are none of your concern. Don't invite unnecessary trouble. He still hadn't recognized that this was his eldest granddaughter. Su Yuxian's chest heaved violently, her gaze revealing barely contained grief and rage as she pressed again. I'm asking you, why do you allow your son to be humiliated by outsiders? Being questioned so harshly by a young woman, Su Xiefeng flew into a rage and roared, He's my son. I wish he were dead myself. What business is it of yours, damn you? Slap. The crisp sound of the slap rang out almost simultaneously with his angry roar. Su Yuxian's figure flashed as her palm struck Su Xiefeng's face hard, her voice ice-cold and piercing. I am Su Yuxian, my dear grandfather. Don't you think this is my business? Bang 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 bang. Before she finished speaking, her fists fell like rain. Su Yuxian, at the peak of the human realm and trained as an assassin, was more than a match for Su Xiefeng, who had already been beaten badly by Su Zhenglong and Sikong Jing. The dull sounds of flesh meeting flesh continued endlessly as Su Xiefeng was sent flying and rolling, screaming in agony. After a long while, Su Yuxian stopped her assault and stood with cold eyes. If you weren't my grandfather, you'd already be dead. Her tone shifted as she suddenly locked her gaze on Hai He at the bottom of the steps. And you mean nothing to me. So dot. A cold gleam flashed as her killing strike shot toward Hai He. Terrified out of his wits, he turned to flee, only to see a spear thrust horizontally through the air, its tip blocking his path. Hai He collided with the spear point and was violently knocked back, landing awkwardly. Sikong Jing arrived immediately after, his long spear pointed directly at Hai He's chest. You can't kill him, or the Hai family will declare all-out war on our Su family. Su Xiefeng, lying on the ground, screamed with all his remaining strength. What do we care if the Hai family declares war on the Su family? Sikong Jing and Su Yuxian said in unison. Immediately, spear and sword simultaneously pierced Hai He's heart with a puff of splashing blood. In an instant, the head of the Hai family, one of the 4 great families, died at the gates of the Su residence. Hai He's eyes remained wide open, unable to rest in peace. The scene fell silent in an instant. Su Xiefeng lay on the ground, his face bruised and purple, staring up in a daze. Suddenly, a shrill voice cut through the night air. What old dog is blocking the way? It was Mei Xiaofeng. Supported by Su Yuxian, she rushed out the main gate and immediately spotted Su Xiefeng, cursing him before stomping on him twice with her feet. After finishing her tirade, she looked up and called out, Yuxian. Su Yuxian's body trembled slightly. Holding her sword, she turned back with a low voice. Mother, I still have matters to attend to. I'll come visit you when I have time. With that, she turned and leaped into the air, her figure instantly disappearing into the night. She dared not stay. She didn't know how to face all of this. Yuxian, Yuxian. Only Mei Xiaofeng's calls echoed in front of the Su residence. Su Yuxian ran to Sikong Jing and hugged his arm. Brother Jing, has sister left again? Sikong Jing nodded, his expression equally troubled. He had handled countless major affairs in the military, but had never encountered such tangled family matters. However, judging by Su Yuxian's behavior just now, she would return eventually. He first helped Su Zhenglong walk toward the courtyard, with Su Yuxian supporting the tearful Mei Xiaofeng following behind. As they passed Su Xiefeng, Mei Xiaofeng lifted her foot to stomp on him again. This old dog still doesn't know painling they're getting in the way. Su Xiefeng was in too much pain to move, only able to roar continuously. his voice piercing and reaching the heavens. The four returned to the courtyard, where old Zhang and Ah Hu looked at each other awkwardly, scratching their heads in embarrassment. Clearly this wasn't the right time to find the Sikong brothers for drinks, so they hurriedly took their leave. Perhaps, Yuesian still resents me. In the main hall, the hot dishes had grown cold. Su Zhenglong held his forehead, thinking of his daughter's cold attitude just now, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. After hearing the whole story, Sikong Jing gently consoled him. Father-in-law, my sister-in-law may still harbor resentment toward you, but she already knelt and bowed her head to ask me for the cloud-drifting flying squirrel. As you know, her personality is quite similar to mother-in-law. She just has some unresolved feelings. At this moment, Sikong Jing recalled Su Yuexian's past behavior and found it rather amusing. No wonder she had reminded him of his mother-in-law back then. Their personalities were practically cut from the same cloth. What's wrong with being like me? Can't my daughter take after me? Mei Xiaofeng placed her hands on her hips, glaring up at Sikong Jing with blazing fury. Sikong Jing and Su Zhenglong exchanged glances, both understanding perfectly. Truly a mother and daughter pair. Mei Xiaofeng suddenly shifted her tone and pressed further. By the way, why would Yuesian ask you for a cloud-soaring flying squirrel? Don't tell me you caught two of them. After a moment's hesitation, Sikong Jing adopted a matter-of-fact tone. A heaven-realm demonic beast, the gold-splitting steel-fang tiger, severely injured both flying squirrels. I happened to capture them both. Yuesian? My sister-in-law asked me for one of them. Having nearly let the truth slip, Sikong Jing had no choice but to continue his fabrication. He went on to explain how Su Yuesian had encountered the elite assassin, Pattern Hunter, who had nearly killed her while trying to steal the cloud-soaring flying squirrel. Upon hearing this, Su Zhenglong felt his chest tighten, his voice becoming hoarse. Yuesian took such enormous risks for my sake. If you hadn't destroyed the evidence, aging, she would have been in mortal danger. How has she endured these past 10 years? Beside them, Mei Xiaofeng burst into tears again, clutching her handkerchief as she sobbed. How could my eldest daughter have such a tragic fate? Father-in-law, the urgent matter now is for you to take the cloud-soaring flying squirrel's inner core and restore your strength as quickly as possible, Sikong Jing reminded him quietly. Su Zhenglong snapped to attention, his eyes flashing like lightning. Exactly. Su Xiefeng has already brought the Hai family here, and Hai he died at your and Yuexian's hands. Without my strength, I can't possibly hold them off. His mind quickly processed the situation. During the day, Su Xiefeng had allied with Chou Yi to seize the jade papers, and at night, he had brought Hai he to their door, even willing to join forces with their longtime enemy, the Hai family, all to pressure his own family and obtain the 3 jade papers in Sikong Jing's possession. If he didn't restore his cultivation soon, the Su family would face complete destruction. After a brief meditation, Su Zhenglong returned to his room and solemnly swallowed the cloud-soaring, flying squirrel's inner core that Sikong Jing had brought. Meanwhile, Sikong Jing helped Su Yueshi back to her bedroom. The young woman's face was still pale as she lay gently in his arms, whispering softly. Brother Jing, so many things happened today, and it seems like sister misunderstood me too. Sikong Jing nodded. Your sister's heart has always been with the family, but she's been controlled by the assassin organization. Their leader is that noble young master who wanted to take you away. Su Yueshi trembled slightly, the handsome face of that noble young master appearing in her mind, filling her with both hatred and fear. If not for him, the Su family wouldn't have come to this. Her sister wouldn't hate their father or end up with the assassin organization. She herself wouldn't have been disfigured, and grandfather wouldn't have gone mad. Sikong Jing gently stroked her hair, his tone resolute. Don't worry, just give me a little more time. Whether it's your sister or that noble young master, I'll handle everything. Suddenly, his eyes crinkled with a smile. Do you remember the gift I promised you? At these words, Su Yueshi forgot everything else, her eyes filled with anticipation. Clang! An ice blue sword materialized in Sikong Jing's hand, forged from one Lai's blade. What a beautiful sword, Brother Jing, thank you. Su Yueshi took the long sword, her fingertips touching the ice blue edge as joy nearly overflowed from her eyes. Sikong Jing nodded slightly, then shifted the conversation. There's a second gift, the Yuan Jun pill. He retrieved the second Yuan Jin pill he had obtained from Xiang Laning from his sleeve and handed it over, personally placing his hand on Su Yueshi's shoulder to protect her during the process. The pill dissolved into scorching medicinal power upon entering her mouth. Su Yueshi sat cross-legged in meditation as her inner qi surged against barriers layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, she had broken through to the 5th level of the Dark Realm. Yueshi, your talent exceeds even my expectations, Sikong Jing said with satisfaction, though he still cautioned. Pills are external aids with inevitable side effects. Focus on consolidating your qi for now. After giving these instructions, he left the room. On the other side of the courtyard, qi was also surging within Su Zhenglong's room. With the power of the flowing cloud-flying rat's inner core, Su Zhenglong had stabilized the rampaging earth realm qi within his body and even showed signs of breakthrough. Sikong Jing's eyes flashed as he returned to his own room and retrieved the jade paper he had previously requested from Lu Zhao. After briefly regulating his breathing, he channeled qi through his fingertips and inscribed the Deshang army's most advanced mid-tier mystic grade technique, the martial dragon formula, onto the jade paper. The golden thunder formula his father-in-law currently practiced was merely the weakest level of low-tier mystic grade. Hoping to reach higher realms with it was nearly impossible. Though the martial dragon formula still fell short of his ideal standards, it represented the limit of what he could inscribe at this stage. After completing the technique inscription, Sikong Jing brought the jade paper to Su Jinglong's room. Open the door. The door opened, and Mei Xiaofang peered out with confusion in her eyes. This technique suits father-in-law, Sikong Jing explained briefly, handing over the jade paper. Mei Xiaofang stood stunned for a moment, then took the jade paper and returned to the room. Just how much jade paper did Aging take from the Beast Bandit group? He's brought another piece, saying it's suitable for you, she muttered, placing the jade paper in Su Jinglong's hands. As his consciousness entered the jade paper, Su Jinglong's entire body trembled violently. Boom. Qi surged wildly through the room as the bottleneck of the 7th level of human realm that he had been suppressing instantly shattered, achieving breakthrough in one stroke. In the center of the courtyard, Sikong Jing sensed the changes within the room. His lips curved upward while cold light flashed in his eyes as he called out in a low voice. Beast technique rending gold. Roar. A deep beast's roar shook the air as he threw a heavy punch, the force resembling a tiger's howl. He forcibly mimicked the circulation method of demonic power within the rending gold steel fang tiger's body, transforming it into his third beast technique. After completing the entire set of punching movements, he shook his head inwardly. Still not the complete circulation method of the rending gold steel fang tiger, but it's sufficient. After withdrawing his fists, the qi within his body returned to the normal circulation of the emperor-slaying prison-breaking formula, then suddenly expanded. Boom. His qi churned as a barrier was broken through, and Sikong Jing reached the 5th level of the Dark Realm. However, the 5th level of the Dark Realm was not the endpoint. His true qi surged upward once more, reaching the 6th level of the Dark Realm. Finally, his true qi came to a steady halt at the 7th level of the Dark Realm. Sikong Jing stood straight-backed in the center of the courtyard, his robes billowing, while the mighty true qi within his body churned like turbulent seas. He keenly sensed that after taking the Yuanjin pill, not only did his true qi show no signs of instability, but it had actually become more condensed through the circulation of beast technique, gold rending, allowing him to break through 2 levels directly. As long as I master higher-level demonic beast circulation methods, I can continue growing stronger? A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as his thoughts raced, barely able to suppress the urge to charge into the 10,000 beasts' prison and seek guidance from those fierce demonic beasts. However, remembering their hostility toward humans, he forcibly suppressed this impulse. First, I'll venture deep into Riyun Mountain and obtain the complete circulation route of the gold-rending steel fang tiger. He took a deep breath, steadied his stance once more, and with qi energy boiling around his body, continued refining his beast techniques. Meanwhile, the inner courtyard of the Su residence was brightly lit. On the bed, Su Xiefeng's face was ashen, his breathing labored. Beside him, Su Zhengtao paced back and forth, his brow deeply furrowed. Father, Su Yuxian has actually returned, and she's at least at the peak of the human realm. The Hai and Chu families might seize this opportunity to cause trouble. We're in serious danger. He had already learned everything about what happened at the Su residence gates. Su Yuxian had returned with overwhelming force, not only unharmed but also striking down Hai He, the head of the Hai family, with thunderous momentum. The young woman who had once been taken away by a mysterious noble young master and was thought to be doomed now possessed the power to crush everyone in the Su family. Su Jingtao's mind was in chaos. Hai He is dead, and the Hai family will never let this go. Su Yuxian wants to deal with us. The Hai family also wants blood for blood, and the Chu family won't make things easy for us either. The Su residence now faces troubles both within and without. What are you panicking about? Su Xiefeng cast him a cold glance. The one who killed Hai He was Su Zhenglong and his people. If the Hai family wants to settle accounts, let them go find Su Zhenglong. Everyone in Yunyi City knows what my attitude towards Su Zhenglong is. Su Jingtao's emotions stabilized slightly, but he pressed further. What about Su Yuxian? She's merely at the peak of the human realm. There are plenty of ways to deal with her. When the Hai family comes knocking, you'll understand. Su Xiefeng pulled at the corner of his mouth. Though his words were steady, cold sweat had already begun seeping from his palms. Before long, furious roars shook the heavens as members of the Hai family burst in with murderous intent. Leading them was a young man in black robes with fierce eyes, none other than Hai He's son, the young master of the Hai family, Hai Ku. Su Xiefeng, how did my father die? Hai Ku roared the moment he stepped through the courtyard gate, his voice hoarse. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll slaughter your entire Su family. The accompanying Hai family guards radiated killing intent, with several human realm experts spreading out, their frost-covered blades reflecting the cold light of the lanterns. Su Jingtao's heart pounded violently. Even with He dead, the Hai family still possessed enough power to annihilate the Su residents. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, thud, Su Xiefeng suddenly dropped to his knees before the Hai family members, kowtowing heavily with tears streaming down his face. I, Su Xiefeng, have wronged Master He. This action left everyone from both the Hai and Su families completely stunned. Little nephew Hake, this is all my fault, Su Xiefeng's fault. I raised a rebellious son and produced 2 rebellious grandchildren. In the flickering candlelight of the hall, Su Xiefeng had lost all his daytime composure. His face was covered in bruises, tears, and snot streaming down together. His voice trembling, he pointed toward the darkness outside the door. It was my rebellious granddaughter Su Yuxian who killed the head of the Haihe family. I tried to stop her, but she left home 10 years ago and is now at least at the peak of the human realm. At the words peak of the human realm, everyone from the Hai family collectively gasped. This was real trouble. Su Xiefeng wiped away half his tears and pointed to his swollen, shiny face. You all know how I got this face. That rebellious son of Manihi tried to kill his own father. The drama at the martial arts arena during the day was still fresh in everyone's memory. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Little nephew Hake, I want to eliminate my own family for righteousness, but I can't do it alone. Su Xiefeng choked up as he clasped his hands. I only ask that you help me. Go immediately to the Chu and Rin families and tell them that I, Su Xiefeng, am going to fight that rebellious son to the death. After this rapid-fire speech, the Hai family members looked completely confused. After a long moment, Hake frowned and said, Su Xiefeng, is everything you're saying true? Do you really want us to help you eliminate your own family for righteousness? Of course. Su Xiefeng suddenly raised his head. Tomorrow is the top 10 battle for the Yunyi City selection in the Yunzhou Grand Competition. When the time comes, find an opportunity to attack Su Yueshi with deadly force. Su Zhenglong, that damned criminal, and Su Yuexian will definitely act impulsively. Our 4 great families can join forces and eliminate them all in one strike. By the end, his eyes were rolling with murderous intent, nearly mad. Hake was stunned for a moment, then asked coldly, why should I trust you? Su Zhenglong is your son who knows if you're sincere or just acting. Su Xiefeng waved his hand with resolute tone. Would I dare protect Su Zhenglong in front of the entire city? Besides, Su Yuexian is already at the peak of the human realm. I can't hold on to my position as family head anyway. Seeing his fierce expression, Hake's face changed several times before finally nodding. Fine, I'll trust you this once. He then turned and waved to his clansmen. I'm going to visit the Chu and Rin families right now. At the doorway, he suddenly turned back with a smile. Su Xiefeng, you're ruthless enough to scheme against your own children and grandchildren. If you used Su Yuexian properly, the Su family could easily become the overlord of Yunyi City, but you don't want that. Su Xiefeng gritted his teeth and growled. My most beloved grandson Su Shan died at the hands of that criminal. What do you think I should feel? Su Zhenglong was also crippled by that terrifying young master. If I support him as family head, do the Su family and I still want to live? That criminal is some kind of monster, must die, and we must get rid of this disaster as soon as possible. These words left the Hai family members silent. This old family head was indeed miserable enough, always encountering terrible situations. Hake led his people away. Inside the room, Su Zhengtao helped Su Xiefeng slowly stand straight. Just as he was about to speak, Su Xiefeng coldly dropped one more line. There's another reason Su Zhenglong isn't my blood. His whole family deserves to die. Su Jingtao was stunned, his eyes wide. Father, what are you saying? Nothing, just pretend you heard wrong. Su Xiefeng glanced at him sideways with a flat tone. Tomorrow is the real show. Su Zhenglong and Su Yuexian will fight to the death with the 3 great families, and our Su family will reap the benefits. However, Su Jingtao was still shocked by what he'd just heard. Su Zhenglong wasn't father's blood, so he wasn't his real older brother? Dawn broke as Sikong Jing, Su Yueshi, and the Su Zhenglong couple walked out of the Su residence gates without obstruction. The morning breeze caressed their faces as they traveled, and except for Mei Xiaofang, the other 3 had undergone remarkable transformations. Su Zhenglong walked with light steps, his eyes sparkling with vitality. The earth realm, true qi that had tormented him for 10 years was completely suppressed by the martial dragon formula, and his previously stagnant cultivation had broken through accordingly, reaching the 9th level of human realm. After stabilizing for a few more days, he would be able to touch the peak of human realm. Su Yueshi held an ice blue sword in one hand while adjusting her snow-white, cloud-marten scarf with the other. Her beauty was like frost flowers under the morning light, impossible to look away from. Sikong Jing showed no significant outward changes, yet no one knew that through continuous practice of the beast technique, gold rending, his realm had reached the 8th level of dark realm. If he could fully comprehend the operational mysteries of the gold rending steel fang tiger, he could directly charge into human realm. Now, this family could stand proudly above all others in Yunyi City. On the street, Mei Xiaofeng gently reminded, Yueshi, since we've completely broken with Su Xiefeng, if you feel outmatched, just surrender directly. There's no need to stand up for the Su family anymore. This selection was originally to represent the Su family and fulfill conditions promised to Su Xiefeng, but now everything has changed. Thinking of Su Xiefeng's coldness, she felt disheartened and sighed. Even if Zhenglong wants to reconcile, it's useless. If we weren't worried about Yuexian not finding us when she returns, we would have moved out of the Su residence already. Su Yueshi nodded silently, but when she looked towards Sikong Jing, her fingertips unconsciously tightened around her sword. Hilchi had promised Brother Jing to dominate Yunyi City martially and would never surrender easily. They arrived at the martial arena, which was even more boisterous than yesterday. Today was the top 10 battle, selecting 3 representatives as Yunyi City's strongest young talents from among the young masters, and nearly everyone in the entire city had come to watch. What attracted even more attention was Su Yueshi's appearance. The former, ugliest in Yunzhou, now outshone all beauties, drawing countless people who wanted to witness her true appearance. Look quickly, that's Su Yueshi. When Sikong Jing's group of 4 appeared, exclamations rose one after another, with all gazes instinctively focusing on Su Yueshi. So beautiful. How did she recover? I heard that criminal dug up some treasure. What I heard was he helped General Chui, but secretly kept spiritual objects to cure her face. Rumors scattered and voices intertwined. Su Yueshi felt her chest tighten under the burning gazes and gently pulled her scarf up to her mouth, but quietly cast her eyes towards Sikong Jing. The antidote for the crimson spider poison was precisely what he had formulated, not some secretly hoarded treasure. To her, Sikong Jing was heaven's merciful gift. Without his understanding of spider poison mechanisms, how could she have been reborn? Accompanied by the crowd's amazement, the 4 entered the martial arena. Inside the arena, family banners stood in 4 directions, serving as temporary strongholds for the 4 great families, including the Su family. Cold, sinister gazes came from all directions like sharp blades, with some even licking their lips. The 4 great families seemed ready to devour them alive. Su Yueshi's face turned pale, having never witnessed such an intimidating scene. Sikong Jing leaned slightly forward, shielding her side, his tone calm. It's fine. Everything is within expectations. Sikong Jing gripped Su Yueshi's hand tightly and said, just as Su Xiefeng mentioned at the birthday banquet, they want to use you to provoke me into acting rashly. Then they'll have an excuse to kill us both. As long as you don't lose, or if things get too dire, just surrender. Su Yueshi understood clearly and nodded firmly. Su Zhenglong added in a low voice, aging, the 4 great families likely have more tricks up their sleeves. If things truly escalate, you protect Yueshi and your mother-in-law. Leave the rest to me. Sikong Jing nodded without argument. The 4 of them positioned themselves at one side of the martial arena, keeping their distance from Su Xiefeng and the other Su family members. Soon after, the City Lord's Guard captain stepped onto the platform and announced loudly, all 10 finalists, come forward to draw lots. Su Yueshi, wielding her ice blue sword, stepped onto the arena alone. The other 9 contestants all came from the 3 great families, while she alone represented the Su family, yet had already become a thorn in their side. The lot drawing began, and she once again drew number 1, with her opponent being Haiku from the Hai family. Numbers 1 and 2 remain. Everyone else stepped down. At the guard captain's command, only Su Yueshi and Haiku faced each other on the platform. From the sidelines, Mei Xiaofeng cried out urgently, Yueshi, surrender. Haiku is the young master of the Hai family, at the 4th level of the Dark Realm, and he despises us deeply. There's no way to win. Su Yueshi stood motionless with her sword, saying only, I will not surrender, nor will I lose. Suddenly, the City Lord's Guard captain announced again, no surrendering allowed in the final 10 battles. Having reached the top 10, the differences in realm and strength are limited. By the City Lord's decree, fight with distinction and temper yourselves. This cold pronouncement left Mei Xiaofeng's face deathly pale, while Su Zhenglong clenched his fists, sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, Su Zhengtao appeared before the 3 of them, smiling sinisterly. Big brother, do you know why surrendering is suddenly forbidden? Of course, it's the doing of us 4 great families. As his words fell, Su Zhenglong's heart shook. Su Zhengtao turned to Sikong Jing with a mocking laugh. Su Yueshi is about to be thoroughly beaten, so you'd better hold yourself back. If you, a criminal, dare rush onto that platform, you'll be hacked to death by countless blades, huh? He laughed maniacally without returning to the Su family seating area, keeping his eyes fixed on the arena. Only then did Su Zhenglong realize the situation was far worse than imagined. The 4 great families had joined forces to pressure the City Lord's office into forbidding surrender. If only we hadn't come, Mei Xiaofeng said anxiously, at a loss. But Sikong Jing remained calm. Su Zhengtao, you underestimate Yueshi far too much. Watch carefully. Su Zhengtao was momentarily stunned, then sneered again. Fine. I'll stay right here and watch how my dear niece gets beaten to death, and see how long you can endure it. On the platform, Haiku pointed his sword directly at Tsuyoshi, his voice cold as ice. Tsuyoshi, your criminal husband and your sister Tsuyoshi killed my father. Today, I'll make you understand how severe the consequences are. I'm going to torment you until you break. Everyone in the arena knew Tsuyoshi's cultivation level, as she had revealed it yesterday, precisely the first level of the Dark Realm. Tsuyoshi's current strength was incomparable to her previous Dark Realm 4th level. The new rules forbidding surrender and requiring random draws were all products of secret collusion between the 4 great families and the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, Haika stood at the center of the arena. His lips twisted into a sneer, had deliberately arranged to face Tsuyoshi in the first match. I want you on this stage, in front of the entire city and your criminal husband, to beg for mercy continuously. Haika laughed maniacally with a sinister voice, his gaze roaming freely over Tsuyoshi's body. Tisk, you've become more beautiful? Haha, I'm even more excited now. Before his words finished, he suddenly drew his sword, the blade's cold light erupting. Kneel down first. The sword light shot towards Tsuyoshi like a gray-white arc of lightning. The crowd below held their breath as they watched Tsuyoshi's previously calm eyes suddenly lift, ice blue radiance gathering in her palm. She took a deep breath and flicked her wrist floating moon sword technique. A blue crescent sword aura accompanied by the sound of cutting air rose to meet the attack. Bang! The 2 sword lights collided, and Haiku's sword energy shattered instantly. The blue moon didn't dissipate, but continued forward with bone-chilling force. Puffed! The blue moon slashed across Haiku's shoulder, blood spraying in a fan-shaped pattern. His sword-wielding hand immediately went numb with excruciating pain. Clang! The long sword fell from his grip and hit the ground. Haika staggered backward several steps, clutching his shoulder tightly before dropping to one knee. This kneeling was like thunder exploding in the venue, and the previously noisy audience seats fell into instant silence. In the front row of the Su family's viewing area, Su Jingtao's previously smiling expression froze, his entire body seeming petrified. Within the Su family camp, Su Xiefeng, who had been ready to take the stage at any moment, was also dumbfounded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Members of the other 3 great families stood up in unison, staring at the arena in shock. The spectators below gaped so wide their mouths could fit an egg. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng looked at each other, their mouths forming perfect circles. Their daughter had defeated an enemy with a single sword strike? Dark Realm 5th level. Someone called out in a low voice, instantly breaking the silence. The entire venue erupted. Yesterday, she was only at Dark Realm 1st level, but today she had reached Dark Realm 5th level? A flash of inspiration struck Su Zhenglong's mind, and he suddenly turned to look at the still composed Sikong Jing beside him, lowering his voice to ask, Aging, what did you give Yueshi to eat? Mei Xiaofeng quickly chimed in. Do you still have treasures from the Beast Bandit group? Sikong Jing rubbed his forehead helplessly. The Beast Bandit group has been dead for so long. Can you stop bringing them up? It's not their stuff. When I left the city this time, Luoshui Jade Trading gave me a Yuan Jun pill as payment, so I had Yueshi take it. His words held no concealment. Su Jingtao heard every word clearly, his expression twisting. In the Su family's martial power rankings, his position had already been pushed down by Su Yuexian and Sikong Jing, and now even Su Yueshi was about to surpass him. The resentment in his chest nearly tore him apart. Sikong Jing smiled coldly. You're well aware of the massacre of the 2 major trading companies, aren't you? Luo Ning survived because I saved her. Su Jingtao was speechless. Indeed, he knew the inside story of the 2 trading companies' massacre all too well. Without Sikong Jing's intervention, Luo Ning would have long since perished. Given this, it was only natural for her to repay the favor with a Yuan Jin pill. Only then did Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng understand, their faces flushing with undisguised excitement. You little rascal, you even kept it from us. Su Zhenglong couldn't help but laugh and curse under his breath, his mood finally relaxing completely. 5th level of the Dark Realm. In all of Yunyi City, no one could stop Su Yueshi from claiming one of those 3 spots, and no one could knock her off the arena. At the center of the platform, the young woman lifted her chin slightly, her voice crisp and clear. Sir, have I won? The City Lord's Guard official across from her seemed to snap back to reality, hastily announcing Su Yueshi's victory. Su Yueshi didn't even spare a glance for Haiku as he was helped away. She gracefully descended from the arena, yanked off her face veil, and with her skirt swirling, rushed towards Sikong Jing. Brother Jing, I won. Sikong Jing smiled and opened his arms wide, smoothly pulling her into his embrace, his fingertip gently brushing her nose. I knew it, me Yueshi would definitely succeed. The 2 embraced as if no one else existed, sickeningly sweet. On the other side of the arena, Su Xiefeng, Su Zhengtao, and members of the 4 great families wore ashen expressions. Haiku was supported off the stage, his eyes burning with towering rage. After learning the full story of how Sikong Jing had rescued Luo Ning and unexpectedly obtained the Yuan Jin pill, Su Xiefeng could no longer contain himself, bursting out. That idiot Xiao Yi. Why did he let that criminal leave the city? If Xikong Jing hadn't been allowed out twice, where would he have gotten the chance to turn things around? Damn it, it's all Qiu Ye's fault. Father, what do we do now? No one can defeat Su Yueshi anymore. Su Jingtao was dejected. Watching their plan about to fall apart, they had originally intended to force Xikong Jing and Su Jinglong to compete personally. But now the strongest among the top 10 was only Haiku at the 4th level of the Dark Realm, nowhere near capable of shaking Su Yueshi. We can't let this slide. Su Xiefeng paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Just then, a servant from the Hai family delivered a note. He unfolded it, scanned it quickly, and his spirits lifted dramatically. After tucking the note away, he stared menacingly at Xikong Jing's group. Heh. Enjoy your moment of triumph while it lasts. Clearly, the Hai family had devised a counter-strategy and was merely waiting for the right moment. At this moment, the second match of the top 10 began, and Xikong Jing's group temporarily became spectators, completely unaware that a new conspiracy was closing in. Suddenly Xikong Jing's hair stood on end. He whipped his head around toward the entrance of the martial arts arena. Two black-clad figures approached side by side, their steps unhurried, yet making the surrounding air feel as if it were being sliced by blade edges. The tokens at their waists swayed with their movements, bearing a single character, Shadow, carved on a pitch-black background. The Great Shang Dynasty. Shadow Gate. Xikong Jing's voice was low and cold. He took a deep breath and turned to Su Yueshi. Yueshi, I just remembered something I need to handle. Stay here and don't move. With those words, his form flickered, the beast technique, flowing clouds swift, erupted, and he had already swept into the spectator stands. The two black-clad figures were momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances. Chase him. Su Yueshi stared blankly in the direction where Xikong Jing had disappeared, an indescribable unease welling up in her chest. The Yunyi River cut through the center of the city, its banks empty due to the Genius Tournament. On the stone bridge in the middle of the river, Xikong Jing stood straight and tall. Below the bridge, the two black-clad figures looked up at him. Shadow Gate, are you here to kill me? Or to capture me? Xikong Jing's voice was heavy as cold iron. The Great Shang Shadow Gate conducted assassinations externally and investigated court officials internally. It was the dynasty's sharpest blade. Before his exile, Xikong Jing had served as the Shadow Gate's master. But now with crimes upon his head, the blade had turned, pointing directly at him. Yin Tianma, Yin Ruyu, have you changed your minds? Xikong Jing glared with wide eyes, asking heavily. Were Emperor Yin Tianma of the Great Shang Dynasty and Ninth Princess Yin Ruyu aware that his Dantian meridians had recovered? Did they intend to cripple him once more, or perhaps capture him and bring him back? Xikong Jing stood on the stone bridge at the village entrance, the bitter wind cutting through his robes like blades, yet his heart felt colder than the wind itself. His fear didn't stem from the pursuit of Shadow Gate assassins, nor from the prospect of death, but from the terror of separation. If he left now, he would be forever parted from Su Yueshi and this long-lost sense of home. At the bridge's end, two black-clad figures approached through the snow, their steps silent. One pulled down his face covering, revealing a contemptuous smile. Xikong Jing, it seems your position before exile was quite high. You recognized us as Shadow Gate members at first glance. Xikong Jing's brow twitched slightly. They didn't know his true identity. The second black-clad figure crossed his arms with a cold laugh. Don't worry. We're neither here to kill you nor capture you. We only want your right hand. Just my hand. Xikong Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice carrying a bone-chilling tone. What do Yin Tianma and his daughter intend? Wasn't crippling my Dantian meridians enough? Must they slowly dismember me piece by piece? My right hand today, will it be my feet tomorrow? The black-clad figure waved impatiently, his tone remaining indifferent. Shadow Gate's orders. Sever your right hand and deliver it to the imperial capital with utmost urgency. After a pause, he added, the reason is simple, your right hand has held someone it shouldn't have. Standing at the bridge's center, Xikong Jing suddenly threw back his head and laughed wildly, his voice echoing through the forest. So that's it. Yin Ruyu is truly vicious. Now that she has a new lover, she wants my right hand as a trophy for him? Haha. I find it disgusting too. I'd gladly cut off her own hands. Memories surged forth. In the imperial capital of old, amidst bustling crowds, he and Yin Ruyu had walked hand in hand, her gentle whisper in his ear, I want to hold your hand like this for a lifetime. Now, she demanded the very hand she once cherished. Disgusting, ironic, absurd, could only express his feelings through maniacal laughter. Before his laughter subsided, the black-clad figure's gaze turned murderous. Xikong Jing, regardless of your former status, this is the second time you've dared speak the Ninth Princess's name directly. We'll have to tear out your tongue. As his words fell, both black shadows lunged forward simultaneously, surrounding him from front and back. Xikong Jing stopped laughing, his eyes cold as ice. Don't you know who I am? The mighty Shadow Gate is ignorant. Shadow Gate had few members, they should have recognized him. The leader scoffed. Why should we know? In Shadowgate's eyes, apart from the Great Shang's invincible divine general, the prince of equal rank, Shadowgate Master Yuan Guan, His Majesty, and the Ninth Princess, everyone else can be killed or captured at will. When they mentioned Yuan Guan, both black-clad figures' eyes blazed with fanatical reverence. You said the invincible divine general is called Yuan Guan? Sikong Jing's heart shook violently, his fists clenching tight. Those titles that rightfully belonged to him, the glory he had earned through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, were now casually attributed to Yuan Guan. Yuan Guan, the pride of the Yuan family, the Great Shang's premier noble house, once hailed as the dynasty's greatest genius, yet he had been defeated 3 times by Sikong Jing himself. Trampled beneath his own feet, stripped forever of his genius reputation, crushed under his own weight. Now, that man brazenly claimed all the glory that should have been his. Yuan Guan, the Great Shang Dynasty's greatest hero after quelling the Seven Kingdoms rebellion, revered by the world as the invincible divine general and greatest general in Shang's 10,000 years. On the stone bridge, 2 Shadowgate masters spoke with fervent passion, their eyes blazing with worship, as if discussing a supreme emperor. Ha ha! Sikong Jing suddenly threw back his head in wild laughter, veins bulging. Quelling the Seven Kingdoms rebellion? How dare Yuan Guan claim such credit? Clang! The 2 Shadowgate masters drew their blades in unison. The first snarled, Sikong Jing, you're the first in all of Great Shang to dare insult the invincible divine general. If not for orders from above to keep you alive for now, you'd already be rotting in an unmarked grave. The second followed immediately. Now, we'll take your right hand. With those words, both men became blurs of motion, their blade edges aimed straight for Sikong Jing's palm. Clang! In the next instant, Sikong Jing caught one of the long blades with his bare hand, his gaze ice-cold. Peak human realm? Since when does Shadowgate recruit trash of your caliber? You're both too weak. True chi surged along the blade. The master's grip exploded in blood, his weapon seized and turned against him in a flash of cold steel. Amid the whistling sound, the second Shadowgate master charging from behind was heavily repelled. Only those of transcendent realm may enter Shadowgate, that was my rule. How long before it was broken? Sikong Jing fixed his piercing stare on the man before him, his voice like shattered ice. In his former days as Shadowgate's leader, he had established the principle of better none than mediocre. Yet these 2 before him possessed only peak human realm cultivation. Your rule? What are you supposed to be? Kill him. The master who still held his blade roared in fury, his blade light like shadow as it crashed down. Shadowgate's shadow kill, blade myriad transformations, ghostly and demonic. But you've only learned the surface. Sikong Jing called out low as he spun, unleashing a single slash. Blade shadows layered upon each other, accompanied by piercing ghostly shrieks that filled the sky. Thud, thud, thud. The blade shadows swept past, blood spattering in crimson strings. The master stood rigid as if slashed dozens of times before crashing to the ground. Sikong Jing turned with blade in hand to face the disarmed companion. The man's knees trembled slightly, his voice shaking. You? How do you know the Shadow Kill Blade? Who were you before? To kill your own people at just the 8th level of Dark Realm. This is too terrifying. Who am I? Sikong Jing raised his eyes calmly. I've lost all titles and honors, but I'm still called Sikong Jing. With those words spoken, blade light flashed again. In an instant, a line of blood burst across the second Shadowgate master's throat, his pupils contracting. The Shadow Kill Blade's ultimate technique, ghostly blood edge. Only the Shadowgate leader can cultivate this. Before he could finish, he collapsed dead with his doubts. Sikong Jing closed his eyes tightly, the long blade falling from his hand as his entire body shook violently. Boom! Rolling thunder crashed overhead, as if crying out his injustice. Fat raindrops poured down, striking the river surface and bridge with sounds like weeping. Sikong Jing stood in the rain, letting the river rush, thunder roar, and rain wail around him. His heart had turned cold as ice. Yen Ruyu sent people to retrieve his severed hand, while his defeated subordinate Yuan Guan had seized everything that once belonged to him. Sikong Jing stood in the center of the rain-soaked bridge, his fingertips slightly curved, letting the cold rain slide down his palms. He didn't care about these 2 people's greed. Once his strength returned, he would personally take their heads. But just now, though he had killed 2 members of the Shadowgate, he failed to deliver the box containing his hand to Yen Ryu. She would certainly come again. If she discovered that he had reconnected his dantian and meridians, she would surely be terrified and would never allow him to grow stronger. Next time, an even more venomous blade would strike. If it came to that, he would have to flee to the ends of the earth. He feared neither life nor death, but he couldn't abandon Suyueshi, nor could he bear to leave the place he called home. Thud, thud, thud. Urgent footsteps shattered the water's surface, sending raindrops flying. In an instant, a group of redrobed figures positioned themselves at both ends of the bridge, their shoulders draped with rain-soaked cloaks, their sword hilts reflecting cold light through the curtain of rain. Sikong Jing raised his eyes, his voice low. Great Shang, Brocade Gate. The Shadow Gate was a hidden blade lurking in darkness, specializing in assassination and surveillance of Great Shang officials, while the Brocade Gate was like the Shadow Gate's positive reflection, known to the world as the Great Shang Emperor's Golden Blade, renowned for punishing evil and upholding justice. Through the rain, a young man emerged slowly, holding an oil paper umbrella. He had a fair face and elegant features, more delicate than many women. Sikong Jing gazed at him and spoke slowly. Sui Yu, young Master Sui, it's been a long time. This excessively beautiful man was Sui Yu, the heir of the Sui family, one of Great Shang's 5 great houses. Everyone knew him as frivolous, often harassing innocent women on the streets, a notorious playboy. However, Sikong Jing had disciplined him more than once. During military campaigns, he would follow the army but cause trouble, receiving countless lashes yet never changing his ways, described as hopeless mud that couldn't be shaped. Now, he had been transferred to the Brocade Gate and become one of its commanders. Sikong Jing's gaze was profound. Are you also here to take my hand? The sound of rain drowned out a moment of silence. Sui Yu stared at Sikong Jing, took a deep breath, then suddenly shouted sternly. Everyone turn around. The Brocade Gate members obeyed without hesitation, turning in unison to face away from the bridge. Splash. Sui Yu dropped heavily to his knees towards Sikong Jing, his oil paper umbrella falling beside his feet, splashing up a circle of rainwater. His lips trembled, rain and tears mingling as his eyes reddened. This subordinate Sui Yu pays respects to Divine Marshal Sikong. Sikong Jing's heart stirred slightly. Then he said calmly, I am no longer a marshal, and you are no longer my soldier. Stand up. In the past, only his closest confidants would address him as Divine Marshal. Sui Yu used to be sharp-tongued, calling him stinking general or rotten marshal, openly, but privately only called him Big Brother. Very few people in this world knew that Sui Yu addressed Sikong Jing this way. To outsiders, it would be normal for Sui Yu to hate Sikong Jing to the bone. After all, he had been beaten so severely and had such a dissolute nature. If outsiders witnessed this scene, they would be shocked. The Sui family's playboy actually kneeling before the exiled Sikong Jing. Sui Yu raised his head, his voice hoarse and trembling. Big brother, everyone has been imprisoned. The dead are dead, the imprisoned are imprisoned. I'm the only one left by your side. I'm the only one left. Sui Yu's voice squeezed through gritted teeth, as if every word made him tremble, as if one could see his heart bleeding. Sikong Jing shuddered violently, as though even his skin quivered under the assault of cold dread. Eyes closed, he immediately understood who Sui Yu meant: those brothers and sisters who had shared life and death with him, who had weathered hardships together, those who had rendered distinguished service to the great Shang Dynasty, yet were harvested by the poisonous blades of Yin Tianmao, Yin Ryu, and even Yuan Guan because of his crimes. He dared not think too deeply, yet the truth was terrifyingly clear. With his false accusation and exile, those closest to him would inevitably fall into misfortune, and none would escape. Clatter, 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 his teeth chattered together, dull as breaking bones. In the next instant, a mouthful of blood spurted forth, spreading crimson in the rainwater, his chest aching to numbness. Sikong Jing's eyes snapped open, rain streaking across his pale face. And you still dare kneel before me? Still dare come to Yinzhou? Get lost, the farther the better. His voice was hoarse yet fierce. Sui Yu had once said with a playful grin, when brother Sikong hits or scolds me, it's out of love, but I have to put on a show of fighting with you on the surface, so if real trouble comes, I can at least look after you. At the time, Sikong Jing had merely smiled, but now only this person remained before him, overlooked by enemies because of his apparent hatred for Sikong Jing, surviving by sheer luck. I won't leave. Sui Yu's eyes suddenly reddened as he patted the chest armor of his accompanying guard. Big brother, let's take our men and leave Great Shango to the Xia Kingdom, to the Zhou Kingdom. With your achievements, they'll surely value you highly. Rain and tears mingled on his face. He had lost all faith in Great Shang. But the bloodshot veins in Sikong Jing's eyes grew more menacing as he roared. Fool! If you leave, what happens to the Sui family? Complete extermination, 9 generations wiped out. As his words hit the ground, Sui Yu's weeping stopped abruptly, his delicate features completely crumbling. Sikong Jing approached step by step, raindrops rolling down his hair. If I flee, what about those brothers and sisters? They'll be dragged to the border and beheaded before my eyes, before all our eyes. Sui Yu, can you bear that responsibility? The rain drummed down as Sui Yu collapsed with a thud, soaked through, his heart freezing over. He knew these truths, yet upon seeing Sikong Jing, he had only wanted to flee to the ends of the earth, then return to avenge their fallen comrades, but he had the Sui family and comrades still imprisoned. After a long while, Sikong Jing composed himself, walked over, placed both hands on Sui Yu's shoulders, and leaned down to whisper. Listen to your big brother, dry your tears, and stand up. As long as I'm alive, there's still hope. Sui Yu looked up like a child, staring intently at that upright face. Sikong Jing pointed toward the two corpses from the shadow gate nearby. Yin Ryu wants my severed hand brought back. You can handle that. Yunzhou is remote, so Yin Tianma's network isn't dense, but they'll certainly send people to watch me. You can work within these watchers. Make me appear to be barely clinging to life in their eyes. Sui Yu's entire body trembled as he stared deeply at Sikong Jing, instantly understanding his meaning. In the eyes of Yin Tianma and the others, Sikong Jing's dantian and meridians had been carved out, making recovery impossible. Yet here he stood before him, whole and complete and already circulating his true qi again. As Sikong Jing's words fell, Sui Yu's eyes widened in shock. Someone whose dantian had been hollowed out could still live? Could still cultivate anew? Seeing his astonishment, Sikong Jing asked calmly, "How long do you think it would take me to return to the peak of the transcendent realm?" Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Sui Yu would never have believed such a miracle existed in this world. Too excited to speak, he held up 3 fingers, then lowered one. 2 years at most, possibly a year and a half. Sikong Jing gave a definitive answer. Can you wait that long? Of course I can wait. Sui Yu replied without hesitation. Sikong Jing pulled him to his feet, lowering his voice to repeatedly warn him. Save as many of our brothers and sisters in prison as you can, but don't take unnecessary risks. You must stay alive and avoid exposure. They would never want to see you die in that cell. Sui Yu nodded firmly, understanding the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Sikong Jing's fist struck heavily against Sui Yu's chest as he laughed heartily. Before long, we'll drink freely and feast together, slaying thousands of enemies side by side. Thank you for letting me know that not everyone has betrayed me. He turned toward the martial arena, his voice low yet relieved. And thank you for letting me stay with my family a while longer. Sui Yu's arrival meant he could remain in Yunyi City. Sui Yu would handle the Shadow Gate assassins' corpses without a trace. As long as he controlled the situation, Yunzhou province was vast enough to package today's events in a way that would satisfy Yin Ryu. Danger lurked everywhere, but they had no choice. If they truly fled to the ends of the earth, their imprisoned comrades would be executed one by one to lure him out, and Su Yueshi along with his in-laws would also face disaster. Family. Sui Yu looked puzzled. You'll find out soon enough, Sikong Jing smiled. First, come with me to the martial arena. With that, the two walked side by side toward the arena. The drizzle suddenly ceased, clouds parted, and golden sunlight bathed Yunyi City, stretching the shadows of high walls long and bright. Meanwhile, inside the martial arena, the city lord's guard captain took the stage, his voice booming. Now, let us welcome the 5 strongest talents back to the platform. The top 10 battles had just concluded, and Yunyi City had determined its 5 strongest young masters. However, only 3 spots remained for the Yunzhou Grand Competition, requiring the elimination of 2 more contestants. Under the watchful eyes of Su Zhenglong and his wife, Su Yueshi stepped onto the platform, still standing alone to one side. The other 4 exchanged whispers, staring at her with undisguised cold smiles. 2 were from the Chu family, while the other 2 came from the Hai and Rin families respectively. The guard captain's gaze slowly swept across the 5 contestants, his voice low but clear. The rules for the final 5 battle area, Grand Melee. At these words, the air in the arena seemed to freeze instantly. The audience held their breath while the contestants looked at each other in surprise. All 5 of you will remain on the platform in a free-for-all battle until 2 of you fall. During this period, no one could surrender or leave the arena. They had to fight until the very end. As soon as the city lord's guard captain finished speaking, the audience erupted into chaos. With waves of uproar sweeping through the crowd, this was clearly a brutal fight to the death. Su Zhenglong's face turned deathly pale instantly. He shot up from the crowd and shouted his protest. Guard captain, this isn't fair. If 4 people team up to eliminate 1 person first, wouldn't that be a waste of our strongest talent? His voice reminded Mei Xiaofeng beside him. Mei Xiaofeng broke out in a cold sweat. All 4 contestants came from the 3 great families, and they would definitely join forces to eliminate Yushi. This rule was clearly targeting Su Yushi, targeting her own daughter. She glared viciously at Su Xiefeng across from her, who responded with a smug smile. On the arena platform, the city lord's guard captain glanced coldly at Su Zhenglong. That would only prove that person lacks sufficient talent. Going to the Yunzhou competition would only bring shame to Yunyi City. His voice was ice-cold and merciless. Su Zhenglong gritted his teeth and growled. Even if she loses face, she's still stronger than the other 3. Before he could finish, the guard captain's eyes turned cold. These are the rules set by the city lord himself. You have no right to object. Dare to question them again. And believe me, I'll have you take a trip to the city lord's mansion. A chill ran up Su Zhenglong's spine. He knew the city lord was clearly siding with the 3 great families. This so-called 5 champions battle rule was a premeditated trap. Brother, stop talking. If you aggravate your injuries, that would be troublesome. Su Zhengtao approached with a mocking expression. Chu family head Chu Rongxian also smiled and chimed in. Su Zhenglong, don't disrupt the normal selection process. Haiku. wrapped in bandages all over his body, chuckled. Su Zhenglong, you might as well let your eldest daughter fight instead. She's at the peak of the human realm, she could easily take down those four. After speaking, he scanned the entire venue but couldn't find Su Yuexian anywhere. The City Lord's guard captain issued another order. Guards, secure the arena. Anyone who dares to intrude will be killed without mercy. Any contestant who still has fighting ability but dares to leave the platform will be thrown back up. With a rush of movement, waves of guards poured out from all directions, surrounding the arena completely. Once the setup was complete, the guard captain announced in a deep voice, "The final selection battle officially begins." Clang. With the crisp sound of metal, the four young talents from the three great families simultaneously drew their blades and swords, all focusing their gazes on Su Yueshi with mocking smiles on their faces. The high family youth shouted, "Attack together! Don't give her any chance." The four stepped forward menacingly. The strongest was at the 4th level of the Dark Realm, while even the weakest was at the 3rd level. Although Su Yueshi had 5th level Dark Realm cultivation, she had no chance of victory against four opponents. She gripped her ice blue sword tightly and retreated in panic until her back was against the edge of the arena. Kill! All four roared simultaneously as sword light and blade shadows came crashing down. Su Yueshi could only steel herself for battle, but lacking real combat experience, she immediately fell into danger. The high family youth laughed maniacally. Su Yueshi, once the #1 ugly girl, now Yunzhou's #1 beauty. Don't worry, we won't let you fall so quickly. We want to carry on, brother. Haiku's wishes and torment you until you break. Swoosh. Cold light flashed past. Her sleeve was sliced open by a sharp blade, and a thin red line appeared on her arm as drops of blood seeped out. The scene before him made Su Zhenglong's eyes bulge with fury as he roared, "You bastards! Several grown men bullying a young woman in front of the entire city, have you no shame?" Across from him, Haiku stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. In martial arts, there is no distinction between men and women, only those whose skills are inferior. His expression remained unchanged, as if Su Zhenglong's roar was merely a gentle breeze. Watching her daughter Su Yueshi being besieged on the arena, Mei Xiaofeng's voice was hoarse, her eyes bloodshot. "This is oppression. This isn't fair. I demand to see the City Lord. We must see the City Lord." The City Lord's guards and the branch members of the four great families turned a deaf ear, their cold laughter rising and falling in waves. Haiku strode toward Chu Rongxian and the head of the Rin family, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Let's see if Su Zhenglong can still restrain himself now. Our people are ready to strike at any moment." Chu Rongxian and Rin Zhong, the head of the Rin family, exchanged glances and echoed coldly. If he dares to act, he'll be showing contempt for the City Lord, and killing him would be justified. They understood clearly that since the City Lord had tacitly approved this situation, it was tantamount to giving permission. Chu Rongxian whispered again, "Young nephew Haiku, after we eliminate Su Zhenglong, we'll go to the Su residence and get rid of Su Xiefeng as well." Rin Zhong laughed sinisterly. "That old fool Su Xiefeng has a genius like Su Yuexian, yet still wants to righteously eliminate his own family, with you subtly ridiculous. Soon, Yunyi City will once again be ruled by the three great families." Haiku nodded without hesitation. The Su family must be destroyed. In his eyes, the former prodigy Su Zhenglong, still recovering from serious injuries, remained unpredictable. Only death could bring complete peace of mind. As for Su Xiefeng, he was walking into their trap. At this moment, in the Su family camp, Su Xiefeng stared menacingly at the opposition, chuckling softly. "Jingtao, the three great families are waiting for Su Zhenglong to die, so they can destroy us. But they're mistaken. Everyone believes the Su family has only one Su Zhenglong will die. Su Xiefeng, be foolish enough to sit and await death? When Su Zhenglong and Su Yuexian make their move, we'll go beg the City Lord to spare the lives of my dear descendants." Su Jingtao was puzzled. Why would the City Lord help us? He modified the rules of the 5 champions battle, clearly favoring the three great families. A cold gleam flashed in Su Xiefeng's eyes. "We may not be able to obtain the 3 jade papers, but we can offer them to the City Lord. If Xikong Jing possesses 3 heaven-defying jade papers, we can use them to curry favor with the City Lord. This way, we suppress the 3 great families, win the City Lord's favor, and gain a reputation for protecting our descendants while being magnanimous. Won't that be wonderful?" With that, he chuckled coldly. "Su Yueshi, if I ruin your face again, I wonder if your criminal husband will go completely mad on the spot." On the arena, for young members of the 3 great families formed a fan-shaped formation, laughing uproariously. The Chu family's talented swordsman swept his blade horizontally, its cold gleam aimed directly at Su Yueshi's face. Su Yueshi dodged sideways and retreated quickly, but the sword's edge still grazed her face, only to cut through the scarf wrapped around her neck. It was made from the fur of a cloud-drifting flying squirrel, a rare protective item that could only be shed by peak human realm demonic beasts. and it forcibly blocked the deadly strike. Oh, this scarf is also a treasure handed over. The High family's prodigy reached out swiftly, his 5 fingers like claws attempting to tear away the fur around her neck. In that instant, Su Yueshi touched the ground with her toes, her form gliding like a wild goose through clouds as she executed the cloud dance graceful steps, narrowly dodging the attack. Humph, let's see how long you can keep dodging. Rin Kaijun struck from behind with a sudden thrust, the cold blade slicing across Su Yueshi's arm. Blood trickled down her pale wrist and dripped onto the arena's stone slabs, each crimson drop starkly vivid. Gasps echoed from the spectator stands as many turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. The methods of the 3 great families were simply too ruthless. But what could anyone do? They were the 3 great families, after all, and Su Yueshi had married a criminal and been cast aside by the old Su family patriarch. The crowd whispered among themselves, speculating that this martial contest likely concealed some deeper conspiracy, yet they dared only murmur in the shadows. Bastards, bastards. Below the arena, Su Zhenglong clenched his fists tight, veins bulging, yet he was powerless to act. Just then, Luo Tong sidled up close and whispered with sinister mockery. Su Zhenglong, don't you dare act rashly. This is clearly a scheme by your father Su Xiefeng working with the 3 great families to destroy you. If you intervene, your entire family will be ruined. Hold back. Su Zhenglong glared at Luo Tong, knowing full well the man was gloating over their misfortune, yet also recognizing the truth in his words. The moment he stepped onto that stage, he would be playing right into their hands. The 4 great families were forcing him and Sikong Jing to act, driving them toward a dead end. I don't care anymore. I have to save Yueshi. Mei Xiaofeng screamed as she rushed toward the arena, only to be kicked back by a city lord's guard, crashing to the ground with a cry. On the arena, Su Yueshi heard the commotion and turned back anxiously. Mother! Her momentary distraction cost her as another bloody gash was carved across her back, her clothes instantly soaked with blood. If he didn't go up, his daughter wouldn't survive. If he did go up, the entire family would perish. Su Zhenglong was nearly driven to madness. Luo Tong continued his cold mockery from the side. Su Zhenglong, perhaps you can endure this, but can your criminal son-in-law? Where is he? Oh, there he comes. He looked up to see 2 men entering side by side through the martial grounds main gate, one of them being Sikong Jing. Luo Tong immediately burst into laughter and approached them. Criminal, you'd better behave yourself. Acting rashly will cost your entire family their lives. Sikong Jing paid him no heed, his gaze locked deadly on the arena. Su Yueshi was trapped in the center, surrounded by 4 young masters from the 3 great families arranged in a crescent formation, their sinister laughter unceasing as they hurled vile insults at his wife. ROR fury erupted from Sikong Jing's chest like blazing flames, his killing intent so intense it seemed to take physical form, radiating outward. Brother, Sui Yu, who had accompanied him, felt a chill run through his entire body. He had never witnessed such terrifying aura, not even on the battlefield. Luo Tong was also shaken pale by this murderous energy, yet still forced an exaggerated expression. Criminal, don't be rash. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Sikong Jing swept his leg horizontally, sending the obstructing Luo Tong tumbling, head over heels into the crowd. Then, like an enraged beast breaking free from its cage, he charged toward the arena like a hurricane. Bang! 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 The city lord's guards surrounding the arena hadn't even had time to raise their blades before being sent flying by his relentless punches and kicks, scattered to the ground like debris caught in a tornado. On the stage, the Chu family's young master finally noticed something amiss. He grabbed Su Yueshi's silk scarf with a lecherous grin. This scarf is mine now. Let me get a good look at your face. Before he could finish speaking, his wrist was suddenly seized by an iron-like grip. Looking up, he saw Sikong Jing's face like that of a death god, his eyes filled with killing intent so intense it seemed to turn blood red. CRTK, sound of breaking bone rang out sharp and clear. The Chu family's young master's wrist was snapped on the spot by Sikong Jing. The next moment, agonized screams pierced the air above the arena. The screams of agony stunned the entire arena as Sikong Jing stood cold and domineering. Haika shot to his feet, laughing wildly with arrogance. It's that criminal. He finally couldn't hold back and made his move. Beside Chu Rongxian, the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Bo, also rose to his feet, staring at the arena with vicious intent. Father, that criminal husband of Su Yueshi has acted. Su Zhenglong and Su Yuexian surely can't contain themselves either. We can make our move now. He had never forgotten the humiliation of being forced to kneel in the streets, and at this moment, his killing intent soared to the heavens. However, the head of the Rin family, Rin Zhong, pressed down on Chu Bo's shoulder, his voice calm. Don't rush. Wait until he confronts the city lord's guard captain, then we'll strike in the name of justice. That won't be too late. On the other side of the arena, a gleam flashed in Su Xiefeng's eyes as he slammed the table and stood up. Let's go. To find the city lord. In his anticipated script, Sikong Jing would strike first, followed immediately by Su Jinglong's turn. Taking advantage of this gap, he wanted to personally request the city lord to suppress them and protect his own descendants. With that, he led Su Jingtao in hurried steps toward the nearby city lord's mansion. The situation in the arena suddenly shifted when a call came from behind, filled with surprise, yet tinged with weakness. Brother Jing. Sikong Jing's wrist trembled as he flung the Chu family's talented youth aside like a rag doll, turning to look at Su Yueshi. Blood trickled down her torn garments, and those fresh wounds came into his view, causing his eyes to instantly fill with blood and his breathing to become rapid. Yueshi, I came too late. He pulled Su Yueshi tightly into his embrace, his heart aching so much he nearly trembled. Boom. The city lord's guard captain who was presiding over the martial competition strode onto the arena with heavy steps, roaring like thunder. Audacious criminal. How dare you interrupt Yunyi City's selection and injure people? Do you seek death? The four talented youths had already huddled together behind him, while the Chu family member whose arm had just been twisted was crying tears of pain, pointing at Sikong Jing and shouting, Guard captain, execute him. Execute him on the spot. Su Yueshi, protected in Sikong Jing's arms, showed panic all over her face. Brother Jing, this is a trap. The city lord deliberately changed the top 5 battle into a melee. The 3 great families and my grandfather want to force you and father onto the arena together to eliminate us all at once. She urgently broke free and stood in front of Sikong Jing, pleading repeatedly with the guard captain. Sir, I will continue the competition. Please don't make things difficult for my brother Jing. She knew that continuing to fight would surely end miserably for her, but she couldn't implicate Sikong Jing. Once the situation spiraled out of control, he would become completely enemies with the city lord and the 4 great families. The guard captain sneered, his gaze sharp as a blade. Continue fighting? He already twisted a contestant's arm. What's left to fight? However, he paused deliberately, drawing out his tone. It's not entirely non-negotiable. A faint hope ignited in Su Yueshi's eyes. Criminal, kneel down. The guard captain's voice suddenly turned ice cold. In front of the entire city, kowtow to the city lord in apology, admit your wrongs to everyone, and cripple your own meridians. Hope instantly shattered as Su Yueshi's face turned deathly pale. Kneeling might be acceptable, but crippling her meridians as well, this clearly left no way out alive. Just as she was about to speak, Sikong Jing had already taken her hand, shielding her behind him, his voice low yet resonating throughout the arena. The top 5 battle rules established by the city lord actually had 4 people gang up on my wife alone. When I left the martial arena, she was still in unknown combat, and she wouldn't have lost even if she fought several more matches. When I returned, it had become 4 against 1. Is this what Yunyi City calls fairness? His questioning rang out like thunder, echoing across the arena where blood and killing intent intertwined. That's right, group attacks are just part of the rules, as long as no one else violates them. The city lord's guard captain overseeing the martial contest had long been bought by the 3 great families. He squinted his eyes and mercilessly announced the terms. Your wife can also team up with others. Who told her not to form alliances? Everyone knows the 4 great families want to destroy your entire household. Who could Su Yueshi possibly ally with? Below the arena, a guard suddenly let out a sharp, malicious laugh. Exactly. She just needs to crawl into a few young masters' beds. With that face of hers, how hard could it be to form alliances? Ha ha. Mocking laughter erupted all around, but stopped abruptly the next instant. Bang. True Chi exploded in the air as the foul-mouthed guard's forehead burst open with a bloody hole. Blood gushed forth, and he collapsed straight down without even a chance to scream. Everyone froze, their gazes turning in unison toward the arena. Sikong Jing's right hand still maintained its flicking gesture. No one had expected him to kill the city lord's guard in front of everyone. Some stood agape, others whispered in delight, and still others applauded directly. Su Zhenglong gripped Mei Xiaofang's hand tightly and commanded in a low voice, Mother of our child, blend into the audience immediately. Ah Jing and I are about to fight to the death. Don't let them capture you. Ah Jing killed the city lord's guard. This can't end well now. Mei Xiaofang bit her lip and nodded heavily, understanding that her family's life and death hung in the balance. She released her husband's hand, crouched low, and ran quickly, pushing into the crowd. On the arena, the guard captain finally came to his senses and roared furiously. Criminal! You dare kill my city lord's guardies. This rebellion. Sikong Jing looked at him coldly and sneered. I dare kill even you. Before his words finished, he stomped through the wooden planks with one foot, his form shooting like lightning to the guard captain's front. The true chi of the 8th level Dark Realm's Emperor slaying prison-breaking technique surged forth as he grabbed the man's throat with one hand, forcibly lifting him off the ground. The guard captain's eyes widened. Was at the 6th level of human realm. Yet when his true chi poured into his opponent's arm, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, not even stirring a ripple, leaving only futile struggling. Audacious criminal. How dare you lay hands on Captain? A stern shout exploded. Haiku, wrapped in bandages, led 100 high family experts leaping onto the arena. Close behind, Chu Rongxian brought Chu family experts onto the stage as Chu Bo threatened harshly. Criminal, release the captain, or your entire family dies. Though Rin Zhong remained silent, he too led Rin family experts into formation. In an instant, Si Kongjing and Su Yueshi were surrounded completely by the three great families. He remained unmoved, the guard captain dangling in his grip like a chick. Si Kongjing's gaze swept coldly over everyone. Don't you just want to kill our entire family? Don't you just want to humiliate Yueshi to force my father-in-law and me into action, so you can openly launch a group attack? As you wish, you can begin now. As his words fell, he violently hurled the guard captain toward the ground, then stomped viciously on the man's knees. Crack! Crack! Both legs shattered completely, and agonized screams pierced the heavens as the arena fell into deathly silence. No one had expected Si Kongjing to be so ruthless. This scene perfectly suited the three great families' intentions. Chu Rongxian said coldly, "Men, kill this audacious madman and save the captain. Kill!" A chorus of murderous shouts erupted from the masters of the three great families. On the martial arts field, hundreds of family death warriors and city lord guards surged towards Si Kongjing like a tide no one wanted to fall behind. For beheading this criminal and rescuing the guard captain would surely bring great rewards. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of true chi powerful enough to crush everyone present shot skyward, accompanied by a deep voice that shook the entire area. Chu Rongxian, Rin Zhong. Do you take me, Su Zhenglong, for a decoration? Su Zhenglong descended from the high platform, positioning himself in front of Si Kongjing and Su Yueshi. His ninth-level human realm true chi transformed into raging winds as he coldly surveyed the crowd. Today, I'll show you who the true prodigy of Yunyi City is. The crowd's advance came to an abrupt halt. All eyes fixed on Su Zhenglong's man who should have been gravely wounded and dying now showed not a trace of injury, his aura more terrifying than ever. So what if he's at the 9th level of human realm? With so many of us, killing him will be like slaughtering a chicken. Rin Zhong snarled viciously. The three great families had already made thorough preparations to deal with Su Yuexian at the peak of human realm, and now with Su Yuexian absent and only Su Zhenglong remaining, there was naturally nothing to fear. As his shout ended, the encirclement closed in once more. Su Zhenglong spoke gravely to Si Kongjing. "Ah Jing, protect Yueshi well, and find a way to get her and Xiaofeng out of Yunyi City. Leave this place to me." Before his words had finished, he had already resolved to die, knowing that only by holding the rear alone could he give the three of them a chance at life. Boom, boom, boom. The great battle erupted instantly. Su Zhenglong seized a heavy guan dao, slashing horizontally with blade light like thunder, blood spattering everywhere as several heads rolled to the ground, intensifying the killing aura on the martial arts field. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, a pot-bellied middle-aged man was bent over trimming flower branches, his scissors making snipping sounds. Behind him stood an elderly man with a stern, cold face. "City lord, judging by the commotion from the martial arts field, the four great families have begun their assault on Su Zhenglong," the old man said in a low voice. The corpulent middle-aged man was indeed Duan Qingshan, the city lord of Yunyi City. He merely nodded slightly, his expression leisurely. The old man was Xing Yi, master of the patrol hall, known as Yunyi's great constable and Duan Qingshan's most trusted confidant. Xing Yi asked again, "City lord, is it really appropriate to oppress Su Zhenglong so openly before the entire city?" Duan Qingshan paused in his movements, then chuckled softly. "Xing Yi, are you getting old and timid?" He waved his scissors, his tone remaining calm. "Remember, this is just a small matter. Once Su Zhenglong dies, he'll quickly be forgotten. As for that criminal who received the imperial marriage decree when the Lord of Yunzhou personally grants a marriage, who knows what terrifying background lies behind it? Keeping him alive is like having a blade hanging over my head. Dead, the trouble naturally disappears." His eyes gleamed as he shifted topics. "If the Lord of Yunzhou truly seeks to blame someone, we'll just push the four great families forward. It has nothing to do with us." Duan Qingshan smiled like a cunning fox, as if discussing the most ordinary household matters. "Moreover, representing Yunyi City in the grand competition this time won't be the four great families, but my son Duan Chan. Once he achieves good results, which of those lowly citizens will remember today? They'll only sing my praises." Having said this, he bent down to continue trimming the blooming flowers. Suddenly, an aged and anxious voice came from outside the mansion. "City lord, I am Su Xiefeng. I beg you to save my children and grandchildren." Duan Qingshan was taken aback by these words, somewhat surprised, then smiled and said, "It seems this Su Xiefeng isn't foolish either. Let's go see what confidence he has to ask me to help the Su family avoid annihilation by the three great clans." With that, he rose from his seat and, accompanied by Xing Yi, walked directly to the main gate of the city lord's mansion to personally receive Su Xiefeng. Before the mansion gates, the cold wind was biting. Su Xiefeng's robes fluttered as he stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. His voice was kept extremely low, yet carried unwavering resolve. Lord City Master, this is urgent. If you're willing to save my children and grandchildren, I'm prepared to offer the Su family's 3 jade papers. 3 jade papers? Duan Qingshan's steps paused slightly, his brow instantly arching. Precisely, and there may be more than 3, plus other precious treasures. Su Xiefeng struck while the iron was hot, revealing everything about how Xikong Jing and Su Yueshi's cultivation had skyrocketed in such a short time. All those items came from the Beast Bandit group. A cold gleam flashed in Duan Qingshan's eyes as he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Qiu Yi has such audacity to hide such matters from me. In his view, Deputy General Qiu Ye's failure to report that the criminals possessed such treasures was nothing short of treasonous. Someone come. Prepare for the martial arts ground. Duan Qingshan delayed no further, making his decision on the spot, determined to first make the criminals surrender their treasures. Xing Yi went to relay the orders while Su Xiefeng followed with bowed head, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Everything was proceeding according to his calculations. The martial arts ground reeked of blood, with crowds surging around the arena. Su Zhenglong wielded his great blade with one arm, its cold gleam wrapped in rolling bloody mist. However, he was surrounded by over 10 human realm experts from the Chu, Gu, and Han families, their blade lights and sword shadows weaving together as they pressed closer step by step. Ah Jing, take Yueshi and go. Su Zhenglong's chest was torn open, blood spurting forth. Yet he still roared out his final obsession with all his remaining strength. Without a word, Xikong Jing swept Su Yueshi up in his arms and leaped down from the arena. Upon landing, he placed her beside a well-dressed, refined young man. Suiyu, greet your sister-in-law. Suiyu grinned broadly. Hello, sister-in-law. Su Yueshi nodded slightly, then grabbed Xikong Jing's sleeve, her voice trembling. Brother Jing, we can't abandon father. We must find a way. Xikong Jing pressed 2 fingers to her red lips, his voice calm, yet carrying an icy chill. How could I abandon father-in-law? 10 years have passed, and too many have forgotten his might. Naturally, he should kill to his heart's content. Ah. Su Yueshi looked up in bewilderment. I'm going to take the heads of the 3 great families. With these words, Xikong Jing took his long spear in hand, cold light exploding forth. He turned his head to instruct. Suiyu, if sister-in-law suffers even the slightest harm, you alone will answer for it. Suiyu waved lazily. Don't worry, big brother. Anyone who dares touch sister-in-law, I'll slaughter their entire family. As for the women, I'll keep them all. Hearing this, Xikong Jing's mouth twitched, yet he showed his familiar smile. The playboy's nature remained unchanged. Clang! The spear point pierced through the air, falling back onto the arena like thunder. A Chu family human realm expert who was closing in on Su Zhenglong suddenly saw darkness before his eyes. The long spear descended from above, penetrating from his head through to his feet, its tail end driven deep into the arena floor, instantly skewering him like a bloody ham. The spear shaft still trembled as Xikong Jing lightly landed atop it, his black hair flowing. He gazed down upon the entire scene and declared, Father-in-law, leave the rest to your son-in-law. Su Zhenglong's face turned pale as he shouted, Aging, why did you come back? He was both shocked and terrified. If Xikong Jing had returned, what would happen to Su Yueshi? If both men of the household died here, Yueshi and Yuexian would inevitably suffer humiliation. How could he rest in peace with such an outcome? Xikong Jing landed beside him, calmly reassuring, Father-in-law, don't worry. Yueshi is safe. How could I let you fight alone? Before his words finished, he casually swung his spear, flinging the corpse of the Chu family's human realm expert at everyone's feet. With his spear held horizontally, both men and horses recoiled in fear. Xikong Jing's gaze swept over the encircling 3 great families as he coldly declared, from today onward, there will no longer be 3 great families in Yunyi City. Boom. The air seemed to explode. The attacking High family human realm expert hadn't even seen the spear tip clearly before being struck, his entire head bursting like a rotten watermelon. As blood splattered, everyone's hearts turned cold with terror. Only now did Su Zhenglong truly realize his son-in-law's cultivation had advanced again, reaching the 8th level of the Dark Realm. From Xikong Jing's marriage to Yueshi until now, it hadn't even been a month. But even at the 8th level of Dark Realm, he was still outnumbered against so many experts present. However, Su Zhenglong was still here. With this thought, he roared, Aging, today we father-in-law and son-in-law will crush the entire city together. As his words fell, his bulging-veined great saber whistled through the air, directly forcing back Chu Rongxian, who was also at the 9th level of human realm, several steps. Xikong Jing's mouth twitched slightly. Actually, he alone would have been enough. But how could he bear to dampen his father-in-law's determination to risk his life in assistance? He could only secretly hold back some of his strength, letting his father-in-law fight to his heart's content. The father-in-law wielded his great saber, the son-in-law danced his spear. The two crashed into the crowd like twin hurricanes, with screams rising and falling amid flashing blades and spear shadows. In just a few breaths, the ground was stained red with blood. Family head Chu quickly formed the formation. If we keep fighting scattered like this, we're all finished. Damn it. Su Zhenglong is one thing. But this criminal is only at the 8th level of Dark Realm. How can he be this terrifying? And there's Su Yuexin absolutely cannot appear. The three great families were in panic. Chu Rongxian, at the 9th level of Human Realm, was being suppressed by Su Zhenglong in direct confrontation. The Ren family head Ren Zhong, at the 8th level of Human Realm, along with the Ren family elder also at the 8th level, barely managed to form a triangular formation with Chu Rongxian. Yet even so, they were still forced to retreat step by Si Kongjing and Su Zhenglong. Everyone knew in their hearts that if Su Yuexian appeared as well, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Fortunately, Su Yuexian had not come to the battlefield. On a rooftop to one side, Su Yueshi watched the battle intently, her hands sweating from nervousness. Brother Jing, father. Her voice trembled. Sui Yu's expression was solemn, yet his tone was confident. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Brother Sikong and your father will be fine. Even 10 times more enemies would be useless. At this moment, his heart surged with excitement. Big brother was now only at the 8th level of Dark Realm. Yet this was the result of less than a month of recultivation. He was still the invincible General Sikong, never bound by heavenly constraints when breaking through realms and fighting above his level. Suddenly, he asked softly, Sister-in-law, your father treats Brother Sikong very well, doesn't he? Su Yueshi was stunned and asked back, why do you ask that? Sui Yu smiled and answered quietly, because Big Brother is holding back his strength. If it were before, the enemies over there wouldn't have had the slightest ability to res the rarely plays a supporting role for others. Only Sui Yu could see that Sikong Jing was paving the way for Su Zhenglong's killing spree. The only person who could make his elder brother stake everything with such sincerity was someone who had truly entered his heart. Even Sui Yu himself had only been given such a chance once. Meanwhile, Su Yueshi was filled with confusion. Could Brother Jing be even more powerful than they had witnessed? In a flash, cold steel gleamed at Ren Zhong's waist. Su Zhenglong's blade swept horizontally, shattering the protective qi and burying the edge deep in flesh. Ren Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief, his spine snapping straight as his life force was instantly severed. The mighty four great families had lost another patriarch. The audience erupted in chaos. Just yesterday, they had witnessed this father-in-law and son-in-law duo brutally defeat Su Xiefeng. But today's scene was even more intense. They were actually confronting the three great families. Initially, no one believed the pair could leave alive. But the moment Ren Zhong fell, everyone suddenly realized this father-daughter pair and this in-law duo were nearly invincible. Su Zhenglong, I want you dead. The Ren family members roared, charging forward in mad fury. Dare to touch my father-in-law. Sikong Jing's voice was ice cold as his spear swept across, scattering droplets of blood. The killing cries never ceased, and lives were cut short in an instant. Su Zhenglong displayed the bearing of a prodigy as he swept through Hedon, while Sikong Jing coldly reaped lives. Together, they struck such terror into the three great families that their opponents were forced to retreat step by step from the arena. In the blink of an eye, the three great families led by Chu Rongxian were pressed so hard they could barely breathe. Looking back, only 3 experts of the human realm remained by his side, and his mind was in chaos. How could they hold on if this continued? Su Zhenglong, stop fighting, let's make peace, he shouted hoarsely. Su Zhenglong's blade hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his face. This was Yunyi City's martial arena. The city lord would surely intervene. If they could make peace, perhaps he could still remain in the city without becoming a fugitive, and wait quietly for Yuexian's true return. Patriarch Chu, no need for peace, look who I have in my hands. From the crowd's direction, a sinister voice interjected. Luo Tong slowly emerged from the audience seats, carrying a woman on his shoulder. Master! Accompanied by a piercing scream, Mei Xiaofeng's figure came into everyone's view. Chu Rongxian's eyes suddenly blazed as he laughed heartily. Well done, Patriarch Luo. Once today's business is finished, my Chu family will surely help your Luo family rise to become one of the 4 great families. Luo Tong threw back his head and laughed. He had long noticed Su Zhenglong's wife hiding in the crowd, and this capture would both allow him to curry favor with the Chu family and avenge old blood feuds. The gains exceeded even his expectations. Xiaofeng, mother! Su Zhenglong and Su Yueshi cried out simultaneously from different positions. Chu Rongxian smiled smugly, looking towards Su Zhenglong. Su Zhenglong, I'm no longer interested in peace, I want your wife. Before he could finish speaking, Sikong Jing suddenly turned to stare at Sui Yu. Kill him. Sui Yu's lips curved slightly as he flicked his finger, sending a strand of true qi through the air. Bang! Luo Tong's neck stiffened, his head shaking violently, as if a sharp awl had pierced through his temple from left to right, blood flowing steadily. That arrogant air was instantly extinguished as his body toppled straight down. Su Zhenglong and his daughter stood frozen in place, not knowing who had struck. Chu Rongxian was also stunned speechless. How had Luo Tong just died? In the corner, Haika trembled all over, screaming. It's Su Yuexian. She must be nearby. Sikong Jing twitched the corner of his mouth. What Su Yuexian it was clearly Sui Yu. But he had no intention of explaining, pointing his spear straight ahead. Chu Rongxian, you've lost your chance to negotiate. Su Zhenglong snapped back to his senses, a towering rage erupting from the depths of his heart. Had it not been for his daughter Su Yuexian's secret assistance, his wife Xiaofeng would have already become a hostage by now, with unthinkable consequences. He agreed with Hake's judgment. Aside from Yuexian, no one in Yunyi City was willing to help them, and no one else could have silently pierced through Luo Tong's temple in an instant. Thinking of Chu Rongxian, Su Zhenglong gritted his teeth, gripped his bloodstained Guan Dao with both hands, and strode forward. His son-in-law Sikong Jing now stood shoulder to shoulder with him, both men drenched in blood, dragging their long weapons as they slowly advanced toward the three great families. The members of the three families retreated in terror, while Chu Rongxian and the others had already fallen into despair. With Su Yuexian, a peak human realm expert, still hidden in the shadows, they had no escape route left. They could only curse Luo Tong for meddling and taking Xiaofeng hostage, which had dragged them all into this desperate situation. Chu Rongxian had forgotten that just moments ago, he had been laughing more joyfully than anyone else. The city lord arrives. A sharp cry rang out from the entrance of the martial arts arena, instantly igniting hope in the eyes of the three great families. Su Zhenglong's expression changed drastically as he looked toward the entrance, but the tall arena platform blocked his view. Everyone could see City Lord Duan Changshan entering the grounds, accompanied by Chief Constable Xing Yi and dozens of armored guards. His plump face wore a gentle smile as his gaze swept across the scene, taking in the rivers of blood and corpses scattered everywhere, marveling at the fierce battle that had clearly taken place here. Two figures then emerged from behind Duan Changshan, none other than Su Xiefeng and Su Jingtao. Both men dropped to their knees with a thud, Su Xiefeng crying out in anguish, "Lord City Master, please save my children and grandchildren." Su Jingtao also kowtowed heavily, squeezing out a tear, "Lord City Master, please save my elder brother's family." The moment their heads lowered, sinister smiles crept across both men's faces. This was exactly what they wanted to put on a full performance in front of all the city's citizens, making everyone believe they truly cared for their descendants. However, the crowd in the arena remained silent, their mouths twitching. The children and grandchildren Su Xiefeng spoke of were in no need of his rescue at all. Su Xiefeng remained oblivious, believing that Sikong Jing and Su Zhenglong were at their last gasp. The arena platform blocked the view of what lay behind it, so he raised his voice to add more weight to his plea. "Lord City Master, if you save my children and grandchildren, I'm willing to offer 3 sheets of jade paper." He deliberately spoke loud enough for Sikong Jing and Su Zhenglong to hear, secretly laughing to himself. "Won't give me the jade paper? Today I'll make sure you get nothing at all, and you'll still have to thank me for it." Duan Qingshan, who also couldn't see the situation behind the arena platform, smiled and raised his hand. "Stand up first. I need to assess the scene before making any decisions." With that, he led his men past Su Xiefeng and his son, walking directly toward the arena. "City Lord! City Lord!" A piercing cry rang out as the City Lord's guard captain, whose legs had been crippled by Sikong Jing, crawled down from the edge of the arena platform, tears streaming down his face. "Lord City Master, I'm ruined. That damned criminal has crippled me." Duan Qingshan's steps faltered. This man was one of his trusted confidants. His expression turned cold as he turned back to stare at Su Xiefeng, saying in a heavy voice, "Family head Su, your criminal son-in-law has gone too far, actually crippling someone I value highly. This really puts me in a difficult position. He's just a minor lackey. If he's done for, so be it. But if Su Xiefeng wants to save someone, that'll cost extra." Without hesitation, Su Xiefeng immediately bowed deeply and declared loudly, "Lord City Master, my criminal son-in-law must still have great treasures hidden on him. If you spare their lives, I'll make him offer up all his treasures immediately." Duan Qingshan was overjoyed and nodded with satisfaction, striding onto the arena with his hands clasped behind his back. But as he reached the edge of the platform, his small eyes squeezed into slits by layers of fat suddenly widened in shock. The battle was completely beyond his expectations. At the same time, Sikong Jing also spotted Duan Qingshan but didn't spare him a second glance. With a flick of his spear, he instantly pierced through the chest of a Rin family expert at the human realm. A piercing scream shot skyward, leaving the entire crowd stunned into silence. Xing Yi turned toward the sound, and seeing blood splatter everywhere, immediately roared, "Audacious villain! How dare you kill in front of the city master?" Below the stage, Su Xiefeng's heart pounded with terror. Hearing another man's agonized scream, his soul nearly fled his body. My son. He rushed toward the arena while screaming internally. Please don't let it be that criminal. If I can't find those 3 jade papers, I'll be in serious trouble. My son. Reaching the center of the arena, his wailing came to an abrupt halt. Xikong Jing and Su Zhenglong stood side by side, completely unharmed. Instead, it was Chu Rongxian and the other experts from the 3 great families who were cornered, each looking ashen-faced. This isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. Su Xiefeng rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he was seeing things. At that moment, Haiku dropped to his knees with a thud, sobbing. Lord City Master, save us. Su Zhenglong and his criminal son-in-law want to slaughter all 3 of our family. Is theory too vicious? Immediately after, everyone fell to their knees. Chu Bo looked utterly desperate. Lord City Master, kill these 2 murderers and save us. Duan Qingshan's mouth twitched as he finally grasped the situation. How did Su Zhenglong's family end up winning instead? Whoosh. Xikong Jing raised his spear and struck again, directly ending the life of the kneeling person before him, showing no regard whatsoever for the city master's presence. Aging. Even Su Zhenglong was stunned by his boldness. Duan Qingshan's expression darkened, and Xing Yi roared as he charged forward. You dare kill again? Do you think the city master doesn't exist? Before his words finished, Xing Yi had already closed in on Xikong Jing. Bang! The spear swept horizontally, tremendous force crashing down. Xing Yi, a 7th-level human realm expert, felt as if his entire arm had been struck by a giant beast. He staggered back 3 steps, both arms trembling like sieves, staring at Xikong Jing in disbelief. How could this kid be so strong? Xikong Jing couldn't be bothered to respond. He raised his spear and stepped forward across the arena, pointing directly at Duan Qingshan. Su Zhenglong's heart tightened with a strong sense of foreboding. But right now, he had to keep Chu Rongxian and the others under control. Having them as hostages was the only way to negotiate with the city master. As Xikong Jing approached, Duan Qingshan's eyes narrowed to slits, waiting to see his next move. Suddenly, Su Xiefeng positioned himself between the 2 men and shouted sternly, Criminal! You've gone too far. Killing people in front of the Lord City Master. I order you to kneel immediately and offer all your treasures to the City Master. He still didn't understand how they had won, but he absolutely couldn't let the plan fall apart now. Xikong Jing continued to ignore him, his gaze locked on Duan Qingshan. So you're the City Master of Yunyi City? That's right. Duan Qingshan sneered back. And you're that criminal who received a marriage decree from the Lord of Yunzhou. He was calculating how to force out the treasuries as long as the opponent's strength didn't exceed the human realm. He posed no threat at all. As City Master, he was at the 3rd level of the Earth realm. Slap. Without warning, Xikong Jing raised his hand and delivered a vicious slap across Duan Qingshan's face. The crisp sound echoed throughout the entire venue. Countless people rose to their feet, staring at Xikong Jing in disbelief. In the stands, Su Xiefeng stood frozen in place. Mei Xiaofeng suddenly covered her mouth with her hands, and Su Yueshi's red lips parted slightly as her bright, expressive eyes widened so much they seemed ready to spill tears. On the other side of the arena, Su Zhenglong, who was still desperately restraining Chu Rongxian, felt his mouth twitch as he took a deep breath. He'd have to fight for his life again, and this time he might truly have to battle the city lord to the death. Aging was being far too reckless. Only Sui Yu remained calm throughout the entire scene, gently brushing off his sleeves as he said indifferently, Big brother is still big brother, same old ways. On the arena, Duan Qingshan clutched his burning cheek, his head spinning from that slap. A dignified city lord had been slapped by a criminal in front of everyone. All traces of his kindness had completely vanished. Rage surging within him, his 3rd-level Earth realm true chi exploded violently. Criminal! How dare you strike me? I'll kill you. Before his roar had even finished, a palm strike came whistling through the air. Xikong Jing was ready, instantly activating his beast technique, flowing clouds. His entire body slid backward along the arena floor like a ghostly shadow. At the same time, his voice turned ice cold as he demanded word by word. You rigged the top 5 battle rules to target my wife. Didn't you deserve to be struck? You accepted bribes from the 3 great families to oppress my household. Didn't you deserve to be struck? And now, are you still going to continue protecting the 3 great families? Each accusation thundered like lightning, making the audience's blood boil, though they all knew. In Yunyi City, the city lord was heaven itself, and a mere criminal could never fight against heaven. Duan Qingshan's face turned dark with fury as he roared savagely. That's right. Today I'm going to destroy your entire family. I am the city lord. What can you do about it? With that, he launched another palm strike. Xikong Jing once again became a shadow, easily dodging the attack. Duan Qingshan pursued for several steps, but seeing he still couldn't even touch a corner of his opponent's clothing, he knew that continuing to chase would only bring more humiliation. His eyes flickered as he suddenly shouted, Guards! Surround this insolent criminal. With a clatter, the city lord's guards responded, drawing their weapons and completely surrounding Xikong Jing. On the other side of the stands, Chu Rongxian burst into laughter, pointing at Su Zhenglong. Is this criminal son-in-law of yours here for comic relief? He even dares to strike the city lordery, all finished. Su Zhenglong's face was deathly pale, his hands gripping his great saber tightly, yet he didn't know where to begin. In the center of the arena, seeing Xikong Jing trapped, Duan Qingshan's expression turned vicious as he approached step by step. No one can save you today, criminality definitely going to die. Before his words had finished, a lazy voice drifted down from midair. Duan Qingshan, right? You said no one can save him. Everyone looked up to see a delicate, handsome man floating down onto the arena, his lips curved in a wicked smile. It was Sui Yu. Duan Qingshan laughed in extreme anger. What are you supposed to be? I said even if the heavenly king himself came, this criminal must die. Slap. Sui Yu raised his hand and delivered a solid slap across Duan Qingshan's face. Amid the agonized screams, the city lord flew sideways like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the edge of the arena as stone fragments scattered everywhere. The entire venue was once again stunned into silence. Who was this mysterious man? He had sent the city lord flying with a single slap? Sui Yu calmly withdrew his hand, looking at Duan Qingshan with a half-smile, his voice still lazy. Tell me, city lord, does he still have to die? Duan Qingshan lifted his head from the ground, his face pale with terror. The handsome man was far too powerful. That slap had left his head ringing, the force so violent it seemed beyond any heavenly realm warrior, more like a transcendent strike. In his panic, he shouted threats. Who are you? What do you want? I am the city lord bearing official documents from the great Shang Dynasty. Sui Yu maintained his smile, advancing step by step. Suddenly, he flicked out a black iron token that gleamed coldly as it hovered before Duan Qingshan's eyes. At the token's center, the character Jin blazed with golden light, causing Duan Qingshan's pupils to contract sharply. You ask who I am? Sui Yu's voice was quiet, yet it struck like cold iron against a drum. The string in Duan Qingshan's heart snapped instantly. Cold sweat slid down his spine as he collapsed to his knees. Heaven, the Jin Gate? I'm finished. He kowtowed frantically, his voice trembling. My lord, this humble one failed to recognize Mount Tai. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Jin Gate. The Emperor's golden blade, who would dare provoke them? Sui Yu's smile faded. I'm no supreme deity. Tell me, must he still die? He pointed directly at Xikong Jing on the arena. Duan Qingshan's teeth chattered as his whole body shook. My lord, this humble one knows his wrongs. I shouldn't have accepted bribes from the three great families, shouldn't have used my position as city lord to oppress the people. I deserve 10,000 deaths. Sui Yu shrugged and pocketed the token. You should be grateful I'm merely passing through, and even more grateful I'm not from the Shadow Gate, or you'd already be in the imperial prison. What to do next I don't need to teach you, do I? With that, he turned and left the platform, his figure quickly disappearing at the far end of the martial arena. Duan Qingshan stood frozen. Just like that? He was actually unharmed? He quickly understood Jin Gate specialized in eliminating martial world villains, not interfering with court officials. Had it been Shadowgate, the consequences would have been unthinkable. He exhaled deeply, feeling immensely fortunate. At that moment, Xing Yi's thunderous roar shattered the standoff. Criminal, what more do you intend? With Sui Yu gone, Xikong Jing still gripped his spear and turned back, clearly planning to return to the arena and continue killing. The city lord's guards surrounded him with drawn blades, the atmosphere explosive. Stop! All of you, stand down. Duan Qingshan barked. City lord. Xing Yi was confused. I said stand down. Duan Qingshan shouted again. Since Jin Gate had deemed this a martial world vendetta, any further interference would be courting death could only watch from the sidelines. The guards reluctantly retreated behind Duan Qingshan, their blade light dimming. Xikong Jing silently walked back to Su Zhenglong's side, his gaze sharp as a blade. Father-in-law, now we can kill to our heart's content. Let's annihilate the three great families right now. Su Zhenglong was still completely bewildered. However, he understood that the handsome man before him must be someone from the great Shang Dynasty, and someone powerful enough to make Duan Qingshan too intimidated to interfere in his affairs. With this thought, he gripped his heavy broadsword tightly, his dantian surging with true chi as he roared, Kill! City Lord, save us! City Lord, you can't abandon us! City Lord! Anguished cries rose and fell across the plaza, but Duan Qingshan treated them as nothing more than air. He remained motionless, watching coldly from the sidelines. Su Xiefeng stared in shock as Xikong Jing and Su Zhenglong charged into the crowd, slaughtering left and right. The bloody carnage hit him like a wave, chilling him to the bone. His heart tightened, and he suddenly whispered to his clansmen, Go! Return home quickly. If these two finished with the three great families and then turned on the Su family, he would become a target. With that, he fled in panic. In mere moments, the wails gradually ceased. The core members of the three great families had been almost entirely slaughtered, leaving only the four young talents on the arena who had previously humiliated Su Yueshi. Sikong Jing grabbed them and threw them back onto the platform one by one, then looked up at Duan Chengshan. The selection for Yunyi City isn't finished yet. Shouldn't it continue? Duan Chengshan touched the burning handprint on his face, his heart churning with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear Sikong Jing apart on the spot, but he didn't dare. The selection must indeed continue, but I need to revise the rules. No need to change them. The rules remain the same. Sikong Jing shook his head lightly, though his voice carried an undeniable authority. Just add one more condition: life and death are of no consequence. At these words, Su Zhenglong and his wife, along with the spectators in the stands, all gasped in unison. The original rules already allowed group attacks, and now adding a fight to the death. Will Su Yueshi still face death at the hands of four opponents? Had this criminal gone mad? Duan Chengshan was equally puzzled, but could only bow his head in agreement. As you wish. Who knew if that mysterious handsome man from the brocade gate was still lurking in the shadows? Sikong Jing walked to Su Yueshi and took her slightly cool hand, speaking gently. Yueshi, I promise to let you achieve martial supremacy in Yunyi City, and I never break my word. You must go up and fight once more. Su Yueshi stared at him in a daze, completely unable to fathom Brother Jing's intentions. Don't worry, I'll teach you the drifting moon sword technique combined with the cloud dance ethereal steps will be enough to kill. Sikong Jing's gentle gaze gave her tremendous confidence, and she nodded firmly. Soon, the corpses on the arena were cleared away, though there wasn't time to clean the bloodstains. Su Yueshi stepped onto the platform one step at a time, while her four opponents had lost all their previous arrogance, their faces ashen. At that moment, Sikong Jing's voice echoed across the venue. If you can win, you may live. The four men's spirits shook violently. This was their only chance at survival. Their true qi erupted explosively as they fought desperately. Below the stage, Mei Xiaofeng rushed to Sikong Jing, demanding urgently, Aging, what exactly are you doing? On the arena, battle suddenly erupted. Yet Sikong Jing remained unmoved, speaking with the calm composure of watching his own disciple practice. Spirit rat step, 3 inches to the lower left. Drifting moon, second sword. Su Yueshi's form trembled lightly. With a touch of her toes, she instantly darted to 3 inches below her enemy's left side, sealing his throat with one sword. The first talon's throat spurted blood as he collapsed. Spirit eagle step, drifting moon, fourth sword. Cloud dance turn, drifting moon, third sword. Cloud treading chain, 2 feet upward thrust, drifting moon, first sword. With 4 commands given, Su Yueshi drew her sword 4 times, flashing like moonlight. All 4 talons perished within a single breath. Blood droplets scattered, falling upon the not yet dried, old blood. The air felt terrifyingly silent. The crowd seemed to have their throats seized, with no one daring to make a sound. Su Yueshi had achieved martial supremacy in Yunyi City. Stepping onto the platform, Sikong Jing took Su Yueshi's hand and faced the entire city, looking like a divine couple, unparalleled in the world. The crowd below instantly erupted with cheers, applause, and shouts rising and falling in waves, as thousands chanted Su Yueshi's name. Su Yueshi's eyes gradually reddened. Not long ago, she had been the ugliest monster that everyone in Yunzhou avoided, yet now she stood under the spotlight, and all of this glory had been won for her by Brother Jing. She felt that this life was already worthwhile. After the brief celebration, Sikong Jing led Su Yueshi down from the martial arts platform and left under everyone's watchful eyes. Su Zhenglong and Mei Xiaofeng followed closely behind, beaming with pride. After today, the power structure of Yunyecheng's 3 great families would be completely rewritten. The Su family would dominate alone, with the prodigy Su Zhenglong standing supreme. As soon as the 4 figures disappeared, Xing Yi asked Duan Chengshan with a darkened face in a low voice. Lord Mayor, who exactly was that handsome man just now? Duan Chengshan's voice trembled. Jin Men. Jin Men. Xing Yi's entire body shook, cold sweat streaming down his forehead as his heart turned ice cold. Duan Chengshan's face turned ashen. What terrible luck. How did we happen to encounter someone from Jin Men passing through? Damn it. Xing Yi looked up. Could he have any connection to that criminal? Duan Chengshan opened his mouth, first nodding then shaking his head. It's possible, but not certain. This matter must never be spread around. No one should mention it. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble with both sides. Xing Yi immediately understood. If that handsome man from Jinmen was related to the criminal and Duan Chengshan dared to make it public, he would surely die. If the two were unrelated but Duan Chengshan spread rumors, there would still be only one path: death. At the street corner of Yunyecheng, Mei Xiaofeng snapped out of her earlier excitement and suddenly complained. Aging, you're still too impulsive. You even dared to slap the mayor. We almost all died in that martial arts arena. Su Zhenglong also felt lingering fear and spoke earnestly. I know you come from wealth and don't take Duan Chengshan seriously. But you're a criminal now, You can't act according to your old temperament anymore. No matter how unfair things are, you have to endure them. Before Sikong Jing could respond, Su Yueshi was already smiling as she defended him. Father, Brother Jing wasn't being impulsive. That handsome man called Brother Jing Big Brother earlier. What? Su Jinglong's eyes widened in disbelief. But Mei Xiaofang snorted coldly. Yueshi, don't make excuses for your brother Jing. If he really was his big brother, why would he leave without saying a word? Obviously not. Su Yueshi hadn't expected her mother not to believe her, and said urgently, but he clearly called me big. Yueshi, we know aging is good, but he has flaws too. You can't indulge him. Mei Xiaofeng cut her off directly, convinced that Sikong Jing was bragging. Before she finished speaking, a hearty laugh came from ahead. Big brother, sister-in-law. Everyone looked up to see that peerless handsome man standing at the street corner, chin slightly raised, with a gentle smile. Uncle Aunt. Suiyu then warmly bowed to Su Zhenglong and his wife. The two were completely petrified. Sikong Jing approached with a smile. Suiyu, you did well just now. Both he and Suiyu understood that they couldn't appear too close in public at the moment. That brief eye contact on the arena had already conveyed their respective positions and plans completely. Suiyu had grasped it perfectly and executed it flawlessly. Suiyu scratched the back of his head, grinning like a child who had just received candy, showing no trace of the ferocity he had displayed when crushing Duan Qingshan on the arena. Su Yueshi puffed out her cheeks and shot a sideways glance at Mei Xiaofeng. Mother, can't you have a little more faith in Brother Jing? This fellow has been calling me sister-in-law the whole time. As soon as the words sister-in-law left her lips, she realized what she had said, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Being called sister-in-law in public made her both shy and feel as if Brother Jing was introducing her to his family, like an anxious bride meeting her in-laws for the first time, making her heart race wildly. Mei Xiaofeng was left speechless by her daughter's retort and could only lower her head awkwardly. Sikong Jing had long grown accustomed to his in-laws' so-called distrust and found it rather amusing. He didn't bother to expose it, instead turning to Suiyu. We'll discuss our matters later. Your sister-in-law and I need to return to the Su residence first. There's an old dog there that needs dealing with. An old dog? Do you want me to? No need. Sikong Jing raised his hand to interrupt, just a small fry. This, old dog, naturally referred to Su Xiefeng. He hadn't acted before because his strength was still shallow and his father-in-law was severely injured. Now that the three great families were all destroyed, allowing that old dog to continue jumping around would be tolerating harm to his family. Upon hearing old dog, Su Zhenglong's shoulders trembled violently, understood that his son-in-law would finally settle this old grudge. Suiyu left as instructed, while the family of Four Sikong Jing, Su Zhenglong, Mei Xiaofeng, and Su Yuxa headed straight back to the Su residence. Just as they reached the main gate, they encountered Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao carrying bundles, along with the siblings Su Yang and Su Yun with their respective families, all preparing to flee in panic. Had they arrived a moment later, these people would have vanished without a trace. Su Zhenglong, what do you think you're doing? I'm your father. Seeing the four approaching with imposing momentum, Su Xiefeng's face instantly turned deathly pale. What he feared most at this moment was being caught red-handed, but his family members had been dawdling while packing, preventing his earlier escape. Big brother, please don't do anything rash. We were just kneeling and pleading for you. Su Jingtao's legs shook violently. The scene of the three great families being slaughtered still vivid in his mind. This son-in-law and father-in-law pair were truly terrifying. Fortunately, they had coincidentally pleaded for Su Zhenglong's family earlier. Otherwise, they would have likely kicked them while they were down. Su Zhenglong saw through their scheming at the martial arts arena. They had clearly stated their intention to present Aging's treasure to the city lord. If Aging's brother hadn't arrived in time to kill them, they would have already switched sides. We're going inside to talk. Su Zhenglong suppressed his anger, his voice like ice shards. I'm not going in. Su Xiefeng's eyes bulged red as he roared hoarsely. I'm your father. Why should I listen to you? Bang! Bang! Sikong Jing lifted his foot and delivered 2 consecutive kicks, sending Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao flying into the residence with agonized screams. If he had truly been given free rein to handle this, both men would already be corpses. Moments later, the Su residence's main gate slammed shut with a thunderous crash. The front courtyard was spacious, with fallen leaves swirling about. Su Zhenglong closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the 2 figures struggling to get up, roaring like a wounded beast. Since you're my father, why did you treat our family this way? His fists clenched so tightly they creaked. This was something he had never been able to understand. No matter how much you favor my second brother, I'm not trash, and Yueshi is your granddaughter too. Su Zhenglong couldn't help but shed tears. His family had suffered too much over these 10 years, enduring blow after blow. He had led the Su family to become one of the 4 great families, dominated the entire city, and brought supreme glory to the Su clan. Could all of this still not compare to Su Xiefeng's favoritism toward his second brother? His lips twitching, Su Xiefeng snorted coldly. In my eyes, you're all just trash. You'd better release me, or I'll make you bear the name of patricide and ensure your family can never hold their heads up again. Su Xiefeng sneered repeatedly, knowing Su Jinglong's character all too well would never dare kill his own father. Uft. However, at that moment, a long spear ruthlessly pierced through Su Yang's heart, blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, Su Yang collapsed and died. Unbelievable. Little Yang. Su Xiefeng's sneer vanished as he and Su Zhengtao screamed frantically together. Looking up, they saw it was naturally Sikong Jing who had killed him. The two roared in fury. Criminal, we'll fight you to the death. But what greeted them was Sikong Jing's ice-cold spear, sending them flying once again. The spear tip pointed at Su Yun's throat as he said coldly, I am indeed a heinous criminal, so naturally, I won't let my father-in-law bear the name of patricide. But killing all the people you care about? I have no psychological burden whatsoever. Uft. Another thrust, piercing Su Yun's throat. With this, all three of Su Jingtao's children were dead. But it wasn't over yet. Sikong Jing's spear tip pointed towards Su Jingtao, his face bearing a smile as ghostly as a demon's. Stop. Seeing this, Su Xiefeng desperately charged at Sikong Jing again, only to be kicked away once more. At this moment, Sikong Jing asked coldly, Su Xiefeng, it seems you do have some family affection after all. You're quite worried your son might die, but why are you so despicable toward my father-in-law? They're both sons, yet the difference in treatment is so vast that even I find it incomprehensible. Is there some hidden story here? Su Xiefeng lay on the ground, his entire body trembling violently, still gritting his teeth as he said, I just can't stand how Su Zhonglong used to act like he didn't take me seriously. What business is it of yours? Mei Xiaofeng flew into a rage upon hearing this. Old dog, when did we ever not take you seriously? We always respected and honored you back then. 10 years ago, although Su Zhonglong had dominated all directions, he always let Su Xiefeng take center stage at every occasion. Since you've said as much, with Su Zhengtao dead, you'll only have one son left. When the time comes, only my father-in-law will be there to see you off. I'd like to see how you'll show favoritism then. Sikong Jing's voice grew even colder as he suddenly raised his spear. Seeing this, Su Jingtao was scared out of his wits and shouted, Don't kill me. Su Zhenglong isn't father's biological son. At these words, Sikong Jing's spear suddenly stopped. Su Zhenglong's eyes widened, while Mei Xiaofeng and Su Yueshi covered their mouths in disbelief, staring at Su Zhengtao in shock. Su Xiefeng's eyes also turned completely red, his aged face constantly twitching. At this moment, Su Zhengtao stared at Su Zhenglong, pleading, Don't kill me, I don't know anything. Father let it slip accidentally. If you want answers, ask him. Su Zhenglong stared blankly at Su Xiefeng. He wasn't actually his son? Then why hadn't he said so earlier? He was already mid-liege, we keep it hidden? Under everyone's gaze, Su Xiefeng finally spoke up. That's right, you're not my biological son. Su Xiefeng had confirmed it personally. Su Zhenglong felt as if his entire being had fallen apart, swaying unsteadily as he asked, Even if I'm not your biological son, you have no reason to treat us this way. What? He still couldn't understand what reason did Su Xiefeng have to raise him, only to wish for his quick death? Why? Su Xiefeng stood up, his face contorting as if the memories were driving him mad. When your mother walked into the Su family home carrying you as an infant, she was like a saint descended from heaven. I didn't even dare to lift my eyes to look at her. Back then, I fawned over her like a dog, but she wouldn't let me touch even a finger. To have her, I even killed Jingtao's birth mother. His words sent shockwaves through everyone present. Su Jinglong's body trembled as he finally understood that not only was he not Su Xiefeng's biological son, but Yueshi's grandmother had never been defiled by him either. No wonder he could destroy that statue at the birthday banquet without batting an eye. Su Jingtao was thunderstruck. His own birth mother had died at his father's hands, which explained why his father never spoke of her all these years. She refused to give me a chance, so I drugged her, thinking I could force the situation. But that woman dispersed the drug's effects at the crucial moment. From then on, I truly became her dog. Everyone in the Su family, from top to bottom, had to obey her every word. She was clearly living under my roof, yet she still acted so imperiously. What gave her the right? Sikong Jing's lips twitched. You drugged her and still expected her to treat you well. Su Xiefeng panted like a wild beast. I endured and endured until I finally outlasted her. The day she died, I no longer had to pretend to be your father and could finally kill you with my own hands. Haha, that feeling was absolutely exhilarating. But damn it, you were already at the peak of the Dark Realm at just over 10 years old. I couldn't defeat you. Sikong Jing and Su Yueshi exchanged glances, as if seeing Su Xiefeng's breakdown from years past. In the blink of an eye, you became Yunyi City's prodigy, leading the Su family into the ranks of the 4 great families. The entire city knew Su Zhenglong, but not Su Xiefeng. How could I bear this? He stared at Su Zhenglong with venomous hatred in his eyes. Su Zhenglong asked calmly, 10 years ago when I was severely injured, you hated me to the bone. Why didn't you kill me then? Did I dare? Su Xiefeng gritted his teeth. I was only at the third level of the human realm then. If you died, the three great families would have devoured me completely. It was all because you had swept through the entire city. Keeping you alive was the only way to deter them. Everyone finally understood the real reason Su Zhenglong was spared 10 years ago, and Su Zhenglong himself felt secretly relieved otherwise. He would have been dead and buried long ago. Su Xiefeng continued his tirade. I endured another 10 years, finally waiting for the Su family to grow powerful and for you to be near death. But then the Lord of Yunzhou had to arrange a marriage, and with a criminal no less. I couldn't accept it. At this point, his chest heaved violently, and he suddenly spat a mouthful of black blood onto the ground. A lifetime spent enduring, outlasting Su Zhenglong's mother, waiting for Su Zhenglong's injury, and now enduring Xikong Jing's arrival. His spirit was finally on the verge of complete collapse. Su Zhenglong asked again, if that's the case, why didn't you tell me about my origins when mother passed away? If you had spoken up, given your kindness in raising me, I would still have acknowledged you as my father. His face showed helplessness. Learning the truth at nearly 30 was hard for anyone to accept. Tell you? Who knows what your mother's identity was, or whom she had offended? She constantly warned me never to inquire about her past. If I had revealed the truth, you would definitely have investigated, and once you provoked those people, wouldn't I be doomed? She was always injured, yet she could still destroy me with a single finger. Even Xikong Jing pressed his temple. Such selfish people actually existed in this world. Su Zhenglong was also speechless, finally seeing this so-called father for who he truly was. And now I definitely can't tell him. If I do, and he finds out I'm not his real father, wouldn't that free him from the burden of patricide? Then he could just kill me. Damn. Halfway through his words, Su Xiefeng abruptly stopped, suddenly realizing he had spilled the enormous secret completely. From this moment on, if Su Zhenglong wanted him dead, it could no longer be called patricide. So you know absolutely nothing about my mother's past? Su Zhenglong ignored the startled exclamation and pressed coldly. I know jack shit. Su Xiefeng's mouth twitched, feeling both guilty and furious. I already told you she forbade me from asking. Su Zhenglong, I'm telling you, you can't kill. Might would still be patricide. I raised you after all. His gaze trembled as he stared fixedly at the young man across from him. Su Zhenglong closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression was indifferent. Not everyone is as heartless as you. Ah Jing, cripple them and throw them in the Su family's pig farm. With those words, he turned and left, his steps unsteady, his entire being seeming drained of soul. Two screams immediately echoed from the front courtyard. Xikong Jing flashed back, having completely destroyed the meridians of both Su Xiefeng and Su Zhengtao. Halfway to the pig farm, an unexpected incident erupted. Su Zhengtao, why did you have to say Su Zhenglong isn't my blood? Now we're cripples who have to feed pigs. Su Xiefeng roared, his voice hoarse. If I hadn't said it, that madman would have killed me. Su Zhengtao was equally hysterical. And why didn't you tell me about my own origins, making me bow to the wrong person all these years? He had always thought Su Zhenglong's birth mother was also his own mother, but that wasn't the truth at all. I killed your real mother. Su Xiefeng laughed maniacally, his emotions nearly insane. If I had told you, what if you came for revenge? Years ago, when I tried to drug Su Zhenglong's mother, she castrated me instead. If I hadn't become unable to father any more sons, do you think I would have kept you and spoiled you? You killed my mother and still wanted to harm me. Su Zhengtao flew into a rage, swinging his fist into Su Xiefeng's face. Ungrateful son, how dare you hit me? Su Xiefeng returned the punch. With their meridians destroyed, the two men fought with pure brute force, rolling in the dust. Eventually, both struck their heads against stones simultaneously, blood flowing like rivers, dying on the spot. When news reached the Su residence, Mei Xiaofeng waved her hand, threw down her fan, and laughed heartily. Good riddance. It's karma. Xikong Jing merely smiled. Slight Lai had secretly delivered a palm strike earlier, ensuring the father and son died so cleanly. Even without that mutual destruction, he would never have let them live to see dawn. The night was deep. Su Zhenglong remained alone in the small house where Grandma Yueshi had lived, an oil lamp flickering down to its last wick without him taking a single step outside. In the corridor outside, Mei Xiaofeng frowned with worry, speaking quietly to Xikong Jing. Sai, your father told me not to worry, but this blow is too severe. How can I not be concerned? Xikong Jing quickly consoled her. Father-in-law is overthinking. He's probably searching for clues about Grandma Yueshi's past. From Su Xiefeng's confession, it seems Grandma came here as a refugee, and she wouldn't even let her own son inquire about her past, which shows how terrifying her enemies must have been. Her greatest wish was probably for father-in-law to live peacefully in obscurity. Thinking further, he added, Grandma understood Su Xiefeng's character too well, so she held on until father-in-law had the strength to contend with him before letting go. She probably knew all along that Su Xiefeng would never reveal the truth. But fate is unpredictable. The incident 10 years ago, and Su Yueshi's disfigurement gave me the chance to infiltrate the Su family and bring everything to light. Sikong Jing looked up at the tightly closed door, worry flashing in his eyes. But if Grandma Yueshi truly wanted father-in-law to live an ordinary life, would she really have left any clues? Late at night, Mei Xiaofeng stood alone outside Grandma Yueshi's former room. Only a single oil lamp flickered in the old corridor, its wick crackling softly as she held a steaming box of late-night snacks, her expression filled with anxiety. With a creak, the door opened and Su Zhenglong stumbled out as if his soul had been drained, sighing deeply. Nothing. She left nothing behind. Mei Xiaofeng hurried forward, lowering her voice to comfort him. Let it go, master. It's been decades now. We should just live peacefully as a family. She truly didn't want any more turmoil in their household. All the troubles had finally settled down. However, now that the truth had surfaced, Su Zhenglong's heart remained restless. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the night from deep within the courtyard. The couple's faces turned pale as they exchanged glances and cried out in unison. Yueshi. Meanwhile, Sikong Jing sat across from Sui Yu in a small pavilion within the Su family courtyard. The dim lamplight cast their shadows as Sui Yu spoke in a low voice. Big brother, I found a perfect excuse to cover up the deaths of those two from the Shadow Gate, and our people in Yunzhou are already being positioned. I didn't come to Yunzhou just to see you. I have important business. According to reliable intelligence, Tianlong Manor has colluded with the Xia Kingdom, secretly harboring bandits and committing countless crimes. I've been ordered to eliminate them. He briefly summarized all the intelligence. Just as Sikong Jing was about to give some instructions, he heard the scream and his expression sharpened. Without hesitation, he activated his beast technique, Flowing Cloud, transforming into a blur as he rushed toward the source of the sound. He burst into Yueshi's room ahead of the Su couple, only to be stunned by the scene before him. It wasn't an enemy attack, but something far more mysterious. Su Yueshi stood frozen beside her bed, facing the jade hairpin they had retrieved earlier, which now floated in the air. Green jade light rippled outward from the hairpin like a living thing. Seeing Sikong Jing's arrival, Su Yueshi's face was deathly pale as she choked out. Brother Jing, I was packing to move when I accidentally pricked my finger on the jade hairpin and bled on it. Then this happened. I can't move. Sikong Jing had never witnessed such a phenomenon, yet he could clearly sense the vast, pure power emanating from the hairpin. For words flashed through his mind, treasure recognizing its master. He tried to approach but was gently pushed back by the green light, feeling a tightness in his chest. Even his former self before recultivation would have found it impossible to cross this barrier. This power was already beyond mortal comprehension. Brother Jing, I can see strange figures inside the hairpin, and they're chanting something. Su Yueshi cried out again. Yueshi, does it feel malevolent or benevolent? He asked urgently. Benevolent. It's like it's become part of my body. Hearing this answer, Sikong Jing's heart trembled violently, further confirming the treasure recognizing its master phenomenon. He immediately instructed, stay calm and try to sense everything about it. Su Yueshi followed his guidance. As her breathing steadied, the jade light suddenly intensified, gently enveloping her entire form. She slowly closed her eyes as a sacred aura arose from within her body, her delicate features radiating an inviolable radiance. The blood of 10,000 beasts within Sikong Jing's body began to simmer slightly, as he clearly sensed her bloodline being elevated by this power. Yueshi. At that moment, the Su couple also reached the doorway, but they too were blocked by the light barrier. As they tried to rush forward in alarm, the green light surged again, gently pushing them back. After hearing Sikong Jing's brief explanation about treasure recognizing its master, both stood stunned like wooden statues. Such phenomena existed only in legends, and no one had ever truly witnessed them. But there was nothing they could do to help now, and no way to intervene. They could only wait anxiously. The night gradually faded away as the lamps in the side courtyard of the Su residence burned for 2 full hours. Cold wind occasionally swept past the window frames, and everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on Su Yueshi, sitting quietly on the couch. As dawn approached, a crisp chirp suddenly pierced the silence. The jade hairpin spun abruptly and shot like an arrow into Su Yueshi's dark hair, instantly transforming into an exquisite ornament. The emerald light then dimmed, and heaven and earth seemed to pause for half a beat. Su Yueshi slowly opened her eyes, her pupils reflecting the figures of everyone present, filled with confusion and wonder. Brother Jing, what a strange feeling. The jade hairpin seems connected to my flesh and blood. I can't separate from it at all. I feel like I've changed, yet also like I haven't. Sikong Jing immediately stepped forward and grasped her wrist to check her pulse carefully. After a moment, he suddenly looked up, shock flashing in his eyes. Su Yueshi's meridians and dantian seemed to have been reforged, pure and clear. Her blood surged like a vast ocean, clearly the mark of extraordinary martial talent. Su Zhenglong also hurried to examine her, his face showing even greater astonishment. Yueshi's martial talent might exceed mine by 10 times, even 100-fold. Mei Xiaofeng beside them opened her mouth. But though this jade hairpin is valuable, how could it have become a treasure? Xikong Jing's mind raced as he recalled Su Yueshi's previous account. In childhood, the two sisters had discovered a thin hole in a giant stone in the courtyard, with light flickering within, and had asked Su Zhenglong to split the stone, thus obtaining this jade hairpin. Thinking of this, he tentatively asked, "Father-in-law, could it be that Yueshi's grandmother personally inserted the jade hairpin into that giant stone years ago?" Su Zhenglong's whole body trembled, sharp light flashing in his eyes. "I remember now. I did see it when I was young." Yueshi's grandmother was murmuring something under her breath as she inserted the hairpin from her head into the giant stone. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Xikong Jing took a deep breath. "I'm afraid Yueshi's grandmother's secret lies entirely within this jade hairpin." With this speculation, the gloom in Su Zhenglong's heart eased slightly. Xikong Jing pressed Su Yueshi further. "Did anything appear within the jade hairpin?" Su Yueshi recalled. "It seemed like someone was chanting an incantation, but I couldn't hear clearly. It seemed to be telling me to enhance my power." Xikong Jing suddenly understood. This was like his own 10,000 beasts prison's cultivation had to reach a certain level to unlock the true opportunity within the jade hairpin. Either way, it was good news. "Yueshi, your future martial achievements will certainly not be lacking." He solemnly instructed Su Yueshi to immediately enter seclusion for cultivation, then hurriedly departed with Suiyu. At the entrance of the Su residence, dawn was breaking. Suiyu clasped his fists, his tone heavy. "Big brother, I'm leaving now. After I destroy Tianlong Manor, I'll come find you." Xikong Jing returned the gesture solemnly, saying quietly, "Take care." Suiyu smiled slightly. A mere Tianlong Manor is nothing to worry about. But as he turned away, tears glinted in his eyes after completing this mission. He might not be able to return to Yunyi City. If his cover was blown, Xikong Jing, the Sui family, and the brothers in prison would all face utter destruction. When they would meet again, no one knew. Watching that figure gradually disappear into the distance, Xikong Jing murmured, "I, Xikong Jing, have wronged you all." His fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. Wished he could immediately reach the pinnacle of transcendence and kill his way back to the great Shang imperial city. As daylight fully broke, Su Zhenglong announced Su Xiefeng's death to the outside world and naturally succeeded as head of the Su family. The clan members who had once attached themselves to Su Xiefeng all bowed in submission. From this day forward, the Su family officially became the strongest family in Yunyi City. Outside the Golden Palace gates within the inner courtyard of the great Shang imperial palace, glazed tiles gleamed in the morning light as a woman stood gracefully in resplendent red court attire. Palace maids positioned at her sides, their eyes not daring to meet hers directly. She was the greatest beauty of Great Shang. The ninth princess, Yin Rui's beauty blazed like flames, yet carried an innate noble coldness. At this moment, she waited quietly for the person within the hall, her gaze fixed upon the golden palace before her. This palace was called the Golden Soul Hall, the only treasure of the great Shang Dynasty that transcended heavenly grade and required choosing its own master. Each emperor upon ascending the throne must first gain the Golden Soul Hall's recognition before ruling the realm. Within was the dynasty's most supreme cultivation chamber, each opening consuming unimaginable resources. Even Xikong Jing, who wielded tremendous power throughout the court and possessed towering military achievements, had never set foot inside. The former Emperor Yin Tianma had once promised that if Xikong Jing returned victorious from quelling the Seven Kingdoms rebellion, he would personally open the Golden Soul Hall to help him break through to the transcendent realm. Now, that promise had become a laughingstock. Rumble. The heavy palace doors slowly opened, golden light bursting forth from the gaps. Moments later, a bare-chested young man strode out, his bronze-colored muscular frame gleaming like cast iron in the light. The honor that Xikong Jing could never obtain now opened for him alone. Palace maids approached to drape a brocade robe over his shoulders. "Brother Guan, congratulations on completing your retreat." Yin Ruyu smiled at the corners of her lips as she stepped forward. This was none other than the heir of Great Shang's premier noble house, the Yuan family Yuan Guan. He had claimed all the illustrious military achievements from the Seven Kingdoms Rebellion as his own, earning the title Great Shang's greatest general of all time among the people. He was also the Golden Blade Prince Consort, as the emperor had already betrothed Yin Ryu to him. Yuan Guan rolled his shoulders and stretched his arms, joints cracking in succession, then dropped to one knee and declared loudly, "Yuan Guan pays respects to the ninth princess." "Brother Guan, stop that nonsense." Yin Ryu chided gently, her delicate hands helping him to his feet, her eyes filled with charm. "After absorbing Xikong Jing's dantian, how much longer until you break through to the transcendent realm?" Back then, when Xikong Jing's dantian was extracted, Yin Ryu had personally delivered it to Yuan Guan for absorption. Combined with the power of the Golden Soul Hall, it became his final trump card for breaking into the transcendent realm. "At most 1 year." Yuan Guan smiled proudly. "Then I can step into the transcendent realm." Wonderful. Yin Ruyu's eyes curved with delight, her smile blooming like flowers. To celebrate your breakthrough, I've prepared a special gift. Someone summoned Ing Feng. Footsteps approached from the distance as a middle-aged man in black robes knelt on the ground, his face pale. This was Ing Feng, commander of the Shadow Gate and overseer of the Yunzhou region. Yin Ruyu spoke coolly. Ing Feng, where is that person's hand? Yuan Guan raised an eyebrow. Hand. Yin Ruyu explained softly, though with underlying coldness. That barbarian Sikong Jing once held my hand, but I belong to Brother Guan. If I don't take his hand, wouldn't that defile me? You mustn't find it disgusting. Ing Feng pressed his forehead to the ground. The two men I dispatched encountered trouble and were killed by the bandits of Tianlong Manor. I just received word. This was caused by false intelligence spread by Sui Yuzhen. I will immediately send new personnel and ensure. Ah. Before he could finish, his body suddenly stiffened. Yen Ryu lightly pointed with her slender finger, and a brilliant beam of light pierced through Ing Feng's forehead, blood droplets sliding down his black robes. At that moment, Yen Ryu had extended one finger toward him, the beam of light penetrating straight through Ing Feng's forehead. Yen Ryu withdrew her finger with a dark expression, staring coldly at Ing Feng's corpse. What's the point of retrieving it now? This was meant to be a special gift for Brother Guan's emergence from seclusion. Before her words had fully settled, the coldness on her face suddenly melted away, replaced by a delicate, coquettish expression as she added softly, Brother Guan, it's all my fault. I'll send someone to retrieve it right away. Before she could finish, a cold arm wrapped around her slender waist. Yuan Guan pulled her into his embrace, his thin lips pressed tight, his voice like an icy wind from the depths of hell. No rush. I'll be heading to Yunzhou soon enough. When the time comes, I'll personally take that barbarian Sikong's hand myself. In his mind's eye appeared the face of Sikong Jing, the enemy, who had once trampled him underfoot. Since Sikong Jing's exile, the two had no further contact, and Yuan Guan couldn't wait to witness his opponent's despair firsthand. At the thought of severing that hand and seizing his dantian, his gaze grew ever darker. Yin Ryu let out a low laugh, her tone suddenly turning sinister. Sui Yu will soon arrive at Tianlong Manor, but he doesn't know it's a path straight to hell, nor does he know that the great prince of Xia is waiting there. Once he kills the great prince, all of Xia's hidden pieces planted in Yunzhou will activate. Sui Yu will surely die. At this, she lifted her gaze, her eyes gleaming with cold light, then switched back to her seductive smile. When Brother Guan immediately leads troops to quell the uprising and seizes the opportunity to break out of Yunzhou, conquering Xia's Yunzhou in one stroke, such an achievement will resound throughout the imperial court. Yunzhou of the great Shang Dynasty lay on the frontier, neighboring the formidable Xia kingdom, which rivaled Shang itself. The two nations had clashed for years without erupting into full-scale war. Yen Ryu was precisely Xia's planted agent in Yunzhou. Now, with the great prince arriving at Tianlong Manor in disguise, she had orchestrated Sui Yu's mission to eliminate him, all to pave the way for Yuan Guan's glorious military achievements provided, of course, that Yuan Guan first absorbed Sikong Jing's dantian. Yuan Guan listened with rising excitement, his wild laughter echoing. I'll use Sikong Jing's dantian to march forth with the identity that should have been his. When I return victorious and that wretch watches me receive universal acclaim, she'll surely cough up blood and rage. Hurrah! His laughter stopped abruptly as he suddenly asked, Sui Yu hates Sikong Jing more than anyone, why must he die? Yen Ryu covered her lips with a light laugh, answering matter-of-factly. He too comes from the 5 great families, yet dares to consider himself your equal. That is his crime. Naturally, deserves death. Haha, indeed he deserves death. Yuan Guan burst into laughter once more. 2 days later, in Yinyan City, Yunzhou. This city was the largest metropolis in Yunzhou aside from the provincial capital, dozens of times larger than Yunyi City. Trade routes led to Xia Kingdom, with carriages and horses moving day and night without cease. The strongest martial force within the city Tianlong Manor had always been renowned, but now it was drowned in the sounds of slaughter. Sui Yu led Jinmin's elite forces charging into the manor, blood flying like rain, heartrending wails filling the air. He cared little about collusion with Xia, but harboring bandits was a capital offense. Ordered the complete extermination of everyone in the manor. When the massacre ended, the stench of blood filled the sky. Sui Yu wiped the blood from his sword blade and led his men to leave Yinyan City. Just as he reached the city gate, a heartrending roar shook the entire city. The great prince is dead. Boom. Several powerful auras erupted from the ground as Yinyan City's gates slammed shut with a thunderous crash. It's the great Shang's Jin men. They've killed the great prince. All warriors of Great Xia, heed the command, drop your disguises and destroy them. Successive roars exploded throughout the city as Xia Kingdom's hidden masters emerged one after another, their killing intent surging like a tide. Sui Yu's expression changed drastically. Tianlong Manor had actually been hiding Xia Kingdom's great prince, and a prince's travels would certainly be accompanied by supreme masters. Now with their identities exposed, the city gates sealed, and enemies on all sides, this was serious trouble. A few days later, 3 unexpected visitors arrived at the Su family residence in Yunyi City. At the city gates, City Lord Duan Changshan strode forward, flanked by Xing Yi, the chief of the patrol hall, and Xiao Yi, the city guard general, their imposing presence bearing down on the Su estate like a mountain. Su Zhenglong emerged from his home with a belly full of confusion, bowing respectfully as he greeted them. City Lord, your presence honors our humble abode. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. Duan Changshan squinted his eyes, wearing his usual amiable smile as he made casual conversation. The Yunzhou Grand Competition is just a month away. How are your daughter's preparations coming along? My unworthy daughter dares not slack off and practices diligently every day. Su Zhenglong replied respectfully. Before the words had fully left his lips, Duan Qingshan suddenly dropped his smile and commanded coldly, "Summon your son-in-law. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." Su Zhenglong's heart skipped a beat. Not daring to ask questions, he could only call for Sikong Jing. Moments later, everyone gathered in the Su family's main hall. Duan Qingshan's gaze was sharp as he stared intently at Sikong Jing. That handsome man who appeared at the martial arts arena that Dado, you know who he is? Sikong Jing's eyes turned cold as he remained silent. Su Zhenglong, however, was secretly alarmed that person was none other than Jing's younger brother. Had something gone wrong? Duan Qingshan continued unhurriedly. He's from the Jin men of the Great Shang. 3 days ago, he infiltrated Tianlongshan Manor in Yinyan City, killed the crown prince of Xia Kingdom, and has been trapped in the city for 3 days. His fate remains unknown. The news struck like thunder. Sikong Jing's head snapped up, murderous intent surging from the depths of his eyes. The others were equally shocked to learn that Tianlongshan Manor had been harboring a prince of Xia Kingdom. Duan Qingshan continued. With the crown prince of Xia dead, Xia's army has already reached our borders. Yunzhou's hidden agents have all emerged, and bandits run rampant. Our Yunyi city, under orders from the Lord of Yunzhou, will join forces with the remaining 27 cities to march on Yinyan City. We must reclaim the city and rescue the Jinmen people. At this point, he lowered his voice. Though his smile grew even broader, his visit certainly wasn't just to report on the war situation. That Jinmen beauty who had shown him such contempt might already be buried in Yinyan City. With no more worries, he could now freely manipulate this criminal before him. Duan Qingshan slowly approached, speaking word by word. General Xiao Yi tells me you performed exceptionally when clearing out the fierce beast bandit gang. So I've come specifically to conscript you. Sikong Jing returned his gaze indifferently, suppressing the anxiety in his heart. I'm merely in exile. What does this matter have to do with me? Su Zhenglong snapped back to reality and blurted out, City Lord, Jing has never served in the military. I fear he might burden the army. Duan Qingshan's eyes narrowed to slits as he suddenly roared. If you don't want to go, that's fine too. Hand over 3 sheets of jade paper, plus all the treasures you possess, and I can be accommodating. As his words hit the ground, Su Zhenglong cursed silently, so Duan Qingshan was still coveting Jing's treasures. If they didn't hand them over, this journey would surely be Jing's death sentence. Sikong Jing clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as a blade, finally spitting out just 2 words, I'll go. However, just as Su Zhenglong was contemplating how to negotiate with Duan Qingshan, Sikong Jing opened his eyes and spoke with firm resolve. The air in the hall seemed to freeze, and everyone instantly stiffened in place. Xing Yi glared fiercely at Sikong Jing and growled, Criminal, do you value treasure over your life? In his mind and those of the other generals, Sikong Jing would never dare to go and would obediently hand over the treasure. Once that handsome, mysterious man truly died outside, they could then take the opportunity to kill Sikong Jing for revenge. Yet the man before them showed no hesitation whatsoever. Yes, even if I die, I will never give you the treasure. Sikong Jing's voice was as hard as iron and stone. Damn it. Xiao Yi cursed and was about to charge forward, but Duan Qingshan grabbed him back. Duan Qingshan narrowed his eyes and asked coldly again, Are you certain you want to go? Yes. Sikong Jing's answer remained resolute. With Sui Yu's life hanging in the balance, he would never stand by and do nothing. Even if Duan Qingshan hadn't come to conscript him, he would have found every possible way to leave the city and rescue him. Everyone's mouths twitched, not expecting this criminal to be so determined. Suddenly, Duan Qingshan burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. Even though you're just a criminal, you're still a fine son of our great Shang Dynasty. Prepare yourself and meet at the city gate in 1 hour. You'll be under General Qiao Ye's command. With those words, he turned and left with Xing Yi and Xiao Yi. As he departed, Xiao Yi looked back at Sikong Jing with repeated cold laughter, his smile as sinister and venomous as a snake. Inside the Su residence, Su Zhenglong hurriedly pulled Sikong Jing to the entrance, dragging him inside while urgently trying to dissuade him. Ah Jing, how could you agree? This is a war between the Xia Kingdom and Great Shang. If you fall under Qiao Ye's command, he'll kill you sooner or later. Duan Qingshan is no longer forcing you to hand over the treasure because there will be plenty of opportunities to pressure you at the front lines. His voice was filled with anxiety as he thoroughly analyzed Duan Qingshan and the others' calculations. Before Sikong Jing could respond, Mei Xiaofeng hurried over, practically rushing into the courtyard. Ah Jing, have you lost your mind? Do you want to make Yueshi a widow? At the entrance, Su Yueshi had also arrived. The young woman stood there in a daze, her eyes red-rimmed, but she said nothing. Sikong Jing took a deep breath and said solemnly to everyone, Sui Yu is my younger brother. I have no choice but to go. That single sentence made the Su couple suddenly understand. That mysterious, handsome man was Sikong Jing's brother, and he was going to rescue him. But, how will you rescue him? That handsome man is obviously very powerful and even killed the Xia Kingdom's eldest prince. You're so weak, how can you save him? Su Zhenglong remained unwilling to accept it. Sikong Jing's gaze was as steady as a mountain. As long as Sui Yu isn't dead, I will definitely be able to save him. After speaking, he turned and walked to Su Yueshi, saying softly, I'm sorry, Yueshi. I truly have no choice but to go. Su Yueshi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly showed a tearful smile. You should go. If it weren't for brother Sui Yu, our whole family would have died long ago. Sikong Jing was taken aback. When someone shows kindness, we must repay it. Father, mother, isn't that right? Su Yueshi looked toward her parents. The couple opened their mouths, but with their daughter saying such things, they could only remain silent. Sikong Jing suddenly pulled Su Yueshi into his embrace, his tone firm. Don't worry, for your sake, I will definitely return alive. To have such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Tears slid down Su Yueshi's face. She could have been selfish, but because of her conscience and guilt, she nodded through her tears. How could one not love such a Yueshi? 1 hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yueshi, Su Zhenglong, and Mei Xiaofeng stood at the residence gate to see him off. Sikong Jing shouldered his long spear, straightened his back, took one last deep look at them, then turned and stepped out of the Su residence gate, disappearing step by step. Su Zhenglong let out a heavy sigh. For Ah Jing to call someone like Jin Min his sworn brother, he must have held an extremely noble position before his exile. Such a loyal and righteous person if anyone dares to say he was exiled for crimes. I, Su Zhenglong, will turn against them. Su Yueshi gripped the bluestone doorframe of the Su residence, her knuckles white from the force. Tears dripped from her chin as she raised her eyes, her voice hoarse yet resolute. Brother Jing, if anything happens to you, I, Su Yueshi, swear to first kill Duan Qingshan and his ilk, then eliminate all your enemies, and finally join you in death. As her words fell, the true qi within her body surged violently, breaking through her bottleneck in one stroke and reaching the peak of the dark realm. The jade hairpin trembled lightly in her hair, and after recognizing its master, endless power continued to flow into her body. At the north gate of Yunyi City, iron armor and long spears formed a dark torrent of steel 30,000 men strong. Qiu Yi wore heavy armor and stood on the high platform, his gaze cold and sharp. Sikong Jing approached in simple cloth robes, his back straight and expression calm. Qiu Ye's eyes flashed as he slowly commanded, Old Zhang, Ahu. Brother Sikong's combat prowess is exceptional. From today, he shall be your squad leader. Old Zhang and Ahu's faces turned slightly pale. It wasn't that they doubted Sikong Jing's abilities, but this unit consisted almost entirely of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Having offended Qiu Yi, their allocated warhorses had long been confiscated. Sikong Jing was naturally implicated and could only march on foot. Move out, Qiu Yi barked. War drums thundered as 30,000 troops pushed open the city gates. Some rode horses, others marched with spears, dust rising in gray curtains that obscured half the city wall. At the rear of the formation, Old Zhang whispered, Brother Sikong, this mission bodes ill. Ahu shook his head with a sigh. You shouldn't have come. If we had more time to practice the techniques you taught us, we might have been able to suppress Qiu Yi. But with this sudden deployment, he has the perfect opportunity for revenge. Yet Sikong Jing smiled, a faint curve gracing his lips as if savoring a long-missed sensation. That expression made Old Zhang and Ahu secretly uneasy. Suddenly, he turned his head and smiled. In this battle, I'll ensure your promotion and fortune. The two men were speechless. Battlefields weren't about individual combat. Even the strongest person couldn't carry a group of weak soldiers, especially with Qiu Ye's malicious intent lurking behind. But Sikong Jing offered no explanation. He simply enjoyed this long-absent infantry mark. It had been years since he felt dust beneath his feet and light armor on his body. He didn't care that his subordinates were weak. As long as they were soldiers, that was enough. The army pressed rapidly toward Yinyan City. After half a day, scouts galloped back and knelt on one knee to report. General Qiu, Taizhan town ahead has been pillaged by horse bandits. The entire town is dead. Qiu Ye's expression grew colder. Have you identified their origin? Judging by their methods, it should be the Iron Horse stronghold of Iron Horse Ridge. Former civilians turned bandits, likely sleeper agents from the Xia Kingdom's earlier operations, the scout reported rapidly. Iron Horse Stronghold controls Iron Horse Ridge, a position easy to defend but hard to attack. It will certainly slow our army. After speaking, Xiao Ye's eyes flashed with cold light as he suddenly shouted, "Where is Xikong Jing?" Upon hearing this, Xikong Jing stepped forward and said, "Present." Standing beneath the military banner, Xiao Ye's gaze was sharp as a blade as he commanded in a deep voice, "You have 2 hours to crush Iron Horse Stronghold." As his words fell, old Zhang and Ahu's faces turned pale instantly, and the group of old, weak, sick, and disabled soldiers behind them went white with fear. This was clearly a death sentence. Iron Horse Stronghold had a fierce reputation in the area, with everyone skilled in martial arts, and at least 3,000 able-bodied men defending the natural fortress of Iron Horse Ridge. How could they possibly take it? Xiao Ye's voice grew even colder as he added, "If you can't crush it within 2 hours, bring me your head." As he spoke, he smiled sinisterly, showing no concern for the lives of Xikong Jing and his men. Then his tone suddenly shifted. "Of course, if you feel uncertain about your chances, feel free to state your reasons. If they're sufficient, I can arrange more men for you." Everyone understood what he meant. The so-called reasons meant handing over those 3 jade tokens. As long as Xikong Jing was willing to give them up, Qiu Yi would withdraw the death order. All eyes turned to Xikong Jing, some cold and mocking, some fearful, and others gleefully anticipating the drama. But Xikong Jing showed no hesitation whatsoever, cupping his fists. "I accept the order." The old, weak, sick, and disabled soldiers behind old Zhang and Ahu immediately erupted in shocked murmurs, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment. Then his face twitched as he roared, "Excellent. Return in 2 hours to report. Move out." Xikong Jing's face was ice cold as he returned to his troops, raised his hand, and waved. Everyone followed him straight toward Iron Horse Ridge. However, this ragtag army looked utterly dispirited, and if not for their fear of Qiu Yi, they would have collapsed on the spot. As the troops departed, dust filled the camp. Shang Yi strolled over to Qiu Ye's side and lowered his voice. "General Qiu, these criminals truly won't shed tears until they see their coffins. They want treasure more than their lives." Qiu Yi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "He'll definitely come back alive. Then he'll have violated military orders, and execution will be the same. Let's see if he'll hand over the treasure then." No one believed Xikong Jing could actually take Iron Horse Stronghold. If he failed, he'd return only to face execution. If he somehow succeeded, whether to kill or torture him would still be Qiu Ye's decision. The only variable was whether Xikong Jing would flee. Qiu Yi frowned in contemplation. This matter involved a marriage bestowed by the Lord of Yunzhou, a responsibility he couldn't bear. But Shang Yi sneered, "He won't flee. Su Yueshi is his very life." Only then did Qiu Ye's brow relax as he threw back his head and laughed heartily. Toward Iron Horse Ridge. In the twilight, the mountain path was treacherous. Old Zhang caught up anxiously. "Brother Xikong, what do we do? We only have 3,000 men, and they're so weak. How can we take Iron Horse Stronghold?" He and Ahu couldn't understand why. With his and Xikong Jing's abilities, they had a chance to fight Qiu Yi to the death, yet chose to be manipulated instead. Xikong Jing didn't look back. "Give me the map of Iron Horse Ridge, plus all intelligence on Iron Horse Stronghold." The two exchanged glances. Yuri really going to attack the stronghold? But they had complete faith in Xikong Jing, so they handed over the map and intelligence. Ahu scratched his head and couldn't help saying, "Brother Xikong, we don't have a chance in hell. 3,000 against 3,000, even charging on level ground. These men couldn't win." Before he finished speaking, Xikong Jing closed the map and smiled faintly. "What if I told you we could slaughter Iron Horse Stronghold without losing a single soldier? Would you believe me?" Their jaws dropped. "Like hell we believe that." Xikong Jing saw the disbelief written all over old Zhang and the others' faces, but merely smiled without offering any explanation. According to the intelligence report, the chief of Iron Horse Stronghold was merely at the 6th level of the human realm. Though everyone in the stronghold practiced martial arts, and there were many skilled fighters in the dark realm, in Xikong Jing's eyes, he could still slaughter them all even if he stormed their dragon's den alone. However, he needed this opportunity to train his troops, so naturally he wouldn't charge in by himself. "Let's continue moving," he said, his smile fading as he spoke no more. "We'll discuss it when we arrive." Just as the troops began to march, a hoarse shout suddenly came from behind. "We're not going. Going there is just suicide. Would rather die here." This outburst was like throwing a stone into hot oil. Old Zhang and Ahu's faces instantly turned deathly pale. The mutiny they'd feared most had finally begun. 3,000 old, weak, sick, and disabled soldiers had lost Qiu Ye's deterrent presence and could see no path to survival. Add to that a group of troublemakers freshly released from prison mixed into their ranks, and the rebellion needed only a single spark. "That's right. We're not going. I heard you offended General Qiu Yi, and he wants to use you as an example. Why should we die with you? And that exiled criminal, what gives him the right to be our commander?" The first voice of dissent triggered a wave of protest, with curses raining down on the three men like icy hail. Seeing this, old Zhang's legs went weak as he whispered, "Brother Sikong, what do we do?" He was merely a minor garrison officer from Yunni City, never witnessed such a scene. Ahu was equally at a loss. This was expected. "I've been waiting for them to make this move," Sikong Jing said, narrowing his eyes, his voice as calm as well water in the night. With that, he turned and strode directly toward the man leading the outcry. It was a middle-aged man covered in tattoos, his chest bare, eyes fierce and malicious, clearly someone with a dark past. He crossed his arms and looked up at the approaching Sikong Jing with a provocative sneer. His accomplices gathered around, their cold laughter rising and falling. Old Zhang lowered his voice from behind. "That man is Lu Chang, an old troublemaker released from prison." Ahu added, "He was originally a bandit, at the first level of the human realm. Cho Yi stuffed them into our ranks, probably wanted them to cause trouble while clearing out the prison." Sikong Jing seemed to barely register their words, his steps never faltering. Drawing closer, he asked mildly, "You don't want to go?" Lu Chang snorted coldly. "That's right. Die with you? We'd rather desert." Sikong Jing smiled, but that smile sent chills down people's spines. "Do you know the fate of those who flee before battle?" Lu Chang tilted his head back, his face full of contempt. "At worst, it's just." Thud. The spear pierced through armor. Before he could finish speaking, the spear point had already penetrated his chest. Lu Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare kill me?" Sikong Jing withdrew his spear, flicking off the blood droplets, and said casually, "Those who flee before battle shall be executed. Those who incite mutiny shall be executed. The moment you began your incitement, you should have considered how you'd die." Lu Chang stared with wide eyes as his body crashed heavily to the ground, already lifeless. Meanwhile, Sikong Jing turned his gaze toward the dozens of men who had been following Lu Chang, and saw that they had completely lost their earlier bravado, their faces now pale as death. Most of these men were criminals freshly dragged from prison cells, while the rest were ordinary soldiers who fancied themselves clever and had no desire to march to their deaths. None of them had expected that an exiled convict could be so ruthlessly decisive. In their minds, Sikong Jing had never commanded troops before, and with old Zhang and Ahu being so timid and hesitant, they figured that if they just made enough of a fuss, the three of them would be thrown into confusion. But now Lu Chang's corpse lay sprawled before them, Sikong Jing's spear still dripping with blood, cold as prison iron. "Anyone else who wants to desert, step forward." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a savage battle fury that swept around them like a hurricane. Everyone felt as if a massive boulder was crushing their chests, making it impossible to breathe. Old Zhang and Ahu felt as though they were witnessing a peerless war general, an inexplicable sense of submission rising in their hearts. "There are so many of us, should we fear this bastard?" Suddenly, a young man roared. He was Lu Chang's brother, but before his words had even finished echoing, cold light flashed, and the spear swept across Thud. A spray of blood erupted as a head flew through the air. The young man didn't even have time to scream before he collapsed silently to the ground. "Ah!" 3,000 soldiers cried out in unison, cold sweat streaming down their backs. Sikong Jing withdrew his spear, the tip still pointing at the crowd. "Anyone else?" No one dared respond, their faces deathly pale, silent as winter cicadas. At this moment, a gray-haired veteran tremblingly stepped forward. "Commander Sikong, we're willing to go, but knowing it means certain death, isn't there another way?" However diplomatically phrased, his meaning was crystal clear. This battle looked like certain defeat no matter how you looked at it, so why was it absolutely necessary to fight? Sikong Jing narrowed his eyes as he studied the man, then spoke slowly. "I guarantee that this battle won't cost us a single soldier. As long as you follow orders, you won't die. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. But even if you don't believe me, you're still coming. Anyone who disobeys orders will be executed on the spot." With those words, he turned and walked away, raising his hand to give orders. "Old Zhang, Ahu, if anyone dares to disobey, kill them." Then he pointed his spear tip at Lu Chang's corpse. "From now on, don't bother reporting the names of people who are bound to die. Dead men don't deserve names." Sikong Jing returned to the front of the formation. Old Zhang and Ahu exchanged glances, their minds reeling with shock. This was indeed someone from the old armies of Great Shang, his methods clean and decisive. However, this could only temporarily suppress their rebellious intentions. The real test would come at Iron Horse Stronghold. If there was even the slightest mishap there, this rabble held together by iron discipline would still scatter and flee. In the blink of an eye, Iron Horse Ridge loomed before them. Sinister winds howled through the mountain pass, dead grass tumbled about, and an atmosphere of slaughter pervaded everything like the gaping maw of hell itself, causing the 3,000 soldiers to shudder involuntarily. "Old Zhang, Ahu, where are you?" Sikong Jing called out in a low voice. "We're here." They stepped forward with cupped fists. "Within a quarter hour, divide the troops into 2 groups according to the routes I've marked on this map and attack Iron Horse Ridge. Target Iron Horse, Stronghold. He casually tossed them a clearly detailed sketch, then turned and gripped his spear alone as he stepped into the dark mountain valley. Brother Seacombe, where are you going? Ahu called out urgently. To kill. To slaughter. Those two simple words drifted back as his figure disappeared into the mountain mist. Ahu stood there speechless. Brother Seacombe isn't planning to storm the dragon's den alone, is he? Remembering the battle at the Luoshui Jade Pavilion, old Zhang's mouth twitched. He definitely is. They looked at each other in dismay this time. It wasn't just a few hundred rabble, but 3,000 elite troops who had prepared in advance. Isn't Brother Seacombe being a bit too overconfident? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.